All right, so get this. This dude's just strolling, mindlessly, doom scrolling on TikTok. But here's the kicker. To see who he'd get to be, he had to spin a random gacha wheel. My dude was so hyped, he just slammed the button. And after this whole flashy slot machine thing, it lands on number one master of the martial arts world, the Ziwei Lord. Our boy was absolutely losing his mind, like literally bouncing off the walls, thinking he hit the cosmic jackpot. So, next thing you know, he just full sends it through the reincarnation portal to kick off his new awesome life. So, after our main character bounced, the lady running the whole reincarnation gig started packing up, ready to clock out for the day. But on her way out, she walks past the gacha machine, stops, and yanks out the little paper ticket from the slot. She's like, ugh, this system is so janky, the text gets cut off if it's too long. See, our dude thought he was about to be the number one master of the martial arts world, the Ziwei Lord, but the Times, full-time's name on the ticket he actually got was a random goon for some client who gets casually clapped by the number one master of the martial arts world, the Ziwei Lord. And just like that, bam! Our boy wakes up in the middle of a freaking monsoon. And yeah, he remembers everything from his old life. But my guy has zero clue about the epic fail back at the reincarnation office, so he's still running around thinking he's the baddest dude in the whole martial arts scene. In reality, he's now this dude, Li Ziwei, just some random scrub. So, Li Ziwei gets up in this crazy downpour, checks out his new bod from head to toe, and grumbles, "What kind of top-tier master dress is this busted?" Then he spots something on the ground that looks like a token. Before he can even scoop it up, three armed dudes just drop in right behind him. Yo, this is weird. The Ziwei Demon Lord's vibe is super strong here. So why can't we find a single trace of the guy? They're all whispering to each other. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei, who just picked up the token, is all like, you guys looking for me? And these randoms see the demon cult token in his hand, and they totally fall for it, getting all heated. It's really him, so the legendary Ziwei Demon Lord is out here in disguise, but you can't hide that nasty killer vibe. You're a straight-up psycho who offs people for kicks, sacrificing who knows how many lives for some messed-up power. We heard the tea you got tagged by a goo worm from the Wangu clan. Your power level is shot. Li Ziwei's head is totally bugging out listening to these three dudes roast him, but get this, it only feeds his whole fantasy. He's like, oh my god, I really am the Ziwei Demon Lord, just undercover as a regular guy because of that messed up goo poison. So even while staring down these dudes who are literally out for his blood, Li Ziwei is still acting cocky as hell. You think a bunch of nobodies like you can take me out? Seriously? What gave you that wild idea? You really think the three of you are enough to even touch me? My dude says all this while letting out this totally unhinged laugh. In his head, the math is simple. Even if he's nerfed by poison, he's still the undisputed GOAT of the martial arts world. And what's wild is his whole vibe is actually working. These guys are totally shook, not taking any chances. The three of them link up their swords, pulling off the golden holy sword formation. And just like that, this massive, glowing golden sword pops into existence. But plot twist, it's storming like crazy out. Thunder and lightning everywhere. These ancient dudes clearly slept through science class, because gold is like a super magnet for electricity. So that giant holy sword basically turns into a lightning rod and gets totally zapped. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei has no clue how to fight, so he's just vibing, letting his body's instincts do whatever. And right at the exact moment those three goons get coincidentally fried by lightning, Li Ziwei is 100% convinced that he just wiped out three powerful masters with a single thought. So this is the power of the number one dude in the martial arts world. This is freaking sick. He's just hyping himself up on repeat. After that, Li Ziwei heads back to Wuyu Town, and the place is totally poppin'. The whole vibe of being in a real martial arts world has him hyped out of his mind. But like 5 minutes after he gets to town, Li Ziwei suddenly hears some little kid yell, "Mom, look! Is that the Ziwei Demon Lord?" That one little voice makes him totally freak, and suddenly everyone on the street starts whispering. Everywhere he looks, people are buzzing about the Ziwei Demon Lord. Li Ziwei starts sweating bullets, thinking, how is this possible? My disguise is supposed to be flawless. What now? Do I have to make everyone in this town take a nap? He's thinking to himself, but then he turns his head and spots a notice board with a wanted poster for the Ziwei Demon Lord, with a whole sketch of the dude's mug on it, and Li Ziwei lets out a massive sigh of relief. He's silently thanking the reincarnation gods for his amazing disguise, but just then, some kid in the crowd actually recognizes him and yells out, "Big bro Wei, what are you doing here?" Li Ziwei spins around, realizes the kid is talking to times him asterisk, and a giant question mark just pops over his head. The kid starts leading him back to the number one inn. sighing the whole way. Dude, I can't believe your luck is this bad, big bro Wei. Not only did you fall off a freaking cliff, but you got amnesia too. You were gone for 2 whole days, man. Everyone thought you just pieced out and went home. Anyway, this is your room. Go get into some clean clothes. The head chef is already on our case. The kid shows him to this super basic room. Li Ziwei scopes the place out, but his brain still doesn't connect the dots for a single second, just thinking Li Ziwei must be his cover name. He's thinking to himself that he's got to get into character for this secret identity, like yesterday. But it's way harder than he thought, because as a chore boy at the inn, my dude can't even prep a single chicken. This other dude, Bai Chang, sees this and gets totally ticked off, just constantly getting on his case. Yo, are you gonna work or just stand there? Keep it up, and I'm telling the boss to cut your whole paycheck this month. Seriously, dude, you already ditched work this morning, and now you can't even do your job. Besides totally bombing the chicken prep, what are you even good for? You can't even get the feathers off right. All day long, he's just messing with that busted, good-for-nothing martial arts junk. Bro, if you learned a real move, even a pig could learn to float. Chef Zhang was just popping off, but Li Ziwei was straight up ignoring him, which got him so heated he just screamed, "Yo, I'm talking to you. Are your ears just for decoration?" The second he said that, Li Ziwei, without missing a beat, slammed the knife down to prep the chicken, making this insane times twack times as it hit the cutting board. That noise made the head chef jump out of his skin. He got even more sketched out when Li Ziwei whipped around, his face splattered with chicken, juice, and flashed this absolutely terrifying grin. I mean, what was the dude even supposed to say to that? Seeing that psycho look, the guy just clammed up. 8. Let's hit rewind for a sec, like a few hours back, so you can get why this whole thing is a mess. So, the Zodiac Demon Lord was going totally berserk from his training, taking out tons of people, leaving a whole, just loving the thrill of ending people like he was stepping on ants. So another squad of martial arts pros rolled up, dead set on stopping this Zodiac Demon Psycho today, but like the power difference between them was just insane. They weren't changing a thing. Then they see this maniac pull out the cult's command token, and all those dudes' faces went ghost white. Oh crap, he's about to send a DM to the Emperor. Hurry, stop him. But the token in the Zodiac Demon Lord's hand was already airborne. You really think a bunch of you guys can stop me? But totally opposite to that gnarly, messed up scene on a mountain super far away, the OG owner of Li Ziwei's body had just made a whole grave for a chicken. Yeah, this kid was a total softie. He felt bad for a chicken, which is why he went through all the trouble of making it a grave. But plot twist, right as he finished, the original Li Ziwei gets absolutely clocked by that cult command token as it rockets by. It was moving so fast, it literally yeeted him right off the cliff. And just like that, the original dude accidentally took one for the team and blocked the Zodiac Demon Lord's message. That's exactly why, after our new guy got dropped into this world, he woke up holding this totally misunderstood command token right back in the kitchen. Chef Zhang was still totally shook from how Li Ziwei just acted. He had zero clue what had been going on for the past 2 days, because before, he was just some super shy kid, and being an old dude, his ego couldn't handle getting shown up, so he puffed up his chest and yelled, "I've been around the block for years, kid, and you're gonna act tough with ME? Do you even know who I am, pulling this high and mighty act? You think I won't turn you into tonight's special right here?" His voice was literally bouncing off the walls. Li Ziwei just calmly sized the guy up, thinking that even if the chef wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, he was definitely built like a brick house. Perfect. He could be my new sidekick in this weird place. Seeing Li Ziwei just looking down on him, the head chef totally lost it. He grabbed a fish off the board and just chucked it at him, yelling his head off. "The hell you looking at like that?" Seeing this dude's whole aggressive vibe, Li Ziwei wanted to see if he was all talk or if he actually had any guts to be his lackey. He yanked the cleaver that was stuck in the board and started walking real slow toward the head chef. Seeing that, the chef started sweating bullets. "Whoa, dude, what do you want?" The head chef stumbled back a few steps, slipped on the fish he just threw classic, and totally ate it, falling on his butt. In that exact moment, Li Ziwei and the knife lunged right at him. The head chef let out a terrified scream. Li Ziwei's knife slammed down, sinking right into the wall, just like half a hand away from the chef's neck. Then, with this freaky look, he asked him, "You know what my favorite dish is? First, you slice up the main ingredient, coat it in a nice layer of flour, add some seasoning to marinate, let it chill with some butter for a bit, and finally, you make it look all pretty. Oh, by the way, the meat for that dish, it comes from times this, times part of the pig." Li Ziwei ripped the knife out of the wall, the cold metal just gliding across the chef's cheek. Want to try it? Man, Li Ziwei was a total natural at this whole villain thing. The head chef was so freaked out, he just collapsed on the floor, bawling his eyes out. All it took was one little threat, and he's a total wreck. For real, if he took on a sidekick this lame, it'd be way too embarrassing to be seen with him. So boring. Li Ziwei sighed. Then his eyes flicked over to the door, where he saw a few of his coworkers huddled up, totally eavesdropping. He was like, "What's up? Something I can help you with?" They had just seen Li Ziwei completely punk the head chef, so they didn't say a word and just scattered like roaches. Li Ziwei watched them go and sighed again. Seriously, is this whole place filled with a bunch of wimps? For real, not a single person here has any backbone. Just then, he felt a little tug on his shirt, and when he looked down, it was the kid who he saw on the street earlier. From this angle, the kid looked even more adorable. Later that night, after a full day of getting used to his new identity, Li Ziwei dragged all his stuff back to the woodshed in the guest house. Moving everything was a major pain, but he was kind of digging the whole secluded, off-the-grid vibe. Li Ziwei just crashed on the bed, yawning, running a mental checklist of all the crap he still had to do. He had to train his martial arts and scope out the situation with that cult. Just thinking about it was making him tired, but Li Ziwei just told himself that the life of a top-tier player is never easy. Besides, he found a potential little prodigy today, that kid. Li Ziwei had to admit he had a soft spot for him because the kid was just too dang cute. And you got to start that martial arts training when they're young, you know? Plus, he even scouted some new talent today, that little dude. Li Ziwei admitted he's a sucker for the kid because he's just way too cute. And hey, you got to start the martial arts grind from a young age, right? Yo, so this kid was like, the times, perfect times target. Just thinking about it got Leo's stomach rumbling. He bounced out of his room for a late night snack run, planning to hit up the kid right after. But get this, the kid's getting hassled by some other bellhop from the Grand Hotel, this dude Kevin. This clown was all salty because the kid was chopping it up with Leo earlier. A loser and an orphan. You two are a match made in heaven, huh? And you really had the balls to mess with the head chef? Dude's practically family with the big boss, Mr. Zhao. Just you wait till Mr. Zhao gets back. We'll see what's up then. So yeah, Kevin was also trying to use this to suck up to the chef and get some brownie points with the boss. He starts pressing the new kid to find a way to make Leo show his face. But speak of the freaking devil. Right then, Kevin hears something behind him, whips around, and bam! There's a wooden sign flying straight for his mug. He barely dodged it. A second later and his whole face would have been rearranged. And the dude who chucked it? None other than our main man, Leo. Aight, enough with the chit-chat. We're done with the appetizers. It's time for the main course. Seeing Leo stroll up all cool. Kevin wasn't even shook. Nah, he was hyped that his punching bag just delivered himself on a silver platter. His whole game plan was to rock Leo's world. You know, get some payback for the chef and look good for Mr. Zhao. As for Leo, he's just looking at this random clown, a punk like Kevin, who was basically begging for a fade, was the perfect warm-up. Leo was going to absolutely wreck this dude so the new kid could see his real power and treat him like a freaking god. And boom, just like that, the two bellhops from the Grand Hotel, both with their own shady plans but with the same goal of totally demolishing the other, were ready to throw down. But dude, Kevin was giving off major NPC vibes. For real. He was already running his mouth, given a whole villain speech before the first punch. And you know the rule, the dude who yaps the most usually gets clapped the hardest. He's like, I'm telling you, get smart, get on your knees and beg for forgiveness right now, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you walk away. Kevin said, trying to sound all high and mighty, but Leo was straight up ignoring him, just telling the kid to back up a bit, you know, so he wouldn't catch a stray. Kevin was so ticked off, he was seeing red. He couldn't believe this new, memory-wiped Leo had the nerve to disrespect him like that. Stop playing tough. Once a scrub, always a scrub. Screaming trash talk, Kevin winds up and lunges, but his form was whack, leaving him wide open. Leo just takes one smooth step back to get some room. Then, yoink! He snags Kevin's arm with his right hand, braces with his left, and just slams the dude flat on the floor. Laying there like a human pancake, Kevin had no idea what just hit him. Did he really just get tossed by the weakest bellhop in the entire hotel? Leo, though, he was feeling himself after that move. In his past life, he edited so many fight scenes, he was dying to try something like that. For real! In his mind, he was still the legendary Violet Fiend. It's just, for now, he couldn't just whip out all the OP powers you read about in the comics. But still, just by mixing the inner energy of this body with his old martial arts know-how, his fight game was basically god tier. He just wasn't 100% used to this new body yet. Whoa, this is bad. If I can't hold back and accidentally send someone to the Shadow Realm, my cover's totally blown. What a major pain, Leo muttered. But, of course, Kevin's big ears heard every single word. Wait, what's he mean? This body and cover blown? Kevin was so shook the color just drained from his face. This sounded exactly like a plot twist from one of his soap operas. Don't tell me this. Leo dude has some crazy secret identity and being a bellhop is just a front. Just then, Leo turns back and catches Kevin giving him this super sus look. The second they made eye contact, Kevin totally lost it and screamed, "Who the hell are you?" Leo's answer, he charged forward, grabbed him by the throat, and slammed him against the wall. What did you just say? Tell me right now, how did you see through my disguise? Kevin's throat was so crushed he was just gurgling, trying to get words out. Meanwhile, Leo's choking the dude out, but his mind is racing. He's thinking that even though Kevin seemed like a total chump, he somehow figured him out. Plus, he took a full power, energy-infused throw, which means this dude can't be just some random scrub. Of course, this whole secret identity and insane power trip was just a story Leo made up in his own head. Bro, you gotta admit, that busted machine at the Reincarnation spot in Nevada really messed him up. He was so deep in his own main character syndrome, he had no clue he was just making it all up. After a sec, Leo lets go. Kevin starts hacking up a lung, thinking Leo is a complete psycho. But you think Leo was going to let him off the hook that easy? Heck no. In his mind, this dude knew he was the Violet Fiend, so he absolutely had to be taken care of. Thinking that, Leo unleashes a full power palm strike right into the guy's lower back. Kevin literally heard his own spine go crack before the pain just took over, and he face planted hard. "You learned your lesson yet?" Leo said, totally gloating. "The move I just hit you with is called the bone-dissolving marshmallow punch. Once it hits, your bones turn to jello, and you'll be out of here in less than 7 days. Who even knows where our boy read this stuff? But he sells it like it's legit. And hey, for a dude like Kevin, that was a pretty convincing threat, right? But Li Ziwei just cranked up the volume and kept going, "Yo, kiddo, are you for real just gonna throw your life away like that?" Some genius once said that to level up, you gotta die and be reborn, you know? Welcome the light and a whole new future. So I'm giving you another shot. A little later, deep in the woods near town, the treetops were shaking like crazy because someone was zipping through them ninja style. This girl is Xia Yi, one of the top dogs in the Iron Clothes sect, working for her dad's crew. Her pops always stuck her with lame-o paperwork to keep her out of trouble, especially since some sketchy cult weirdos were spotted running around nearby. But you know how it is, the more someone tells you no, the more you want to do it. So, Xia Yi was dead set on catching those cult members to prove to her dad she wasn't just some kid. In her hand was a scroll she'd swiped from her dad with a sketch of the wanted target. Xia Yi had to see for herself what was so scary about these guys that it had her dad. But yo, when she unrolled this scroll, the first thing she saw was this white-haired girl in a wild outfit looking like a total bombshell. Xia Yi totally short-circuited for like 2 seconds, then got so red she ripped the poster right in half. "What is UP with this picture?" she yelled. But right then, a voice called out from far away. Xia Yi shut her mouth, looked over, and spotted the two bros, Li Ziwei and the kid. "For real, bro way? If I learn how to fight, I won't get picked on anymore?" The little dude looked up at him with these big, sparkly eyes, asking him dead serious. "You bet. You saw how I totally wrecked those clowns who were messing with you, right? Not only will you not get bullied, but if you learn my moves, the whole world will be bowing down to you." Li Ziwei shot back, though that last part was kinda sus, since bowing down was more like getting hunted. Hearing that, the kid immediately dropped to his knees. He'd heard his sister say you gotta bow to your master, so this kid, Gate, just slammed his forehead right into the dirt. Bam! Dude got a massive goose egg instantly. "I gotta get stronger." "Bro, wait, nah, master, please, you gotta teach me." That same night, Qian Wujin got home too. And get this dude wasn't just some random waiter, he was the young master of some super mysterious, loaded family. The second Qian Wujin walked in, a bunch of maids rushed out to greet him. One of them, a girl rocking a pretty spicy outfit, handed him a letter. "Young master, you're back late. A letter came for you from the capital." "Ugh. What do the big shots in the capital want now? I ain't got the energy to deal with them," Qian Wujin grumbled. The maid just kept going. "Then let me help you get changed, young master. We gotta put some medicine on that back of yours, too." And just like that, she slid his outer robe right off, and bam, she saw a giant freaking handprint on his back. The maid absolutely lost it. She screamed, "WHO dares to hit the young master. Who's got the nerve to leave a mark like this?" "Not even a mouse. would dare to bite our young master. Man, this chick is so extra. Qian Wujin just sat there for a minute, then finally told her that from now on, she didn't need to put medicine on his back anymore. Because the back pain that had been messing him up for years, the pain that even the best doctors in the capital couldn't fix, was somehow completely gone after Li Ziwei smacked him today. Originally, that slap was meant to mess up his spine and take him out of the fight, but plot twist, he smacked a dude who was already messed up. So that hit was basically a free, high-speed chiropractic session. Who knew? Still, Qian Wujin was totally bugging out about the whole situation. He was convinced Li Ziwei did it on purpose and was terrified that if he didn't do what he said, in 7 days, his bones would literally turn to goo and he'd die. In the end, Qian Wujin decided to play it safe, threw his robe back on, and planned to go find Li Ziwei to have a serious chat. It was already super late, but Li Ziwei was still out in the forest, training with the kid, doing all that channeling your inner energy stuff. He was super dedicated, even though my man had 0 powers himself, just a whole lot of faith that he was the demon lord. 8. Listen up. Martial arts is all about these 8 methods. The key is syncing up your body and spirit. You gotta have the moves and the soul. You dig? Li Ziwei was teaching like a pro, and the kid was eating it all up. Then he leaned back against a tree and started brainstorming what kind of fighting style would be perfect for this little dude. Speaking of which, ever since he got yeeted into this world, he hadn't even finished reading the Demon Sect playbook. And back when those 3 goons were chasing him, they were talking about some techniques that sounded seriously whack. The Demon Sect's whole vibe was like, leave a trail of bodies everywhere. And Li Ziwei was absolutely not about that life. Thinking about it was just giving him a headache. So he tossed the Demon Sect order aside and pulled a super basic move scroll out of his shirt. Ait, Pipsqueak, come here! Master's gonna teach you how to throw down. Li Ziwei waved him over, but when he saw the kid's totally confused face, he realized his slip-up. Force of habit, you know? Back on his short video platform, wasn't everybody a pipsqueak? Li Ziwei quickly cooked up an excuse to cover his track. Yo, it's a rule of the streets. Ait? Never use your real name out here, you'll get it later. And the kid, bless his heart, totally bought it and nodded. Meanwhile, Xia Yi was still hiding in the trees nearby. She'd been tailing these two all afternoon because she thought they were up to something shady, only to find out they're just 2 weirdos practicing poses in the woods at midnight. Li Ziwei didn't even look like he could fight his way out of a paper bag, but she kind of felt bad for them, so Xia Yi decided to stick around and keep an eye on them, just to make sure they didn't become wolf chow. So there they were, Li Ziwei and the kid, each grabbing a scroll and starting to study. But yeah, feeling sorry for him, Xia Yi decided to stick around and babysit, just in case a wolf got hungry. So there they were, Li Ziwei and the kid, each staring at a scroll like it was the hardest test of their lives. But while Leo was over here stressing, literally pulling his hair out, trying to figure out his own power level and what to do next, the kid had already zipped through the starter guide he gave him. Like, easy peasy. Yo, can I give it a shot? He asked. Totally hyped. Yeah, for sure. Go for it. Leo messed up the kid's hair and then stepped back to let him cook. So this little dude pops into a horse stance, gets all focused, channels his inner chi or whatever that stuff is, and then just lets loose a punch with everything he's got. Since it was the kid's first go, Leo was keeping his expectations low key. But bro, nobody saw this coming. This one punch from the kid unleashes this insane power wave that just rips through the whole forest. Everywhere the blast went, it was yanking these huge ancient trees straight out of the ground. Finally, that punch is heading straight for Leo's crib. With this massive crash, the already janky shack gets a crack so bad it's basically totaled. Both of them were just standing there, completely shook, like jaws on the floor. Leo's mind is blown. He can't believe he just found this prodigy, and that his own basic move was that ope. On the inside, he's totally freaking out with joy, but on the outside, he plays it cool, just patting the kid's head like, not bad, kid, good job. The little dude is hyped out of his mind, just gushing about how sick his master's technique is. Meanwhile, Haley saw the whole thing go down. That kid's punch straight up left her speechless. Her face went ghost white. When she finally rebooted her brain, the first thing she did was grab her head, like completely bugging out. One thought was just on repeat in her head. Oh my God, who are these two? Haley was totally kicking herself for thinking that master-student duo were just a couple of random weirdos before. She didn't even know why she was creeping on them in the first place. She just had this gut feeling that if the kid's punch was that crazy, then his master Leo had to be on a whole nother level. The kid was still buzzing from his last punch and was basically begging Leo to let him move in. I guess, Leo said, but this place is kind of cramped. And as he's saying it, He just casually reaches out and touches the house. So after the kid's punch, the house was already holding on for dear life and couldn't handle anymore. The second Leo's hand touched it, the whole shack just freaking exploded into a pile of splinters. Kaboom! Haley, who's watching from the bushes or whatever, is shook all over again. She thinks Leo just straight up demolished the house because it wasn't big enough. Like, oh my God. Then a voice pops up right next to her ear, making Haley jump out of her skin. Turns out she wasn't the only one spying on Leo, because Kevin Chien had also been tailing him this whole time. And what are the odds? He saw the whole Leo demolishes a house thing too. They're both totally terrified by what they saw, because even Leo thinks he wrecked the place because he couldn't control his own power. Master, you're so freaking cool, the kid says, totally starstruck. Yeah, cool and all, but it looks like we're sleeping outside tonight, Leo sighed. But the second he says that, someone else screams, Master! And it, drills right into his eardrum. Next thing you know, Kevin Chien flies out of nowhere and latches onto Leo's leg like a freaking koala. After the throwdown this morning, plus seeing what he just saw, this dude is 100% convinced that Leo is some secret S-tier master who can nuke a whole house with a single tap. And getting on the bad side of a guy like that, yeah, not the brightest idea. So before he messed up big time, he knew he had to cling to this powerhouse for dear life. Get off my leg, Leo yells. I've never had a student your age. But Kevin Chien just held on even tighter, like a stubborn barnacle. Master, I messed up. I was so blind. Besides, you told me to choose, right? Well, I've chosen. I want to follow you. I can be super useful. For real. How are you useful? Leo hits him with the side eye. Since Leo basically set him up for the alley-oop, Kevin Chien didn't waste a second flexing his superpower. His best asset? Money. And a lot of it. But Leo had no clue who this dude really was, so he just thought he was getting clowned on. How much cash could some random waiter really have, right? But who would have guessed that the very next day, Kevin Chien had already flipped Leo's little shack into this insane 2-story mansion. He's standing there in front of a totally stunned Leo, all excited like, Master, what do you think? The bank has a daily withdrawal limit, so I can only pull off a simple little reno like this. Leo was straight up blinded by the sheer flexing power of cash. This got Leo thinking, why would a rich kid like Kevin Chien even bother working as a waiter at an inn? Kevin didn't even have to think about it. He just shot back. In this world, power is everything, and martial arts masters are total legends. Everyone says Stillwater Town is crawling with hidden masters, and the inn's owner, Boss Zhao, is a top dog on the assassin charts. Master, even someone as OP as you came here to work a regular job, aren't you also a master just laying low? What's the point of being some useless rich kid with nothing but money? Oof. Those words from Kevin hit Leo like a million daggers to the heart. Before I got yeeted into this world, my dream was to be a bum with nothing but cash, Leo thought. But having a ton of money is a superpower. If you got beef with someone, why not just make it rain on them till they quit? Leo was just thinking out loud, but it was like a light bulb went off in Kevin Chien's head. That same day, he hit up his maid and had her bring a boatload of cash to straight up buy the entire inn. So it turns out that whole money talks thing Leo mentioned was legit that easy. Kevin Chien's mind was completely blown. Meanwhile, Leo's over here studying a map, thinking, yeah, Kevin's a total bonehead, but having this rich dude as my hype man? Actually, a pretty sweet deal. I mean, at least with him buying up the whole district, it made it way easier for Leo to start building his rep. But just as Leo's getting in the zone, some random girl just barges right into his room. Haley of the Iron Guard, can we talk for a sec? Leo's like, who the heck is this chick? But for some reason, he just rolls with it and follows her. So Haley takes him to this bar called the Tipsy Tulip. And get this, the waiters are all these buff, shirtless dudes that nearly blinded my guy Leo. As soon as the food hits the table, Haley cuts right to the chase. I'm the daughter of the Iron Guard's leader, and I already know who you are. Dude, her words made Leo do a full-on spit take, like something out of a movie. She's all like, if I'm not mistaken, you must be. Leo got crazy tense, like he was ready to put her on a permanent timeout. But lucky for her, Haley finished with, you must be a legendary master hiding out in plain sight, right? Leo lets out this silent sigh of relief and grabs a chicken wing, playing it cool. You're kidding, right? As you can see, I'm just a regular dude. And as he said that, he's mentally giving himself a high five for his A+ disguise and camouflage skills. Little did he know that face and ID were 100% real. And this Iron Guard thing, Leo basically figured they were like the feds, some group that goes against dudes like the Crimson King and Haley. After Leo denied it so hard, she was even more convinced he was some secret master, because her dad always told her that the real pros are always super humble. Thinking that, she keeps going. You probably already know, now that the Shadow Syndicate is toast, their leftover crew is causing chaos everywhere. Haley barely got the words out before Leo started choking on his food again, because in the back of his mind, weren't the so-called leftover crew of the Shadow Syndicate literally him? And yet, here's Haley, straight up asking him, the guy who thinks he's the runaway boss, to help the Iron Guard catch these very same people. Everyone's got to do their part to keep the peace, so you'll help me, right? Seeing Haley all fired up, Leo couldn't help but let out a loud, "Huh! Is this girl for real asking me to help catch myself?" Then Haley drags Leo to this place with a sign that says Martial Arts Center. He's looking around thinking the place is seriously decked out, feeling like he's on a tour of the enemy's freaking headquarters. Haley sees the woe look in his eyes and asks, "You've never been here for an evaluation before?" But like, as soon as she said it, Haley figured it wasn't that wild. I mean, a master who's been laying low for years probably wouldn't care about this kind of stuff. She explains to Leo that a few years back, the Iron Guard started setting up these martial arts centers all over the country. They're used to measure a fighter's power level. It goes from novice all the way to grandmaster, and depending on your rank, the Iron Guard gives you a different colored emblem. For example, my emblem is green, Haley says, which means I'm a mid-rank fighter. So what about a grandmaster? What color is their emblem? Leo immediately fires back. I mean, come on, this dude's always thought of himself as the top dog on the planet. I don't know, Haley shot back instantly. To be real, nobody knows, because so far, no one has ever hit the Grandmaster level. But the word on the street is, when you reach the Grandmaster level, you get a shot to ascend to a whole other world. Leo starts thinking. He had no clue how strong his body's OG owner was, so he was kinda tempted to go in and get tested. But if he pops up on the Iron Guard's radar, it would just be another massive headache. While he's debating, Haley just grabs his hand and yanks him inside. Because she was thinking, since they're already here, it'd be a total waste not to get tested. But for real, this girl was just trying every trick in the book to get Leo on her team. But, the result absolutely shattered Haley's whole world. Because after Leo took the test, the testing orb turned completely clear, which basically means the person has zero talent for martial arts. After hearing that, Leo didn't doubt his new identity for a second, still thinking the original owner's technique could hide his real power. As long as times I times know I'm the #1 fighter in the world, that's all that matters, Leo thought to himself. Haley looked like she just saw a ghost. Because ever since these centers opened, the test had never, ever been wrong. But then again, she'd seen what Leo and his student could do with her own 2 eyes. The 2 things just didn't add up at all. Haley was totally bugging out until she remembered something her dad told her once. "Haley, my dear, martial arts is like finding enlightenment. The biggest truths are the simplest. It gets super complex, but going back to the beginning, that's the highest level of mastery." Thinking about this, Haley broke out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me Leo has already reached the highest realm, the level where everything goes back to square one. She whipped around to look, but poof, he was already gone. Haley sprinted to the door, but there was no sign of Leo. Instead, she heard a voice that made her blood run cold. "Haley, what are you doing here?" It was her dad, the leader of the Iron Guard. After getting caught red-handed, she was immediately forced to kneel in the main hall. Mr. Harrison looked absolutely livid that his own daughter was the one who swiped the portraits of the Shadow Syndicate's crew. "As my daughter, how could you dare do something like this? How am I supposed to explain this to the other division chiefs?" But Haley still refused to admit she messed up. Instead, she just pouted and was like, "I was just trying to help, okay? Besides, have you even looked at that picture? It's totally sus. What could you possibly do to help anyway?" "Yo, I dropped a boatload of cash on that sketch artist. It's just a drawing. For real. How is this even a big deal?" Mr. Harrison was bugging out. Haley's dad, this absolute beast of a martial saint, was about to lose his mind over how spoiled his daughter was. But the second he peeped the chick in that painting, my guy went dead silent, his face turning redder than a fresh tomato from a Cali farmer's market. This painting is totally fine. I'll just... "Take this back," Haley's dad stammered, trying to shove the pic of that baddie into his shirt. But bruh, his face was a total dead giveaway. But Haley was still on one, totally passionate. She was like, "I didn't do anything wrong." I mean, yeah, the demon cult was supposedly toast, but the Crimson Demon Lord who kicked the whole thing off and a whole crew of his followers were still out there lurking. If those dudes ever manage to pull up again, it's going to be a straight-up catastrophe. And yeah, her dad got it. He just wasn't about to let his daughter get her hands dirty with that mess. The Crimson Demon Lord's power is no joke, Haley. Now that the cult's gone underground, they're in the shadows. and we're just out here. We got to be way smarter about this. But what if a martial god showed up? Haley clapped back, all stubborn. Making sure he heard her, she said it again. Like, what if we could actually get a martial god to help us out? So, over the next few days, Leo officially made Vincent his student, and they started grinding every single day. Meanwhile, Leo was deep diving into that demon cult token. And get this, from that tiny little thing, Leo managed to pull out all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm talking sword styles, fist techniques, spiritual guides, how to level up your inner energy, hidden weapons, all of it was top tier stuff. Last time, he just gave the kid a starter move and its power was already bonkers. So Leo was like, bet, and decided to try something even more next level this time. He dipped out of his room on the low. At the same time, Haley was dragging her dad over, trying to get him to see Leo's power with his own 2 eyes. She needed to prove she wasn't just capping, but no matter how much she hyped it up, her dad was convinced it was all a joke. Like, if there was really some dude who could make a whole house crumble with a snap of his fingers, and could also teach a 6-year-old kid to literally split a mountain in half with one punch, then how come nobody in the entire martial world has ever heard of him? Besides, a martial god hasn't shown up in, like, forever. Martial gods aren't exactly a dime a dozen, you know? But right as he's thinking that, he sees his daughter's face go pale. He follows her eyes and spots this little kid training way out in the distance. And the wild part, the move he was practicing was straight up terrifying. Behind the kid was this gigantic, glowing image of the Buddha himself, just chilling on a lotus throne. And when the kid threw the punch, the Buddha's giant hand came crashing down with it. And guess what? Haley and her dad were standing right at ground zero. If that thing hit, they were going to be human pancakes for real. Haley's dad instantly yeeted his daughter out of the way, threw up a hand sign, and popped his 9-star Aegis. This was his ace in the hole, his ultimate move. Using every ounce of his martial saint power, he just barely managed to block it. Master, I did it! The little dude was cheering, totally hyped that his technique actually worked. But Vincent, he was super bummed. Because even though he was practicing the exact same move, he was getting absolutely nowhere with it. Leo tried to cheer him up like, hey, don't sweat it, man. Everyone's got their own thing. This move probably just ain't your style, you know? Then he turned and gave the other kid a pat on the head, thinking, man, I seriously hit the jackpot with this one. But right then, the 3 of them heard a blood-curdling scream from nearby. Dad! Dad, what's wrong? Don't scare me! Haley's dad was just laying in her arms, completely out cold, with a little bit of blood trickling from his mouth. Leo recognized Haley instantly. He was totally clueless why they were even there, especially looking so wrecked. Haley, not wanting him to get it twisted, rushed to explain that she was just trying to show her dad his insane skills, but they accidentally stumbled into their training session, and her dad got messed up trying to block that last hit. Leo's face went white. Oh man, he never meant for anyone to get hurt. But on the flip side, even though her dad was trying to say he was cool, he had just coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, which looked very not cool. If something bad happened to him here, Leo would be haunted by it forever. Haley quickly wiped the blood from her dad's face. Meanwhile, the dad struggled to talk, his voice all shaky. It was my fault for just showing up. I hope the great master won't hold it against me. At this point, he was 100% convinced that everything Haley had said was legit. I mean, the little kid hiding behind Leo already had this insane power, making him use everything he had just to defend himself, and he still couldn't completely shut down that one hit. So, just how crazy strong was his teacher? On top of all that, Haley's dad couldn't pick up a single vibe of a martial artist's aura from Leo, which made him start wondering the same thing his daughter was. Could it be? Had Leo really leveled up to the absolute max, making him totally unreadable? Either way, since he was already here and seriously messed up, Haley's dad was determined to get an intro to this great master. So he respectfully put his hands together and introduced himself as Haley's father. Oh, and also the current head honcho of the Iron Guard. The second Leo heard that, all the color just drained from his face. Wait, if he's the leader of the Iron Guard, doesn't that make him like the final boss of the bad guys? Behind them, even Vincent was shook. You had to admit, the Iron Guard was stacked with a crazy amount of powerful and talented people. Unlike some random street cred list like the Assassin's rankings, joining the Iron Guard is basically like becoming a government agent. They're backed by the whole Imperial Court, which obviously makes their leader a whole other level of big shot. Dude, he probably never imagined he'd ever meet a VIP of this level. Haley's dad was bowing for like an eternity. And when Leo didn't say anything, he looked up and saw the absolute deadliest look on Leo's face. The old guy immediately started bugging out, thinking he said the wrong thing and totally ticked Leo off. But for real, Leo was just lost in his own world, deep in thought, It wasn't until his student's little voice piped up, "Master, this old dude looks like he's about to pass out." That's what snapped Leo back to reality. He was like, "Yeah, what's this guy even tweaking for? There's no way these people could ever figure out who I really am." In fact, it looked like they were totally buying his act. So, since things were headed this way, he figured he might as well play along, slide right into the enemy's DMs, and, knock out two birds with one stone. "You must be Master Ha from the Ironclad sect, right? My bad for being a jerk when we first met," Leo finally said. Haley's dad, who was still majorly freaking out, finally got a grip after hearing that. "That's me, Master Ha. What's good? I swear I didn't mean to interrupt a Grandmaster's flow. I'll totally make it up to you, sir." Haley's dad was talking a mile a minute. Haley was half convinced he was going to bite his own tongue off. "Nah, don't even sweat it, Master Ha. I was just messing around and training the kid for fun. Besides, I'm no Grandmaster, just a regular guy," Leo shot back, playing it super cool. Haley's dad immediately caught on that Leo's salty attitude from before was just him trying to stay on the down low, so he just went with it. "My bad. I totally read the room wrong. I'm not sure what I should call you, my guy. You can just call me Leo, Mr. Ha. Mr. Ha is way too formal. Just call me Old Man Ha." Watching them go back and forth with all this polite crap was making Haley cringe so hard. After a little more chit-chat, the two of them were acting like they were old pals. Then he started gently asking Leo about that crazy move he just taught the kid. Turns out, that whole light show the kid pulled off, it actually freaked out a ton of people. At some monastery way out in the sticks, a monk named Master Newell also saw it. His little disciple was totally hyped. Master Newell thought about it for a hot second, then he just ruffled the kid's hair. "Didn't you always want to go down the mountain? Go find your big bro. The fighting tournament is about to kick off, and it's going to be insane these next few days." About an hour later, Haley and her dad were finally getting ready to dip. Since Haley's dad was so ridiculously pumped, Leo couldn't really turn him down, so he gave him the rundown on how to practice the technique. But because he was still a little sketched out by the guy being the head honcho of the Ironclad sect, he didn't give him the full-on director's cut version, gotta keep a trick up his sleeve. While he was thinking about all this, the little kid suddenly grabbed his hand, looking all sad and bummed out. "Kiddo, what's up?" Leo asked, looking worried. I mean, the kid's an orphan with no name, so Leo just started calling him by his old nickname from a past life. "Master, did I mess things up for you again?" The kid looked so worried and just, pitiful. This made Leo switch into full-on comfort mode for his little prodigy. "It's not your fault. It was my bad for not double-checking if the coast was clear first. You've trained hard enough for today. Go catch some Z's. Your master's going to head out for a little walk." Kiddo obediently went back to the room, and after shutting the door super tight, the kid took off the hat they were always wearing. And plot twist, this kid was actually a girl. Leo said he was going for a walk, but really, he was dying to go test out that technique for himself. He already saw the insane power when Kiddo used the technique, so he was itching to find out how OP it would be if he used it himself. So he found this janky, rocky hill in the middle of nowhere to test it out. But who would have guessed, the second he got there, Leo's spidey sense went off, someone was in a cave. And talk about a coincidence. It was one of the demon cult stragglers from that wanted poster. Haley's dad had an artist sketch out. This girl was looking seriously rough, and when she realized she'd been found, she started panicking. "I can't die here. My master is still waiting for me. Just a little longer. I can't give up now," she thought to herself, but then she coughed up a gnarly mouthful of blood, and her vision started going blurry. Right before she completely conked out, she recognized a familiar energy, just like the Violet Demon Lord. And then she was out cold, falling right into Leo's arms. At his core, Leo's a good guy, so he couldn't just leave someone that jacked up. He took her back to his place and spent the whole night playing doctor. He had just finished when a maid knocked on the door, saying some lady was there to see him. Leo was wondering who in the world it could be, and of course, it was Haley again. "Haley, what are you doing here again?" Leo quickly slammed the door so she wouldn't see the mystery girl inside and get the wrong idea. Haley looked totally stoked and handed him a bag, saying her dad wanted him to have it. Being the nosy guy he is, he ripped it open the second he got his hands on it. Haley tried to warn him, but it was way too late. Just like that, poof! Leo was buried under a mountain of gear. That tiny little pouch was actually a bag of holding. It was packed with everything from technique scrolls, hidden weapons, potions, and secret books. You name it, it was in there. It was basically Master Ha's thank you gift for the move Leo showed him. On top of that, Haley also gave him that wanted poster to hang up at his inn. I mean, the Grand Inn is the biggest joint in town, so way more people would see it there. The poster showed all the demon cult members who were in hiding. The second Leo unrolled it, he was staring right at a portrait of the girl he had just saved. Her name was Ruby, and while she was a total smoke show, she was also a cold-blooded assassin personally raised by the Violet Demon Lord himself. Ruby almost wiped out 3 minor clans that stood against the Violet Demon Lord in a single night. After Haley dropped that little fun fact on him, Leo's jaw pretty much hit the floor. Yo, this is way too sus. What's up? Even if Ruby's a straight-up villain, you don't gotta be so dramatic about it, Haley thought. She'd pretty much gotten what she came for, but Haley's spidey senses were tingling, and she totally caught a whiff of blood on Leo. She was on him in a flash. Are you hurt, or did someone else get messed up? Leo literally froze, because, she hit the nail on the head. Dude was just stuttering, not saying a thing. So then Haley got super curious about what he was hiding in his room. Leo instantly spazzed and blocked the door. This is my room. You can't come in. Seeing him all freaked out just made Haley even more suspicious, and she finally just shoved him out of the way and busted into the room. And yup, the whole room stank of blood. Leo thought he was so busted, for real. But, nobody was in there. Just his blood-soaked jacket chilling on the bed. Dude, it smells so strongly of blood. Are you okay? Haley was getting seriously worried now. That's when Leo could finally, breathe again. Where'd Ruby dip to? Did she hear us and just bounce? Nah, I'm good. It was this cat I found on Blackwood Mountain. It was all banged up and looked so pitiful, I had to bring it home. But who knew? After I patched it up and took a nap, I woke up and it was gone. Leo was totally lying through his teeth. A cat? Bro, literally nobody in this town has a cat. It was probably brought here by some disciple from the Eternal Sect. Sucks that it took off. The Eternal Sect? Leo asked, suddenly interested. Yup, the Sword Summit is about to pop off. The Eternal Sect is in on it this time, and those dudes are obsessed with cats. Because cats are like their sacred animal or whatever. Oh, and get this, Clearwater Town is one of the spots this time, so things are about to get crazy. You gotta help me keep an eye out for any sketchy people. The crowd's gonna be a total zoo, so you know some bad guys are gonna try and sneak in. The Eternal Sect is the crew that stuck that nasty, cursed parasite on the Violet Demon Lord. And right now, Leo's convinced he is times the Violet Demon Lord. So, duh, he's not about to let that beef slide. Thinking about this, he hit Haley up like, Miss Haley, that tournament you were talking about, can people still sign up? Haley nodded, instantly figuring Leo wanted to sign Ace up. I mean, the kid's got skills, for sure, but the real tea is Leo didn't want to compete himself because the Violet Demon Lord just vanished. He figured if some rando with a similar power level just popped up, it would be mad sus. But Ace's skills, while not totally OP, were still no joke. Putting him in the spotlight would get everyone looking his way. Meanwhile, he could just chill in the shadows, looking for a chance to get close to the Eternal Sect and break that curse. After they finished talking about the tournament, Haley and Leo bounced from the bedroom, and that's when Ruby just drops down from the ceiling, ninja style. She snatched up Leo's jacket, took a big sniff, and was 100% sure it was the smell of the demonic sex token. So, this Sword Summit thing Haley mentioned, it's a huge martial arts tournament thrown by the 3 major sects. The winner gets a boatload of cash, crazy potions, and legendary weapons. Contestants don't just get to flex their skills for the whole world to see. They also get a shot at networking with the big dogs from the 3 major sects, which is basically a golden ticket. That's why competing and winning the whole thing is the ultimate dream for a ton of fighters. You could say every tournament brings out the absolute best from all over the place. This time, Leo decided to sign up Ace, and Kevin Chen started throwing a major hissy fit. Master, I want to go too. But here's the thing, this dude hasn't even mastered one single move. He'd just go and make a fool of himself. Leo couldn't just say that to his face, so he cooked up an excuse to get him to chill. It's not that I don't want to take you, man, it's just, I need someone I can trust to hold down the fort. While Ace and I are gone, the whole inn is counting on you, bro. Kevin Chen is such a softie, and after hearing just a few words from Leo, he was totally sold. Not only did he stop complaining, but he even swore on his life he'd protect the inn. That dude has always been so extra. Leo couldn't even deal with him and just grabbed Ace and they dipped. Over at the sign-up spot, everyone's jaws literally hit the floor when the master and his student rolled up. Not because their power level was off the charts, but because these two were dripped out in a mountain of gold. From head to toe, man, I'm talking prayer beads, chainmail, a ring of fire, a yin-yang locket, windwalker boots, everything was worth at least 5 figures. The glare from all that bling was practically blinding people. Yo, master, why is everyone looking at us like that? Ace asked. Leo just sighed to himself, thinking, so this times is what it feels like to be a max level player in full raid gear, standing in front of a bunch of noobs, getting all the props, huh? But for real, he wasn't a flashy dude, and besides, all this gear was way too heavy. It was better to just unequip it and stash it in his inventory bag. While Leo was busy wrestling with the chainmail, some dude started laughing at him from behind. Haha, little bro, first time at the tournament. Huh? You ain't gonna need any of that stuff you're wearing, so how about you let me and my boys help you with it? Leo played dumb, acting like he didn't get that they were trying to jack his gear, but Kevin Sheehan dropped a fortune on this stuff for them, and there was no way he was gonna let some punks just take it. Nah, I'm good. It's a gift from my student. I can put it away myself. Why would I need to bother you guys? Leo said, stuffing the chainmail into his inventory bag. But who knew that his whole vibe would tick the guy off so much he was literally grinding his teeth? Oh, so you're not going to show me, Zane, any respect, huh? Leo was about to clap back hard. But right then, he spots the organizers handing out scrolls with the tourney rules. And this Zane dude, total NPC vibes, like he probably wouldn't even last a single episode, for real. So yeah, he just straight up ghosts the guy and bounces. Leo snags a scroll for himself and starts diving in. Turns out this whole showdown's gonna last a full 24 hours, which is like a whole freaking day, and it's supposed to pop off in an hour. After Leo skims the scroll, he's just sighing like crazy. He deadass thought this was gonna be a simple throwdown, but nope, they gotta go pick some stupid herbs too. Ain't this just like free labor for these guys? But then again, this is a golden ticket to get in good with the Eternity Pavilion crew. Leo knew he couldn't just dip on this, so him and Shorty had to jump in anyway. Soon after it starts, the sun dip. Leo gets a campfire going for the kid to chill, but plot twist, Tony's whole squad has been creeping on him for the last few hours. Peeping Leo's clueless vibe and the fact he's on babysitting duty, they just figured he was a total scrub. They thought he was just here for the free snacks, and were getting all gassed up thinking they could totally smoke Leo in one hit. The grand prize? Snagging his dimensional bag. The more they drooled over it, the greedier these clowns got. So they all decide to jump him at once, planning to put Leo on a t-shirt, like instantly. But psych! Before they could even lay a finger on him, they get all wrapped up in some kind of spiderweb thing that drops from the sky. These absolute fools were instantly bundled up into tight little burritos. And the puppet master? None other than our boy Leo. See? Told ya. NPCs like this never make it past the pilot episode. Leo was absolutely cackling. That little gadget he used to hogtie them is the Crimson Cloud Silk, worth a wild 25,688 silver pieces, which, of course, was bankrolled by his special sponsor fund. Y'all didn't actually think I was some kind of chump, did you? Leo taunted, totally flexing on Tony's crew while living his best Spider-Man life, acting like a high roller from the jump and then playing dumb like a total noob, just so some clowns would try to press me. I cooked this whole thing up. By the time they figured out they'd walked right into Leo's trap, it was game over. Tony's boys were at his feet, looking like they'd just seen a ghost, for real. And, he wasn't about to skip the chance to roast them some more. No wonder villains love to monologue before the final boss fight. Man, this feeling is just way too good. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. Real talk. I'm still not used to how things roll around here. And even though I don't want to make a big scene, I'm kind of out of options right now. So since that's the deal, I guess I'll just have to ask a stand-up guy like you to help me out. Dude, the look on Leo's face when he said that was straight up terrifying. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, this dude Ethan is munching on breakfast and spilling some tea. And get this, he's with the person running this whole competition. The chick across from him puts down her tea, sighs, and is all like, what are we supposed to do? Who even knows what's going on in the Emperor's head? For something this huge, didn't your dad give you the 411? Ethan just huffs. He ain't got time for this. He's been totally locked in on his training lately. He barely even leaves the house. Turns out, he's talking to the Saintess of the Eternity Pavilion, Luna Meng. She just raises an eyebrow and smirks. Old man Harrison hit the Martial Saint rank years ago, a level most people are hard stuck on their whole lives. You should still try and talk some sense into him. Hearing that, Ethan just sighs, like, all defeated? My dad's vibe? Yeah, good luck with that. Dude's stubborn as hell. Anyway, it is what it is. Let's drop it. But yo, check this out. I met this super low-key master recently. Luna's face immediately drops. She grabs his shoulder, her eyes screaming, oh my god, what did you do? She's like, super urgent. Don't tell me you got tangled up with some shady character. Who is he? What's his crew? Who's his sensei? Where's his family from? Did you even run a background check? Bro, your face right now is seriously freaking me out. Ethan literally jumps back, trying to calm her down. Whoa, chill. My dad already had his people look into him. Plus, this dude loves little animals. He's super generous, and he's young and down to help an orphan. He's a total good guy. But little did Ethan know, the good guy he was gassing up was currently in his villain era, scaring Tony so bad the dude was on his knees begging for his life. Shaking like a leaf, he hands over something that looks like a black nugget to Leo. Holding this thing, Leo's just staring at it, super sus. This is the black mystic ginseng? It looks nothing like the picture. This looks like something my grandma throws in her soup. When Tony heard that, he was even more shook. Using black mystic ginseng for soup? Just how loaded is this guy? The world of the 1% was just something he couldn't even process. He literally cried his eyes out before Leo finally cut him loose. 8. Now that we're square, you and your little posse can dip. Tony was completely floored. He kind of stammers, You're just gonna let us walk? Leo gives him a look and scoffs. What else? You think you're important enough for me to get my hands dirty? Taking out a shrimp like you ain't even worth the cleanup. Then he winks and adds with a grin, Your sorry life is still a life, I guess, so I'm giving you a pass. Now scram before I change my mind. If you're still trying to catch a forever sleep, well, that's just rude. But hey, as a villain in training, I can at least give him a fair warning. Leo's dealt with tons of cannon fodder like this dude before. They do their little part in the story and then get tossed. They're not even worth a cameo. They all think they're hot stuff because they can fight, but you gotta have brains too. You need the muscle and the hustle to make it big. Hearing that, Tony nearly had a heart attack. Thrown away after use, does he mean he's gonna, and then dump the evidence? The more he thought about it, the more he freaked. So he scrambled up, grabbed his boys, and booked it. Yeah, they were not messing with this guy. All right, I'm out. Tony's reaction had Leo's head spinning, but whatever. Dude didn't even ask. He just passed out in the forest for the night. The next morning, he gets jolted awake by Shorty going, Yo, master, you're up. Ziv, all groggy, sits up and mumbles, Ugh, what time is it? Sunny just gives him this blank stare for a hot sec, then her brain finally catches up and she chirps, It's sun-up time! Then she just hands Ziv this wild berry. He's looking at it real suspicious like, where'd this come from? And Sunny's just all smiles going, I found it over there and I found all this other cool stuff there too. And that's when Ziv finally spots this insane mountain of pitch black shadow ginseng next to the little girl. Bro's face just went completely blank, like his brain crashed. After a full system reboot, he's finally like, okay, that's a lot. Let's just pack it up for now. We'll deal with it later. Meanwhile, Ruby's totally spying on them from behind a tree with this little evil grin in her eye. Cut to a bit later at the appraisal station, and they're all staring at this black gunk on the table that looks suspiciously like dog poop. Autumn is absolutely raging, yelling, Rejected. I told you we don't need to look at this junk. All this time we're wasting. We could have just one click ordered this crap from Amazon. The handmaiden beside her just giggles. Saintess, you can't say that. This summer's heat wave is hitting different, and all these shady merchants are using it as an excuse to jack up the price of shadow ginseng. The government is basically broke and can't afford that kind of cash. Autumn just scoffs, totally unimpressed. Pfft, aren't they just trying to get a freebie? Acting all high and mighty, it's disgusting. And they really have the nerve to dump this problem on us at the Eternity Guild? They're lucky I don't put something extra in their drinks. So while they're in the middle of all this drama, Ziv just walks up like, Yo, excuse me, is this the drop-off spot? And as he's talking, he's fumbling with this huge bag, kind of complaining under his breath. The pic y'all posted was so abstract, I don't know if this is even the right stuff. Hearing this, Autumn is instantly triggered. Abstract? She's thinking, I drew that myself. But before she can totally flame him, her jaw just hits the floor. Autumn shoots up from her chair, totally stunned, because piled on the table is a literal mountain of that precious shadow ginseng we're talking. You could search an entire national park and not find a handful of this stuff. Seeing her face, Ziv gets a little awkward and goes, y'all didn't say how much you wanted, so just pick out what you need? This just makes Autumn's brain short circuit. What did you just say? Pick? Dude, this is shadow ginseng. When she just keeps staring, Ziv gets all confused and asks again, Yo, what's wrong? Is this not what you were looking for? Autumn finally reboots and quickly blurts out, No, this is it. But for real, we only needed the low-grade kind. Ziv just nods at that and suggests, Why don't you just take it all? Autumn and her handmaiden are instantly like, Wait, what? Take it all for real? Dude, do you have any idea how precious this stuff is? Ziv just shrugs and is like, Whatever, I just stumbled on it and I don't even like eating it. At this point, Autumn's mind is just getting blown over and over again. Is this dude serious? He doesn't like to eat it, like you can just casually munch on this stuff? But then a light bulb goes off in her head. The topic for this year's big trial was totally leaked on purpose. Everyone knew the Eternity Guild was on a massive hunt for shadow ginseng. Autumn was convinced Ziv was just using this whole thing to get on the Eternity Guild's good side, and with that thought, a satisfied smirk spreads across her face. Oh, this guy is being so generous. He's totally trying to buy a favor. Autumn pauses for dramatic effect, then goes, well, if you're really offering, then I'm not going to be polite about it. You're a real stand-up guy. You've helped me out big time. This favor, the Eternity Guild gladly accepts. The moment she says the Eternity Guild, Ziv just freezes solid. Before he can even process what's going on, Autumn drops this super dramatic intro. I'm Autumn, the Saintess of the Eternity Guild. Pleasure to meet you. And boom, just like that, Autumn is leading Ziv and his two followers to where they'll be staying. Kim is trailing behind them, happy as a clam. He's on the official roster now, baby. No more being the designated house sitter for him. Master is the best, Kim thinks, and immediately gets way too close to Ziv, sucking up hard. Starting today, Master, you're like a second dad to me. This move has Ziv sweating bullets, trying to create some serious personal space. Kim finally gives him some space, then looks around and says dismissively, so this is the official tournament ground? Kinda lame, not gonna lie. Autumn hears this and just scoffs. That's where you're wrong, buddy. There's no one here because this entire area has been booked out by the three great clans. Those preliminary rounds were basically a joke to mess with people. Almost no one actually passes. All the VIPs from the major powers and clans got a straight shot to the main event. You could say this place is packed with heavy hitters. Anyone without some serious skills is just here to be someone else's highlight reel. Even if they somehow pass the prelims, they just get washed immediately, so making this list is super tough. But since you helped me out big time about those 3 participant slots, it's no problem if you want to add a few more. Ziv has absolutely no clue what he did to help her, but he just smiles and plays it cool. You're too kind, Saintess. Autumn is loving the compliment, and she gives him a little wink before saying, let's bounce. During the main event, room and board are on me. I'll show you guys around. Then she just picks Sunny up in her arms, all concerned. You must be tired of walking, little one, right? Come on, I'll carry you. Ziv just watches her walk off, thinking to himself, dang, this Saintess is way too sheltered. She seems super easy to fool. A little later, at a hotel, Autumn leads Ziv's whole squad to the spot. Before they go in, though, she stops them with a reminder, oh yeah, there's something I gotta give you guys. Hold on to it tight, and don't you dare lose it. As she says that, she chucks something at Ziv. He catches it with lightning-fast reflexes. Inside are 3 cards and a small whistle, but he has no idea what any of it is. Autumn breaks it down for him. Those are the competitor passes. You'll use them to register later. As for the whistle, just consider it a little welcome gift from me to you. If you ever need help, yo, with this thing, the Eternity Guild's got your back. For real. Ziv was kinda sus, like, wait, is this made of bone? And Autumn was all hyped, bragging, I totally yoinked this for you. It's one of a kind, so don't be a clown and waste it. But dude, the second she said that, Vince literally tried to play it like a flute. It did nothing, but Autumn absolutely lost her mind, screeching, I told you not to mess with it. So after that, they rolled into the hotel, and the moment Vince stepped inside, he was like, damn, this place is straight up fire, the decor is sick. This setup is giving major 5-star hotel vibes. The lobby was packed with fighters from everywhere, and the second he walked in, like dozens of them were giving him the death stare. Kim, though? Dude was totally in his own world, just bugging out and yelling. Master, you feeling this vibe? We should totally pimp out our Vegas spot just like this. Vince just straight up ignored him and slid up to the front desk, saying on the low, yo, we need to check in. The dude at the desk looked up, asking how many. Vince just flashed his pass and was like 3, but right then some salty voice pipes up from behind. Are the little kids lost? Did you wander away from your mommy? This ain't a playground, I suggest you run on home. Hearing that, Vince and the squad turned to see this lady with a killer stare walking up. But before they could even clap back, another voice just jumped right in. Yo, why you gotta be all up in their grill for? It was this old dude with a face red as a tomato, clutching a huge jug of booze. He looked completely hammered, but still chimed in, super annoyed. If kids can't compete, then what's a grandma like you doing here for the party? Oh man, that comment totally set her off. She gritted her teeth and snapped back. I was just trying to be nice and give him a warning. What's your damage? It means exactly what it sounds like. The old dude just scoffed and took another swig from his jug. The lady looked like she was trying to fight air, just completely frustrated and hissed all mad. Whatever, some people are just hopeless, and then she and her crew just stormed off. The old guy then looked at Vince and was like, hey kid, don't even trip. Round here, power is all that matters. Doesn't matter if you're a dude, a chick, old, or young. Anyone who got this far ain't no scrub, so what's there to hate on? He told him since it was their first rodeo, they could hit him up if they ran into any drama. Vince was actually kind of touched. For real. So he gave a little nod of thanks and said, thanks, man. Appreciate you looking out. While they were chopping it up, Ruby had somehow popped up, but she was trying to stay on the down low. He was right there, and she couldn't even say, what's up? Talk about tragic. She missed her master like crazy. Heck, she even missed that little red mole he has on his chest. That magnetic vibe he had, even with a whole new face, Ruby would know it anywhere. Downstairs, Vince suddenly got the shivers, feeling like someone was staring a hole straight through him. Super creepy. Later that night, Vince was just chilling in his room, checking out that little bone whistle. He remembered how gassed up Autumn was that morning, and figured if he used it to ask for a cure for his whole situation, it would totally blow his cover. While Vince was lost in thought, a massive crash outside made him jump. He yelled out, "What the hell was that?" And Kim busted in, totally panicked. "Master, we got a huge problem." He's pointing outside while he's talking, and dude, it was a straight up war zone. All you could hear were screams and people yelling stuff like, "The games have begun, it's do or die now, and I'll be sure to send flowers to your funeral, loser." The whole courtyard was just filled with terrified screams. Dudes were dropping like flies, and this creepy dark energy was just everywhere. And right at that moment, in a corner of the courtyard, some dude drops down from the sky, takes a knee, and reports, "Boss, it's done." And yep, it was the same chick who was giving Vince beef earlier. She just smirked and said, "Perfect. Let's bounce to the next spot in Chicago. We are 100% taking first place this time." The second she finished talking, all that shady fog started rolling with her. A dark night, clear moon, cool breeze. Honestly, the perfect weather for some. Permanent problem solving. That little inn was now completely trashed. Insane spiritual energies were just slamming into each other, setting off a couple of huge explosions. The whole bougie hotel was turned to dust in a hot second. Then, bam, 3 different colored beams of energy just blasted into the sky. Obviously, 3 heavy hitters were throwing down. Some old dude, a Marshal King, scoffed, "Well, well, didn't expect to see you clowns here." Someone else let out a nasty laugh. "It's been, what, 4 or 5 years? Hope you haven't gone soft on me." The third one was a lady, and she pouted, all teasing. "Ugh, just looking at your ugly mugs is making me want to puke." The 3 of them were just locked in a stare down, giving each other the evil eye. With all their old and new beef, they were ready to settle the score right here, right now. In the next second, all 3 of them just blitzed each other. One of the guys pulls a whole stack of paper talismans out of thin air. Then he just yeeted them straight at the woman. No hesitation. But she didn't even flinch, just gave him this look like he was a joke. "Is that all you got? You want to be fortune teller? Shouldn't you have read your own future and seen this L coming?" As she said it, she just flicked her wrist. All the umbrellas around her flew up on their own, blocking every single talisman. And right then, the other Marshal King just dropped in from the sky. He scoffed, "One's a total show-off, the other's just making a mess. You 2 posers, watch and learn what a real fight looks like." And with that, he gripped his staff and slammed it down. In a split second, blinding flashes of energy just exploded everywhere from the impact. Kim was watching the whole thing from a distance, completely starstruck. After a sec, he got all hyped up and yelled, "So this is what a battle between the big dogs looks like. All these pros from everywhere going all out to be number 1. It's so freaking intense and awesome." So while Kim's over there acting like a total stan, the vibe on the other side was straight up toxic. This chick was shooting daggers at the Marshal King, and you could feel the bad blood from a mile away. And of course, Vince is just chilling, watching the whole mess go down. He's probably thinking, "Bro, these dudes look like they're just airing out their dirty laundry in public." Then, bam! A noise from behind makes him jump out of his skin and spin around. 3 goons roll up from a distance, smirking like villains, all like, "Yo, fresh meat! Let's snag their cards!" And Zeke's just like, it's these same clowns from this morning!" Kim instantly dives in front of him, screaming, "Master, look out!" The other dudes see this and totally freak, yelling, "Watch it!" This one dude was about to charge, but before he could even blink, Kim just makes it rain. He throws a whole stack of paper in the air. The whole crew's eyes practically popped out of their heads. It was a fat stack of cash. But by the time the money floated down, poof! They were gone. The goons are looking around all confused, like, where the heck did they go? Did they just ghost us? It's gotta be a trick. They immediately start scrambling to find him. But this one greedy dude bends over to scoop up the cash, all high and mighty. Like, "Forget them! I'm securing the bag!" He barely gets the words out before a blade just zips across his neck. His 2 homies see it and lose their minds. "Dude, it's a setup." They raise their swords, totally sketched out, and then they see her, a woman, just strolling towards them, sword in hand. They're shaking, asking, "Who are you?" But Ruby, not a single word. She just hits them with this ice-cold line, "You're the clowns who thought you could touch my master?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, a massive flash of light just rips across the night sky. It's Xiao Shuai, carrying Zeke and Kim, blasting through the air like a freaking rocket. You'd think it was just some random light show. But nope, it totally stopped the brawl between those three martial kings dead in its tracks. Because they all felt that insane martial saint energy. Back down on the ground, Ruby had just dealt with those three wannabe gangsters, and she even yoinked their 3 entry cards. She happily stashes them in her spatial ring. Then she starts thinking about something, and her cheeks go beet red as she starts whispering to herself, once I collect 520 of these things, I'm going to give this ring to Master, and that'll be my perfect excuse to hang out with him again. At the same time, Zeke and the crew just touched down on some random rooftop. Anon Kim is totally Ralphing his guts out. He's all shaky, mumbling, dude, promise me. Next time, grab my belt or whatever, just not my collar. After he's finished, Kim looks over at Zeke and goes, so, Master, what's the play? Zeke just lets out a little chuckle and says all hyped, what else, my dude? We're gonna watch the show. Kim is completely clueless, and before he can even process that, a whole roasted chicken just appears in his hands. Then Zeke pulls 2 freaking lawn chairs out of nowhere. He flops down in one and waves Kim over, all cheerful. Come on, man! Kick back, relax for a bit. Kim is just staring, thinking, why on earth does my master just carry this stuff around? Of course, Zeke has no clue what's going through his head. He just keeps on grinning and says, yo, you said you wanted to come with, right? Wasn't it to get on that big shot leaderboard? Don't trip. Your master didn't forget. Then he whips out one of the cards and breaks it down for it. If I'm calling this right, we got to collect these cards. The more you have, the higher your score. So we're just going to post up here, let them all beat the crap out of each other, and then we'll just swoop in and find the dude with the highest score. It was like a cartoon light bulb just flicked on over Kim's head. That plan was straight up, and just like that, the 3 of them are just vibing on the roof, happy as can be. But while they're munching on their snacks, something just dives out of the sky. And suddenly, Xiao Shuai is all tangled up in some crazy vines. Meanwhile, back at the Ironclad sect in downtown Austin, Mr. Harrison is deep in the zone with his training. All of a sudden, his eyes snap open, and they're glowing like crazy. He's just staring at the spirit energy swirling in his hand. He's like, whoa, this feeling, it's pure, uncut power. Mr. Harrison is so hyped, he's actually tearing up. He can't believe he finally found a technique that perfectly vibes with his 9-coil heart guard formation. Man, giving away all that stuff, once he gets this technique down, he's going to one-shot all those haters who called him the Turtle King. But it looks like the instructions are still missing a few pages. Guess he'll just have to hit up Zeke for the rest of the deets next time he sees him. Just thinking about it makes Mr. Harrison's face light up like a Christmas tree, and he bounces out of the room, basically skipping. A disciple sees him and immediately bows like, Sect Master, you're done with your meditation? Mr. Harrison just gives a chill nod and asks, so, anything crazy happen around here while I was out? The disciple snaps to attention. Reporting, sir. Everything's been totally quiet for the last few days. Right on cue, Yara's voice cuts in. Dad, you're out. Mr. Harrison looks over at her with this huge grin and says, Yara, honey, get over here. I've got something insane to show you. As he's saying this, 9 streams of spirit energy just pop into his hand. Yara sees it and her jaw drops, but then she's like, wait, that's the 9-coil heart guard formation. It doesn't look any different. But Mr. Harrison just smirks and says, look again, but closer this time. Yara's still a little sus, but she really focuses. And in a flash, she realizes she's standing on a giant freaking lotus flower. She's totally bugging out and yells, no way, this is the golden lotus of the Tathagata. Seeing that Yara gets it, Mr. Harrison is just beaming with pride. Then he happily explains, my 9-coil heart guard formation has always been called the ultimate defense, right? But it can only block, it can't fight back, which is a total bummer when you're in a real jam. For times, years, asterisk, man, I've been hunting for a technique that could fuse with the 9-coil heart guard formation, and I seriously can't believe I finally found it. Once I nail this down, my 9-coil heart guard formation will be able to throw down times and times, put up a shield. Can you even imagine how epic that's going to be? As he's saying this, Mr. Harrison adds with a ton of gratitude, and I owe it all to my boy, Zeke. Oh, speaking of, how's Zeke doing? I gotta go see him and thank him myself. Yara immediately hits him with, Dad, Zeke and his student aren't at the shop anymore. And those words just completely wrecked Mr. Harrison's whole vibe. He gets all dramatic. Like, why would Zeke just ghost me like that? He could have at least let me say bye. We had such an awesome connection, and now it's just gone. I hate everything. Yara is just standing there speechless for a second before she rushes to explain. He totally told me he wanted to get a student into this tournament. The whole thing kicked off a couple of days ago, so he's probably there with him right now. Competing! Hearing this, Mr. Harrison finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Yo, sweetheart, next time we talk, maybe try taking a breath? For real though, I'm just glad you're okay. But Yi, why'd you leave your old man in the dark? If I'd known Avi was gonna throw down, I would have shown him the ropes. This qualifier is a straight up death trap. It's a miracle he even passed. Yi just scoffed. Dad, you were cooped up training so hard you were about to go psycho. How the heck was I supposed to call you? Father Jia went totally silent, his eyes just zoning out as he got lost in his thoughts. He figured Ziwei just couldn't stand to watch his favorite student become a hermit just like him. Man, what a solid master. Elsewhere, after Lil Shuai got snatched up, Kim was shaking like a leaf, mumbling, "We're toast. We are so totally toast." Just then, a woman's voice cut in. "I told you already. What's a little squirt like you even doing here? Just give up already. I don't really want to have to smack a little kid around." The attacker was that unhinged chick from this morning, surrounded by these gnarly red vines that could actually grab people. Zave was just chilling on the sidelines, and after a beat, he was like, "Okay, this is seriously weird." A panicked Kim scrambled up to him, yelling, "Master, they got my bro!" The woman saw this and was just completely thrown. Yo, who's this clueless looking dude? Ain't that the kid hanging with Zave? Does he seriously have zero chill? She was getting no fighter vibes from Zave at all, so she just wrote him off as some random NPC. Right then, Zave figured out what that red stuff reminded him of. It looked a whole lot like a smaya. The woman stared at him a little longer and then started second-guessing herself. Something ain't right. Not right at all. This is the official tournament. How could a normie just waltz in? And it's not just him. The kid next to him doesn't have a fighter's aura either. Are they using some kind of trick to hide their real power? The more she molded over, the more it clicked. But if you're here for a fight, why would you hide your strength? Meanwhile, Kim was so scared he was about to have an accident. Even though he knew Zave and his skills were totally OP, this lady was still a top-tier fighter, no matter how you cut it. But Zave was just standing there, cool as a cucumber, which had him feeling all kinds of impressed. That's my master for ya. His bro is literally being held hostage, and he's completely unfazed. That powerful silhouette is so freaking cool. The more Kim thought about it, the more he idolized Zave. But my dude was totally misreading the situation. Zave was just studying that stuff that looked like a smaya. He frowned, muttering, "Was this thing like a natural phenomenon, or is it made from inner energy like Old Man Shia's technique?" Anyway, he wasn't worried about Lil Shuai. This was a rare opportunity. So he reached into his pocket to pull something out. The woman saw this and freaked, thinking, "He's making his move." And just like that, Zave whipped out a legendary dragon-slaying saber. He grinned and said, "Well, first things first, let's just chop a little piece off for a closer look." At that exact moment, on a street corner in downtown Austin, the old guy who helped Zave earlier was stumbling around, clutching a jug of wine. He was muttering to himself, "I can't believe this dinky little Group A qualifier has a freaking martial saint. It'd be a damn crime if our Wooting sect didn't scout a pro like that." But just then, a loud curse echoed from a rooftop nearby. "What the hell? Are you crazy?" The old man looked up, confused, and saw that woman absolutely losing her mind at Zave. "This kid is in my hands. I have a hostage here. Damn it. Can you show me some respect? If not for me, at least respect the hostage." Spotting her, the drunken celestial cursed under his breath. "Is that Psycho from this morning looking down on people again? She's got a pretty solid aura. Nice. Looks like an entry-level martial king." Thinking this, he took a closer look and immediately saw that she was holding Lil Shuai hostage. He was just wondering where the hell this kid's parents were. But then a sharp times echoed from the roof, so loud the drunken celestial couldn't even think. It was the sound of Zave's dragon-slaying saber smacking against the woman's vine. Kim was just having a full-blown panic attack in the background. Down below, the drunken celestial strained his ears, trying to piece together what was happening up there. To him, it sounded like Zave was desperately trying to save his student, all while Kim was blaming himself and wanting to just disappear. Man, that old guy is seriously deaf. At the same time, on the roof, Zave's actions were really starting to tick off the psycho chick. She gritted her teeth and warned, "You better believe I'll off this hostage, right now." But before she could even finish her sentence, a blast of spiritual energy shot right past her, scaring the daylights out of her. In that instant, a figure appeared on the roof. The drunken celestial had already snatched Lil Shuai and was starting to lay into her. "Miss Chen, you'd really bully a little kid like this?" There are hundreds of people in this group A tournament, and you just had to go after these three? You get your kicks from picking on the weak or something? The woman, furious that he'd crashed her party, screamed, "Where the hell did you come from, old man? Which one of your eyes saw me bullying a kid? It's obviously that guy who's picking a fight with me, but the drunken celestial just kept on with his righteous act. I saw it with both my own eyes. That poor guy doesn't even know how to focus his chi for an attack. All he can do is swing that blade around. Look how pathetic he is." His words pushed the woman right over the edge. She gritted her teeth and screamed, "I've had it with this soul-devouring secret art." The second the words left her mouth, those vine-like things around her went wild. They shot out towards the drunken celestial. The old man dodged, but Zave got tangled up. Seeing this, she got all pumped up and yelled, "So you were hiding your power to mess with me, huh? Let's see just how tough you really are." From a distance, the drunken celestial let out a string of angry curses. That old witch actually knows the soul-devouring art. Oh, we're screwed. Hearing this, Lil Shuai jumped in to calm him down. "Chill out, Gramps. My master's stupid strong. He's got this. No sweat." The tipsy master heard that and, oh my god, he looked so crushed, like he was about to straight up ugly cry. Dude, I get it. A disciple's always going to see their master as the GOAT, the one who's always got their back. He's a real one for trying to save you. He even snapped his own frickin' sword, but once that soul-devouring thing kicks off, there's no off switch. The victim gets all their energy just yoinked. Until they're completely drained and basically a nobody, he said, pretty much calling it for Ziwei. But then, plot twist, something totally wild started happening to Ziwei's body. The vines holding him just started falling apart. The whole scene left the tipsy master and that chick completely shook. She was staring at him like she'd seen a ghost. Like, how is this even happening? That soul-devouring move only flops in two cases. One, the target is a total normie with zero power. Not a single drop of energy. Two, the target's power level is just on a whole other planet than the user's. So while this lady was totally bugging out, Ziwei slowly opens his eyes and is like, "Yo, your grip is kind of weak. I thought this was supposed to be the big boss move or something." The second he broke free, the attack ricocheted back on her and she started hacking up a lung. She had no clue who the hell Ziwei was, and honestly, the tipsy master was just as lost. While everyone was tripping, another person just times appeared on the roof. It was Hong Tu, and bam! In a flash, she swooped in and scooped Ziwei right into her arms. Ziwei's just staring at this new girl, confused AF, and was about to be like, "Who are you?" But before he could even get a word out, Hong Tu puts him down, then pulls him into this insane death grip hug, calling him Master. Ziwei's brain was just buffering, and she's going on in this super cutesy voice. "It's all my fault. I'm late. I made you do the dirty work yourself, Master. But you're still so handsome." Just styling on your enemies so easily. After that, Hong Tu hands him her space ring. "Master, check it out. Inside this ring, there are exactly 520 participant tokens, which is basically my code for I love you forever." Then she's all like, "Ziwei must have gone incognito to join the competition just to meet the three great sects, and she was totally fangirling over how smart he was." Ziwei's just standing there like a deer in headlights, not catching a single word she's saying. Seeing him just stay quiet, Hong Tu's eyes immediately started welling up. "You're still mad at me, aren't you? You used to call me Tutu." Ziwei looked at her, totally lost, before finally saying, Tutu, how long have you been, following me?" Hong Tu instantly lit up like a Christmas tree and said with this huge grin, "Ever since you saved me when I was super messed up. Duh, I knew your vibe the second I saw you, Master." And then, the light bulb went off for Ziwei, and he asked again, "So that whole preliminary contest for the Black Mystic Ginseng and all that loot Lil Shuai found, was that you secretly setting all that up for us?" Hong Tu just nodded, totally owning it. "Of course! Was I a huge help, Master?" "Yeah, you helped out big time," Ziwei said, super chill, even giving her a little pat on the head. No wonder he always felt like someone was watching him. So it was this girl the whole time. And judging by how she's acting, she must have been hella tight with the dude who used to run this body. He wondered how Hong Tu even knew the OG. Man, I really hope I don't blow my cover. Just then, Yujin runs over like, "Master, you good? You had me freaking out back there." The tipsy master heard that and just started cracking up. "Haha, your master's totally fine." He made a noob level Marshall King's soul-devouring technique totally backfire on her. "Kid, You're a low-key beast. It was only for a split second, but I definitely felt some vibes way stronger than a martial king coming from right here. When I saw you get snatched earlier, I thought that old lady was just messing with some rando. I totally spaced that if you're in these big leagues, there's no way you're just some scrub. Even when your disciple got snatched, you refused to show your true power and actually hurt someone. You just whipped out a prop dagger. And even when that girl used her crazy soul-devouring move, you didn't even flinch. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. That whole vibe fits my Wu Ding sect perfectly. The tipsy master was grinning, totally digging it. A talent like this? I gotta recruit this kid. With that thought, he raised an eyebrow and was like, "So kid, what's your name?" Hearing his voice, Ziwei glanced over at the old dude, totally giving him the side eye. What's this guy's deal? How does he look even more like a villain than I do? While Ziwei was spacing out, Hong Tu walks up with a frown and asks, "Master, you want me to handle him?" he asked, kinda skeptical. "You know this guy?" Hong Tu just nodded, super casual, and was like, "I know times of times him, but he's not important enough to know me. If I'm not wrong, he's the third elder of the Wu Ding sect. People around here call him the Tipsy Master." Hearing this, Ziwei was shook. "The Wu Ding sect? You mean like one of the three great sects?" Hong Tu nodded. "Yup. Back in the day, I figured they were broke and their disciples were a hot mess, so when I was challenging all the sects, I just straight up ghosted them." Ziwei couldn't help but sigh. Like, you can just ghost a whole sect like that? Were you that much of a badass back then? Hong Tu kept going. After that, the other sects started thinking they were teaming up with the demonic cult. If the Wu Ding sect didn't have three top-tier martial emperor elders holding down the fort, they probably would have just torn themselves apart from all the drama. But I remember, back in the demonic cult's prime, even if every single top dog from the three great sects ganged up, they still couldn't have laid a single finger on us. We might be in our flop era right now, but she knew we'd be back on top soon enough. The tipsy master, standing a ways off, could just see them yapping and laughing, with zero clue what tea was being spilled. He finally got fed up and yelled out in this deep voice, "Hey kid, I'm talking to you. What's your name? You got a crew? A master?" At that, Ziwei and Hongtu finally paused their little gossip sesh. Sizing up the old guy, Ziwei slowly said, "My name's Li Ziwei. Thanks for having my back earlier, sir. What should I call you?" The tipsy master just chuckled and said, "My own kids just call me old man, so just call me whatever you feel like." Seeing Ziwei actually bow his head to the guy, Hong Tu, who was standing behind him, felt her heart break a little. Since when did her master ever have to personally suck up to anybody? What the hell even went down while I was looking for my master? As she was spacing out, Kim rolled up and called out to her. Ruby snapped back to reality and just gave him a death glare. He got all awkward and asked, hey, what's your name? You know my master?" Ruby just looked at Kim like he was something she scraped off her shoe before straight up ghosting him. She was still beyond pissed. If I'd just been there to protect him, my master wouldn't be stuck with this crew of clowns. Ruby suddenly started daydreaming about having Z's babies, and the more she thought about it, the redder her face got. But just as she was getting totally lost in the sauce, Grandmaster Thorn butted in. "Yo, is this girl with y'all or what?" he said, staring Ruby down. She wasn't exactly hiding her power level, but her whole vibe was just off. You just couldn't get a read on her. Right then, Z hopped in front of Ruby and spoke up. "Yeah, that's my cousin. We haven't seen each other in years, so it's wild running into her here. She's not really a people person, you know?" "My bad, sir." Hearing this, Grandmaster Thorn immediately laughed and said, "Oh, gotcha. Well, long as you know her, we're cool." You guys probably know this huge tournament is hosted by the three great clans. The whole point is to find the sickest fighters from all over the country. Hearing this, Junior and Kim's eyes practically popped out of their heads as they leaned in. He kept going. But the real play here is to scoop up thousands of skilled fighters. And this old man can tell you guys have some serious game. So what do you say? Want to roll with our martial alliance? Without even thinking, Z straight up shut him down. "Thanks, but I'm good." The next morning, in the carriage heading back, after Skylar heard the whole story from yesterday, she totally lost her mind. "You curved an offer from one of the freaking head honchos of the Martial Alliance?" Z just casually shot back. "Yeah, pretty much. For some reason, he was weirdly obsessed with me and Junior joining up." Skylar leaned in closer to him and gave him the side eye, asking, "So, you're for real? Not gonna do it?" "Nah, I'll pass." Z just shrugged it off and said flatly, "Being someone's puppet, playing by their rules. What's the upside? I'd rather just build my own empire, call my own shots, you feel me?" Skylar thought that was a hot take. He wasn't wrong. Everyone out there called her the Saintess of the Eternal Pavilion, but like, how many of them even knew her actual name? Z might not look like a genius, but he sees the whole board, not just the pieces. At that exact moment, Z suddenly got this wicked little smirk on his face, checking out the title on some book. He thought it was totally fire. He could definitely use it to get the word out later. The Crimson Order would blow up, no doubt, but he needed to cook up a dope name. He couldn't just call it the Demon Cult. I'll have to spitball some ideas with Ruby later. While he was thinking, the carriage rolled to a stop. The driver immediately shouted, "8, boss, we're here!" Z quickly hopped out. He said all casual, "Appreciate the lift, your highness." "Want to pop into my shop for a drink or something?" Skylar asked, kind of thrown off. "Wait, you got a shop?" But before Z could even get a word out, suddenly, bam, fireworks are popping off everywhere, lighting up the whole sky. Z looked inside, completely floored, and saw this lady striding towards them with 2 perfect lines of servants on either side. They all shouted together, "All hail the Eastwood's triumphant return." The Eastwoods are legends, the goats, the best in the world. A maid rolled up to Z and said with a smile, "Sir, where's my young master at? I've got a message for him." Z pointed behind him and said, "Your boy's in the carriage right back there." Just then, Mr. H and Eve popped up to say what's up. "Z, my dude." He pulled Z into this massive hug, smiling like a maniac. "It's only been a few days, but it feels like ages. You're finally back. I've been posted up here since sunrise just to be the first one to give you your props." Eve saw this and was cringing so hard, she had to remind him, "Dad, can you please have some chill?" At the same time, Skylar hopped out of the carriage. She called out, "Mr. Harrison?" And Mr. H whipped around, but Skylar's jaw just hit the floor. What is even happening? Is this for real the same Mr. H she knows? Eve was the first one to break the silence, quickly asking, "Skylar, what the heck are you doing here?" Skylar, looking confused AF with a million questions over her head, snapped back, "Right back at ya! I was about to ask you the same thing." "What are y'all even doing here? Do you all know each other?" Eve gave a little nod and replied, Yeah, obviously. This is the dude I was telling you about. Let me introduce you. This is Z." But is his name really the main event right now? Skylar shot her a look, totally ticked off. "Are you for real? Mr. H is supposed to be this super composed, grown-up dude? Why is he acting like a total groupie for this guy?" Mr. H turned and got all up in her face. "Look, I get that you're the saintess of the Eternal Pavilion or whatever, but out here, power is the only thing that talks? There's a damn good reason I call Z Master. So who do you think you are, talking to him like that?" Skylar just busted out laughing, completely baffled. "But Mr. H, aren't you ancient? Calling a kid like him your bro is kinda cringe, don't you think?" Mr. H just waved her off and said calmly, "Hey, like the old heads say, age is just a number when it comes to knowledge. Whoever's got the skills is the teacher. If Z would let me, I'd straight up call him Pops." He was gassing Z up so hard, you'd think he was about to build a whole ass shrine to him, which just left Skylar shook. She slid a look over to Eve and whispered, "What is up with your dad? Is he always this extra?" Eve just shook her head and replied, "Don't even trip. He's just on one right now." Skylar furrowed her brow, looking skeptical AF, and asked, "On one? Did your dad really level up his game or something, cause of this Z dude?" Eve just casually confirmed it, like it was no big deal. "You know it. Remember that one major flaw my dad's ninefold heart guard formation had?" Skylar shot back, all chill. "Duh. The ninefold heart guard is like S-tier defense, but it's got 0 offense, so you're basically a sitting duck. Mr. Hayes has been dying to find a technique that can combo with his, but for real, how is that ever going to be easy? Let's not even talk about his 9-bend heart guard formation. You can't have it all. How many techniques in this whole world can actually just fuse into one?" Mr. Hayes was totally ignoring them, laser focused on Zeke. "Yo, Zeke, my dude, can you peep this move for me and see if anything's off?" A second later, inside the tea house, Autumn was literally clutching her head like her mind was blown. How did it even get to this point? So this is the sketchy guy Yaya was talking about before. I'm pretty sure she said something about a little kid being with him, too. Yaya, who was right there, was just fangirling so hard. You know what? Even though Zeke's not flexing his real power, he's low-key a beast. If he joined the Ironclad sect, it would be an absolute game changer. Autumn was thinking it wasn't just Yaya. Even Mr. Hayes had been completely played by Zeke. I mean, how old does he even look? How strong could he possibly be? Mr. Hayes is a freaking martial saint, and he needs to ask this dude for advice? Oh, and get this. Autumn gave a token to some total rando with a shady past. Is it even possible to get that back now? At the same time, Mr. Hayes was showing off his moves for Zeke, and In a flash, a whole mess of phantom swords popped up, looking like they were straight up ripping the air apart. Autumn, who was inside, felt that crazy vibe and immediately started freaking out. Outside, Mr. Hayes had already thrown a palm seal. With a massive bam, his palm strike totally wrecked the ground. When the spiritual energy faded, a perfect handprint was just chilling there, smashed into the dirt. Mr. Hayes looked at Zeke, all hyped up, and was like, "Zeke, my guy, what do you think? It's not as OP as that kid's, but it's got potential, right?" But the second he finished talking, he saw Zeke frowning, and my man immediately started to panic. His whole face just dropped, his eyebrows all scrunched up tight. He had that super stressed out look, like, was my performance so bad that Zeke has to do some deep thinking before he can even say anything? But nah, Mr. Hayes was just tripping. Zeke was actually having a full-on meltdown internally. Like, who actually practices a broken, incomplete technique? This dude's got to be on the enemy team, right? He's basically just playing himself. But wait, if Zeke keeps his style 100% identical to the old masters, then they'd never suspect him, would they? Right now, to them, Zeke is just some normal, harmless dude. Besides, you gotta spend money to make money when you're recruiting, so throwing out a light version of a technique to pull in some new members ain't a terrible idea. At that exact moment, Autumn had just sprinted over to the scene. Seeing the mess in front of her, she was too shook to even speak. Everything Yaya said was actually true. The next day, Autumn bounced back to the headquarters of the Eternity Pavilion. Some lady was just lounging on a chair while Autumn was kneeling on the floor. That woman raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You actually did good this time." With this stuff, our so-called emperor should chill out for a while. I just wonder how many people's stashes had to get raided to get this much high-grade black mystic ginseng. Autumn reported in a low voice. Reporting to the matriarch, all of this black mystic ginseng came from a single person. The matriarch was totally shocked to hear this. She slowly explained, "At first, I thought he was just trying to suck up to the Eternity Pavilion, but he didn't take a single thing. He only asked me for 3 spots in the official trials." She said it was only after she got them back to Riverside Town that she felt like something was up. She was thinking, if Zeke has a way to make the 9-bend heart guard formation sync up with other techniques, couldn't we do it too? But before she could even finish, the matriarch just shut her down. Ice cold. "That's enough." Autumn flinched and went dead silent. The matriarch went on, "Autumn, have you forgotten your place? Those who raise goo worms are not allowed to practice martial arts. If you want to learn, you'll have to ask that little parasite living inside you if it's cool with that. Besides, you are the saintess of the Eternity Pavilion. How can you just be out here making friends with randoms?" Autumn shut up after hearing that, but she was so not having it and stubbornly clapped back. But Skylar got to train and became a martial king. Not only can she train, she even recruits a bunch of hotties to keep her company. I just got a vibe that this guy is more than he seems and wanted to be friends. That's all. "You little brat!" The matriarch absolutely exploded, making Autumn tremble in fear on the floor. She narrowed her eyes at her and said coldly, "It's rare for me to praise you, and in return, you want to argue with me?" The matriarch said that Skylar is a special case and Autumn is not her. Skylar also jumped in the grand tournament this time and has been in a coma ever since because her internal energy totally backfired on her. The matriarch knows that Autumn was in charge of the Group A tournament, so she ordered her to get to the bottom of this whole mess. She wants to see who has the guts to mess with someone from the Eternity Pavilion. As she said this, the matriarch's face was giving off major "I'm gonna end you" vibes. She gritted her teeth and said, "They dare to bully my people? Oh, I'll make sure to skin this person alive." For a bunch of days after that, Riverside Town was buzzing with crazy energy. Everyone was non-stop gossiping about the first place winner from the tournament. Some people were calling cap, but others were thrilled that their tiny town had produced such a big shot. Some were also just happy because business was absolutely booming. An old lady laughed super excitedly and said, "Our town has been so lit lately, business at my shop has been way better too." While everyone was just chatting away, a hesitant voice suddenly piped up from behind them. Sorry to butt in, but could you tell me if there's anywhere in this town to crash for the night?" Everyone whipped their heads around and saw a monk and a little junior monk walking up. A ton of people have been rolling into town lately, so the inns are probably all booked solid. The Grand Hotel might have some empty rooms, but it got a new owner a while back and is a total construction zone right now. Just then, the little monk pointed at a stand selling candied fruit skewers and yelled, all excited, "Big bro, I want to eat that!" The senior monk sighed like he was so over it, but still pulled out some cash to buy the little monk a stick of candy, not forgetting to remind him, "Yo, the money master gave us before we left the mountain is almost gone. You need to be a little more frugal." Too bad the little monk was just vibing and didn't hear a single word of it. Alright, so this monk dude was literally about to dip. But then, bam, his eyes lock onto this old lady. Skylar bounces over with a fruit basket, all smiles. Auntie Flora, I brought you some fruit. Oh, and my boss said you can totally swing by the inn with the stuff later. Auntie Flora just patted the kid's head, smiling. You got it, sweetie. I'll be over in a bit. So, how's the shop coming along? When's the big launch? Skylar was practically buzzing. Tomorrow. We're opening tomorrow. You have to be there, Auntie. When she heard that, it totally clicked for Auntie Flora. She remembered the two monks and was like, oh, that's right. This master right here is actually looking for a place to crash. Meanwhile, across town, over at Zeke's new spot, the whole crew was scrambling to get the sign perfect. Autumn was even on the ground, calling the shots. Zeke walks out, sees the whole thing, and says, super awkwardly, I cannot believe I have the great Saintess herself doing grunt work. This is beyond embarrassing. Autumn just narrowed her eyes and scoffed. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Are you just waking up? Zeke lets out this massive yawn, totally chill, and claps back, bro, I've been grinding nonstop. It's way worse than a 9 to 5. I finally get a second to breathe, so you bet I'm gonna sleep in. But speaking of, weren't you supposed to dip and report back? The tournament's over. Why are you still kicking it in Oak Creek? Hearing that, Autumn just snorted. This Saintess does what she wants. I stay where I want. It's not every day I get to escape and have some fun, so there's no way I'm going back yet. And in her head, she was thinking, Autumn asked, all suspicious, speaking of, did you run into anybody sketchy in Group A? Zeke got kind of freaked out and started mumbling, sketchy people? Dude, I thought literally everyone was sketchy. He had no idea why she was suddenly grilling him. Ruby's cover can't be blown, right? They've never even been in the same room. Bro, let's be real. The sketchiest person in this whole situation is Zeke himself. But after a second, Autumn just sighed and was like, yeah, I guess you're right. Group A was just a bunch of random fighters, so it's totally normal they were all paranoid. Then she asked, okay, but did you see a woman who could control vines? She had a whole squad of pretty boys following her, so she should have been pretty easy to spot. The second he heard that description, Zeke knew exactly who she meant. Wait, wasn't that the random chick from the other night? Hold up, are we starting a whole new side quest right now? Thinking this, he stalled. Maybe you should tell me who this lady is first? Autumn, totally oblivious, just says casually, her name's Mona, she's a disciple from the Eternity Pavilion. The matriarch is super high on her, she got seriously messed up in the tournament. Now, the matriarch is pissed and ordered us to find the person who did it. Oh, so that's the tea. Zeke was stunned and just let out this super awkward laugh. But on the inside, my dude was not laughing. That power ricochet, was that his fault? But he didn't even lift a finger! Is the power level on this body really that OP? While Zeke was having an internal meltdown, Skylar came skipping back with the two monks chirping, Boss, I'm back, and I got us some customers. The younger monk spotted Zeke and totally lit up, shouting, Yo, it's you! You're the guy who brought a kid to the qualifiers. Zeke had absolutely zero clue who this guy was, but he slapped on a polite smile anyway and said, Oh hey, small world. Well, since you're customers, let's head inside and talk business. Then he turned to Autumn and was like, Your Holiness, you should come check it out too. And with that, the whole gang went inside. The shop was just dripping with priceless treasures. Everything was so shiny, it was practically blinding. Autumn took one look and was seriously impressed. Whoa, this place is stacked. No wonder you were able to just whip out all that black mystic ginseng. Yep, looked like her theory was 100% correct. Zeke couldn't care less about the big three clans, and he could help Mr. Harrison level up, so why would he ever need to kiss up to the Eternity Pavilion? With that thought, Autumn put on a super sweet smile and said, I think I heard him say once that this place used to be called the #1 Inn. Why the name changed? Before Zeke could even open his mouth, the monk behind him just went off. To be transcendent, you gotta be in the trenches, to witness the great tides of time. The lowdown is, the only way to be truly free is to live in this mess of a world. People like us gotta be ready for the drama 24/7. And when you're out there, the hardest, most valuable thing to find is just two little words, peace and quiet. This inn is a pit stop, a place where people can just take a breather. Even though it's smack in the middle of all the chaos, the whole vibe is that everyone can find a chill spot to rest here. What a truly epic philosophy. At this point, the monk was basically worshipping the ground Zeke walked on, praising him with actual tears rolling down his face. This name is absolute fire. Hearing this, Zeke got all emotional too. For real? You think so? He couldn't believe he'd found someone who totally got his vibe. It was like he'd found his long-lost twin. So, let's rewind to the other night in Zeke's room. Zeke and Ruby finally got some alone time after everyone else passed out. Zeke started out all casual. So you've probably heard, but I got hit with this nasty curse, so I can't just go all out with my powers. I've made contact with the Ironclad sect in the big three clans now, so we're just going to have to wing it when it comes to bringing back the demonic sect. Ruby didn't have any issues, just nodded and said, understood. Ruby was always 100% loyal to her master. Zeke smiled, pleased. You don't have to be so wound up, you know. It's just the two of us here, and there are a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. The second he said that, Ruby's mind went straight into the gutter, and her cheeks started blushing. Just her and her master all alone. A couple of things to discuss. He couldn't possibly mean. Asterisk those times things, right? The more she thought about it, the more hyped she got. For a girl who literally dreams about hooking up with her master, this was like the best news ever. Sucks for her, she was getting way ahead of herself. Zeke just wanted to ask her what she thought of the name, the Peace and Quiet Inn. Ruby was completely shook. He called her in here in the middle of the night for that. Snapping out of his daze, Vince grabbed the monk's hand, like super tight. They just stared at each other like they were long-lost homies. Tanya, who was totally spying, couldn't stop herself from getting all mushy inside. So wait, that name actually had a deep meaning? Wow, I feel so basic right now. But was that times really times what Vince was thinking? Hell no. It's like they say in the movies, the more you try to hide something, the more you stand out. As long as he kept his mouth shut, who in their right mind would guess that Vince, the freaking demon lord, was running a motel right here? While he was zoning out, the monk piped up. So, sir, can we crash here or nah? Vince nodded without even thinking twice. Yeah, for sure. And drop the sir stuff. Just call me Manager Li. Then he told Kiddo to get the two monks hooked up with a room for the night. The second they walked into the room, their eyes totally lit up like everything was brand spanking new. The little monk's big bro immediately face planted onto the bed, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, a real bed. But the little monk was not having it. He started shaking him like a maniac. Big bro, don't you even think about falling asleep? You're just faking it. If you close your eyes now, you'll look like you're literally in a coma. Big bro must have shot him a look because the little monk got all pouty. That's not what I meant. But he snapped out of it super fast, getting all hyped up again. No freaking way, Master said. We were going to hit the jackpot with a huge opportunity here in Riverside Town. How are we supposed to find it if we just sit here? His big bro just sighed. Funny how you weren't thinking about any opportunity when you were chasing clout earlier. And now all of a sudden you remember. Look, if Master said it's here, then it's here. It's not going to grow legs and walk away, so just chill for a minute. But the little monk was not letting this go, still yanking on his robe. Destiny ain't got legs. It's not going to just show up and knock on our door. Big bro, get up already. Let's go. Just then, someone walked in, making them both jump. The little monk frowned. Yo, who is it? The little monk zipped outside and came right back, holding a fruit basket, and announced all stoked. A maid brought this! She said it's a freebie for the grand opening. Just make sure you say thanks. Go ahead and eat it. Just let me get some sleep, Big Bro mumbled, letting out a huge yawn. All Master ever said was, go to Riverside Town. He never spilled the tea on what this big opportunity even was. Whatever, he figured he'd sleep first. You gotta be rested to find your destiny, am I right? But the second he shut his eyes, a scream from the little monk snapped him wide awake. He shot up, super annoyed. What is it now? The little monk held out the basket for him to see, shaking as he mumbled, this is. But before the kid could even finish, his big bro's eyes were literally popping out of his head, then a massive grin just spread across his face. We hit the jackpot! Meanwhile, outside the Serenity Inn, Auntie Flora rolled up with her whole squad. She was grinning from ear to ear. Manager Lee, sweetie, you pimped this place out. It's like a palace. You ain't gonna find another spot this fire in all of Midland. And with that, the old lady handed him a flower wreath. The thing is, it looks straight up like a funeral wreath. Just add a picture of some dead guy and you're set for a memorial service. Being from the modern world, Vince knew this, but he couldn't just say it, so he forced a smile. Thanks, Auntie Flora, but this design is giving me some serious deja vu. Auntie Flora clapped him on the shoulder, beaming, ha ha, I'll be here tomorrow to hype up the grand opening, kiddo. You've been clowned on for so long, it's still kinda trippy seeing you as the boss. But hey, it was a good thing. Vince was the manager now, he could look out for those kids. She'd basically watch them grow up, you know? Vince was kind of shook when he heard that. He asked, a little confused, the kids? You mean like, kiddo? Auntie Flora just waved it off. Let's not get into all that now. I'm bouncing. You got work to do. Aight, bet. Don't forget to bring the whole crew tomorrow, Auntie Flora. Vince gave a small nod and handed her a basket of fruit. Oh yeah, I grew these myself. Take 'em home and give 'em a try. But he barely got the words out before someone screamed from behind him. Patron, hold up! The shout made Vince freeze dead in his tracks. It was the big bro monk. He was thinking, 2 years ago the sacred fruit got jacked, so this has to be the opportunity Master was talking about. But why the heck would it show up here? Full of suspicion, the monk rushed over to Vince and said, all apologetic, my bad for being so extra. Then, before Vince or Auntie Flora could even react, he whipped the cloth off the basket. Inside were a bunch of fruits, looking exactly like the ones in the basket back in his room. He knew it! He quickly asked, Sir, where on earth did you get these fruits? Vince just stared at him, totally lost. He answered casually, You mean these custard apples? I grew 'em. You grew them? The monk yelled, completely floored by his answer. Figuring the dude wouldn't believe him, Vince decided to just show him. When he saw what was right in front of him, the monk's jaw literally hit the floor. Staring at a whole orchard of custard apple trees, he was completely bugging out. He actually grew them, and there were so many. This opportunity was way bigger than he ever could have imagined. Vince had no idea why the monk was so shook. He just started picking some fruit while explaining, My little apprentice here found one of these. Kiddo was so obsessed I figured I'd try growing some, but as soon as he said that, he froze. Because for some reason, the monk just started ugly crying. He was covering his mouth, just straight up sobbing. Master had always said the sacred fruit was unbelievably precious. Man, the tree back at his temple had branches thicker than his own head, and it hadn't popped out a single fruit in over 10 years. A couple years ago, it finally squeezed out a few, but they got yoinked before they were even close to ripe. To think he'd live to see a sight like this, the holy vibe was so strong it was practically a flashbang. Vince was totally floored. He walks over with one of the fruits and is like, Bro, stop bawling. Are they really that good? Why don't you take some back with you then? You can even hype my spot up for me. The monk then quickly shot back, Hey my dude, any clue why this holy fruit tree is thriving so hard? We've got a tree just like this at our temple, but it's never looked this jacked. Hearing that, Xavier got a little sus and asked, So where's your temple at? What's the weather like over there? The monk just casually replied, The Serenity Temple is on top of Spirit Peak, and thanks to some special magic, it's basically spring 24/7. Xavier finally pieced it all together, and with a sigh, he was like, Well, duh, that's 100% the problem, isn't it? Custard apples are tropical fruits, my guy. So of course they're not going to grow in a place like that. You can't just manifest a plant to get big and strong. You gotta build the right environment for it based on what it actually needs. But everything Xavier just said completely flew over the monk's head. What's a tropical fruit? What in the world is a custard apple? And what's this about different plants needing different zip codes? But Xavier didn't even bother breaking it down anymore. The monk didn't ask anything else, just clutched the custard apple and got lost in his own head. The Serenity Temple thought they were giving the holy fruit the 5-star treatment, but they were totally sleeping on what the holy fruit actually needed to vibe. Suddenly, it was like a lightning bolt hit his brain, a total aha moment. Meanwhile, over at the Tranquility Inn, some dude and a chick were posted up at the front door. These two were from the Spirit Sword sect, and the guy's name was Luke. He was getting seriously annoyed, muttering, This inn looks legit. So why the hell isn't the manager here to unlock the doors? The girl next to him jumped in too, complaining about the inn being closed. So lame, making senior brother Luke and all of us just wait out here this long. Just then, someone strolled out from inside, fanning himself. It was Vincent! He kind of raised an eyebrow at the two of them and asked, Y'all, looking for a room? But then he dropped the bomb. The grand opening for this joint is tomorrow. The second that girl laid eyes on Vincent, she gave him the nastiest look and started running her mouth. Finally, someone decides to grace us with their presence. Do you have any idea who we are? You think we're actually desperate to stay in this dump? Vincent heard that, but didn't even flinch. He just let out this cold little laugh. He wasn't the same pushover he used to be. Then, he scoffed and said, You trying to start something? You have no clue who you're messing with. Do you? Calling my master's inn a dump? You've got some serious nerve. I already told you, the grand opening is tomorrow. That just made the girl from the Spirit Sword sect even more heated, and she looked ready to throw down. Just then, Luke stepped in to block her. Jenna, chill out. Don't be rude. Then he turned to Vincent and said all polite, I'm Luke, the lead disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. All the other inns in town are booked solid. So could you maybe bend the rules a little and let us check in early? Vincent was not feeling it. He just smirked and said, Oh, so you do know how to use your nice words. Did you not hear a word I just said? This inn belongs to my master. He then pointed at the girl and sneered. Besides, didn't your little friend here just call this place a dump? You guys from the Spirit Sword sect are so extra. I'm afraid this place isn't fancy enough for big shots like you. Getting called out like that, Luke's junior sister got pissed and screamed, "Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" Luke stepped in again to stop her. "Jenna, take a breath. Sir, my junior sister here is a bit of a hothead. She didn't mean what she said." Then he flashed this super sincere smile and asked, "I was wondering if the manager is around. Could we maybe get a word in with them?" Vincent just scoffed and shot back. "My master is with a guest and can't be bothered." "You dropped your name the second you showed up. Weren't you just trying to flex on us?" Luke totally was, but his whole lead disciple status didn't even make this guy blink. What is up with this inn? While he was trying to figure it out, his junior sister whined, "Luke, look at this clown disrespecting us. I'm about to teach him a lesson." The moment she said that, she whipped out her sword and charged straight at him without another word. But this girl was all talk. She was secretly wondering why Luke wasn't stopping her for real. I mean, Luke technically told her to stop. "Jenna, don't do anything crazy." But he was just saying it to say it, because he was actually dying to see who was really backing this inn. And just like that, a massive kaboom suddenly rocked the Tranquility Inn, totally grabbing the attention of Harrison and Theo, who were in the middle of a chat. Theo frowned and said, "That noise is coming from Xavier's inn." Harrison's face soured a little too, like, who in their right mind would be dumb enough to start drama there? Meanwhile, back in the Tranquility Inn's custard apple garden, Xavier was still giving the monk the rundown on growing the fruit when he heard a huge racket in the distance, making him pause. But Xavier didn't think much of it, and even said, "Damn, this town is always so lit. Come to think of it, he's been in this world for a good while now, huh?" Thanks to all his grinding, everything's finally coming together. Xavier was 100% sure that pretty soon, his Tranquility Inn would be a legendary spot that everybody knew about. While he was daydreaming about his awesome future, Ivy came sprinting in from outside. She screamed out, all panicked, "Something bad happened at your inn." Outside the inn's entrance, which had just been totally blasted, the air was super thick with dust and smoke. You couldn't see anything. But right on the edge of the smoke cloud, Luke was holding his little sis who just got wrecked, and dude, he looked totally ticked off. Even though his sister could be a total menace, her skills were seriously fire for a kid her age. One-shotting his sis like that meant Vincent was no joke, but when Luke looked closer, he saw something that completely blew his mind. The one who bodied his sister was just some little kid. Then the girl shot up, looking totally disgusted, and screamed, "I don't know where this little brat came from. He must have some busted lucky charm that just happened to block my move. I bet he can't pull that off a second time." With that, her whole vibe changed, and she grabbed her sword, ready for round two. But then Kyle jumped in like, "Sis, chill. Let me handle this." So he looks over at the kid and goes, "Since we're all warriors here, how about a little duel? If I win, you let us crash here. Deal?" When the kid blocked his sister's attack, Kyle didn't feel any power coming off him at all. Just like his sis said, the kid's probably just rocking some defensive gear. Kyle was thinking, like, as a big shot from the Blade Masters Guild, he was only stooping to talk to these plebs to keep up appearances. If he didn't get his clout back right now, he'd be a total laughingstock, right? With that thought, Kyle flashed this super smug grin. A second later, he rushed the kid, sword out, but the little dude wasn't even phased, just threw up a hand sign and summoned a massive energy blast. Without holding back at all, the kid just rocked Kyle right in the face, making his head swell up like a freaking balloon. He got totally yeeted and landed flat on his back, and seeing this go down, the girl absolutely lost it, screaming, "How dare you touch my brother? You're so dead." The second she said it, she just charged in like a maniac. She's thinking, whatever, this kid's strong, but he's just a brawler. Brawlers are always all offense and no defense, so the girl faked him out and used the opening to pop up right behind him. She flashed this wicked grin. "You fell for it. Now you're done." Without even thinking, she aimed her sword right for the kid's head. A second later, because of this little scuffle, the inn's brand new sign was swinging like it was about to snap. When Summer and Autumn showed up, the place was a total wreck, and they were just like, what the heck happened here? Kyle's sister was just crawling around on the floor, just muttering impossible over and over like she'd lost her mind. Her face was pale as a ghost. She just couldn't process how many different fighting styles this kid was packing. Didn't her master say a fighter can only master one style in their whole life? Just then, Zion and Eli came out too. Zion looked at the mess, frowned, and was like, "So, is all this drama done with? Can somebody please tell me what's going on?" The second he said that, Wyatt runs over carrying the kid, basically crying and tattling. "Master, thank God Big Bro was here, or you would have never seen your favorite student ever again." And just like that, he starts waving his arms around, giving everyone the whole dramatic story. Off to the side, Kyle, who was totally playing dead, snapped his eyes open when he heard Wyatt say, Master. He secretly peeked over at Zion from far away. Like, to train a kid this OP, this Master had to be the real deal. Since things were going south, he figured it was time to bounce. And just like that, the whole situation flipped. The whole crew jumped when they heard a sudden shout. They looked over and saw the main instigator, Kyle, totally booking it out of there, yelling empty promises as he ran. Just hang on, sis, I'm gonna go get backup. And then poof, he was gone, leaving the girl completely shook. She muttered all tragically, You could have at least taken me with you, dude. What's with just ditching me like that? Zion looked up at the dude disappearing into the sky and couldn't help but say, Damn, that guy is fast. Autumn ran up, looking kind of skeptical, and asked, Aren't you gonna stop him? You're just gonna let him go get his crew? That sounds like a whole lot of trouble. Zion just shrugged, all chill, and was like, he's just some random scrub, right? If he wants to run, let him. I'm not scared of trouble, I'm scared of things getting boring. Besides, every main character needs a little drama, you know? Thinking that, Zion pointed at the girl and said, Plus, we still have a hostage, don't we? Hearing that, the girl immediately started to freak out. Wyatt, though, started hyping him up like, Do you even know who my master is? My master can clap an S-rank fighter without even moving an inch. I don't care if he's from the Blade Masters Guild or whatever. As long as my master's here, he can one-shot all of them. After hearing this, Autumn muttered, Super doubtful. Clapping an S-rank without moving? Isn't that, like, a major exaggeration? Eli jumped in from the side. Nah, he's not capping. I once saw him level a whole building with a snap of his fingers just because the room felt too small. Summer wasn't here for the gossip and just cut to the chase. If they're for real from the Blade Masters Guild, then we've got a huge problem. Meanwhile, in this massive hall, a whole bunch of people were gathered. Just then, some rookie runs in from outside, screaming in a panic, Guildmaster, we've got a major problem. The second he finished talking, he got slapped into next week. A dude snorted, all cold, so reckless. Didn't I tell you? I'm in a meeting with the other Guildmasters. Nobody is supposed to bother us. This dude was the head honcho of the Blade Masters Guild, Lance, who'd hit the early stage Grandmaster level. Luna, the boss lady of the Moonlight Pavilion, just raised an eyebrow and laughed. That's what you'd expect from someone who's hit the Grandmaster realm. Whoa, Master Lance, you're on a whole new level of intense, but chill out, my dude. What if that guy's trying to drop some emergency level news? As soon as he heard that, Kenji, the top dog of the Green Mountain clan, just kind of raised an eyebrow and chimed in with a grin. Yo, for real, our thing can wait. You go handle your business first, Master Lance. Lance whipped his head around to the disciple, brow all furrowed, and was like, Spit it out, man! What the heck is going on? The disciple was clutching his side, and his voice was all shaky. It's our senior, Kyle. He's back. Luna's face scrunched up when she heard that, asking all curious, Senior Kyle, wait, you don't mean times the times, Kyle, do you? Lance just gave a stiff nod. A while back, my junior took the little sis down the mountain to level up, and now they're back. They better have something to show for it. Perfect timing since both bosses are here. Go tell my disciple to come, say what's up. But the disciple totally freaked, saying, Boss, I don't think Brother Lou's going to be able to make it. The second he said that, Renya went from 0 to 100, yelling, What? You mean I got to go drag him here myself? Seeing this, Zycang just chuckled and was like, Whoa, Brother Lou, chill out. Who knows? Maybe the kid's cooking up some big surprise for you. You know how kids are. My son's always pulling crazy stunts like that. With that, he pulled the girl next to him closer and kept laughing. I mean, if he can't come to us, why don't we just roll up on him? But right then, Renjia burst in from outside, just bawling his eyes out. His face was all swollen up like a basketball, and legit, the more you looked, the gnarlier it got. Yue Mian saw him and just recoiled, pouting, like, Ew, Brother Lou, it's been a minute. How'd your boy get so messed up? Renya stomped over, snatched Renjia by the collar, and demanded, What happened? Where's your little sis? Renjia just wailed, We were just trying to crash for a night in Yuhong Town. I was being super nice to them, I swear. But out of nowhere, this psycho innkeeper just jumped me and totally wrecked me. He said he had to book it the second, no one was looking, but they snatched up the little sis. The whole room went dead silent, just taking in his story. The chick next to Z Kang got this super intense look on her face when she heard the name Yuhang Town. On the flip side, over at the Peace Inn, everyone was hustling to clean up, and Ziwei was facing Ha Fu, like, Yo, thanks a million, bro ha. For real. We never would have gotten this place clean in time without you. Ha Fu just smiled back, Ah Wei, dude, don't even sweat it. To be honest, this is pretty much the only way I can help out. He laid it out for him that even though the Iron Cloak sect sounds tough, they can't get involved in the whole martial world beef. The Ningjian sect might not be a huge crew, but trust me, they are not to be messed with. Then he asked Ziwei, so, you got any clue why the three major sects are throwing this whole competition to one-up each other? Ziwei thought for a sec before answering. To scout new talent, right? Danmo nodded. Hafu spoke slow. Exactly. It's all about expanding their turf. Years ago, that demon lord Ziwei took out countless fighters, wiped out a ton of sects, and the ones left had to team up. It was either survive together, get wiped out, or eat each other. Eat each other? Ziwei asked, totally shocked, and his brow furrowed. Hafu was like, for real, it's a dog-eat-dog world out here, you know? And the Lingjian sect? Their whole game is about networking, getting other crews to roll with them to get powerful. Han and the others got back after a bit, and by the next day, the Peace Inn had its grand opening, with firecrackers popping off everywhere. The entrance was absolutely swarming with people coming and going. Meanwhile, in a hallway across the street, someone was low-key watching the Peace Inn. It was Renya and his crew. He scoffed, saying, "This tiny little spot? Man, looks like we were way too extra." Yue Mian shook her head, disagreeing. "I wouldn't be so sure, Brother Liu. You might want to get a closer look." With that, she pointed to a wreath down below and said with a sly smile, "At our Shadow Moon Tower, we use that kind of wreath to, pay respects to the dead." Maybe they knew we were coming and did this just to troll us, even writing joy on it to rub it in our faces. Hearing that, Renya just snorted and started barking orders. "All right, listen up. Round up everyone in that inn for me, and if you find their leader, you drag him to me." At the exact same time, the woman with Z Kang was staring at the crowd below, totally lost in her own world. While she was zoned out, Z Kang came up and wrapped his arm around her tight, raising an eyebrow like, "What's going on in that head of yours?" "Oh, that's right, you're from Yuhang Town, aren't you?" He said he'd take her back for a visit later. He even knew she had a little sister. The woman tried to pull back, but before she could say a word, Z Kang's hand squeezed her waist. He asked her, "Cold as ice? What? You got a problem with my plans?" The woman replied, all scared, "No, it's an honor that you take me home, boss." She let out this tiny, defeated sigh, and Z Kang just said coldly, "That's what I thought. Yuhang Town is basically next door to our Qingshan sect turf anyway. Anytime you want, I'll take you for a walk around." "Thank you, sect leader," the woman said flatly, then looked back down at all the people. There was no way she was wrong about this place. This inn was definitely the best one in town. The inn's got a new name now. Did it change owners? If it did, what does that mean for my sister? Meanwhile, back inside the inn, a girl was absolutely fuming. It was Renjia's little sis. She was pacing like a caged animal, muttering, "Freaking idiots, how dare they snatch me up? Just you wait till my brother rolls up with his crew. I'm gonna make these clowns pay." The second the words left her mouth, Ziwei poked his head in from outside and said, "Whoa, your villain speech is way more dramatic than mine," which made her jump out of her skin. Ziwei couldn't care less, just strolling in with a laugh. "Besides, didn't you want to stay here? Your wish came true, so you should be happy, right?" After saying that, he plunked a bowl of food on the table. "Here, grubs up." The little sister just stared at the bowl, totally confused. What was this dude's deal? Was Ziwei actually being nice and giving her food? Oh my god, did he totally hear her muttering just now? Because the girl wasn't saying anything, so Ziwei's like, "Yo, what's up? I literally made this myself, and you're gonna ghost my food?" His teacher once said, being nice to your captives is like a virtue or whatever. And here he is, the bad guy, acting all sweet. It's enough to make you cry, for real. But the look on Ziwei's face was super sus to her. He definitely put something nasty in this. She knew this was a whole trap, but right then, her dumb stomach totally betrays her and starts rumbling like a monster truck. It's like, I'm toast if I eat this, but I'm gonna starve if I don't. A lose-lose. So homegirl just snatched the bowl and went to town on it. I mean, if you're gonna go out, might as well be on a full stomach, right? She inhaled the entire thing, and then boom, it hits her. There's no way poison tastes this freaking good. Is this what heaven is like? But like 2 seconds later, she realized something was majorly off and started having a full-on meltdown internally. Oh my god, this poison is hitting way too fast. Just then, this voice echoes from outside. "Sect Master Luke, is this your snatched disciple?" The girl snapped out of her panic attack, like instantly. She whipped her head around and saw Ren rolling up with his whole squad. Zeke glances up at them, sighing like he's so over this. "Wow, you guys got here quick, huh? My poor jinxed inn." And bam, Just like that, they busted a hole in my roof. Ren's looking down at him from the sky, all high and mighty, and asks super coldly, "You own this dump?" But while he's talking, he's secretly checking Zeke out. And yup, just like his boy said, this kid has zero fighter energy. So with that in mind, he goes again, his voice pure ice. "You messed with my top student and snatched a disciple from my spirit sword sect. Hand over that little punk, and maybe I'll make it quick for you." The second he's done talking, this ghost sword just materializes in Ren's hand. But Zeke, not even a little freaked out. He just sighs, totally bored. One clown leaves, another one shows up. Same old drama, am I right? Hearing that, the girl absolutely loses it. Wait, he doesn't just know my senior, he knows my master too? That means he knew exactly who they were when he grabbed them. But then she starts rethinking everything. Hold up. No. Zeke just said it was the same old story. Does that mean he's pulled this crap a ton of times before? This whole regular dude thing has to be a front. Who is this guy? Ren gets crickets for an answer and totally loses his cool. You're not going to give him up? Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. And the instant he said that, he launched his attack, a phantom sword flying straight for Zeke. Seeing it all go down, the girl screams, "Master, stop! This guy's got backup. It's a setup. He's faking it." Hearing her shout, Ren's face just flashes with pure panic. He tried to cancel the attack, but it was a no-go. That phantom sword just kept rocketing forward. Ivy saw the whole thing, but instead of jumping in, she just screamed a warning to the others. "Everyone, get back!" Meanwhile, Autumn is screaming her head off. "Ivy! Ivy! Look out!" Ivy heard her and spun around, her eyes going wide when she saw that attack was coming straight for her. Then, at the last possible second, this figure just pops up right in front of Ivy. She blocked the phantom sword with her own sword, but her face was covered, so Ivy had no idea who this mystery chick was. The person who just saved the day? It was Ruby, of course. So, why the mask? Well, for that, we gotta hit rewind to last night. Zeke was the one who told her to wear it, which totally threw her for a loop. But he said it with so much confidence. "Trust me, I know this play like the back of my hand. It's basically a law of physics," he said. "It doesn't matter who you are. The second you slap on a mask, you're a complete stranger. It's legendary." And just like that, Ruby was totally sold, which is why today she made her big entrance all masked up. So Ruby's standing there, totally defiant next to Zeke, staring down. "Ren!" Zeke's the first to speak, just dropping the charges. "Not only did you wreck my place, but you just straight up attacked a cop from the Ironclad Agency and a civilian, the Big Bad Spirit Sword Sect, and this is your move? Seriously?" Autumn rushes over too, all worried. Like, "Zeke, Ivy, are you guys okay?" The second Ren sees her, his whole face just twists up. She's decked out in gear from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, plus there's a Fed from the Ironclad Agency and a bunch of randoms. This is a total disaster. I was in such a hurry to look like a boss, I never thought it'd backfire this bad. And my student said this was a setup. Did they actually play me? While Ren's spiraling, a new voice, Luna, just chuckles and goes, "Well, well, this is a bigger party than I was expecting." As she's talking, she looks over at Ivy and Autumn with this ice-cold smirk. A cop from the Ironclad Agency and the Saintess of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion are here too, along with, a rich-looking fool, a totally average dweeb, and one super sketchy kid. And then Luna puts on this whole show, gasping like she just remembered something. "Oh, wait a minute. Aren't these the top 3 winners from that martial arts tournament?" Even that dude from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion got totally wrecked in the ring and still hasn't woken up to just snatch the championship in a landslide from a bunch of martial kings. That takes some serious skill. The second she said that, the whole crowd started whispering and talking trash. And yeah, most of it was aimed right at Zeke. Hearing all this, Zeke couldn't help but glare at her. This whole chaotic scene was exactly what Luna wanted. That chick just smirks and goes, "That's right. Everyone's dying to know. How does a totally normal dude with 0 combat skills suddenly become an inn-owner and take first place in the tournament?" The more Zeke listened, the more ticked off he got. He just pressed his lips into a thin line and shot back. "If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Stop playing games." Like, where did this woman even come from? She totally nailed the problem in just a couple of sentences while he was still trying to process everything. Ruby got all up in his ear and was like, "Yo, boss, I know her. That's Luna, the info plug, the big cheese of the Shadow Moon Pavilion." Zeke was shook. Like, for real? How do you know literally everyone? But Ruby just went silent. She was like real slow. That chick's whole deal is starting drama. She's just using this cleanse the demonic cult thing as a cover to mess everything up. And why does everyone hate the demonic cult? Yeah, that's pretty much all her doing. Zeke went dead silent for a sec after hearing that. Then he was like all low-key, So this whole rap about the demonic cult being the bad guys, she just made that crap up? Was I set up? But Ruby just shook her head, shutting that down real quick. No cap. That can't be right. My boss is a straight up giant and a total beast. How could he be some coward, like they're saying? And they're saying any random scrub is part of our shadow syndicate? As if those clowns could ever hang. Kevin was like totally bugging. Wait, was she saying the shadow syndicate is even more hardcore than people think? Is this chick's PR game just trash? Or what? He had to think fast and tried to get her to chill. Ruby, take a breath. Remember what I told you? Ruby just gave a little nod like, got you, boss. Don't even sweat it. Anyone asks about the Shadow Syndicate, I'm on the 3-rule plan. Who are they? Don't care for him.
Then, out of nowhere, Ivy jumps in all confrontational. Look, I have no clue what you're all talking about or what your whole vibe is, but bro, Kevin, you should know, the Ironclad crew already ran a full background check on Kevin Lee 2 years ago. This Kevin Lee dude just popped up in Riverside and started waiting tables at the Prime Diner. His record is squeaky clean. Parents are out of the picture. The only fam he's got is some cousin who's basically a ghost. She said he's a super chill guy. Never starts any beef. Apparently, the diner was a gift from Mr. Woods to his protege. And Kevin snagging first place in that tournament, he was probably just grinding his fighting skills on the DL and got sick with it. Hiding your real power level is pretty standard stuff. Kevin's hearing all this and just losing his mind internally. Is this girl a freaking saint or what? Why was she secretly digging into my past? But wait a sec. If what she's saying is true, doesn't that make me kinda legendary? He handpicked an orphan backstory for his cover ID. He even left a slot open for his right-hand man as a long-lost cousin. He's been crafting this I'm just a normal dude vibe for years. So the OG Kevin actually had this whole thing mapped out. Was it because the old Kevin was just blabbing his plans to everyone? Dude, the king of the underworld is no joke. That's mad impressive. But yeah, everything he was thinking was a complete L. That's when Luna just casually chimed in. I mean, I gotta trust what the Ironclad crew says for sure. But just throwing this out there, I heard from the head of the Greenstone Guild that some Shadow Syndicate leftovers have been spotted around Riverside recently. She was like, when sus stuff starts going down, there's always a reason. She's also tripping that these Shadow Syndicate weirdos are gonna jack someone's identity and just fade into the background. And when he heard that, the girl next to Zeke clapped back instantly. No way, he is definitely not one of those Shadow Syndicate dudes. Spike, who's been a ghost this whole time, just screams, whoa, Kevin's got layers, you got a secret weapon on your squad or something. She totally iced him, and kept going. I met him 2 years ago, I can, see people's auras, and his vibe is exactly the same as it was back then. It's totally spooked Kevin. You can actually see stuff like auras. For real, before his brain could even catch up, he saw something insane. This stream of dark energy just started pouring out of that chick's body. And it was plugged right into the energy inside. Zeke, Kevin, scrunched up his face, totally shook. What the heck is that? Then Ruby just screams, it's the Oracle, and Kevin's brain just short-circuited again. The Oracle, like asterisk, the asterisk Oracle. While he was still trying to figure things out, Ruby just kept on talking. Boss, you're the one who told me to find the Oracle. Even after you disappeared, you kept hitting me up, telling me to stay on it. You don't remember? A giant question mark just exploded in Kevin's brain. That was a real thing. He tried to play it cool because things just got super awkward. He stumbled over his words, trying to make an excuse. This ancient curse thing in my body is flaring up. I've blanked on a bunch of important stuff. But the second it left his mouth, he felt this major shiver. Ruby came up right behind him and said, all icy, maybe we should double-check that. Kevin heard that and was practically shaking. Oh, snap! Is she about to throw down? He was totally bracing to get rocked, but who would have guessed she was just going to lift up his shirt? Ruby squinted, staring at his chest. No red mole. But she didn't doubt him for a second. She just figured his disguise was so next level that even the tiny little detail only she knew about was perfectly covered up. Thinking about it, Ruby muttered a curse. It's all that stupid Eternal Pavilion's fault. They didn't just drain her boss of his powers, but they wiped his memory too. But then, something clicked in her head. Wait, doesn't that mean her boss saved her even when he couldn't remember anything? The more she thought about it, the redder her face got. What a total sweetheart. Meanwhile, the girl next to Zeke was side-eyeing Spike. So, according to Master Locke, Kevin's student got totally owned by some kid. And with that kid was some rich dude and a regular guy. Looking at it now, that kid looks exactly like her little sister. While she was totally spiraling over her own theory, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. The girl jumped completely panicked. Crap. She was so focused on trying to get Kevin out of this mess that she forgot about this old creep. Zeke slid in closer, looking like a total demon, and sneered. So, what you're saying, gorgeous, is that you can vouch for this guy. Before she could even get a word out, Zeke grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked her back. He snarled, his teeth clenched. I don't give a crap if he's one of those Shadow Syndicate weirdos or not, defending another dude right in my face. Did you forget who owns you? Looks like I've been going way too easy on you. The girl was in so much pain she started apologizing like crazy. But Zeke just said cold as ice, looks like I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. His words made all the color drain from her face, but that just got Zeke even more hyped. He pulled her hair tighter and wrapped his hand around her neck, totally ignoring her while she shook and begged. And seeing this, Kevin's jaw dropped. Whoa, hold up, I know that move. That's straight up Shadow Syndicate, dude. This Oracle chick must be a big deal. Even the OG Kevin was hunting for her. She's gotta be clutch. I have to get her. That settled it. Kevin didn't even hesitate. Ruby, go get her. And bam, Ruby was on it. Faster than you can blink, she was all up in Zeke's face, yanking the girl right out of his grip. Yo, she was a blur. Kaden was just standing there like a statue, couldn't even flinch. Luna was a little faster on the draw, though, and shrieked, "They're making a move," seeing that Ruby just snatched the other girl and pulled her to safety. And just like that, Luna blasted in out of nowhere, ready to throw down. Ruby was like, ugh, this chick is so annoying, and literally just yeeted her to the side before jumping right into a brawl with her. Mandy totally panicked and scrambled over to the woman, calling her name. But the lady just shook her head, trying to chill her out like, I'm good, I'm good. The second she got that out, she crawled over to Levi, all urgent, and was like, yo, is that girl one of yours? No way, she can take on all four of them alone. But before Levi could even open his mouth, Ivy just shouts, OMG, that power is insane. You look up, and there are these two crazy huge energy waves just smashing into each other in the sky. Ivy's dad warned her these dudes weren't playing around, but here's Ruby handling 3 of them like it's nothing, and she absolutely bodied one of them. Thinking about that, Ivy just chewed on her lip like, damn. Okay, yeah. No wonder her dad was like, don't you dare jump in if a fight pops off. A scene this wild, her getting in the mix would just be a total disaster. Right then, Ruby was locked in a nasty clash with Jax. Luna saw an opening and tried to cheap-shot Ruby while she was busy. Ruby was kinda shook, but still dodged it, only her mask went flying off in the chaos. She got a little nick on her cheek, too, and just like that, her face was out there for everyone to see. Ivy knew who she was in a heartbeat and gasped like, that face. She's one of the demon cult psychos. As Ruby said it, she shot a look at Levi. Like, so, doesn't that make you a demon cult freak, too? On the outside, Levi was playing it cool as a cucumber, but on the inside, Bro was having a full-blown panic attack. The freaking divine artifact that was supposed to be 100% foolproof, why'd it have to crap out on me now while he was spiraling Ivy pipes up, Levi, you and this girl? But before he could even think of an answer, Jax just scoffs. Then he sneered, Yo, Iron Guard, you just gonna stand there and eat popcorn or what? A demon cult remnant just popped up. This ain't some little gang squabble anymore, people. Then he points a finger right at Levi and his squad, demanding, What are you waiting for, cuff 'em? Jax even threw some shade, hinting that maybe the Iron Guard was secretly working with the demon cult. Oh, that made Ivy snap. That's total BS. The Iron Guard is legit. Why would we ever mess with some demon cult lowlifes? Besides, I'd love to see you even try to catch him. For real, she just landed at the Big Three's HQ in Miami this morning. Why is today the day everything goes sideways? Meanwhile, Levi's over here trying his best not to lose his mind. He takes a deep breath and lets out this icy laugh. Ha ha, who are you calling a demon cult remnant? I think it's pretty clear who the real monster is around here. Then he throws a look over at Ivy. Miss Ivy, are you guys blind? Can't you see the freaky demonic vibe pouring off that dude? His words totally freaked everyone out. Even Ruby looked confused for a sec. She whispered, Master, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what this demonic energy is you're talking about. But you did say your skills are on another planet, so if they're not normal. Then maybe regular people can't see it either. Ruby then added that even though Kaden felt kinda sketchy and demonic, she had no clue who he was. Definitely not one of their crew. He's probably just a poser who jacked some of our moves. Right then, one of his cronies nervously scurried over to give Kaden a healing potion, but Kaden gave him a death stare so nasty, the poor dude just bailed. Ruby kept talking but got nothing back from Levi. She called out a little confused, Master, but Levi was having an absolute epic meltdown in his head, screaming, Wait, are me and the viewers the only ones seeing this? No, Cap. I seriously thought everyone could see it. You're just over there muttering to yourself, looking like you smelled something awful. Ruby, thinking he was about to completely snap, tried to calm him down. Master, take a chill pill. But Levi was already way too deep in his own freakout. This was supposed to be my epic mic drop moment I've been planning forever. Why is it crashing and burning right now? I'm so ticked off. But just then, a genius idea sparked in Levi's brain. Wait a sec, isn't there a divine priestess right here? She's got to be able to see it. With that thought, his eyes lit up and he just stared at the woman. And nope. The so-called divine priestess couldn't see squat either. Levi just froze solid. I ate fine, whatever. Guess this is just his luck. Even if he can't use his special vision thingy with the OG owner's power bouncing out of here clean should be a piece of cake. I could just snatch Mandy and that other smoke show dip out to someplace like Austin and start fresh. Yeah, that's not a bad play. With that in mind, Levi was ready to go full villain mode, declaring, "All right, I'm done with these games, But before he could even finish his sentence, a loud shriek totally cut him off. Oh my God, it really is the demon cult, and Levi was so annoyed he gritted his teeth, muttering, "What is with all the screaming? Can you at least let me finish my big dramatic line first?" But when he whipped around, he saw Autumn trembling and whispering, "Levi, look behind you." Levi was just confused, like, "What is my ex back there or something? Why are you bugging out?" When Levi finally peeked over his shoulder, he saw Caden completely engulfed in this insane cloud of demonic energy, just screaming his head off like a total psycho. "You worthless punk! You actually cut off my hand! I'm gonna end every last one of you." Yeah, Caden had officially lost it at this point. His eyes were just gone. Levi was just speechless, staring at the chaos. Well, 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 look how the turntables. You couldn't see my special effects before, but now that your eyes are all jacked up, you can see it crystal clear, can't you? Whoa, Jax totally freaked when he saw that. Oh, crap, that moron Caden. And just like that, he lunged at Caden, running his sword straight through the guy's chest. The second the crowd heard demon cult, they were gone, running for their lives. Ruby shot a nervous look at Zane like, "Boss, what's the play? The leader of the Spirit Sword sect is supposed to be one of the heroes, right? To protect his rep, he's 100% going to find a way to take that dude out to prove he's clean." Zane just let out a little chuckle, saying, "All chill. Judging by how he's bugging out, he's definitely not clueless about what's happening. I mean, if he's the one who deals with that guy, then where's my chance to be the hero? You feel me?" He paused right there, letting the drama hang in the air for a hot minute before he talked again. "Ruby, listen up. From right now, we're taking down the Lunar Shadow Cult, doing the right thing, and serving some divine justice." The second he said it, Zane flashed this super cocky grin. On the flip side, Mr. Harrison and the drunken sage were booking it over, moving at super speed. The two of them were totally gossiping about Zane on the way. The drunken sage, with his signature jug of liquor, laughed and was like, "Talk about a coincidence, I was literally just wondering where the heck I was going to find that kid after the tournament." According to Mr. Harrison, he'd found out Zane was running his own inn, which totally explained why he wasn't down to join the Unbound sect. Mr. Harrison heard that and just cracked up, saying, "I bet my boy Zane is just worried about all the rules that come with joining a big shot sect. Starting his own crew with zero strings attached and running a spot in LA. Man, that's a pretty sweet gig." But the drunken sage was not about to give up on recruiting him. He kept going, "But a kid, this hype is going to get scouted. You know? It's been like 5 minutes and he's already ticked off the Spirit Blade sect. Having some serious backup is way more important." Mr. Harrison, though, was worried his star player was about to get poached, so he played it cool. Like, more than avoiding trouble, I think he just hates having someone breathe down his neck. I feel like if you're strong enough, you become your own damn backup. The drunken sage still wasn't backing down. "Whatever, man. I came all this way to scout the kid anyway. Is this his place?" Mr. Harrison gave a little nod. "The Spirit Blade sect probably already rolled up with their whole crew, huh?" But the second he said that, a massive explosion just ripped through the inn, making Mr. Harrison jump out of his skin. Inside, Ruby was totally cleaning house, wrecking the Lunar Shadow Cult, just like Zane told her to. At the same time, Jax was trying to shut Kale up so he wouldn't get dragged down with him. Even the monk jumped into the chaos this time. The moment Mr. Harrison got there, he saw the inn had turned into a total war zone and started sweating bullets. While he was trying to process what was even happening, a scream from the side totally grabbed his attention. It was Eve. She was fighting off Kale's goons and yelling, "What the hell is wrong with you guys? These are just regular people attacking civilians. What is the Spirit Blade sect even thinking?" But the dude right in front of Eve was like a total zombie. He was mumbling some broken stuff like, "Get everyone. The leader. Masters. Orders." Just then, another dude tried to sneak attack her. It was a super close call, but then, bam! A huge explosion went off and sent those guys flying. When the smoke cleared, Mr. Harrison was standing right there in front of Eve, protecting her. She was so relieved to see him. Autumn chimed in too. Something seriously messed up with these guys. "They look like they're..." But before she could even finish, Zane jumped in. "Like they've been put under a spell, right? It's like they're not in control. Their footing is all wobbly, but they're crazy strong, and their faces are all pale and bruised like walking corpses. For real, this is what happens after their souls have been snatched. What he said totally freaked Autumn out, but he just kept going. Victor the Demon Lord is the baddest dude in the entire world. Dude's tried like a million different ways to power up, and this whole soul-snatching gig, it's just one of his busted experiments. We can just snag the puppet master pulling the strings, these dudes will wake right up. Autumn was totally not feeling Zane's whole spiel, you could see it on her face, and asked, super suspicious, "How do you know all this?" She was just guessing, but Zane just chuckled and gave her a playful wink which left Autumn totally speechless. Right then, the drunken sage showed up too. He took one look at the absolute mess, grinned, and said, "Kids these days, man. So much energy even in a brawl. Nice, very nice. Hey, that kid's little cousin is over there too, and her moves are pretty slick." Hearing this, Mr. Harrison freaked out and yelled, "Whose cousin? You mean Zane's?" The drunken sage pointed at Ruby in the distance and said, "That white-haired girl over there, you guys know her," following his finger. Mr. Harrison glanced over, and the moment he saw her, he totally froze. "Isn't that one of Victor the Demon Lord's top goons?" The drunken sage had no idea, though. He just tipped his head back, took a big gulp of wine, and let out a satisfied, "Ah, that's the stuff." As he powered up his technique, his arm suddenly bulked up like crazy. Not only that, but his entire body got way more jacked than normal. The drunken sage let out a huge laugh and said, "All right, now it's my turn to get in on the action." The second he said it, he charged right into the middle of the fight. Zane, who was watching from inside, was totally cheering on the inside. The Unbound sect is here too. Man, Lady Luck is on my side. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was not about to let anyone steal his thunder. Whether he could clear his name or not, all came down to this. With that thought, Zane called out in a low voice, "Ace?" Meanwhile, the drunken sage had jumped in and immediately threw a palm strike at Kale, then swung a punch at Jax, who was across from him. He roared, "How about you eat one of my fists?" Jax didn't even have time to react and took the hit straight on coughing up blood. He had no clue why he got hit too. I mean, his own grandma had never even slapped him before. Who cares if they're civilians or not? My rep is totally shot, might as well just silence everyone here. With that thought, Jax started to power up his inner energy. But in that exact moment, his eyes went wide with sheer terror. It was like his whole vibe was getting sucked right out of him. And while Jax was totally losing his mind, what little juice he had left was getting yanked in one direction. Over on the side, Ace was chanting some wild stuff like he was using some kind of soul-sucking jutsu. He was straight up siphoning all of Jax's mojo into his own body, and the tables flipped on the bad guys like instantly. Then, Leo Victor started spilling the tea on the chick standing next to Kale. So, this girl's name is Liang. And yeah, just like her name sounds, she's a total dime piece. You can just feel that main character energy. But y'all know the deal. Main characters are basically drama magnets. And you bet Liang was no different. A few years back, she walked in and found this dude Kian just posted up in her living room with some other guy totally kissing his butt. She just stared at him, completely shook, and her voice was all shaky when she was like, "Uncle Trevor, where's my mom?" But life's a trip, right? Liang got stuck, basically being Kian's servant anyway. Then, one day a maid brought Kian some tea. He took one sip and immediately started clowning on it. "This tea is weak AF today. You new here or something?" The girl in front of him was literally trembling, all panicked and stuttering. I've never learned how to make tea. Please forgive me, master." Kian just let out this little smirk. He said all ice cold, "I'm not mad at you, don't trip. Let me see." And just like that, he yanked the girl's chin up to get a good look. By the next morning, she was nothing but a drained-out husk. When Liang walked in and saw that she was so shook she was frozen solid, it wasn't until Kian spoke up that she snapped out of it. "Hey, gorgeous, why you just standing there zoning out? Get over here and help me get dressed." Liang flinched, but she crept over to help him out. While she was changing his clothes, she hesitated. "Master, that girl." But before she could even get the words out, Kian shut her down super cold. She was just a plaything, barely fun for a minute. The creep then said if Liang was so worried, she could go get a closer look. Liang paused for a sec, then walked over. But one look and she went pale as a ghost. Kian snuck up behind her like a total psycho, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong, beautiful cat, got your tongue?" The girl on the bed was shaking, reaching for Liang like she needed help, but then she just went limp and hit the floor in like less than 3 seconds. Liang was so freaked out she slapped a hand over her mouth, too scared to even make a peep. Once she finally got a grip, she turned to Kian, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Master." Kian got all up in her personal space, a creepy smirk on his face. "Don't be scared." Seeing she was playing along, Zeke was super stoked. Using a hottie with such a one-of-a-kind build just once would be a massive L, so he figured he'd train her up right. He'd just wait until he was about to hit his next power level to use her. Long-term, he'd be the top dog and the Blue Mountain clan would be the baddest crew on the planet. But right now, Zeke's entire daydream just went up in smoke. He started screaming his head off. "You little punks! I'm the leader of the Blue Mountain Clan. You dare touch me? I'll make you all regret this." Ziv found this whole speech mad cringe. He rolled his eyes and was like, "Wow, you're so tough. Ruby, make him zip it." Ruby was on it. The second he said it, she sent Zeke to the Shadow Realm and the, party. Foul totally made Ziv freeze up. When he finally snapped out of it, he started freaking out. "Whoa, I didn't mean asterisk unalive asterisk him." Ruby frowned, looking totally lost. "The last time you said that, it meant to put him on mute for good. Did I read that wrong, or what?" While those two were going back and forth, Ronan piped up all high and mighty. "I swear on everything I knew nothing about this. If I had known he was some reject from that demon squad, you could have offed me and I still wouldn't have kicked it with him." Luna heard this and yelled, totally livid, "You really think we're buying that crap we got completely played by you two?" Ronan clapped back all defensive. "How was I supposed to know it would go down like this? Aren't you supposed to be the brains of the operation? Hurry up and cook something up?" Luna scoffed and snapped, "I'm running on empty. What am I supposed to do? You better think of something smart, Jack. I have no clue what you two have going on with the demon cult." Watching them tear into each other, Ziv was just, wow. He looked over at Mr. Harrison and said, "Mr. H, that demon juice blowback is a one-way ticket. A fast checkout is a mercy you guys get that right." Hearing this, Ian was immediately about to pop off. But before he could even finish his sentence, Mr. Harrison just gave a chill smile and said, "We get it. We have to get it. Ziv, my dude, go get some rest. We'll take it from here." Ruby had just personally done them a solid by dealing with a demon cult reject. Now all he had to do was butter them up a little more. With that thought, he went on, "Actually, Ruby, she." But in that moment, Ziv realized Mr. Harrison was giving him an out, so he quickly grabbed his crew and bounced back to the motel. On the way, Ian asked his dad, all skeptical, "Dad, why'd you shut me down back there?" "Ziv's a walking encyclopedia on this demon cult stuff. I have to ask him about it. What if he and the demon cult are—" But before he could finish, Mr. Harrison cut him off real cool. "That hot-headed vibe of yours still needs a lot of work." "I suspect Ziv is tight with the demon cult," Ian snapped back annoyed. "What else could it be? I mean, Ruby's his shadow." Mr. Harrison just shook his head with this sly grin. "Nah, that's exactly why we can't jump the gun." He said if Ziv really was linked up with the demon cult, why would he parade Ruby around everywhere? She's the demon lord's number 2, but now she's rolling with our boy Ziv and even takes orders from him. He was sure Ziv had somehow put Ruby on a leash. The fact that he knows so much about the demon cult probably means he's been getting all the tea from her. Mr. Harrison told Ian to just play it cool and watch and to stop stirring the pot with Ziv. When the time is right, he'll spill it himself. After hearing that, Ian was totally sold, getting all hyped up and saying it made sense. "Oh, word, Dad. And earlier Ziv mentioned this demonic aura thing. You know what that is?" Mr. Harrison got this look on his face, asking all confused, "Yo, demonic aura. The heck is that?" Before Ian could even say a word, the drunken master just popped up smiling all slick. "Nah, forget all that spooky stuff. Demon kings, crazy cults, whatever I ain't about that life, let's switch it up." Mr. Harrison just stared him down, waiting, and the drunken master finally dropped it. "Looks like this kid is way more basic than I thought. That crazy 9-twist heart-protecting thingy of yours, you totally smashed through it, 'cause he hooked you up with some sweet loot. Didn't he?" Mr. Harrison jumped and was like, "Get out of here. Don't act like you and Big Bro V are all tight. Go bug him yourself. The treasures Big Bro V gave me are straight-up legendary, so keep your mitts off him. Dude just got curved, so Drunken Master Don just scoffed. So, cheap man, fine. I'll go ask him myself then." He said that move Sasha just pulled was like 1,000,000 times crazier than that chick's soul-devouring secret art, and who knows, she might have even more wild tricks up her sleeve. Thea rolled up right when he said all that. She was like, "Wait, what? Hold up. Senior, did you just say the soul-guarding secret art?" Meanwhile, our boy Victor is literally losing his mind over here, 'cause he just saw Sasha's real form and she's a freaking kid. He screamed, totally ticked off, "You gotta be kidding me. Give me back my lil commander." Sasha looked up at Belle and said super chill, "Yo, sis master kinda took a dive off a cliff and got his memory wiped a while ago. You should change, 'cause these threads ain't it for training." Hearing this, Belle was totally shook, then she gave Victor this look like, "Oof, poor you," and whispered, "Man, taking a header off a cliff in LA, that had to suck big time." Victor felt like he got blasted by her hotness and his nose straight up started gushing. He wiped it real quick and tried to act all smooth. "Ha ha, nah, it was just a little trip." But then it clicked for Victor. In Belle's story, the dude whose body he's rockin' was always on the hunt for the Divine Maiden. So his side chick is literally chilling next to the Divine Maiden this whole time, and my man was completely oblivious. Like, is one chick not enough for him? Is he trying to collect the whole set like they're Powerpuff Girls or something? While he was zoning out, Thea just pops up holding a bowl of some weird-looking medicine. "Victor, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." She tells Victor that the Green Mountain sect and the Spirit Sword clan were secretly teamed up with the demon cult messing with that dark magic stuff. Drunken Master Don hauled Luke's butt back to the Big Three sects to figure out his deal. Luna was totally in the dark about all this and got stuck on lockdown at the Ironclad Gate, just waiting to see what happens. This time, Victor's little stunt totally blew him up. The whole city of Miami is buzzing about him. With that, Thea passed the bowl of whatever that is to Belle. "Here, drink this up." Belle looked kinda sketched out and asked, "What is this?" Thea sighed and laid it all out. "Mr. Harrison found one of those nasty goo worms in the young master's room. That goo worm eats blood gross. Even though the mama goo is toast and the baby goo is basically worthless now, it's still like better to be safe than sorry. Yeah, no." Victor heard this and just had to pop off. "You guys from the Everlasting Pavilion are so dramatic. Like, who's even getting past your security to plant a goo worm, and you're telling me one sip of this soup nukes the baby goo? Seriously, it's that simple." Thea rolled her eyes and pouted. "You're asking me, how am I supposed to know? It was probably the matriarch's doing. She's all about the benefits, not the fallout." Then she gave him some serious side-eye. "Are you seriously questioning my skills right now? Just drink the soup or I'm out." Victor knew better than to talk back and just slammed the whole bowl. After downing it, he got this crazy grin on his face. Victor screamed out all dramatic like, "Oh, worm that's nerfing my power. By the power of Victor, the baddest dude on the planet, I command you, unseal me." But, literally, nothing happened and Victor just froze. What the heck? Why aren't my powers back? While he was losing his mind, Thea just snapped at him. "Victor, are you out of your mind? I told her to drink it. Not you, genius. You don't even have a goo worm, so why would you drink that?" A giant question mark basically just smacked Victor right in the face. He asked, like, totally deadpan, "So, why'd nothing happen?" "What did you think was gonna happen?" Thea yelled, but then just sighed. "Whatever, you already drank it. Let me just check you." With that, she put her hand on Victor's chest to start the checkup. Victor watched her mumbling to himself. "Not that I'm scared or anything, but dude, it'd be so nasty if I actually had a bug in me. This stupid goo worm is finally getting evicted. Once I get my powers back, I'm done playing nice. I'm gonna go full beast mode and scare the crap out of everyone and take my throne as the #1 boss." But then Thea said one sentence that just crushed his whole vibe. "I told you there's no goo worm in you. You're totally fine." In that 1 second, Victor's entire world just imploded. He screamed like he couldn't believe it. "No, how is that even possible?" Thea looked at him completely confused and muttered, "Why do you look so bummed out about that?" Just then, Sasha, still in her little kid form, ran up to them. Belle spoke up. "Yo, Saintess, I brought you another bowl." Thea took the medicine, still giving Victor the side-eye. This guy is so freaking weird. He literally looks like he wants a bug living inside him. But just as she said that, her whole expression changed. Like 1 second ago, Victor was clean, but now he's not. And yep, there it was. A nasty little goo worm just chilling on his shoulder. So, what happened? By nightfall, Victor was a total wreck, just completely losing it. Ruby was right there trying to hype him up. "Master, you've totally got this. A boss like you ain't gonna get taken out by some little bug." Victor was shaking in bed, mumbling, "What am I gonna do? The Saintess from the Everlasting Pavilion said I never even had a goo worm." Ruby just winked and grinned. "Master, you're crazy powerful. Any goo worm that could nerf you can't be some basic bug, right? The fact that the Saintess couldn't even spot it just proves this thing is like next-level special." Yo, the second he heard that, Victor literally shot up in bed, totally amped. Facts. The Saintess is straight up not on that level. Guess I gotta figure out how to get to the matriarch of the Everlasting Pavilion. A goo worm. The Saintess can't even clock, bro. That's insane. That's the kind of energy the #1 in the world should have. My goo worm is the goat of all goo, period. Meanwhile, in some shady-ass room, Thea was totally creeping on Victor and Ruby. So Sky could see him chatting it up, but couldn't hear squat. That tiny spy bug on Z's shoulder was video-only lame. She was like totally zoning out, trying to figure it out. Word from the drunken master was that T-Bone threw the first punch, but 'cause Z just stood there, that whole soul-snatching move blew up in T-Bone's face. Like for real, she was low-key impressed Z could even scratch that dude. That's actually nuts. And how in the world did he get the whole Crescent Moon cult on lock? What kind of play did he even run? That thought made her snap back to her spy feed, but yo, only Z was left standing there. She was like, wait, where'd the White Witch dip to, and what's he up to now? Z was all sneaky pulling something out of his pocket. Looked like he was carving some letters on a medallion or something. After a sec, he's like, facts, how can a dude this legendary not have his own brand? From now on, this is the official Z medallion. Just then, Ruby rolls back in and is like, "Whoa, is that a cult token?" Z just tossed her the medallion, real chill, and was like, "The old cult token's pretty much trash now, so I gave it a little glow-up. Just peep the design, and from here on out, when we're in the streets, we call it the Sacred Fire of Z Token." Bet. Ruby just nodded, then started staring at the medallion. Bro, she was completely shook. "So much detail, that's our boss for you. The Zazie has got to stand for the Great Demon Lord or something epic." Then, Ruby snapped back to reality and was like, "Oh yeah, boss, I got the stuff you asked for. Is this good?" Z glanced over and saw a whole stack of scrolls on the table. He gave a little nod. "Yeah, this is more than enough." Then he snagged one and said, super casual, "Now that our little brand is starting to pop off, we gotta set up a promo drop for these techniques. Let's whip up a few demos first. I mean, in a world where everyone's got their own special effects, what's the point of a move if it ain't got some sick VFX?" Looks like his own moves are way more user-friendly. Not only do they hit hard, but they look absolutely fire. Thinking about it, Z couldn't help but laugh to himself. "Yo, OG owner my dude. I get that your techniques are legit, but the special effects are where the real hype is at. I'm gonna have to pass on this stuff for now." And right after that, he just started going ham drawing like crazy, leaving Sky on the other side totally floored. She was whispering like, "He's moving so fast, what is he even doing?" Super sus, she steered the little tracker bug and it scurried right up onto his shoulder. She had to see what Z was cooking up. But one look, and Sky was like, couldn't figure it out at all. She scrunched up her face, mumbling, "What even is this, some kind of new move, a technique you can only do if you're like pants optional?" While she was trying to figure it out, her screen just went dark. Sky's face was pure shock like asterisk. "Oh no, did he catch me asterisk?" Back in Z's room, a hand just dropped on his shoulder and straight up obliterated the spy bug. Z, completely clueless, just asked, "Ruby, what's good?" Ruby just flashed a little smile and said, "Saw you grinding so hard, boss, so I figured I'd give you a shoulder rub." Hearing that, Z was all for it and just let her do her thing. While she's massaging him, Ruby goes, "Boss, that matron of the..." She was like she'd go scope out the scene first to make their next play a breeze. The more Z heard, the more hyped he got. He gave her a nod like, "Hey, our girl Ruby is still the GOAT." These two were just yapping away completely in their own bubble, so they totally missed some random cat popping up in the woods nearby. Fast forward to the next morning at the front door of the ironclad gate. Vince storms in with his boy, Lil Swag, screaming, "I need to file a report." After hearing the tea, Chief Harrison slams the table and jumps up. Wait, what Z is MIA and the Crescent Moon cult just dipped too. He started tweaking, mumbling to himself. "To just vanish right now. It can't be him, no way." Chief Harrison heard him and just let out this huge sigh. After a super long, awkward pause, he was finally like, "This all went down so fast we can't just be jumping to conclusions." Then he looks up at Vince and asks, "So, when did Z go missing? Maybe he just bounced for a little bit." Vince shot back, "Dude, I literally just found out I booked it straight over here to tell you." Belle, who was just chilling there too, finally spoke up. "Last night I was hanging with Z and Ann. He didn't say squat about going anywhere. He even asked if I wanted to spar today. We found this in his room." And with that, she passed Chief Harrison a scroll and a handkerchief with the smashed-up guts of a tracker bug inside. The chief took it, stared at it for a hot minute, and was like, "A tracker bug and a technique scroll he didn't even finish. Z's art skills are low-key fire, not gonna lie, it's just the character's outfit is a little, you know." Just then, Sky finally cut in. "That tracker bug was mine. I was trying to spy on him, but he sniffed me out super quick. And as for where he went, yeah, I think I know where he is." Cut to some sketchy dark prison, and surprise, Z is locked up. A second later, he finally snaps out of whatever daze he was in. He looks around, all confused, realizes he's in some weird-ass place and locked up. Z completely freaks out, screaming, "Oh my god, where am I?" Right? Then all this chaos erupts outside. He's up, he's awake, go tell the matron. Z just sat there completely shook and speechless, but then these two girls roll up to his cell and start checking him out like he's a whole snack on display. He's a little skinny, but he looks so soft. 100% my type. Seeing them, the look on Z's face just froze. He screamed, bugging out, "Oh my god, are those actual cat girls? Did I get yeeted into another world again or something?" A couple hours later, someone else rolls up to the prison. Sky gets stopped right as she's walking in. "Yo, holy maiden, ain't you gonna go see the matron first?" She hit back with a nicey, "Chill, I'll be there in a sec." The person next to her got all whiny. "My lady saintess for real. If you don't go see the matriarch, she's gonna flip. Besides, is some random perp really worth a personal visit?" Hearing that, Autumn just scoffed. "Look, if I mess up, that's on me. I'll deal with the matriarch." And with that, the person beside her just let out this weak little laugh like, "Aight, I feel ya. Just looking out for you." On the outside, they were all smiles, but deep down they were totally trashing Autumn, thinking, Saintus, yeah, right. Meanwhile, Victor was completely knocked out in his cell, sleeping like he was dead to the world. When he finally came to, he was all groggy, like, Dude, who am I? Where am I? Didn't I just see a cat girl? Don't tell me I got isekai'd. Again. And, while Victor was totally bugging out, he saw it. Victor totally yelped. The Saintess Autumn was standing right there giving him this intense death stare from outside his cell. Victor scratched his head completely dazed and mumbled, Okay, what in the world is happening right now? Autumn didn't even answer, just shot a look at her sidekick and ordered, Dip, I gotta talk to this guy alone. The other person looked kinda sketched out for a second before being like, All right, but for real, be careful. If he bounces, we're all gonna be in deep. Once it was just the two of them, Autumn swung the door open and strolled in explaining all slow like, Welcome to the Eternal Pavilion's 5-star dungeon. It's where we keep all the bad guys. Victor was totally mind-blown. The Eternal Pavilion's dungeon. The heck am I doing here? Wait, did I get snatched? Wow, how original. And how'd I even get here? My memory's a total blank. Crap yesterday. Ruby said she was going to try and sneak into the Eternal Pavilion. Don't tell me she got busted. Thinking that Victor yelled out, Yo, Saintess! But before he could even get the words out, Autumn just straight up attacked him. Victor felt like his throat was closing up as he hacked up a mouthful of blood, and this nasty-looking bug thing plopped out with it. Seeing it, Victor screamed his head off. Oh my God, what is that thing? Autumn just slowly started to explain. It's called an illusion goo. Anyone who gets hit with it starts seeing stuff that ain't there. Yeah, kicking it out is kind of brutal, but my options were limited, so this was it. So, did you bump into someone from the pavilion this morning? Not only did you get tagged with an illusion goo, but the matriarch herself ordered you brought here. Like, why the sudden move? There's no way she knows you messed up Skylar that bad, right? Hearing her, Victor immediately shook his head. Nah, I was just out getting some food. Next thing I know, I'm cursed didn't even see it coming. You Eternal Pavilion people are seriously terrifying, for real. While they were talking, that attendant from before popped back in. She said, super casually, Hey, Saintess, the big boss wants to see this dude. Oh, and she said, you gotta come too. A little later, in the massive main hall of the Eternal Pavilion, the matriarch was just lounging on this fancy couch. She kinda squinted down at them and asked, all cold, So, Autumn, you finally decide to show up and you don't even come see me first. Guess a few days on the outside made you forget the rules. All this time, Victor was peeping the cat just vibing on the matriarch's lap. That cat looks crazy familiar. Then it all clicked and he yelled out totally frustrated, No way, it's that cat that little fluffball was at my window in Chicago this morning. I even gave it some pets. The more he talked, the more heated he got, pursing his lips. I see what you did there. You used a cute little kitty to trick me so you could slap some curse on me. That's low, man. That is seriously messed up. Autumn just rolled her eyes at him when she heard that. You'd pet any random cat, you see, that's just asking for trouble. Shrugging like it was no big deal, Victor pouted. Are you for real? Who can resist a cat? Literally any normal person would have pet it. Autumn was so over this conversation and just turned to the matriarch. So, why'd you randomly drag Victor here? He's boys with the Iron Guard sect and, Heather is hunting for him. The matriarch just gave her this look and answered with ice in her voice. Funny, I was about to ask you the same thing. Did my last order just go in one ear and out the other? No, of course not. Autumn replied, looking down. But then it hit her and she gasped. Hold up, you've been spying on me. The matriarch let out this icy laugh. If you can tail this kid, what makes you think I can't tail you? Victor, who was just standing there, whipped his head around to glare at Autumn. Wait, you were spying on me. An inside job. Mole Autumn started totally freaking out trying to explain herself, but the matriarch just cut her off. Not bad, kid. You've got some game getting our little saintess so obsessed she's straight up ignoring my orders. The second she stopped talking, she zipped right in front of Victor's face, raising an eyebrow. So, I hear you're a big shot. Too bad you decided to mess with one of my people. I don't care if you're the freaking king of the world, you're gonna pay for that. Victor heard her and just shrugged, reminding her, yeah, well, the last guy who wanted revenge for his student is now doing hard time in Alcatraz. The matriarch let out this nasty laugh, her voice dripping with shade. You're really going to compare me to those idiots? You got some nerve, kid. After saying that, she stepped back and said coldly, All right, playtime's over. The moment she said it, the matriarch just flicked her wrist and this creepy dark energy stuff shot out and snaked into Victor's body. She smirked to herself. Why make this harder than it needs to be? His identity is power. I'll just take a quick dive into his memories and get all the tea. Saves me a ton of time. Over on his side, Victor was suddenly trapped tight and he yelled in a panic, Whoa, hold on. Aren't you supposed to ask me some questions first or something? The matriarch didn't even reply, just gave him this ice-cold stare. If this kid's actually got something, he's going to work for the pavilion now. And if he's a nobody well, he'll make a great little human puppet. Plus, it's perfect revenge for Skylar. Talk about a win-win. All right, let's see what secrets you've got stashed away. But right then, the matriarch felt this super weird sensation. It was like her body was totally weightless, and before she could even process it, she was just plummeting through the sky. The matriarch's face was completely frozen in shock. She'd just been yeeted into the modern world by Victor's subconscious. So boom, she's on a freaking roller coaster. And the dude next to her, totally from our world. She's bugging out because she's never seen drip like that. Before the matriarch could even process what was happening, the coaster's wheels start grinding and it just takes off. She gets yeeted straight down from like a bajillion feet in the air. Everyone else is screaming for fun, but she's screaming for her life, dude. By the time the thing screeches to a stop, the people next to her are all like, "That was sick." But the matriarch just flops onto the ground like a wet noodle. Before she can even catch her breath, she hears them again. "Yo, that was epic, let's hit another ride." The matriarch is instantly panicking, scrambling to follow them like, "Wait, no!" This time it's one of those giant pirate ship things, and Homegirl feels like her soul is about to leave her body. But oh no, it ain't over, because these psychos drag her to yet another crazy ride. The matriarch is literally at her breaking point. She knows it's going to cause some major drama, but if she doesn't bail, she's toast. So, biting her lip, the matriarch forces the whole scene to switch up. Suddenly, it's nighttime, and she's stumbled right into some kind of crazy costume party. She sees everyone in these wild get-ups, and the matriarch is just frowning, completely lost. Where in the world am I? Then her eyes lock onto something. Way off in the distance, there's this figure all cloaked up, holding a mic, hyping up the crowd like, "Tonight is Halloween." The matriarch's jaw hits the floor. She's thinking, is this like the legendary heaven or something? While she's having a full-on meltdown, a hand slaps down on her shoulder. She whips around and sees some dude in an ox head mask and another in a horse face mask holding a phone and asking in this deep voice, "Yo, can you snap a pic for us?" The matriarch's face just goes completely blank for a hot second. And she just can't take it anymore. She straight up faints right then and there. Seeing this, the whole Timeless Pavilion crew loses their minds, rushing over to catch her looking all serious. Some dude even runs right up to Zane, getting in his face like, "What did you do to our matriarch?" Zane's internally screaming like, "Are you for real, another person trying to set me up?" He literally didn't do a single thing. Even Autumn is giving him the side-eye, looking a little sus. Like, why did the matriarch just black out? Zane is trying his best to explain he's being framed, but this dude is not having it. Autumn bites her lip all serious. The matriarch must have seen something. And, just like that, Zane, who got out of the dungeon, gets tossed right back in. Again. He's screaming in frustration. "Are you kidding me? Are you guys nuts? Which one of you saw me lay a finger on your matriarch? She came at me, I didn't even flinch." The Timeless Pavilion dude just scoffs. "Don't play dumb. We heard when Lady Skylar got messed up by you didn't move an inch then either. If anything happens to the matriarch, you're getting a one-way ticket to the swarm pit." Zane claps back, totally pissed. "What kind of messed up logic is that by your logic I totally could have wrecked your matriarch then? You really think these busted up bars can hold me?" But nobody's listening, so he gives Autumn this desperate look like, "It really wasn't me. Can you please vouch for me? Oh, you saw the whole thing, right? I don't even know what just happened." Autumn just sighs, looking defeated. "Yeah, about that, I'm afraid I can't really help you." Zane hears this and he's shook. "What, why not? Aren't you like the saintess?" Autumn kinda pouts and explains, "I'm basically a saintess in name only. Nobody here actually respects me. To the matriarch, I'm just a puppet she wants to control. She doesn't listen to a single thing I say." Zane frowns, holding up that whistle flute thing. "So, this thing you gave me? Can it stop them?" Autumn just casually shakes her head and is like, "Nah, it's useless." He gets even more ticked off hearing that and says all salty, "So, you were just playing me back then, whatever. That's not the point. The real question is what's the plan now?" But after racking his brain, Zane's got nothing, so he just decides to crash and deal with it later. Meanwhile, Scarlet, who everyone is counting on, is hiding out in the Timeless Pavilion matriarch's room. Even with all the drama popping off outside, she's 100% sure Zane is behind it all. And she's grinning, totally impressed because her master is way stronger than he used to be. Like, even back when he was the Demon Lord, he wouldn't have dared to go head-to-head with the Timeless Pavilion's matriarch. But now, Zane just took her down without even lifting a finger. And honestly, Scarlet is simping so hard for him right now. After all the chaos dies down, the Timeless Pavilion crew finally clears out, and that's when Scarlet makes her move and slips inside. The room is dead quiet, with just one person passed out on the bed. The matriarch's face is all pale and her breathing is all shallow and jacked up. Scarlet narrows her eyes, smirking to herself. "How dare she mess with my master? I swear I could just end this chick right now." But then Scarlet's like, "Wait, if the master didn't offer, she must still be useful for something. This is tied to my master's curse, so I can't just go wild. With that, Scarlet starts tearing through the bookshelf in the room, but all she finds is a boatload of cheesy romance novels and she's starting to get real impatient. Where are the timeless pavilion's secrets? How is there not one single thing about the curse? Does this lady do anything besides read trashy novels all day? Just then, Scarlet spots a hidden box in the corner and, boom, it's locked. She frowns, thinking, okay, there's got to be something good in here, right? Right as Scarlet's about to check it out, she hears this little groan. The matriarch of the timeless pavilion is starting to wake up. She's clutching her head, mumbling, ugh, so dizzy. I legit thought I was a goner. Then she pushes herself up, and before she can even figure out where she is, all those memories of the crazy modern rides come flooding back, plus those freaks in the ox and horse masks. The matriarch's face gets dark real quick, and she grinds her teeth, muttering, that guy is no joke. He's totally messing with my head with these illusions. Everywhere I looked, there were these godlike beings. And that last thing that popped up was that a demon crawling straight out of hell. Thinking about it, the matriarch hops out of bed like, wait a minute. I think I've read about this kind of stuff in a book before. But, when she peeped her janky bookshelf, she was straight up disgusted. With someone all up in her business now, the matriarch just shrugged it off, thinking the maids were slacking hard. Meanwhile, Rosie was creeping in the shadows watching the matriarch. Like she was right there and the bookshelf was a hot mess, but she didn't even get busted. Rosie was shook for real. The matriarch was totally oblivious and just kept hunting for her book. In like no time, she found the exact book she was looking for. Right then, someone came barging through the door. Seeing her, they got all hyped and screamed, matriarch, you're awake. The doc said you just got the heebie-jeebies real bad and some meds to chill you out would get you right. The matriarch wasn't hearing any of that. She just clapped back with, so, where is he now? The servant looked shook for a sec. It took them a hot minute to answer. You mean the guy who put you on the floor after you passed out? I threw him in the dungeon. Hearing that, the matriarch lost her mind, yelling, go get him out of there and give him the whole 5-star treatment now. But then she was like, nah, hold up, I got this. At the same time, down in the Eternity Pavilion's dungeon, a super bummed out Autumn was like, Leo, you gotta dip like ASAP. Leo just casually hit back with, if I peace out, aren't you gonna take all the blame? Plus, she knows where I live, so what's the point? My dude. Autumn was just stumped, quickly spitting out, can't you just crash at a new spot in Austin or something? You don't get it. The matriarch is a total psycho. She's the type to throw hands first and ask questions never. When she wakes up, she might literally feed you to her pet freaks. For real, that chick's wild. Leo didn't even flinch, he just shrugged. But with your skills, it's a coin toss if you'd poison the bugs or they'd take you out first. As they were chopping it up, someone suddenly hollered from outside. Matriarch, whoa, chill out. You literally just woke up. This made Leo and Autumn freak and whip their heads around. Autumn's face just dropped. A few moments later, in the Eternity Pavilion's VIP lounge, Leo was kicking back sipping some tea and laughing. See, told you it was all just one big mix-up. The matriarch across from him was beaming right back at him. You're right. It's all my bad for making such a massive scene. Is your little sidekick okay? It's my bad for not carding her back then. Autumn was just standing there watching the whole thing totally floored and with zero clue what was going on. The matriarch finally noticed her and frowned. Autumn, why are you still lurking? Get out of here. Don't kill the vibe I got going with Manager Leo. This just made Autumn's brain totally blue screen. In the end, she was just booted out the door like she was nobody. Autumn was like, what in the actual heck is even going on right now? Back in the room, it was just the two of them and the matriarch poured Leo some tea. Leo let out a little laugh. Matriarch, you don't gotta be so extra. This whole 180 flip is kinda wigging me out, not gonna lie. Meanwhile, the matriarch was freaking out inside about Leo's whole vibe. Is he still salty because I tried to scrap with him earlier? According to that book, there's like an 80% chance this dude is a straight-up god from on high. I absolutely cannot get on his bad side. As soon as she thought that, the matriarch slammed the teapot on the table and without another word, literally dropped to her knees. She said with, major respect, oh, great one. No, divine master, your holiness, I was so messed up before, please forgive me. Hearing this, Leo was totally thrown, what is even happening? Before he could even process, the matriarch clutched his hand and was like, I know your true identity. Autumn told me about your insane god-tier powers. She said, if you're willing to teach us just a little something, Leo, the entire Eternity Pavilion will be at your beck and call. Leo was literally shook when he heard this and muttered to himself, yo, she knows who I am. Are you some kind of psycho stan of the Violet Demon Lord? The type that's so obsessed you gotta put a hex on the dude or something? The next morning in Port Blossom Town, Kim and Mr. Harrison heard Leo was coming back and rushed out to greet him. They were all so hyped to see him. But it wasn't just Leo, the matriarch of the Eternity Pavilion, rolled up in town, too. She stepped out of her Bouget ride, strolled right up to Mr. Harrison and said politely, leader of the ironclad sect. It's been a minute." She explained that she knew Autumn had made some new homies, so she invited Leo over to her place as a guest on a total whim and totally blanked on giving y'all a heads up. My bad. Mr. Harrison just cracked a weak smile and said, "No worries, matriarch. That kid Autumn actually already spilled the tea." That's what he said, but low-key he was thinking, what's this chick's game? Why this sudden personality switch-up? Everyone knows the matriarch of the Eternity Pavilion is infamously psycho and unpredictable. She's a total weirdo, plus she famously hates dudes, and according to Autumn's story, she literally snatched Leo. So, yeah, was Mr. Harrison really buying this whole act? But now, the vibe the matriarch was giving Leo was so nice it was almost like she was simping for him, which was hella sus. While Mr. Harrison was trying to figure it all out, the matriarch spoke up again. "Sect leader, since I've returned Manager Leo, I'm going to be taking Autumn back with me now. But, before that, I need to chop it up with Manager Leo real quick." A little later at the Serenity Inn, Leo walked the matriarch into his office and said, "Just so chill here for a sec, I'll go grab it for you." A moment later, he came back with a massive stack of scrolls and was like, "This is everything. How you gonna haul all this back?" The matriarch just chuckled, flicked her wrist, and poof, all the scrolls just vanished. She had this smug look and said, "Dope, thanks a mil, Manager Leo." Leo didn't even trip, just saying, "I'll slide you some more when I get a new drop." Man, and here I thought she had some kind of beef with him and was going to throw a hex. Turns out she was just fiending for some technique scrolls. Are these things really that hard to cop in this world? Or are they just mad expensive because they're so rare? While Leo was tripping on it, the matriarch spoke up again. "Oh, right, Manager Leo. Like we talked about, if you ever need me to do anything for you, as long as I can make it happen, I'm 100% on it." Hearing this, Zane totally lit up and got all cheeky. "Yeah, I'm going to need you to yeet this curse worm off me." The matriarch just frowned, giving him the side-eye like, "You for real have a curse worm on you?" Yeah, no, duh." Zane clapped back, completely lost. But like, did she not already get the memo on who I am? Why is she asking something so basic? Thinking this, Zane just sighed. "I mean, if it wasn't for this stupid worm, I wouldn't have to be out here cosplaying as some regular Joe." The matriarch's mind was blown. Wait, is this curse worm for real? That OP, not even a god-tier being, can do squat about it? And who in their right mind would dare to curse a big shot like you? How am I so out of the loop on this full of questions? The matriarch reached out to do a vibe check on Zane. But, surprise, she came up with literally nada. Seeing the look on her face, Zane was like, "Yo, what's up? Is there a problem? Am I going to have to chug that weird potion or what?" The matriarch's whole vibe just tanked. "Oh, shoot, he 100% thinks I'm about to ghost him." Biting her lip hard, she thought, "I just can't. I mean, flaking on random people is one thing. But there was no way she could do Zane dirty because you're not just betraying some guy, you're betraying a literal deity." With that in her head, the matriarch put her whole entire soul into the scan. But it wasn't long before she just straight up crumpled onto the floor. Zane saw it and bolted over, "Whoa, you good?" The matriarch just hid her face, totally trying to hide that she was freaking out. How is this even possible? Forget yeeting it, I can't even ping where this curse worm is on him. Just then, Zane asked, "So, you can't ditch it either, huh?" The matriarch flinched, her brow all scrunched up as she got lost in thought. Hold up, what's that supposed to mean? Has he already tried like a million things to get rid of this curse? It was then that the matriarch remembered a super key detail. Zane ain't your average dude. The place he came from was probably that legendary god-tier realm. If she could actually help him get rid of this thing, the Myriad Curse Guild would be like goated, the place that could even fix up actual gods. Thinking about that, the matriarch let out a huge sigh and said, "Look, I'm so sorry, but the curse on you is next level crazy, and with my current power level, I'm not gonna lie, I can't remove it." This left Zane just like, "For real?" But the matriarch's tone immediately got all fired up. "But don't you even worry, the second I get back I'm diving into the ancient texts, and even if I have to pull out all the stops, I swear I will not let you down." "All right, fine." Zane was stuck, but he couldn't help muttering under his breath, "Are these Myriad Curse Guild people just a bunch of clowns or what? Even Cole couldn't fix his own mess." The matriarch spoke up again, saying that while she can't get rid of it now, maybe she can at least put it on mute, and asked him to spill all the tea on the symptoms. Zane thought for a sec before answering. "At first, I could still flex my powers a little, but after a bit they just went poof. Can't even use my inner juice to level up, but man, I'm basically a tank now." The matriarch's jaw was on the floor when she heard that. To be able to lock down the powers of a literal god, just how busted is this curse worm? Years ago, she'd zapped the Violet Demon King with a soul shatter curse, and that barely even nerfed him. Realizing this, the matriarch quickly jumped in. "If you're slowly losing your power, it probably means your energy highways are all jammed up. After getting cursed, the more you try to use your mojo, the harder that worm hits back until it just clogs up everything. She admitted she wasn't really up on all that training lore, but she mentioned seeing a girl with Zane earlier. That girl's got a super unique build. She suggested he should totally take her on a road trip to Zenith Temple, saying there's this one super annoying old monk there who might actually be able to help Zane out. He was not vibing with that idea. Meanwhile, back at Zenith Temple, those two monks were just heading back from some charity gig. All of a sudden, a flash of light just ripped across the sky. Looks like Zenith Temple had some long-distance visitors. It was Dash pulling up using her insane Speed Force thing to book it all the way from Melonville, and she was carrying two people under her arms like they were groceries, Zane and Belle. Looking at the view down below, Zane couldn't help but geek out, "Yo, this view is sick. This is a killer spot." Back inside Zenith Temple, Master Niran was in his Zen zone chanting. Just then, his hand on his prayer beads just stopped cold. He cracked a little smile and muttered, "They're back." And right on cue, some dude busts in from outside. "Master Niran, Master, the senior bros are back." Master Niran just gave a chill nod. "I know." But the other monk's eyes were lit up like a Christmas tree as he yelled, "But that's not it. Master Niran, come quick, you gotta see this surprise." Niran didn't really care, just nodding again. Yeah, I'm coming." He was thinking, if I'm not wrong, they must have brought our VIP guest. But when he got there and saw what his students had hauled back, Master Niran was completely and utterly shook. He literally screamed, "Oh my God, did you guys seriously just yoink the sacred tree? The sacred tree is the guardian treasure of Zenith Temple. It was bad enough that its leaves were all crusty, and now you've straight up dug the whole thing up." But then Master Niran realized something seemed kinda sus. "Wait a minute, this ain't our sacred tree." Duh, 'cause they jacked this one from Zane's Serenity Inn. This awful idea popped into Master Niran's head, and he asked with his voice all wobbly, "Brother Tran, where did you get this sacred tree? Please don't tell me you swiped this from another temple. We're not supposed to be out here committing felonies." Brother Tran was so confused why his master's brain just went straight to grand larceny. He slowly started to explain, "But Master, you're the one who told us to go to Melonville and find our destiny right." Master Niran, still totally thinking they were criminals, just grabbed his head and started yelling, "This is not the destiny I was talking about." Just then, he spotted Zane just chilling off to the side. He walked over and asked hesitantly, "And who's this dude?" Zane just kinda gave a polite, "What's up?" nod. "Yo, Master!" Nolan over here jumped in and real quick. "Master, this is the dude who hooked me up with the sacred tree. I literally just ran into him at the gate." When he heard the guy came all this way just to hang Master Noko, finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, this was that whole fateful encounter thing he was on about. He almost gave the old master a heart attack for real. Thinking that he quickly thanked Zeke, "Thanks, my dude, for hooking us up with the sacred tree. Y'all came from super far away. Please follow me to the guest house to crash for a bit. Nolan, I'm putting you on sacred tree duty. Make sure you get that thing planted right today." Zeke followed Master Noko, lost in his own thoughts. "Oh, so this is your sacred tree, huh? Should have told me sooner. I could have hooked you guys up with a few more of these little guys." This kid's trying to flip one favor into another one. Master Noko just kinda shook his head. He said, "All chill. Desire is like saltwater man. The more you drink, the thirstier you get. The sacred tree is a super rare treasure, so you being down to gift even one is a huge blessing. This humble monk can't be greedy and ask for more." Zeke was not here for the philosophical mumbo-jumbo and just cut right to it. "Speak English, my guy. I've got a whole backyard loaded with these things you want some or not." Master Noko's face instantly lit up. His eyes were literally sparkling as he was like, "Yes, please. Thank you, my benefactor." Zeke got this little smirk and said, "I'd bet. I'll have my people send them over later. I actually came here today to ask for some advice. I was hoping you could drop some wisdom on me." A little later in the reception room, Zeke laid out the whole situation for Master Noko. Master Noko slowly nodded like it was all clicking into place. "Ah, so Tiana was the one who sent you to the Zen temple. I wonder how she's doing these days. Is she good?" Zeke just shrugged all casual. "She seems fine." He was getting a little suspicious, like, wait a minute, do these two know each other? Master Noko, totally clueless to what Zeke was thinking, was just happy with the answer. "That's good to hear. Now, about your question. This humble monk knows that a weird star has shown up in the sky. You showing up here has already broken the rules of this world." Zeke's brow totally furrowed when he heard that. He'd seen this trope a million times. This monk definitely knew what was really up with him. And no wonder they call you a master, always talking in riddles and stuff. Thinking that Zeke hesitated for a sec before asking, "So, what am I supposed to do?" Master Noko just replied all cool, "What's yours, no one can take from you. And what belongs to somebody else you can't take either. Since you're here, just chill. Let things play out how they're gonna play out." Zeke thought about it for a second, then kinda pouted and asked, "So, you're saying I shouldn't try to just force the original owner's power? Oh, so that's what's up. I get it now." Putting that together with what Tiana told him, the more he used his internal energy, the more his meridians got all clogged up. But the crazy thing was, he knew all these super OP techniques. It's like trying to untangle a massive knot. Yanking on it just makes it worse. You gotta gently work it out. In that case, maybe Zeke should just go back to basics, practice the simple techniques, and start clearing out his clogged up meridians. Even if he can't get it back to his max level, it's way better than not being able to use any power at all. With that thought, Zeke put his hands together and gave Master Noko a grateful smile. "I get it now. Thanks, Master, for clearing all that up for me." Master Noko was all smooth, like, "Yo, happy to help, man." After getting his own stuff sorted, Zeke totally pointed at Phoebe and was like, "Oh, shoot, Master. Everyone's been saying Phoebe's got some kind of crazy power thing going on. Can you guys check her out, too?" Meanwhile, back at the Green Mountain Academy, the whole place was a straight-up disaster zone after Zeke's dad got taken down. Inside, it was completely trashed with junk thrown all over the place. So, when young Donnie, the headmaster's kid, rolled back up to the Green Mountain Academy and saw the carnage, his face went ghost white. He was shaking, whispering to himself, "What the actual heck happened here?" Then, bam. He hears something from one of the rooms. He sprints over and catches some dude digging through all the stuff. Donnie just loses it and yells, "Yo, what do you think you're doing?" The guy just laughs and goes, "Treasure hunting, bro. You here for the same score." The dude then spills the tea to Donnie about what went down. "Listen, the big boss of Green Mountain Academy scored a ton of loot. Now that he's kicked the bucket in the school's toast, it's a total waste to let all this good stuff just sit here." Donnie's world just shattered. His dad, gone the whole academy, wiped out. He screams, totally losing it, "You're capping, no way. My dad's dead." He was literally about to hit Marshall Saint level. The Green Mountain Academy is one of the big 3 crews in Melonville. How could it just vanish? The looter was getting seriously ticked off by all the questions and just snorted, "Oh, great, your asterisk is asterisk, kid." Your old man was messing with some seriously shady stuff with the lunar cult. Didn't you get the memo? And speaking of them, the Unbound sect even jumped in to help wipe him out. That whole messed up cult is ancient history now. The big 3 crews and the Ironclad Guild basically decided to give a pass to anyone who was out. They let the other Green Mountain students slide, but the more Donnie heard, the darker his face got. Not that the other dude gave a crap, he just grabbed his haul and bounced. On his way out, he tossed over his shoulder, "Look, if you were really in the dark, you better ditch your name and skip town before you get caught in the crossfire. Don't say I didn't warn you, messing with that cult is no joke." But like the second the words left his mouth, a single sword slash zipped across his throat, and fresh red started dripping from the blade onto the floor. And the one holding the sword, Donnie, of course. His face was pure, dark rage. A debt for his dad's life. Oh, you better believe he was gonna collect. A few days later, downtown Melonville was poppin' like always. Some mysterious figure in a black cloak was just melting into the crowd strolling down the street. And yeah, everyone on the block was dishing all the dirt on the Green Mountain Academy drama. Some dude was yelling, trying to get everyone's attention. "I'm telling you, I was there. You have no clue. Man, those leftover lunar cult freaks were going absolutely nuts. It was a massive throwdown, and there were even these like zombie fighter dudes. If that one kid hadn't jumped in, I'd be toast right now for real." His story was totally pulling a crowd, and then someone came up and tapped the guy on the shoulder. The storyteller shut up instantly and whipped his head around. He sees this person in a black cloak getting closer, and they whisper all low-key, "Yo, mind giving me the rundown on what actually happened that day?" At the exact same time, over at the Peace Inn, Zeke was just wailing on a wooden training dummy. Bro went absolutely feral on it, just wailing on it with his bare hands, and it didn't even get a scratch. His fists were just screaming bloody murder. Zeev was just like, "Damn, so this is what it feels like to be a total noob, huh?" Right then, Belle rolls up with a whole tray of snacks. She's like whispering, "Yo, Zeev, you should probably grab some water and just chill for a minute." Zeev glanced over at her and was like, "Good looking out." Belle just gave him this little smile and said for real, "Don't even sweat it. You literally saved my life, looked after my little sis, and even taught her how to throw down. You gave us a whole new shot at life. I don't know how I could ever pay you back." I mean, she'd been gone for 2 whole years, and besides Ziv, she didn't know a single soul at the inn anymore. Ever since her parents passed, it was just her and her sister holding it down, but ever since Zeev lost his memory, dude has had 0 filter. He's always telling Belle she's a total smoke show, which makes her blush like crazy. Thinking about it, she lowered her voice and was like, "I just feel like super safe when you're around." Ziv just took it all in, thinking to himself, man, this girl is actually the sweetest. Ever since they bounced from the Serenity Monastery, Belle has been on him like static cling. He's trying to take a shower. She's right there with tea. Ziv's in a serious meeting with Ruby Guess, who pops in with the tea. This whole situation was seriously getting on Ruby's last nerve. Ziv was even starting to feel like Belle was being way too extra, making him hella curious about what that monk actually told her. Meanwhile, in a forest nearby, some rando was being a total creep watching them from afar, and the plot twist, it was Dylan. He's thinking, so that's the legendary manager Li, and Belle's here too. Wasn't she all buddy-buddy with his old man? That freaking snake, she totally sold out his dad. The more Dylan stewed on it, the more pissed off he got. And Ziv dude looked like a total scrub, judging by his fit. A dang monkey could probably fold him. And Belle wants that washed-up loser. What an absolute joke. Dylan also heard he's supposed to be some kid's master. That's gotta be a front. Might as well just, take him out of the picture first. And just like that, he whips out his blade ready to charge in. But right then, like a total amateur, Dylan snaps a twig and his face just went pale. Mr. Hudson, who was just chatting with Ziv, froze solid when he heard it. Ziv glanced over too, muttering something like, probably just the wind snapping a branch or something. But Mr. Hudson was frowning deep in thought like, nah, what are the odds of that actually happening? Mr. Hudson was convinced there was an 80% chance Ziv broke it while training earlier. But dude, you are so overthinking it. The real perp is hiding in the bushes like a total coward. Dylan bit his lip, cursing, damn it, damn the whole ironclad secty. But nah, he wasn't about to quit. He kept it low-key, listening in on Ziv and Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson's tone got all serious like, Ziv, my dude, I didn't track you down for nothing. This stuff is written in the ancient scrolls. North of Crestwood, there's this cave, and hidden inside there's a treasure that is literally out of this world. Ziv's brow totally furrowed up when he heard that. What we call the mortal world could actually be the celestial realm. The gods probably couldn't care less about this junk, but the rumor is that treasure was left behind by an actual martial god. Ziv thought that sounded kinda sketchy, so he cut in like, hold up, didn't you guys literally say you've never even met a martial god? Mr. Hudson just shrugged. That's why it's called a rumor, my dude. Hearing that, Ziv was like, oh, okay, this is getting juicy. Seeing that smirk on his face, Mr. Hudson was satisfied. He was totally hooked, so he laid it on thicker. When a treasure this epic pops up, you can bet all the heavy hitters will be scrambling to get a piece of that. I was planning on scoping out the scene myself. You trying to roll with me, Ziv? He was thinking with Ziv's insane power, nabbing that treasure would be a total cakewalk. If he could just tag along for the scraps hitting Martial Emperor level wouldn't be just a pipe dream. Meanwhile, Ziv was just trying to figure out what power level this ancient god was rocking. Like, even if they weren't a full-on martial god, they had to be pretty dang close, right? If it's loot from a past martial god, it's gotta be some top-tier S-class stuff. Thinking that, Ziv grinned and said, I'm so in. When are we dipping? Mr. Hudson was pumped. We're leaving tonight. If we floor it, we can make it in 4 or 5 days. That long, Ziv frowned and pouted. An hour or two, I can deal. But 4 or 5 days in a carriage, our butts are gonna fall asleep for good. Seeing his sourpuss face, Mr. Hudson got all awkward and started explaining. Well, you know the horses need a break, and I was just worried you'd get wiped out on a long trip, Ziv. But he just waved him off. Don't sweat the small stuff. Hey, Mr. H, ever feel what it's like to fly at Mach speed? Mr. Hudson was a little baffled, asking with a blank stare, how is that any different from my levitation skill? And so just like that, Skipper yeeted off into the sky with Ziv, Mr. Hudson, and 2 other guys. Ziv glanced over at Mr. Hudson, asking all amped up, so, Mr. H, how's the ride? Before the man could even answer, Kim started screaming, Master, I can't breathe. Mr. Hudson was also thinking he'd much rather just fly himself. A few hours later, in a little town near Crestwood, Mr. Hudson was standing on a boat looking green and trying not to hurl. He mumbled with a shaky voice, we finally made it. Meanwhile, Ziv, right behind him, was looking totally fresh and unfazed. He laughed and said, man, I remember back in the day I did bungee jumping, skydiving, street racing. Aren't you guys supposed to be martial artists? Your stamina is seriously weak. Mr. Hudson's face soured when he heard that. Crap, I can't even keep up with Belle. Ziv definitely thinks I'm a chump now. In the same boat, literally, was Kim, just sprawled out on the deck looking like his soul had actually left his body. But the second he realized they'd arrived, Kim suddenly popped right back up. Just then, someone walked up from a distance, their voice ringing out super clear. Are you fine gentlemen here for the treasure too? The vault doesn't open for another 7 days, so there's really no need to rush. Underneath her veil was this drop-dead, gorgeous girl with super expressive eyes. Ziv gave her a suspicious look and asked, who even are you? The girl just smiled and introduced herself. The name's Melody. Yo, when Zeke heard that name, he was like, for real? What kind of backwoods name is that? Anyway, the boat's just cruising down the river, and after like 2 whole days, Kevin finally pipes up, Yo, master! Since we're here, I'm gonna dip and handle my own thing real quick. Bro was totally planning to bounce. That treasure spot is probably crawling with sweats and he was not about to get wrecked. Zeke didn't even sweat it, just waved him off like, "I'd bet, just hit me up when you're done." Then Kevin chucks this fat stack of cash at him, boo-hooing like crazy. "Master, since I'm out, you gotta look after yourself, keep this for like whatever, and if it's not enough, just hit the bank and get more." And just like that, he hops on another boat and pieces out. Hudson's watching this whole dramatic exit and just sighs, "Dude, Zeke, your student is a total trip. That kid's a rich boy, totally loaded." Right then, Jasmine chimes in. "So, what's the game plan, you guys?" Zeke just shrugs. "Gotta scope it out before we roll deep. If we're gonna hit this spot, we obviously gotta get our gear first." Jasmine hears this and just smiles. "All right then, let's link up back here in 5 days." Zeke gives a little nod, then grabs his squad and dips. So, as they're walking, Hudson's like, "Yo, Zeke, my dude, you know that girl?" Zeke just hits him with a cold, "Nah." The second they're gone, some dude comes sprinting over totally bugging out. "Princess, I finally found you." Please, you gotta stop dipping out like that. If anything happened to you, I'd be so cooked and like 5 of me wouldn't be enough to deal with the fallout." The dude looked straight up terrified. I mean, this is the freaking princess. If he lost her, it was game over. Jasmine just pouts and goes, "Chill, I know. If anything actually goes down, I got your back. You're such a scaredy cat." But low-key, she was so hyped. She couldn't believe she just bumped into the legendary trio right here. Sneaking out was 100% worth it. Fast forward 5 days, Hudson rolls up and knocks on Zeke's door. First one out is Bella. She gives him this sweet smile and says, "Mr. Hudson, we're all packed and ready to go." Hudson nods back. With 5 days of prep from Zeke, this secret treasure is pretty much a done deal. Just then, Zeke busts out from inside holding a shovel, totally pumped. "Let's get it. My shovel is getting antsy." Hudson was just speechless. Like, "Zeke, my guy? What is this outfit?" Zeke just grins. "It's cosplay, duh." A little later at the so-called legendary treasure spot, the whole crew was already there. The second they see Hudson, some rando just has to start talking smack. "Well, look what the cat dragged in, Mr. Hudson. You here to crash the party? Just so you know I ain't holding back." Hudson just gives a cool little nod back. "Bet. Not gonna pull any punches for you guys either just 'cause you're famous or whatever." And then someone spots Zeke's crew and gets all says, "Yo, Hudson, who are these kids?" Hudson just smiles and makes the intro. "This is Leo, the manager of the Oasis Inn." Hearing that name, the dude's eyes go wide. He's the guy who put a price on the head of the Blue Ridge Crew's leader. "Whoa, for real awesome to meet you, man." Zeke totally hears them whispering about him. He looks over at Hudson like, "Aight, Hudson, what's the deal with all these people?" Hudson just calmly lays it out. Most of them are big shots from different crews with a few top-level solo players in the mix. "Zeke, this run is probably going to be crazy dangerous. Is your cousin tailing us on the low-key?" Zeke just laughs. "Nah, I told Julie to hold down the fort back in Fresno." And bam. Right then, Jasmine just appears out of nowhere next to them. "Manager Leo, can I roll with you guys? I just want to see what's up, and if I find any loot, it's all yours for real. Deal." Zeke was cool with it, but Hudson was definitely giving the side-eye. In the end, though, the whole squad just went into the treasure zone together. As they're walking, Hudson's overthinking it. Like, "So, we're really just letting her tag along? This girl's got a weird vibe. I bet she's wearing something to hide her face. Is she trying to get to Zeke? Man, I've got a super bad feeling about this." Right then, Bella blurts out, "I keep feeling like we're being watched or something." Hearing that, Zeke gets this confused look on his face. "Someone's following us, huh?" But right as he's saying that, his hand lands somewhere it had no business being. And yeah, he got an instant reaction that left him totally shook and speechless. But things kinda chilled out pretty fast after that. Zeke glances over at Bella and is like, "Hey, gorgeous, don't even trip, it was just a mouse. Don't worry, I got you." I know," Bella says back with a little smile and a nod. Meanwhile, behind a secret door, some dude is literally coughing up blood. It was Tyson. He's gritting his teeth, absolutely fuming. "That punk actually called me a mouse. How the heck did he even spot me?" After that whole thing, Zeke's crew just kept pushing deeper into the place. The whole way, if Zeke wasn't face-planting into a trap, he was stepping right on one. Like, you gotta have a special talent to be this clumsy. Zeke looks at everyone, all guilty. "My bad, y'all. I had no idea my luck was this trash, but dang, this place is rigged with traps. No wonder everyone's so on edge." After hearing that, Jasmine's like, "Wait a minute. Is it really just bad luck?" She kinda side-eyes Hudson and asks a little hesitant, "So, is Manager Leo always this much of a klutz?" But Hudson just lets out this little smirk. He says all confident, "Nah, you're not seeing the big picture. Let me hit you with 3 questions. First, how does Zeke manage to nail every single trap so perfectly? Second, Why is it that whenever he sets off a trap, nothing bad actually goes down? Jasmine was shook, stumbling over her words. You mean... Before she can even finish, Hudson just gives her this smooth, knowing nod. He calmly breaks it down. That's right. Zeke's doing all this on purpose. He's making it look like he's bumbling into traps, but really he's secretly disarming them to make sure we're all safe. And poor sweet Jasmine totally buys it, her eyes practically sparkling as she stares at Zeke. She'd heard the stories that this legendary master was super humble, only passing his skills to his favorite student while he just acts like a regular dude. And right on cue, Zeke takes like 2 steps and immediately trips another trap. And the more Jasmine watched, the more she was fangirling. To protect them, he was willing to look like a total goofball just to disarm all the traps. Watching this hilariously bad acting, she was like, yep, he's the one. So epic. While she was zoning out hard, Mr. Hudson rolls up like, Miss, one last question. Gia legit jumped, thinking, OMG, I heard this old-timer held me as a baby. Did he actually clock me? But, nah, that can't be it. She popped a transformation pill. Her mission ain't over, and she is not about to get dragged home like this. Mr. Hudson, totally clueless about her inner freakout, asks all serious, so why you trying to get all buddy-buddy with Vince? How'd you know who he was? Gia let out a massive sigh of relief and, after a sec, clapped back all casual. I just thought you guys had a cool vibe. Is it a crime to want to hang? And his identity, didn't you literally just introduce him? Mr. Hudson thought about it and was like, well, she's got a point. And while they were chatting, Vince was off to the side having a full-on meltdown about his trash luck. Meanwhile, in some sketchy corner traps were going off left and right with spikes and arrows flying all over the place. The reason our squad was totally fine, some other poor sap was eating all those traps for breakfast. Vince was totally oblivious to his insane luck accidentally wrecking dudes hiding in the dark. Donnie was so mad he was practically steaming, cursing that little brat, that freaking punk. It was bad enough Vince wouldn't fight him one-on-one, but to pull these cheap shots and then act all innocent like he wasn't totally playing him. Somebody was projecting his own dirty moves so hard, completely misreading the room, and was now throwing a major hissy fit. Donnie white-knuckled his sword. Vince wasn't just trying to take him out, he was clowning on him too. Screw this, he was going to wreck them all. But then he took like 2 steps and immediately ate dirt. Right before Donnie's world went dark, he was still muttering about ending Vince, but he finally conked out in a corner where nobody would ever find him. At the same time, Vince was getting shoved to the front of the line and started whining awkwardly. Are you guys for real still making me lead? You all saw it, my luck is straight up garbage. But the squad behind him was hyping him up, so he had no choice but to sigh, totally defeated. Fine, I'll keep walking, but don't come crying to me when this all goes sideways. And, just like he called it, Vince hit another trap. He complained super loud, See, I told you I'm a better trap finder than the traps are at trapping. But, at that exact second, Gia suddenly screamed, Oh my God! Vince froze solid too. Right there in front of him, a secret passage had just slid open. Mr. Hudson and his crew were just as shook. It was the entrance to a freaking secret room. It finally hit Vince, and he yelled, totally bugging out, The entrance to a secret treasure room. Is this the universe's pity prize for my trash tier luck? Just then, Gia started cheering like crazy. Oh my God, you're the GOAT, Mr. Hudson jumped on the hype train. You're a legend. Vince found the secret room just like that. Gia then bolted to the front. She sprinted inside, yelling, Hurry up! Let's see the loot! But the second the words left her mouth, an iron chain whipped right by her face, leaving a little scratch on her perfect cheek. A whole crew of goons popped out behind them, with one of them snarking, Whoops, my hand slipped. Their leader took a couple steps forward, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smirk, How about we make a deal? You let us bros go in first. Gia heard that and was instantly seeing red. Who the heck do you think you are? Haven't you ever heard of dibs? We found this room? The leader just dug in his ear and sneered. So, what haven't you ever heard that possession is like 9/10 of the law? Just then, Vince stepped in to play peacemaker. Yo, everybody chill. It's just a secret room. You guys want to go first? Be my guest. Hearing that, the leader smirked, thinking Vince knew when to back down. Then he led his boys inside. Gia looked at Vince completely baffled. Boss, are we seriously just letting them waltz in? For real, the intel I got said nothing about you being such a doormat. Vince, totally clueless about her roasting him in her head, just said calmly, You guys really don't get the big picture, do you? Some smart dude once said the first one through the door is the first one to get wrecked. This place is crawling with traps. Who knows what kind of messed up junk is in that room? Let them go. They're the perfect guinea pigs. Hearing that, it finally clicked for Gia, and she nodded. So, that was the play. Inside the secret room, the thugs actually did find the treasure. A box was just sitting there giving off a super sparkly glow. When they saw it, the goons started cheering. It's the real deal. Ha, this was a total cakewalk. Immediately, 2 of them charged forward only to collapse after taking just 2 steps. The last guy standing saw this and totally freaked, yelling, "Boss Ricky!" He ran over to check on them, but they were both completely knocked out cold. Vince strolled in, took one look, and laughed. Called it a trap. The last thug heard him and went absolutely nuclear. He glared at Vince, grinding his teeth like a maniac. You did this on purpose. You knew there was poison gas in here, and you played us. Now my boss and Ricky are out for the count, so I bet you got exactly what you wanted." Hearing this, Vince couldn't help but look totally confused. And here I was, thinking you'd be regretting you ever stepped foot down here. After that, he went to scope out the room and muttered to himself, "This doesn't really feel like poison gas. If it was really poison gas, we'd all be taking a nap on the floor by now." Just as he was about to go in, Mr. Hudson shouted a warning. "Vince, be careful. There aren't any hidden weapons near those two guys. Something super sketchy here." Vince frowned a little and said in a low voice, "Poison gas that can be contained in a tiny space like this? There's no tank or anything here that could hold that much of it. This isn't some biochem lab, so how could that even happen?" But as soon as he finished speaking, you could see the light bulb go off. Vince quickly yelled out, "Mr. Hudson, toss me the torch." Mr. Hudson handed it right over, but gave him the side eye anyway, like, "Bro, what's the play with the torch?" Ziv just kept it cool and said, "You're about to find out." Mr. Harrison zipped it, figuring Ziv had some master plan. While he was totally zoned out, Ziv, straight up, yeeted the torch at the two bodies. Seeing that their buddy completely lost his mind, he started screaming, "Bloody murder. He's lighting 'em up, my dudes, my homies. This dude's a straight-up maniac. If you guys are looking down on me, you gotta have my back and help me make it out of here in one piece." Mr. Harrison was also shooketh, realizing Ziv was not the one to play with, and man was he glad he stayed on his good side. But then Ziv just pipes up, "Called it. This isn't some toxic gas cloud." Mr. Harrison, totally bug-eyed, heard this and was like, "Yo, Ziv, what the heck are you talking about?" But the moment the words left his mouth, he saw the torch just poof gone. Mr. Harrison breathed a huge sigh of relief. Phew, okay, I knew Ziv wasn't that ruthless, but if this isn't a toxic fog, then what gives? Is it like some kind of magic circle? Just then, Ziv chimed in again. "The way this dude and his little bro went down, it's totally carbon dioxide poisoning." Hearing that Mr. Harrison and his crew were just staring blankly like, "Come again," so Ziv coolly laid it all out for them. "So, here's the deal. It's what goes down when you're in a spot with low carbon dioxide for a while, and then bam, you walk into a spot with a ton of it." He went on dropping all this super nerdy science talk. Mr. Harrison's crew had no clue what he was saying. They just knew it sounded like some genius-level stuff. After a beat, Mr. Harrison stepped forward like, "I'd bet. Ziv, you chill for a minute, I'll handle getting this treasure." He was feeling like dead weight this entire mission, so it was now or never to pull his weight. Even though Ziv's whole science lesson flew right over his head, he got the main point. It was crazy dangerous. If Mr. Harrison could pull this off and grab the treasure, he'd finally earn some major props from Ziv. So, with that fire in his belly, Mr. Harrison immediately started channeling all his energy into his hands. But before he could even make a move, he froze solid. Because bam, the secret treasure was already in Ziv's hands. Ziv was totally geeking out. "Whoa, this thing weighs a ton, it's legit gold." At some point, Ziv had already ninja'd his way over to the treasure. Mr. Harrison was just standing there, jaw on the floor like, wait, was that it? Not only that, but Ziv saw it didn't even have a lock, so he just flipped it open to check out the goods. Tiffany got all hyped and bounced over. "OMG, that's sick, Manager Ziv, what you got in there?" "Yo, let me get a peek." The second she got close, her eyes went wide as saucers. What in the world is this thing? Inside the box was a letter and some funky-looking gadget. A little later, another squad rolled up into the secret room. Seeing the room was cleared out, their leader sighed. "Figures. We missed him." Someone else was like, "Yo, let's go after them." But the leader shot that down real quick. "Chase? Who? Genius. And where we going? There's like a million people around here, we'd be here for weeks, shaking everyone down. Nah, let's dip, gotta check in with the big guy first." And just like that, they were out. Just then, one of them felt a squish under his boot. He looked down, and yikes, it was an arm. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. "My arm!" The shout made the guy who stepped on it totally lose it and scream, Ghost!" But he figured out it was just some dude, so he just flicked a bill at him like, "My bad." Then they all booked it out of there, but the last dude out the door gets his ankle snatched by Tony. Tony whispered, "Yo, hold on a sec. Y'all are after that secret treasure. Yeah, I know who jacked it." Hearing this, the guy's eyes lit up and he got this huge, greasy smile. "Well, look at that. Guess my good karma's finally coming through, huh?" Meanwhile, back at Ziv's crew's hideout, they were all huddled up in one room trying to solve the mystery of what this so-called legendary treasure even was. Mr. Harrison was hyping Ziv up like crazy, saying he wasn't even shocked Ziv snatched the treasure like it was nothing. This thing is so smooth and glossy, this material is insane, it's like nothing on Earth, this is 100% a legit treasure. But the thing Ziv was holding when you got down to it was just a camera. He was clueless why a camera was even here, but hey, maybe there was crazier stuff out there he hadn't even seen. Could it be that some other person from Earth got zapped into this world too? With that thought, he started fiddling with the buttons. Click, click, click. This gadget was left behind by a martial god, some guy from his home turf who leveled up to god tier in this place. Pretty soon, Ziv yelled, "Yes, it's on!" His words made everyone in the room start freaking out with excitement. He totally ignored them, just pointed the lens right at Bella and said, "Stunning! Hey, look at the camera and give me a smile." Bella did just that and flashed him this killer smile. Ziv hit the shutter. Asterisk, click, asterisk. He even mumbled to himself, "Dope vibe." But right after Bella let out a terrified scream, "Ziv, how did I get trapped inside this little black box?" The old stories say there's a secret technique that can literally steal your soul. No way is this that thing. Hearing this, Ziv had to let out a little chuckle. He was like, chill, chill. And this thing ain't that OP, it just saves pictures. The moment he said that, a voice just starts blasting out of the camera. No clue what time it is in Vegas right now, but hey, to whoever's listening, what's up? When Ziv looked at the screen, some middle-aged dude popped up. He flashed a huge grin and was like, "The name's Logan, and around here they call me the one and only Martial God. If you actually got this thing working, you're either from the old world or you're a freaking genius." Mr. Harrison's jaw hit the floor when he saw the dude's face, and Tiffany knew him too. They both screamed at the exact same time, "It's the Martial God that's his ghostly spirit thingy." Ziv was just speechless and had to explain it again real slow. "Dudes, I already told you it's just a recording." After a minute, they finished the video and everybody bounced to their own rooms. Tiffany was basically floating back to her room. She was on cloud 9. Man, this whole trip was so worth it. She didn't just meet Ziv, she got to see the real deal, Martial God. Ziv was way cooler than she thought he'd be, like she was prepped for some stuck-up jerk. While Zui Zhao was totally spacing out, her attendant sprinted over looking like she'd seen a ghost. Like, "Princess, oh my god. My girl, we have got to bounce back to the palace, like right now." Zui Zhao just hit him with a scoff and a pout like, "Yo, what's the fire? I'm not done with my top-secret mission yet." The attendant was giving her major side-eye. What mission? You're literally just goofing off out here." Zui Zhao just let out a little laugh, getting all mysterious. A sec later, she hit him with a pose and was all, "Avi, I'm trying to get in good with Manager Li so he'll take me on as his student. Once he's my mentor, I'm going to be an absolute legend and basically run my own life." Her attendant just let out this huge, defeated sigh like, "But you can't just roll up with nothing to offer. All you've got is a little pocket money. All your real treasure is stashed back at the palace." Zui Zhao was like, "Okay, true," and shot her a sneaky grin. "Solid point eight. Let's dip back to the palace first." Meanwhile, back at the palace, it was crazy late, but one of the rooms was still lit up. The Emperor let out a massive sigh. "Imperial Preceptor, just hang on a sec, my daughter is a total handful." Then he glared at a servant and barked, "What are you just standing there staring for? Go get your princess now." The Imperial Preceptor just took a chill sip of his tea and smiled. "It's all good. Nothing big on the docket today, so a little wait is no problem." Then a super clear voice just rang through the whole room. "Well, well, well, look what we have here. My tutor and my dear old dad, who I haven't seen in like 800 years. What's so important you had to drag me here in the middle of the night?" And, of course, the person who just waltzed in was the 9th Princess Zui Zhao. Only now she was back in her royal getup, and for real, their timing was trash. She hadn't even had time to shower. Hearing her sass, the Emperor couldn't help but mumble that this kid was getting more out of line every single day. The Imperial Preceptor gave her a look and said slowly, "It's been a minute, 9th Princess. Still as feisty as ever I see. I'm sure you know that starting tomorrow you're on the relief team heading to Wooming Town. So, are you ready for that 9th Princess?" Zui Zhao was totally oblivious to the fact that the Imperial Preceptor had already clocked the blades of grass chilling in her hair. She just snorted, "Yeah, not happening. I'm not going." "Yeah, I have zero interest in going. Can't you just send my brothers? They'd be falling all over themselves for a chance to go. Plus, I've got like martial arts training to do. Like, this whole heroic mission stuff is totally their vibe." And with that, Zui Zhao just turned and bounced, throwing a casual, "You two should probably get some sleep. I'm out," over her shoulder. The Emperor just facepalmed, completely defeated. That kid's attitude was getting unreal. She was even talking back to him now. But her butt was covered by the late Emperor's decree. He had no choice but to try and smooth things over with the Imperial Preceptor. She's probably just salty about being woken up. Please don't take it to heart, Imperial Preceptor. The Preceptor just laughed it off. He said the 9th Princess just says what's on her mind and he wasn't going to get bent out of shape about it. It's probably my fault. I've been so slammed lately I haven't really checked in on her, so she's probably holding a grudge. After that, the Imperial Preceptor gave a little bow and headed out. The Emperor didn't try to stop him, just waved him on his way. A little while later, the Imperial Preceptor finally made it back to his own spot. He told all the servants to scram, and as soon as the room was empty, he reached up and peeled off his mask, showing his true face. And under the mask was a woman. She let out a huge sigh. Ugh, I was dying in that thing. Then she just stared into thin air and asked, "Did you get it?" The second the words left her mouth, a shadowy figure materialized and spoke. "My lady, we were a second too late, but I did bring someone back." He said this dude knew where the secret treasure was. He was talking about Zitong. Right then, Zitong started yelling, "My lady, you can't let him get away with this. That Li Ziwei is an absolute monster. He's out there burning stuff, stealing everything, and he had the nerve to swipe the thing you were after. He's so freaking greedy." Hearing this, the preceptor got this annoyed look and asked with a smirk, "What did the guy off your dad or something?" Zitong's eyes bugged out. How? How did you know? The preceptor had literally just thrown out a random guess and couldn't believe she actually nailed it. Zitong, thinking she was feeling bad for him, just started wailing and spilling his whole tragic backstory. "He didn't just take out my dad, he framed him and said he was part of the Sun Moon Demon cult. Those guys are a bunch of sketchy lowlifes, asterisk they were, re-asterisk the real Sun Moon Demon cult." As soon as she heard that, the preceptor's whole face went dark. She asked in this ice-cold voice, "What did you just say?" "The demon cult is a bunch of sketchy lowlifes, huh?" The second she said it, she flicked her hand and this dark energy just wrapped around Zitong's throat, choking him out. All he could think was, this chick is completely unhinged. The preceptor's whole vibe was just pure darkness now. She said in a voice that would give you chills, "Go on. I dare you to say it again." Zitong knew when to keep his mouth shut, just gritting his teeth and saying nothing. She was over it. She just tossed him aside, her voice dripping with pure boredom and disgust. "He's probably just trying to use me to get his little revenge. Ditch him and send someone to find that secret treasure." Her guy immediately grabbed Zitong and started dragging him away. Zitong was getting hauled out like a bag of trash, but he was still screaming, "That's not what I meant. The demon cult's name is legendary, but those guys are straight-up animals. They work for the Iron Cloth sect." He even said they were a bunch of ungrateful traitors and that he had to clean house for the demon sovereign. That one line was enough to get the preceptor's attention. She stopped them. "Wait, how did you know for sure who they were?" Zitong scrambled to explain. There was this lady with white hair rolling with them. She's the demon sovereign's right-hand woman, Hong Xiu, and she and that Li Ziwei dude are like super close. Dude, everyone in Yuhang Town knows it. The preceptor's face scrunched up when she heard that. Hong Xiu isn't dead. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hong Xiu was just kicking back when she let out a huge sneeze. She rubbed her nose and pouted, mumbling to herself. One sneeze means someone's thinking about you two, means someone's talking smack. The master must be missing me. Just thinking about it made her all giddy, her face turning bright red. And right at that moment, over in Ziwei's room, he'd just discovered a memory card inside the envelope from the secret treasure. Yo, he absolutely lost his mind, screaming, "I knew it for real. Why would something hidden in a cave be all over a bunch of logs?" He also found this huge stack of papers, but like it was a whole novel, way too many words to read. Kevin was like, "Nah, I ain't reading all that," and decided to peep the memory card first. I mean, it was hidden that good, it had to be some major T, right? If it helped him out, that'd be so sick. Without a second thought, Kevin just jammed the memory card into the camcorder. And bam! Brandon's face just pops up on the screen. Finally got this thing in focus. Man, this thing is a real pain. Then he waves at the camera. "Hey, there, you the one watching this." Now, you're probably wondering how a camcorder even exists in this world, right? Well, buckle up, because it's a long story. Then he starts introducing himself, dropping his name and saying, people call him the martial god, except get this, he claimed he didn't know a single fighting move. Kevin's jaw just hit the floor hearing this. This Brandon Long dude got Isekai'd straight from the womb as a total science-only kind of guy. But then he gets dropped smack into a fantasy world. And just like that, his whole "I only believe in what I see" worldview went up in smoke. When he first realized he got Isekai'd, Brandon thought it was awesome. But then the system hit him with psych. This isn't actually a fantasy world. Brandon was like, "Bro, what does that even have to do with me?" With all these insane special effects basically glued to his face, and they're telling him it's not fantasy. But as he grew up, my guy finally put two and two together. According to the system, this was just some tiny, low-tier dimension. And his job was to complete missions the system dished out and just grind for points. Brandon was totally lost back then, shaking his head and refusing, "I seriously can't do this anymore." In the end, because of threats from that stupid system, he lived a life straight out of hell. Who knew you could get yeeted to another world and still have to be someone's corporate slave? That's so whack. Brandon, looking tired. AF complained. You can zap me 100 million times and it won't do squat. This body is weak as hell, I really can't do it. Go find someone else to save the world. Why don't you stalking me all day? Ever heard of privacy? But the system was dead set, saying, the host was determined by a random draw, the system cannot actively interfere. Kevin was legit shook after seeing this part. Isekai'd from birth and forced to do missions. This old-timer's whole transmigration story really hits all the tropes. But hold up, the whole clip is 6 hours long. Are you serious? But Kevin kept watching anyway. He was hooked. Basically, Brandon just kept grinding missions for points. Did missions get points, rinse and repeat? That was his entire life. By cashing in his points for items, a total noob with 0 martial arts skills like him eventually managed to become the martial god. He might not have had the muscle, but he had way more than enough firepower. Finally, the system announced that his accumulated points had shot past 100 million, and he could now trade them for the final item to complete the final mission. But Brandon just kept his face glued to the computer, which made the system get all pushy. Annoyed by its nagging, Brandon was getting pissed off too. He scoffed and snapped, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, that's all you know how to say. These are the points I painstakingly grinded for bit by bit." In the end, Brandon did cash in his points for an item, but it wasn't the one the system wanted. It asked him if he'd messed up. Brandon let out a cold laugh and said all cheerfully, "The ultimate all-cure elixir, a perfect 100 million points. And by the way, this ain't coffee I'm drinking, it's poison." The system immediately started freaking out, just spamming him with warning messages. But Brandon didn't give a damn, laughing his butt off. "Ha ha, I've finally been waiting for this day. Screw your missions that zap me for every little thing, you totally deserve this." Knowing he was doing it on purpose, the system warned, "Host, if the system detaches your consciousness, will also perish." Brandon just smirked and said, "So, what if I die? Back in the day, I was a die-hard materialist. Didn't your mommy ever tell you even a cornered dog will bite back? Don't mess with a man of science, see you never, you idiot." And that's where the video cut off. Kevin never saw an ending like that coming. He was just stunned for a minute before he could even process it. This dude's backstory was way more epic than he thought, way cooler than his own. With that thought, Kevin grabbed that stack of papers on the table to check them out. He noticed Brandon had mentioned that ultimate all-cure elixir. It had to be good stuff. Maybe he could try it. After reading, he cheered out loud, "Dude, you're a legend. I'm totally impressed." So, Kevin's mom wasn't lying after all. Programmers are not to be messed with. If I'd known, I would have majored in computer science back in the day. So, that consciousness the system was talking about is probably something like a soul, right? And if all life forms get wiped out, isn't that basically the apocalypse? Who knows when that system will wake up, hopefully not while Kevin is still alive. And, going by the usual tropes, if he didn't eat it, someone else definitely would later. So, Kevin decided to just down the all-cure elixir right then and there. But he waited, and absolutely nothing happened to his body. He frowned and mumbled to himself, "I don't feel anything, don't tell me this thing expired." But Kevin didn't notice a strange mark appearing on the back of his neck. Later that night, with the moon high in the sky, everyone was tucked into their warm beds. But not Ruby. She was hugging her pillow tight, lost in her feels. She whispered quietly, "I miss my master so much." Thinking about how Bella was always by Kevin's side made Ruby's blood boil. She took a deep breath, trying to chill herself out. "The master left me here because he trusts me I have to protect this place no matter what." Just then, a rustling sound suddenly hit Ruby's ears. Her eyes snapped open instantly on high alert. She pulled out the blade she kept hidden under her pillow, pointing it straight at the noise, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The intruder was hidden in a black cloak, their face all dark and shadowy. "Wait, you're the woman pretending to be the royal advisor." She looked at Ruby and frowned. "It's really you, Ruby." Of course, Ruby recognized the person in front of her, but her tone was anything but happy. "Lord Orion, long time no see." Tiana let out a little laugh like, "Yeah, for real, it's been a hot minute." But after the whole, "Hey, what's up" thing, it got so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then, after a super awkward pause, Tiana finally cut the tension. Peeping Ruby's super cheerful vibe, she was like, "So, I'm guessing the boss is doing A-okay, huh?" Ruby just shrugged all chill. "Dude, the boss is a total beast, of course he's good." But when Tiana heard that, she just hit her with this icy, sarcastic laugh. "Yeah, but I've been hearing whispers you're kicking it with the Ironclad Guild." Ruby's face totally scrunched up and she shot back in a low-key, dangerous voice, "Who's been running their mouth? Are you seriously trying to say I'd turn on the boss?" "Oh, MG, you are so out of the loop, aren't you? The boss didn't just infiltrate the Ironclad Guild, he's basically besties with the Nomad Clan's elder and straight up owns the Eternal Pavilion now." And Tiana After all those years of doing her whole sneaky undercover thing to become the Grand Advisor when the cult was totally going down in flames, she couldn't do jack squat to help. Hearing that sick burn, Tiana was grinding her teeth thinking, ugh, this little punk is just as aggravating as I remember. With that salty thought, she just turned away, let out a huge sigh, and was like, look, I'm not like you guys. Okay, my job is all about strategy, the big picture stuff. For the boss's master plan, I've been working my tail off trying to find this legendary secret treasure. Ruby just busted out laughing at that. Yeah, about that. This time the boss rolled up to the treasure spot with the head honcho of the Ironclad Guild, so I guess you can totally chill now, Tiana. Hearing this, Tiana's face dropped and she hesitated, mumbling, oh no, don't tell me it's that Leo dude. Before she could even get the words out, Ruby was nodding like crazy, confirming it. Yup, that's the boss's new cover, so now you're in the know. Oh, and she also reminded her that the boss left some super specific instructions. Basically, my powers are toast. I'm running low on crew, so lay low, build up in secret, and don't get a big head. Tiana was completely shook that is certifiably insane. Isn't our boss the guy who was super proud of creating the cult in the first place? While Tiana was still trying to process all that, Ruby just kept piling it on. No joke, the boss's disguise is completely on point. He's gotten way better at this whole undercover thing than he used to be. If it wasn't for the cult medallion, I swear I probably would have walked right past him. Tiana got all squinty-eyed, asking super suspiciously, you're telling me you saw this for yourself? Ruby gave a hard nod. 100%, I'd know the boss's vibe anywhere. Seeing how dead set Ruby was, Tiana went quiet for a sec, remembering how back in the day when he first started the cult, the boss loved switching up his identity to navigate the whole criminal underworld scene. I mean, the cult medallion was his personal thing, so there's no way Ruby was capping, but still. Tiana knew she'd have to scope it out for herself later. Anyway, cut to Leo's place where Bella strolls up and knocks on his door. Leo, you in there? Can I come in? After knocking, she didn't just barge in, she actually waited patiently outside. A second later, Leo opened the door and was like, hey, you've been stuck inside for a while, you want to go stretch your legs or something? Bella was just shook her head. Nah, I'm not bored. Chrissy just swung by and asked if we wanted to grab some lunch with her. Hearing that, Leo was instantly down. Heck yeah, let's roll. Tell Hayden and Sunny to come too. So Leo's whole squad heads downstairs, and the second they get there, they spot Jinx waiting for them. The moment she saw Leo, she practically sprinted over with this massive brown-nosing smile and held something out to him. Dude, it's all thanks to you that I got to see the legendary martial god's true scroll. Seriously, this is just a little something to say thanks. Hayden, who was just chilling off to the side, watched them with a little frown. That's weird. He thought, why does Leo's whole vibe feel different? Nah, whatever, he thought. He's probably just leveling up some new skill. Meanwhile, Leo was just cracking jokes and laughing, completely clueless that the power-up pill was starting to do its thing. Right then, a waiter showed up with their food. The waiter also passed them a letter saying, a gentleman downstairs already took care of your bill. Please enjoy your meal. I was also asked to give this letter to a Guildmaster Hayden. Hayden reached out and grabbed it, giving a polite, thanks, man. Then he ripped open the letter, muttering under his breath, ain't no such thing as a free lunch. None of my contacts would be this extra about it. The whole crew leaned in dying to know what the letter said. After a super dramatic pause, Hayden finally dropped the bomb. It's from the new Grand Advisor. The second he said that, Leo totally lit up, gushing with praise. Whoa, Hayden, you're so plugged in, knowing a VIP like that? Are you guys tight? Hayden just crushed the letter in his fist, his lips tightening. Tight is definitely not the word I'd use. So, the old emperor had a ton of sons, right? And this dude bet on the biggest underdog, the fourth prince, to take the crown. So, when the new emperor got his throne, this guy got a massive level up in his career. He added that even though they had beef, the Grand Advisor didn't really seem like the kind of guy to throw his weight around for no reason. But you know that feeling when you meet someone and you just instantly can't stand them? Yeah, it's like that. Leo nodded, totally getting it after that explanation. Ah, so the vibes are just totally messed up. But if you guys don't click, why'd he ask us to lunch? Hayden suddenly exploded in frustration. He's not just buying us lunch, you guys. He wants us to come over to his crib. I swear he's plotting something shady. Don't even trip Leo, I'll shut it down. But Leo was actually super curious to see what was up. Jinx, who was eavesdropping the whole time, kept her mouth shut because she thought Hayden was 100% right. There was just something about that Grand Advisor that gave her a super creepy vibe, and she knew she had to get a closer look at him. So, a little bit later at some fancy royal villa, guess who actually showed up? Yep, Leo and the crew. A palace dude came out to meet them, looked right at Hayden and was like, His Majesty would like a word with you. You can catch up with the Grand Advisor after. At the same time, a handmaiden started leading Leo away, and since nothing seemed too sketchy, they just went with it and followed her inside. After they walked for a minute, Leo couldn't help but blurt out, "Yo, this royal palace isn't as blinged out as I thought it'd be, huh?" The handmaiden Rosie heard him and giggled. "Oh, this isn't the main palace, it's just one of the royal villas. His Majesty brings the princes and princesses here all the time to just chill out, and since the Grand Advisor is a huge fan of this spot, the king basically let him run the place." And just like that, they headed deeper and deeper into the villa. So Scarlett finally pulls up to this massive door and is all like, "After you, my dude," motioning for Vic to head into the main crib. Then, bam! The door creaks open and out struts Tiana, rocking the full-on Grand Advisor fit. She hits him with this smug little smirk like, "If I'm not tripping, you must be the legendary boss Vic everyone's been hyping up, right?" Vic's just squinting at her, totally picking up on some seriously dark demonic juju coming from this girl. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Mr. Harrison rolls up and the king's already there just chilling. The king, posted up on his fancy throne, is super casual like, "Yo, it's been a minute, Chief Harrison." Mr. Harrison gives a respectful bow and is like, "Your Highness is a busy guy. I wouldn't dream of bugging you." Yeah, that's what he says, but in his head he's like, for real. Hitting me with the Your Majesty treatment. That dang Grand Advisor, I freaking knew she was gunning for Vic. While he's totally lost in the sauce, the king just laughs it off. "Nah, man, that's not what I meant. I heard a while back you managed to bag one of those demon cult stragglers. Bet that was a massive headache." "It's just part of the job." Mr. Harrison gives this super dry answer, already trying to figure out how to dip. But right then, slam the doors to the hall fly open, totally spooking both of them mid-awkward convo. And guess who it is? Princess Nina, who just busts in all hyper and bouncing off the walls. She zips right over to Mr. Harrison, grinning like crazy. "Uncle Harrison, you're here. Why'd you ghost me and not say you were coming?" Seeing her act all crazy, the king is just like completely shook. Is this kid possessed or something? Mr. Harrison is just as floored. Like, who the heck is this girl? Nina gives him a little bow, still rocking that super cheerful smile. "Uncle Harrison, you don't remember me. It's me, little Nina. You used to hold me when I was just a little nugget." Hearing that, Mr. Harrison snaps back to reality and bows quick. Princess Nina, my bad." But Nina could not care less, she just peeks up at the king on his throne. She scoots over, grabs his hand, and puts on her best sweetest sugar face, chirping, "I heard Uncle Harrison made a new bestie, and that he's the champ of the big tournament this year. Hey, can you pretty please ask Uncle Harrison to introduce me?" The king just stares at her super bright smile and thinks, yeah, this kid is 100% possessed. No way in heck this is the real Nina. But Nina just hits him with this super pathetic pouty face and whines, "Please, I'm like his biggest fan." Even she's grossing herself out with this cringy performance. The king is so over it and just passes the buck to Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison's just standing there completely lost with zero clue what's happening. He's kind of secretly checking out Nina thinking, why does this princess's build look so familiar? Meanwhile, back at the Grand Advisor's place, Vic's crew got invited in, but the Grand Advisor was being super quiet. Vic felt like the whole vibe was off and kind of nervously goes, so what's the deal here?" Tiana just lets out a little laugh and shoots back. "I've heard Boss Vic's skills are totally insane, that you can take on like 100 guys at once. This is a golden opportunity, so I want to see a little show." Ruby wasn't capping, he's definitely got the vibe of the demon cult's token on him, but that doesn't prove squat. What if my senior brother just dropped the token by accident and some random dude picked it up? Yeah, Tiana is not buying for a second that Vic is her guy. Vic's kinda thrown when he hears this, and he's all confused, mumbling, "How did this rumor get so freaking wild? I mean, I am pretty OP, but still." While he's still trying to process, Tiana cracks a smile, gives a little fight me gesture, and says, "Let's see it. Boss Vic, show me what you got." Vic thinks for a sec, then nods. "I'd bet, but I'm not really trying to throw hands, so how about this? I'll spot you 3 free moves." He can't really fight her anyway, since they're both from the demon cult. He's just bugging about why she doesn't recognize him. But then, out of nowhere, Tiana just attacks Vic's eyes go wide like WTF. He coughs up a mouthful of blood as Tiana literally punches a freaking hole straight through his chest. This crazy twist has Sasha completely frozen on the spot. Her eyes are just wide with pure terror, and it takes her a hot second to snap out of it before she frantically scrambles over to Vic's side. Belle is freaking out just as hard on her side. Meanwhile, Tiana just scoffs to herself. "Knew it. A total phony. Even if my senior brother's powers were sealed and he couldn't use any of his moves, well, his body would still be tough as nails. I mean, back when Tiana used to spar with the Violet Demon Lord, even when he completely sealed his own power, she couldn't even put a scratch on the guy. This Ruby chick must have just recognized the token. By now, Belle is next to Vic's body, just bawling her eyes out. She's trying to cover the hole to stop the bleeding, but it's completely useless. Tiana just watches the whole chaotic scene go down and says super coldly, "I just wanted to spar with Boss Vic. Figured he'd, dodge." As she's saying this, she's secretly sizing up Belle, thinking with total disgust, so this is the so-called Celestial Maiden. Ugh, her crying is so annoying. And just like that, Sasha lunges at her with a palm strike Tiana knows better than to get sloppy and quickly dodges. She looks over at Sasha with this look of surprised excitement. The little girl is in a full-on rage right now and her eyes are screaming that she's out for blood. Sasha just keeps spamming palm strikes, setting off little explosions all over the place, sending dirt and rocks flying. Tiana can't help but be impressed watching this. But Sasha isn't giving her a single second to think she's just relentless. Tiana doesn't sweat it and just dodges again. Not bad kid, she thinks. She's already plotting to wait for Ruby to bite the dust, and then she'll train this kid to be her new little puppet. My senior brother is gonna love this one. Thinking that this super wicked smile spreads across her face. At the same time, back in the palace's main hall, the king and his crew hear all the chaos outside. The guards immediately swarm in to form a meat shield. The king yells out super suspicious, "What the heck is all that noise?" Mr. Harrison's thinking, "Don't tell me that's Vic's crew," and with that, he bolts outside. Mr. Harrison just vanishes in a flash. He is so ticked off because every single time something pops off, he's never there to see it. Outside in the courtyard, it's a straight-up horror show. Vic is just lying on the ground, a total bloody mess. Flo was right there next to him, just bawling her eyes out. When Old Man Hudson rolled up and saw the scene, his face just went completely blank. What the hell even happened? How did Zeke just up and die all of a sudden? Meanwhile, over at the crossroads, the chick sorting souls was literally speechless seeing the dude in front of her. Yep, it was Zeke. He just flashed this goofy-ass grin at her and she snapped, "Wipe that stupid smirk off your face." The crossroads employee pointed right at him and laid into him, "Well, look at you making progress. At least this time you didn't croak right when my shift was about to end. But this is sus, I haven't gotten any paperwork on you checking out. So, how'd you bite the dust?" Zeke just let out this awkward laugh and was like, maybe I died so fast that you guys in accounting haven't gotten the memo yet." Hearing that, she just sighed, "Fine, whatever. Pulling off this whole act and staying alive this long is kinda impressive, I guess." Zeke thought she meant his whole demonic lord persona and started whining, "You're telling me I couldn't even bust out any of my sick moves? It was a total buzzkill." Then he gave another cringy laugh and asked, "So, what's the play now? I feel like I can still be salvaged. Honestly, I kinda want to go back. I made some cool peeps, you know." The employee just snorted and pouted. "What do you think, this is the lottery? One ticket's a dud, so you just buy another one. Hang on, let me pull up your file." In a flash, this holographic screen just popped up right in front of her. Seeing the system's serial number, Zeke blurted out, "Wait, is that my senior's janky-ass system from you guys? Did y'all buy these in bulk from some bargain bin or what?" The employee didn't answer, but as she read the system notification, she gasped, "What the hell is this thing on the fritz again? I could totally look it up before and the data was coming through just fine." Zeke frowned and asked, "And how long ago was before exactly?" The employee just casually replied, "In your world's time, probably a little over 1,000 years ago." Over 1,000 years ago. Zeke screamed, totally bugging out. Seeing him flip, she got annoyed. "What's your deal?" "There's no way I'm wrong. The last dude who went to this dimension was screaming his head off about not wanting to get isekai'd, not wanting to be reborn. It took so much effort to finally yeet him through the portal I almost had to file for workers' comp." Zeke was positive she was talking about his senior, Leo, the Overlord. With that in mind, he asked suspiciously, "So, what now? Am I officially ghosted or what?" The employee just shrugged and said, "Since the system's crashed, the database can't auto-sync. We can't look up the problem, and if we can't look it up, we can't fix it, so you're just gonna have to chill here." Zeke's face got all dark as he yelled, "Are you seriously giving me the bureaucratic shuffle right now?" He started going off, but as far as I know, that dimension has its own freaking system. It even mentioned something about wanting to delete a life form. And now I can't get a hold of it anymore. Don't you guys have some kind of emergency plan for this stuff? After hearing him out, the employee could only try to calm Zeke down. "Look, just to take a chill pill." "Okay. I heard that deleting a life form requires a mountain of red tape. If that order had actually gone through, you never would have been sent there in the first place. It's just that the soul roulette machine hadn't updated, so your file slipped through the cracks. Next time you reincarnate, I'll hook you up with a sweet gig." But when she looked up, the guy in front of her had totally vanished. The employee grabbed her head and screamed, "I'm so getting fired for this. I've had it with this freaking job crap. Now I have to write a report for the higher-ups so they don't say I fudged the details." Meanwhile, back at the palace, Zeke was still just lying there. Old Man Hudson and Flo were crying their hearts out like it was an actual funeral. Just then, Zeke groggily woke up and mumbled, "Yo, cut the waterworks, I'm back." Flo's face immediately lit up. "Oh, thank God you're not dead." Zeke sat up, feeling completely lost. His soul was supposed to be in line for a respawn, so how the heck was he alive again? What kind of insane resurrection cheat code did the original owner have? With that thought, Zeke checked his wound and couldn't help but feel impressed. Damn, I'm built different. A fatal wound like this is nothing, just stings a little. Old man Hudson stared at him, shook, sensing that the weird vibe around Zeke had gotten even stronger. Could it be that this power protected his heart, or something Zeke had no clue what the old man was thinking? He was too busy stressing over the system. The system's gone rogue. And with the way things are, does that mean the system's already woken up? If the world gets wrecked, then my dream of being the top dog is totally shot. But this world is huge. Forget stopping it. I can't even find the darn thing. Just then, Zeke suddenly sensed some drama nearby. He looked over and saw Sasha frantically blasting the Grand Tutor with her inner energy, but the poor kid was too weak and was already gassed. Celeste narrowed her eyes at the kid. Her energy flow is all jacked up. Her attacks are sloppy, but she's got some basic training. Thinking this, she smirked and said, making such a giant mess, "I'll have to waste time cleaning this up later." In the nick of time, a figure jumped right in front of Sasha, and an arm got sliced clean off by Celeste's attack. Seeing who it was, Celeste's eyes went wide with shock. This dude's not dead. The newcomer was, of course, Zeke. He clutched his own severed arm and snorted coldly, "Yo, my guy, we're practically from the same hometown. You really gotta do me dirty like that." But in just a few seconds, Zeke's arm grew right back. He said smugly, "And besides bullying my star pupil right in front of me, that's not very polite, is it?" Celeste stood at a distance, secretly sizing Zeke up. What a freaky healing ability. I've never seen anything like it before. Just then, the Emperor himself showed up yelling in a panic. What in the world is going on here? But when he saw the absolute war zone in front of him, his face got even more twisted. The Emperor clutched his head and shrieked, "My palace!" While he was basically having a full-on meltdown, Celeste just sidled up next to him. She piped up all fake apologetic like, "Your Majesty, my bad, I got a little too hyped just now. I just wanted to see what's up with Manager Leo and his little prodigy." She was gassing them up so much it'd be mad disrespectful if I didn't go all out, right? So don't even trip Your Majesty. She's gonna foot the bill for all the damages herself. The second she said that, Celeste got this crazy glint in her eye. It was gone in a flash, but not before Vincent peeped it. The Crown Prince saw his dad just freeze up and rushed over to give him a little nudge. The Emperor immediately just busted out laughing. "Oh, so that's what went down. Totally get it, totally get it. It's just a friendly little throwdown, right?" Why would I be mad at anyone? Vincent was a little shook. Like for real, were emperors back in the day, always this chill, and man, the Grandmaster's eyes were so bloodshot she looked like she was about to pop a vessel or something. But then it clicked, and he clued in. He was the only one who could see it, so it had to be some kinda sus dark magic. While V-Man was totally spacing out, Celeste strolled right up to him. "Manager Leo, I'm so sorry about your fit. To make it right, let me personally hook you up with a room so you can change." Hank heard that and was absolutely steaming inside. "Are you kidding me? This chick is way too smooth with her words. Is this really just about a ripped shirt? If Vince wasn't so cracked, this would have been an absolute wipeout." A little bit later, Celeste was leading Vincent and Sammy to a room. Vincent put Sammy down and told her all soft, "Sammy, you just hang tight for me right here, Kay. Your boys just gotta swap fits real quick. Don't you worry, your master's built different, ain't nothing gonna happen," he said, messing up Sammy's hair. The little girl just nodded all good. "I know." Then Vincent dipped inside with Celeste. As they were walking, he was like, "Dude, pulling the strings on the Emperor like that? That's some next-level gameplay." But before Celeste could even say anything, Ruby just pops up out of thin air. She yeeted herself straight into Vincent's arms. She was all hyped, like, "Master, I totally felt your vibe a minute ago. Ruby missed you like crazy." Vincent just stared at her all confused and was like, "What are you even doing here?" Ruby just played it casual. "Lady Celeste sent her people to scoop me up, and I spilled all the tea. After that, Lady Celeste said she wanted to chop it up with you about something and told me to wait for you here." Vincent was hella confused after hearing that. Wait, who the hell is Celeste? Was she even on my radar? While he was trying to figure out who she was, Ruby spotted the gash on his chest and totally freaked out. "Master, you're—" But before Vincent could even get a word in, Celeste jumped in first. "Long time no see, big bro. I just couldn't help myself, had to get a little spar in. Had no clue you were so nerfed after that poison. My bad, I accidentally messed you up." Hearing this, Ruby pointed right at her and started laying into her, but Celeste just gave her the total cold shoulder. Vincent was just staring completely blank at Celeste, who was still rocking the Grand Master disguise. "Big bro, and what's with the weird way of talking all of a sudden? A dude talking like that. Is he into some weird stuff or what?" Seeing the look on his face, Ruby decided to stir the pot. "Lady Celeste, looks like the Master ain't feeling your current vibe." But the second she said that, Celeste just ripped the mask clean off and spiked it on the ground, leaving Vincent absolutely shook. She showed her real face, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Yeah, rocking this fake face is kinda cringe. This is way better. It's just a word whatever. I can switch it up. Vincent's eyes were bugging out. There were a million ways to disguise yourself in this world, but a human skin mask, bro, that was a new one. He started wondering if you could, wash and wear it. Celeste then turned to Vincent with a smile. I didn't mean to mess you up earlier, it was just a prank. You're not gonna stay salty, are ya? She was talking all sweet because she was thinking Vincent was a total asset. Vincent looked up at her and said, deadpan, my memory's wiped. I don't remember jack about the past. Weren't you literally just trying to yoink my heart and lungs out? That's a wild way to say what's up. Why has Ruby never dropped a name this important before? And with those psycho red eyes, is she trying to devour my soul or something? She used her dark magic on me, which means she doesn't trust me one bit. With that thought, Vincent decided to switch up the topic. Ruby said you wanted to talk to me about something, so what's good? Celeste let out a little laugh and answered all cool. Back when you just ghosted us, big bro. Everyone was bugging out for real. Now that we finally tracked you down, we obviously gotta let the whole crew know. As she was talking, she hit the secret button on the wall and then kept going. Follow me, big bro. The crew will keep an eye on the little one outside. And just like that, a whole corner of the DC Palace became the Crimson Moon Cult's secret clubhouse. Celeste led Vincent and Ruby down into a creepy dark basement. He strolled past this glowing night pearl thing and just had to reach out and touch it. His eyes just popped. Then Vincent secretly started sizing up Celeste. This chick didn't trust him at all. She even tried to snatch his heart out. According to the unspoken rules of how these things go, this chick had to go. But she seemed to know stuff that even Ruby was clueless about, so he had to play along for now. Thinking this, Vincent called out real quiet. Ruby. Ruby answered in a heartbeat. Yeah? He shot her a look, asking all annoyed, Yo, why'd you never tell me I had a little sis in the crew? Ruby just explained it like it was nothing. You did say one time. My job is to follow the script, get it done, no questions asked, and keep my mouth shut. When I'm with you, all Ruby's gotta do is what you say. Vincent was like, bruh, but low-key, she wasn't wrong. Other than being a total fangirl, Ruby really never did bring up cult business on her own. Dude was so mad at himself now, he should have just grilled her for info way earlier. Just then, this loud, sharp clang just rips through the dark basement. The squad had just walked into a full-on prison. Some prisoner stuck his hand out through the bars, mumbling and begging like his life depended on it. The guy's face was a total mess, like he was just an empty shell. Vincent was totally bugging when he saw that. These messed up screams were just bouncing off the walls in the gloomy basement. And get this, one of the prisoners looked crazy familiar. Zitong was clinging to this wooden plank for dear life, totally begging. Yo, I'm useful for real. I swear I know all my dad's dirt. The Green Mountain sect, I know where he hid all the sick loot. Only, I know where it is. Wei couldn't help but take a few steps back, totally wigging out. Yo, what's the deal with these dudes? Sky just chuckled and was all casual. Oh, them looks like that amnesia seriously messed you up, senior bro. You're blanking on everything. They're just thirsty for power, that's it. Power? Wei frowned, sounding kinda clueless. Sky just stated flatly, Yup, that's the T. Getting juiced up with zero talent or grind. Who wouldn't want that cheat code? Wei asked, kinda skeptical. You're talking about our demonic sex special skills, right? While they were chatting, Zitong heard Wei's voice and it was crazy familiar. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks who it was, and that's when it all clicked. They're all demonic sect. What the heck? He totally thought Wei was just some random kid they were using as bait, but nah, it was the complete opposite. Zitong's dad is in the demonic sect and you guys are too. So why are you gunning for his pops? Dude was so confused. Sky spoke up again. Aight, come on, I'll show you to the room, senior bro. Wei just nodded. Bet. He followed her, thinking to himself, dang, they built a whole secret lair this massive right under the king's nose in DC. He was low-key, starting to feel bad for those goody-two-shoes righteous crews. Even with the demonic sect token to prove his cred, this chick was still giving him the side-eye. But with Ruby around, Sky couldn't try any funny business, at least for now. He just had to figure out the sitch and then find the right moment to, handle her. With that in mind, Wei glanced over at Ruby and was like, Ruby baby. Ruby was on it instantly. Master, I'm right here. Wei leaned in super close and whispered in her ear, Who was that guy who grabbed my arm before? Ruby instantly replied, He's the son of the Green Mountain sect's big boss. He's been stalking you. Looks like he's out for payback for his old man. Wei was shook when he heard that. A dude has a son. Get out of here. You take out the dad, the son pops up. You take out the son, the dad pops up. It's like a messed up family reunion. You can't just leave loose ends like that hanging around. Thinking about it, Wei spoke up again. He was talking about some treasure before. It's gotta be tied to the demonic sect. Go figure out where it is later. Then, make sure his story has a clean ending. Ruby gave a slight nod. Got it. While those two were whispering, they were totally oblivious to Sky watching them. A sec later, she piped up, "We're here, senior bro. This place is on lockdown for real. No one's gonna bug us here. Now, let's talk strategy." As she said that, Sky pointed to this stone table with like a single spotlight on it. Meanwhile, across town, outside, Princess Ju found Belle to have a little chat. "I am so sorry. I had no idea my teacher was going to just start throwing hands with Mr. Li and go all out on him like that." While she was talking, she slid something into Belle's hand. She said cheerfully, "You must have been so freaked out earlier. Here, wear this for now. I'll have someone get your clothes cleaned up later." Belle nodded politely. "Thank you, Your Highness, but like this is way too bougie." Princess Ju just laughed. "Oh, stop. Just think of it as like a little welcome gift. I love making new friends." Belle kind of frowned when she heard that and shot back, "Our first time meeting." Princess Ju figured Belle and Wei were tight, so getting on her good side was a smart play. But Belle knew for a fact that Princess Ju was that masked hero from before, so why was she fronting like this was their first meeting? They were both just like totally lost in their own heads. After a beat, Princess Ju smiled and was like, "Hey Belle, I heard Mr. Li curved an offer from the Unbound sect because he wanted to do his own thing and started the Serenity Inn." Belle gave a little nod. "Yeah, I think that's the story." Princess Ju looked at her all hyped up and asked, "Do you think if a princess like me signed up right now, I could be his #1 student?" Belle gave this super awkward smile. "Your Highness, you should probably just ask Wei that yourself. Besides, aren't you already learning from the Grand Advisor?" Princess Ju just shook her head and laughed. "You can't even compare them. A teacher is just a teacher, but a master is like everything." Belle was kinda shook. She frowned like, "Your Highness, it sounds like you've got a massive crush on him or something." On Wei, Princess Ju nodded all giddy. It's way more than a crush. He gave up first place in the tourney for his student. That proves he's not about the clout or the cash. Plus, his skills are insane. I heard even Old Man Summers couldn't block a single hit from that little girl, and get this, Jiwei heard from the dudes in the 3 great sects that Old Man Summers found some legendary power-up that lets him mix and match his moves with other people's. The more Princess Juo talked, the more hyped she got, like she was literally bouncing off the walls. I mean, think about it. The only other person who could pull that off was the Violet Demon Lord, but his moves were way too savage. They were like impossible to master. You'd be lucky to even get the basics down. He's nothing like our dependable Wei. Belle was totally nodding along. For real, if it wasn't for Wei, Rosie would probably still be getting bullied right now. And I wouldn't be here just chilling and chatting with a princess. Princess Ju giggled and was like, "See, Mr. Li is obviously a good dude. Anyway, I'm dead set on being his student, so you gotta put in a good word for me, okay? I swear, I'll be the best." Belle just plastered on a fake smile. This princess was super straightforward, but her master was a straight-up villain. If Wei didn't have a trick up his sleeve, he'd be toast for sure. The king completely trusts the Grand Advisor, so even if Wei, disappeared, the Grand Advisor could just sweep it under the rug, no problem. Belle was getting some seriously bad vibes. It would be so much better if the asterisk just, poof, disappeared. But as soon as she thought that, she snapped out of it. Whoa, that's the king and the Grand Advisor she's thinking about. How could she even go there? That's like major treason. And while she was totally lost in her head, Jasmine piped up again. "Skylar, Chop Chop get changed. We're about to go link up with Victor and his crew." Skylar just gave a quick nod like, bet. She figured it was probably way smarter to just trust the expert and stick close to Victor. Meanwhile, down in the cellar, Victor was sitting across from Seraphina and, the vibe was tense. Victor was getting major, we need to talk energy, like he was about to get hit with the breakup speech. Just then, Seraphina hits him with a bro. Victor legit jumped like a foot in the air and automatically goes, yeah. Seraphina let out this little laugh and said, super chill. Since you've got that whole amnesia thing going on, I have no idea what's actually rattling around in that head of yours, so check it. Until you ask the questions and your girl right here will spill all the tea she's got. Hearing that, Victor got all pumped, word so I can ask whatever. He then asked if he'd left her any special instructions the last time they talked before he vanished. Seraphina was all casual. You just told me that seeing the token is the same as seeing you and that everything else should just, go according to plan. Oh, for real? So what's this other plan you're talking about? Victor asked, his brow all furrowed. Like, what's this? Seeing the token is like seeing me, garbage. If he couldn't see that freaky red-eye glow she had going on, he would have totally fallen for it. But Seraphina didn't seem to clock it and just smiled casually. We gotta start recruiting and rebuild the demonic sect. Most of the technique scrolls are locked in the sect token, so it's not like you can just pull them out of your pocket. Victor just nodded like it was nothing, then whipped out a whole stack of technique scrolls from his clothes along with the demonic sect token. Seraphina scooped up the scrolls to check them out, and yeah, they were legit, definitely the techniques her bro cooked up way back when. So, the biggest question now was what in the world is the deal with this Victor guy? Her bro once told her that only he could rock the demonic sect token, so how could this dude just use it? Yeah, sure, the Demon Lord Victor used to love going undercover, but it wasn't like he was popping some cheap disguise pill. Nah, his disguises were powered by some next-level demonic arts like straight-up transferring his power and memories into a new body. A tiny little pest could be handled just by switching bodies, so this whole amnesia act had to be a total lie, right? She might have some memory gaps, but there's no way the Demon Lord Victor would. With that thought, Seraphina spoke up again. Bro, there are so many different techniques here I can't even tell which is which. I'm actually heading to Nameless Town on business tomorrow, so why don't you come with... She was thinking that Victor's demonic arts could probably get around those pesky cultivation restrictions. It seemed like this Victor guy had a similar move. If I can't take him out, might as well keep him around for funsies, she thought. After hearing her pitch, Victor got all suspicious for what? But the next morning, Victor still ended up hopping on the carriage to Nameless Town. Old Man Hector and Lil Ace were bawling their eyes out, both of them wanting to tag along. Victor was speechless, just sighing as he said, "What are you guys, a useless old man and a pain in my neck? Just stay here. We'll be back in a couple of days." Bringing the old dude from the Ironclad sect on a demonic sect recruitment trip? Yeah, I'd have to be certifiably insane. And this is probably the first time Lil Ace has been away from me for this long. Thinking this, Victor went over and patted the kid's head to make him feel better. I'll be back in a couple of days. Skylar and Ruby aren't here either, so you're holding down the fort with the customers. With that, he hopped on the carriage and peaced out. Old Man Hector waved goodbye from the ground. Bro, Victor, I'll definitely take good care of this kid. Victor waved back at them, then kicked back in the carriage and let it roll out. He then turned to Skylar and said, "Oh, you're really not going back to Willow Creek Town with Lil Ace and them?" Skylar replied calmly, "I want to follow you, Victor." All right, then Victor didn't stress it. At least it's cool to have a total hottie traveling with him. Just then a voice suddenly shouted from outside, "Miss Skylar, Manager Lee Victor," and Skylar both jumped a little. Skylar pulled back the curtain and saw Jasmine standing there. She was smiling all brightly at them. "Can I ride with you guys? I've been riding for almost half a day and I'm so bored all by myself." Jasmine had heard Victor was also going to Nameless Town, so she just followed him without even thinking about it. After hopping in the carriage, she looked at Skylar and asked, "Skylar, you changed into this outfit." Thinking about the other getup, Skylar blushed and said in a super low voice, "That outfit? It's the princess's. How could I just wear it out? Besides, that style really isn't me." The outfit Jasmine gave her was super tight with a crazy low neckline, so of course Skylar wasn't used to it. But Jasmine wasn't having it, laughing all happy. "I think it looked amazing on you. I'm sure Victor would dig it too." Victor just watched the two girls talk and didn't jump in. He let out a massive yawn, feeling kinda sleepy. And boom, Victor was knocked out and even drooling. When the carriage stopped for a bit, he groggily woke up. Just then, Ruby poked her head in from outside and asked, "Master, are you awake?" Victor glanced around and asked suspiciously, "Where are the girls?" Before Ruby could even answer, another voice called out from outside, "Victor Lee, long time no see." Victor looked over and saw Autumn and Jade standing by the carriage. He could not for the life of him remember who Jade was, so he frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Jade got totally ticked off and yelled, "What the heck, you forgot about me." She was so mad she even gave Victor the finger. But Victor just ignored her and looked at Autumn asking, "Where'd the other girls go?" Autumn calmly replied, "The ninth princess saw you were still knocked out and took Miss Skylar to help out. The Imperial Preceptor wants to check on the disaster situation. I'll take you there in a bit." Hearing this, Victor just nodded like he understood. Then he turned to Jade with a smile and said, "Oh, I remember now, we met at the arena before. My name is Victor Lee. Nice to meet you." Jade just snorted and said, "Yeah," not shaking your hand. Autumn also remembered what went down back then and nodded, "Yeah, I think that's right." Victor then asked curiously, "By the way, your names are so similar. Are you guys sisters?" One is named Autumn Mang and the other is Jade Mang. Autumn paused for a second, then was like, "Yeah, I guess you could say we're basically sisters." Kevin just nodded with a small smile. "That's dope. Having a big sis like that seems pretty cool." But Autumn shot right back, "Nah, I'm actually the older one." Hearing that, Kevin was totally thrown like, "Wait, what? Then why do you call Asterisk her Asterisk sis?" "Hold up, how old are you then? Autumn didn't answer right away, just played it cool and said, it's a whole thing, but I can tell you about it later. Gotta get you guys to the spot first. After she said that, she added, oh, by the way, I'm 28 this year. 28. Whoa, you look way younger than I thought. Kevin just let it slip out, but then he realized what he said and got all awkward. He shot a look at Ruby and whispered, what age did she just say 28? Did I hear that right? No freaking way. Autumn's face looks so young. Duh. Could it be like a side effect of her powers? Like she's forever young or something? With that crazy thought, Kevin turned back to Ruby. Ruby, how old are you? Ruby answered kinda shyly. I just turned 18, but I've actually been with the Violet Demon Lord for exactly 10 years now. Just then, this adorable little girl comes running up to Sky and his buddy holding a handful of wild berries. She had this super sweet smile and said, I just picked these. They're really, really yummy. You guys should have some. After she said that, she spotted Kevin's crew and ran over to share the berries with them, too. Kevin grabbed one, took a bite, and was like, whoa, this is awesome, thanks, kiddo. Then the four of them started following the little girl. Levi, who was walking in the back, spoke up, you can tell a lot about how things are here just by looking at this kid. I mean, this place doesn't really scream disaster zone. Sky heard him and just scoffed. Yeah, well, if we hadn't rolled up, everyone here would be dead. They only send help after the disaster gets officially stamped and filed. That whole bureaucratic mess, even if they put a rush on it, would take forever. Hearing that, Levi got all pensive and was like, that's a good point. Even with people in this world having super speed, you can't just have one dude with a magic backpack show up and save the day. I just hope nothing crazy goes down, you know? I mean, that lady just wanted to use this as a recruiting event. While he was zoning out, Belle spotted him from across the way and yelled out, Kevin, you made it. Belle was in the middle of handing out bowls of porridge to the refugees while she talked. The princess got called away by the royal advisor, so I figured I'd come lend a hand. Kevin gave a little nod, then raised an eyebrow and asked, where's this lead? Seeing him, Belle got all worried. Kevin, your arm. Kevin just shook his head to calm her down. Don't trip my arms. Right then, Ruby came up next to him and said in a low voice, Master, I'm gonna go check out the perimeter. Kevin gave a slight nod. Go for it. Autumn totally overheard them and had this super confused look on her face. Yo, she's already calling him Master. What in the world did Kevin even do to Ruby? But whatever, not my circus, not my monkeys. With that thought, Autumn whips out this sick bracelet and, poof, a whole row of vials just appears out of nowhere. She starts handing them out like candy, and Kevin, just watching from the sidelines, is like, yo, what's with all the tiny bottles? That bracelet's your matriarch's right. Autumn, still hustling, replies, yeah, the big boss is off doing some top-secret stuff, so I'm holding down the fort at the Legacy Guild for now. As for these little things, they're pills from that black ginseng Levi hooked us up with. They're clutch for bringing down fevers. A fever might not take you out, but man, it's straight-up torture. This village is pretty much all old folks and little kids. With these pills and the stuff we brought, they can at least hang in there. The villagers started thanking Autumn like she was a goddess, but she was low-key, feeling like she didn't deserve it. She immediately piped up, hey everyone, this dude next to me is Boss Li. He's the real MVP who came through with the black ginseng. The second they heard that, the whole crowd swarmed Levi, thanking him like he just dropped the hottest album of the year. Even that little girl from before trotted over looking at him with huge, grateful eyes. So, you're Boss Li. Your black ginseng saved my grandma. Thank you so much. Levi just handed her a vial, shaking his head with a chill smile. Nah, don't even worry about it. But the kid was super polite. She took it, thanked him again, and then bolted, yelling back, when my grandma gets better, you have to come to our house, Boss Li. Kevin watched her go, smiling to himself. He kinda just stumbled into doing a good deed and saved a whole bunch of people, huh? This whole hero vibe, it actually slaps. On the flip side, the little girl was booking it with the medicine on Cloud 9. The kid was gonna sprint home and tell her grandma that their literal lifesaver showed up in person. Her grandma would totally lose her mind with joy, but not paying attention, the little girl smacked right into something. Being so tiny, she just flopped right onto the ground. The little girl looked up at the huge figure towering over her. Turns out she'd crashed right into Tiana, who grumbled under her breath, this blind kid. Tiana's death glare was absolutely terrifying, making the little girl just shrink into herself. She was trembling, mumbling, I'm sorry. Just then, Jessica ran up, all smiles. Aw, what a cute little sister. The kid scrambled to her feet and gave Tiana a wary look, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. Tiana's whole vibe switched up in a split second. She plastered on a super fake smile and said, It's okay, sweetie. Just be more careful so you don't fall. Jessica crouched down to her level, saying cheerfully, What a good kid. What's your name? The girl blinked and smiled back, My name's Annie. Jessica patted her head and said, Annie, you can call me Big Sis Jess. Annie looked up at her all happy. "Hi, big sis Jess. Are you guys friends with our hero, Boss Lee, too?" Hearing this, Jessica was like, "Wait, hero." Annie, totally over being scared, started explaining with her whole body. "Yeah, Miss Autumn told us it's all 'cause of Boss Lee's black ginseng that we made it through this whole mess." Leah was like, "No freaking way. He's really that dude, the one she totally looks up to out here doing good stuff on the down low. What a legend." Thinking that Leah totally squeezed Nia's hand and was like all chipper, "You got it, kiddo. I'm friends with Mr. Leo for real, so if you ever need a hand, just hit me up. I got you. Here, this is for you." And just like that, she tied this cute little bracelet on the kid's wrist. Nia just nodded, then turned to dip, but not without saying bye to Leah and her boy. "Okay, I'm gonna bounce. Bye-bye, Mr. Bye-bye, Missy." As soon as the kid was out of earshot, Tian finally piped up, "Whoa, talk about a 180. The ninth princess's vibe really changes on a dime, huh? Well, like 2 seconds ago, you were so not feeling this place, and now you're letting a little kid call you Sis Leah." Leah shot a major death stare at the dude next to her. She huffed all annoyed and shot back, "Who said I was cool with her calling me sis? I was only trying to ditch 'cause my royal bro was hanging around, but if Zion was going to be here, you think I'd miss that?" Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but let out a little smirk like, "Oh, is that right? You know, speaking of, His Majesty opened up the royal vault for this whole disaster thing, but the person getting all the props isn't even royalty." Leah just pouted and clapped back, "And who cares who the regular folks are thanking? Like, that's even a big deal. Look, even though I can't stand this whole royal thing, I get the basics. Making sure people can just live their lives is like the royal family's one job. My grandpa, the Grand Emperor, always used to say that the people being happy is the ultimate 5-star review for us royals." Leah was basically like, "As the Grand Tutor, you of all people should know what's off limits to say." Tian's eyes narrowed and he got real quiet thinking, "Man, this girl was something else. She's way more of a handful than the Emperor, and she's totally got Zion on a pedestal." He wondered how she'd flip if she knew the real tea. The thought made Tian crack a smile, and when Leah saw it, she was instantly like, "Okay, this dude is a total weirdo who smiles in the middle of a fight." Meanwhile, over at this little cottage on the edge of town, Nia came bursting in, totally hyped. She immediately started spilling all the deets to her grandma about what went down. "So Grandma, you won't believe it. Mr. Leo is here. He's the guy who gave my big sister Autumn all that crazy rare black ginseng, and he even gave me today's medicine himself," Naya said, bringing the medicine right over for her grandma. The little girl was all smiles. "As soon as you feel better, I'm going to invite him over to our place, but you got to take your medicine first, okay? Nice and slow." The old woman took the pill and smiled back. "Well, in that case, I guess I'd better hurry up and get better." Right then, her grandma spotted the bracelet on Nia's wrist. She asked, a little puzzled, "Sweetie, where'd you get this bracelet?" Nia beamed. "One of Mr. Leo's besties gave it to me. They're all like super nice." The old woman patted the little girl's head, saying softly, "Well, you make sure to take extra good care of it and try to be a good person just like them." Later that night, over at the house, Zion was crashing at Bella, finished getting him all set up, and said, "You should get some sleep. I'll be right in the room next door." Zion just gave a little nod and crashed onto the bed. Man, even though he'd been running around all day, he had to admit this whole being worshipped thing was actually pretty sweet. Maybe this whole turning over a new leaf and being a hero thing ain't so bad after all. And, right on cue, Ruby just popped asterisk into existence right next to his bed. She grinned like a maniac and said, "Master, you're just the best. Even if you did literally nothing, the whole world should still be kissing your feet." Zion just about jumped out of his skin. When the heck did she even get on the bed with him? Ruby was totally oblivious to the freaked-out look on his face. She just scrambled right up, her eyes sparkling, and looked at him with this huge grin. "I know you're just playing nice with these people to get them on your team, but they're such a random crew you totally can't trust them." Zion literally felt like he couldn't breathe with her all up in his personal space. He shoved her away real quick, grumbling, "Whoa, back up, give me some space. I ain't got time for it, girls. I'm on that god-tier sword grind, don't you dare mess with my flow." Then Zion just dramatically flopped back on the bed, hoping she'd get the hint. "Just go scout some decent people for me, would ya? We can just start training them up from scratch." Ruby looked kind of bummed, but sighed and said, "Okay, fine. I guess I'll go see if I can find a few people who aren't totally useless." The next morning, Nia came looking for Zion. She gave him the cutest little smile and said, "Mr. Leo, this is for you." Zion took it from her, looking a little confused. Thanks. What is it?" "Is this a good luck charm?" Nia nodded her head. "Yep, me and my grandma made 'em." Then she handed him a whole stack more. "There's one for everyone, so I'm leaving them all with you, Mr. Leo." Zion took them and patted the little girl's head with a smile. "All right, bet. I'll make sure everyone gets one." After she left, he went right back to helping people out. When Bella showed up again, he handed her one of the charms. "Hey, gorgeous, this one's for you." Bella raised an eyebrow. "And what's this?" Zion explained. "It's a good luck charm. That little girl Nia made one for all of us." Bella nodded slowly, staring at the little charm in her hand. It kind of reminded her of this one time she was doing charity work in some mountain village. A bunch of little kids gave her handmade gifts then, too. It made her think that maybe she should make something for Zion one of these days. With that thought, Bella finally cracked a smile and said, "Oh, right, I came to bring you some lunch." And with that, she started putting all the food on the table, explaining, "The ninth princess made this. She said she's in a meeting with the Grand Tutor and the Saintess from the Eternal Pavilion, so we shouldn't wait up." Zion looked totally floored when he heard that the princess, she knows how to cook something as basic as porridge. Bella nodded back, "Yeah, I was shocked too. She said they were low on supplies, so she hopes you won't be too picky." As she said it, she couldn't help but think about Vic for a second. Back when he was around, Zion was always a super picky eater, so she was kind of worried he wouldn't touch this stuff. But nope, she was totally bugging. Zion slammed the whole bowl of porridge and was even like, "Yo, this is actually good." Then he looked over at Bella and said, "Hey, gorgeous, stop buzzing around and come sit and eat with me." He told her that back when he lived with his grandma, she made the absolute best porridge. He'd get home from work and there'd be a hot bowl of plain porridge with a couple of little side dishes waiting for him. And back in those days, he thought it was the most fire thing he'd ever tasted. But ever since she passed, porridge just never hit the same. As he was saying this, Zion's voice just kinda faded out. Then it hit him, and he was like, "Whoops, my bad. I was just kinda lost in my thoughts, didn't mean anything by it. Like, dude, Pia's family is gone too, and here he is, running his mouth about all that heavy stuff." But she was totally chill, just shaking her head with a smile like, "Nah, it's cool. I'm just stoked you're actually talking to me, Zeke." All she knew was that Zeke was an orphan, so hearing he had a grandma was news. He used to be so walled off, you know. Dude was always just grinding buried in his training, but he was a total softie, so everyone basically treated him like a walking punchline. Seriously, if it wasn't for that whole amnesia thing, nobody would have ever guessed Zeke was this low-key beast. Thinking back, he was such a good dude, always willing to take a hit himself just so nobody else got hurt. And his backstory. So tragic, working on a farm since he was a little kid, never even getting a decent meal. Pia totally started tearing up just thinking about it, which made Zeke all confused, like, "Yo, why are you crying?" She just sighed and said she felt so bad for how hard it must have been for him to get this far all by himself. Zeke just brushed it off with a laugh. Nah, you girls have it way tougher than me. I mean, with all those old school rules and no phones, being cooped up at home all day has gotta be super boring." Meanwhile, Ruby, lurking in the distance, was watching this whole sappy scene go down. She bit her lip so hard. How sweet. She was asterisk, not asterisk, jealous. Not at all. Nope. But her face was screaming, "Liar!" While Ruby was deep in her feels, a tiny voice popped up from right behind her. "Hey, lady, what's up with you standing in a tree?" Ruby kinda jumped and spun around. It was that little girl, Annie. The cute kiddo asked, "Are you his friend too, miss?" "So, you not gonna come down and grab a bite?" Ruby just shakes her head. Not a friend. Which totally threw Annie for a loop. While the kid was processing that, Ruby hopped down and added, "I'm the master's pet," and his favorite one, obviously. This just made Annie's brain short-circuit. The little girl asked, all skeptical, "But, miss, you're not a cat or a dog. How can you be a pet?" Ruby just stared at the kid for a hot second. Then she scoffed and was like, "Whatever. Anyway, the master always says you gotta start 'em young. You trying to roll with us?" Annie just gave her a blank stare, totally confused. "Roll with you guys." Ruby just nodded like it was no big deal. Ruby was all casual. "Yeah, come with us. Learn to throw down, get crazy strong, make it to the top, and live your best life." After hearing all that, Annie just innocently asked, "Do we have to go, like, super far away?" Ruby shook her head and was like, "We go where the wind blows, kid. Wherever the master goes, we go." Hearing this, Annie thought about it for a sec before saying, "I want to be strong, but I gotta take care of my grandma, so I can't go with you." So Ruby goes right back into her recruitment pitch trying to brainwash the kid. "Look, join our crew and you get instant perks 2 days off a week, plus 10 days of paid vacay you can roll over. We can even hook you up with some elder care if you need it. Anyway, just mull it over." Annie just stared, completely clueless. The little girl was not picking up what Ruby was putting down. After a minute, she finally piped up, "Maybe you should talk to my grandma. My brain is too small for all this." "Fine. Show me the way," Ruby replied with a little nod. Annie immediately started leading the way. Then the little girl asked all innocent like, "If I go with you guys, do I have to call Mr. Lee Master too?" This pretty much made steam shoot out of Ruby's ears. She snapped back all aggressive, "In your dreams only asterisk, I asterisk get to call him that." Meanwhile, in some little house in town, the ninth princess and her crew were talking about some serious business. But after hearing this plan, Autumn freaked out. "Say what now?" "You want to move these disaster victims, move them where?" Sky also chimed in, super hesitant. "The people of Nameless Town have been here for like almost 100 years. And a ton of them are old folks. Can I ask the National Advisor, is this your bright idea, or His Majesty's?" A sneaky little smile crept onto Serena's face, who was sitting across from them looking all prim and proper. She said all chilly, "You two should know what I want asterisk is asterisk what His Majesty wants." As she said it, you could totally see a flash of "I will end you" in Serena's eyes. But Autumn wasn't having it, slamming the table and yelling, "This is nuts, completely insane. The disaster is under control and the palace sent people to help out. Whatever other problems they have will get sorted out soon. There's literally zero reason to kick them out of their homes no matter how you spin it." Serena shot back ice cold. "And what if another disaster hits this place? You think you'll get lucky and dodge the bullet again? If it wasn't for Mr. Li coming through with that black core ginseng, this whole mess wouldn't have been cleaned up so easy." Speaking of which, she really owed a big one to Zeke and that clueless girl with terrible taste in guys. That black core ginseng was the exact thing the demonic Lord Zeke needed to stop the whole catastrophe. She'd been stressing about how to get her hands on it, but this time it just fell right into her lap. Now she could just blame the whole thing on the Eternity Pavilion and Zeke. After hearing Serena's point, Autumn got real quiet and started thinking. She wasn't wrong. Without Zeke, they could have emptied the whole kingdom's bank account and it still wouldn't have been enough. And even if they used those freaky parasite bugs to slow it down, with that many people getting them all on the same page would be a nightmare. With that sinking in, she finally spoke up. "The National Advisor has a point, but I have one more question. After you move everyone, what's the game plan for them?" This sent Sky over the edge, who just completely lost it. "Are you guys for real right now? Why are you even talking about this here? You're not going to discuss something this major with the actual people it affects." Seeing her freak out, Autumn tried to calm her down. "Chill out. What if it really is a direct order from the Emperor?" But Sky was still fired up, yelling, "I don't care if it's the Emperor. Even the Emperor's dad would have to show our Eternity Pavilion some respect." And right then, Jax busted in from outside, screaming, "This is bad. The infected people are starting to get sores." Just like Jax said, the people with fevers were taking a nosedive. Zeke had a mask on now. And he started barking orders. "Don't touch the patients, cover your faces, and everyone who isn't essential back up." Autumn's crew rushed over, and Autumn asked, all worried, "Zeke, what's the sitch?" Victor slammed his arm out, blocking them, and got dead serious. "Yo, back up. This stuff is wicked contagious. We got a quarantine like yesterday." He knew exactly what this crap was. He just couldn't figure out why smallpox was even here. Like, what's the timer on this thing? With it popping off out of nowhere, the whole village is probably toast. Man, other worlds are wild. The first symptoms must be straight-up nightmare fuel. Just then, Sky literally shoved him aside, saying all ice-cold, "I've got a goo worm. I ain't afraid of this junk. Let me in. I can help." After she said that, she shot a look at Willow and was like, "Go find the Princess Stat. This is way worse than we thought. We need a game plan like right now." Willow just nodded, got it, and she was out. Victor walked up next to Sky, all skeptical. "You guys seen this before? Is there a cure or what?" Sky just coolly replied, "We ran into it once about 10 years ago." Then she just walked over to a patient and touched their hand. In a flash, this crazy spiritual energy flowed right into the person's body. Victor, totally bugging out, was like, "What are you even—" But Sky just calmly said, "This is just a band-aid, it won't last." This blistering plague thing popped up once in a village totally off the grid. By the time the Everlast Guild showed up, the place was basically just filled with bodies. They searched for ages and only found one little girl who wasn't sick, a super lucky survivor. Hearing this, Victor got all suspicious. "So, what happened to her?" Sky just laid it all out. "Back then, the kid wouldn't say a word, just clutched this knife and wouldn't let go. We were debating taking her to the guild when this dude showed up claiming he was her relative and just took her." Victor heard this and was shook. Wait, what if the guy was some kind of trafficker? Sky just sighed. "Yeah, we worried about that too, but she went with him on her own, so he probably wasn't trying to snatch her." "For real?" Victor muttered to himself, his mind racing. Only one little girl survived. The spread and the death rate are insane. Ugh, I swear I saw a video about a smallpox vaccine. Why didn't I just watch for 2 more seconds? I am so kicking myself right now. Still thinking, Victor sighed again. This is the tragic life of a normal dude who gets isekai'd. Seriously, if I wasn't this strong, I would have been a goner a long time ago. While Victor was still in his feelings, someone called his name. He looked up startled and saw Belle running over saying all rushed, "The princess and Lady Willow sent a message back. The royal advisor said he saw some old-school remedy for the blistering plague in an ancient book once, and he should be able to whip up a solution real soon." Belle also said the princess thinks this plague showing up is way too sudden, like she thinks something shady is going on. It clicked for Victor instantly and he whipped around and started running. "I'm going to find the royal advisor," Belle yelled, surprised. "Right now." Victor didn't even look back, just shouted a warning, "Hey, gorgeous, don't follow me." Sky just watched him bolt, looking like she was deep in thought. Meanwhile, somewhere else, over in Melonville, Dash was just sprawled on a table, pouting and whining, "I miss my sis and my masters so much." Summer sighed right along with him. "I miss Vic, too." The second she said it, they looked at each other and let out a perfectly timed dramatic sigh. After a sec, Dash suggested, "Hey, Summer, what if we sneak out and go find our master?" She replied, all gloomy, "You can't just pack up and go, it's not that easy. By the time we even get there, they'll probably be on their way back. Besides, my dad would literally kill us, and who's going to watch the shop if we bail?" Dash just winked at her with a huge grin. "Come on, I can fly you there, Summer. It'll be super fast, we'll just spy from a distance, and if we get busted, Master will totally have our backs. Come on, go with me, Summer." She thought about it for a second, figured he kinda had a point, and caved with a nod. Fine, but if my dad finds out you have to cover for me." Hearing that, Dash was totally psyched. "Okay, you're the best, Summer." She just smiled, not saying a word, but inside she was totally doing a victory dance. While she was thinking, Dash had already grabbed her hand and was pulling her out the door. "Let's go. So, one problem. I have no idea how to read a map. You know how right, Summer." Hearing that, she just felt dead inside. So the real reason he wanted her to come was to be his personal GPS. At the exact same time, over at Annie's house, her grandma had caught it too and was now coughing like crazy. Annie got back, saw the whole scene, and her eyes just started tearing up. She ran to her grandma crying, "Grandma, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Then she looked back at Ruby and asked, all worried, "Miss, what's wrong with my grandma? She was totally fine before I left." But Ruby didn't answer. She just squinted at the weak old woman in the bed, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Then she just turned and walked out. Seeing this, Annie yelled in a panic, "Miss, where are you going?" Ruby didn't say a word, just walked right outside and saw two dudes arguing and yanking on each other. One of them was complaining, "You're not going. We're all from the same village, man. When things get bad, it's every man for himself, huh?" The other guy just scoffed. "Bro, that's the blistering plague, not some 24-hour bug. You catch that and you're done for. I'm just a farmer. What am I supposed to do to help?" Ruby walked a few more feet and saw some townspeople just sighing, totally defeated. Just then, Orion slid out of the shadows with a nasty smirk on his face. Well, well, quite the party we've got here, isn't it? Ruby." She just glanced at Orion, who kept that same creepy smile, and said super casually, "I'm telling you, getting chosen by our master is a blessing for these people. And to be able to be stepping stones on our master's path to godhood, that's an opportunity most people would kill for." Basically, Orion was saying that he and Ruby were on the same page, willing to do anything for the Crimson Lord. Biting her lip hard, Ruby whispered, "You know it. The boss kept me around for a reason, and I'm ride or die for him." As they were talking, Vincent came sprinting over yelling Ruby's name. The second she saw him, Ruby's face lit up like a freaking Christmas tree, but Vincent just blew right past her and got all up in Tian's face. "I've been searching for you all day. Are you hiding something from me? You did this, didn't you? You caused these nasty sores?" He was getting more and more pissed, his face turning bright red. Tian was just stunned for a sec, then she let out this little laugh. "What do you mean I caused it? You think I'm that powerful or something?" She cut herself off, raised an eyebrow at Vincent, and said with so much sarcasm, "For real, I kinda thought this was all part of your master plan, big bro." Vincent just watched her invade his personal space. He totally freaked, shoving her hand away and screaming, "Get away from me!" He pointed a finger at Tian and snapped, "With how we look right now, if someone gets a picture of us this close, it's gonna go viral in the worst way. A dog would take one look at us and puke." Just then, little Nia burst out of the house, bawling her eyes out. She hugged his leg and sobbed, "Mr. Vincent, my grandma, she's coughing up blood, so much blood, it's horrifying." And it wasn't just Naya's grandma. All the other sick people started hacking up blood like crazy, and on top of that, they were itching like mad, scratching themselves like a bunch of frantic monkeys. Seeing this, Belle ran over to stop them, yelling that scratching would only make it worse. But she wasn't strong enough, and one of them just threw her aside. Then the sick guy coughed up a huge spray of blood, and it splattered right across Belle's face. But, get this, she had this insane urge to lick the blood off her face. So gross. Just then, Jacob came running over, snapping her out of her freaky thoughts. "Oh my God, Miss Belle, are you okay?" Belle finally came back to reality, shook her head, and said, "I'm fine." Jacob figured she was just freaked out and tried to chill her out. Don't be scared, just wipe it off and you'll be fine. But inside, she was having a full-blown panic attack. We're so dead, the blood from these people is literally poisonous. And not even the saintess of the Eternal Sanctum can do anything about this. Why now, of all times? A natural disaster just wrecked the place, and now there's a plague. I really hope the Emperor even got my SOS. Meanwhile, Jacob's carrier pigeon was soaring high, and then bam, an arrow came out of nowhere and shot it right out of the sky right after a whole squad of dudes in black cloaks just appeared. Their leader stepped up all smug. Excellent. We totally botched Lady Tian's mission last time, so there's zero room for error now. Within a 100-mile radius, not even a fly gets in or out. But he barely finished his sentence when a confused voice piped up from behind him. Why not? We can't pass through here or what? The leader's face immediately went sour and he snapped, "What's with all the questions?" Duh, it's all for Lady Tian, and for the epic comeback of our great demon cult. He's still running his mouth when bam, a freaking blade is right at his throat. It's Eve Obvi. She asks in this super icy tone, "So that's the tea, you said demon cult, didn't you?" And just like that, Eve totally owned the whole crew. She glances over at little Leo next to her and cracks a smile. Thank God she had this kiddo with her made this whole thing a cakewalk. Snagging 3 demon cult goons at once, she was feeling like a total boss right now. With that thought, she glares at the 3 dudes tied to the tree and barks, "Yo, you 3. But before she can even finish, one of them scoffs and spits, "Just give it up. You can ice us, but you'll never break us. Do your worst." Another one yells all defiant, "Ask whatever you want. My lips are sealed." And Eve's just like, for real. She hadn't even done anything yet. Still, she cuts to the chase and asks, "So who's this Lady Tian you were simping for? And what's this noise about the Demon Lord making a comeback?" One of the dudes hears that and just smirks. "Ha, nice try, I ain't saying squat." Eve's frowning, totally lost in thought. She knew it was only a matter of time before the Demon Lord Vincent showed up, but she's never even heard of this Tian person. Vincent always said it ain't the enemy you see that's scary, it's the one you don't. She had to get these guys to spill. So Eve whips out her combat knife and zings it at them. The blade sticks in the dirt like an inch from the dude's family jewels. One wrong twitch and his baby-making days would be over. Eve leans in with this evil grin and goes, "So, you gonna talk or what?" The dude's face goes ghost white, but he still stubbornly shakes his head. No, not talking." But then, another one of them just starts bawling his eyes out screaming, "I'll tell you everything," which makes the other 2 dudes just freeze up. The snitch is all tragic, like, "I'm sorry, bros. I got a family to think about. I can't check out. I just can't." Eve's just watching them implode, not even sure what to say to this mess. While she's still processing, the guy keeps spilling all the tea. Lady Tian is the Demon Lord's number 2. She's undercover as a dude, jacked someone's identity, and is now the royal advisor secretly pulling strings for the big boss. He says that this time Tian dragged the princess to Nowhereville for some master plan. But as for what that plan is bro, they have zero clue. Eve was like completely shook after hearing all that. Meanwhile, back in Nowhereville, Nisa's still clinging to her grandma, just sobbing. Vincent throws this super ticked-off look at Tian and is like, wasn't the plan just to get some new recruits? Why'd you have to go and give everyone these nasty-ass sores? Tian just gives him this shady little smile, walks over to Nia, and asks, "Hey, you want to save your grandma?" Nia instantly nods. "I want to save her. I'll do anything. Please just save my grandma." "Bet." Tian lets out a little chuckle and then this freaky dark energy starts swirling around her and poof, a dagger just materializes in her hand. Tian gets all up in Nia's personal space and says, "Ruby told me you were a special kid, so I'm going to trust you too. Let me let you in on a little secret. This sickness, it's not a sickness, it's a curse." Nia just stares at her totally clueless. Tian Quan just keeps on smiling that creepy smile and says, "This thing is incurable, girl. Once you get it, it's literally worse than death, and keeping them alive is just making them suffer more. Here, this is for you." Nia takes the dagger all confused, mumbling, "What is this?" Tian Quan explains all slow like, "It's a special little trinket. It can suck up the curse. See how everyone else is sick, but you're totally fine. You're the chosen one, kid." She tells her it's a mission only she can do, and hey, doesn't she want to save her grandma and the whole village? Nia, who's now basically a zombie, just nods her head like a robot. She walks over to the bed about to jam that dagger right into her grandma's neck, but just in the nick of time, Ziwei bursts in to stop her screaming. "Stop!" He then yanks the poor kid into a huge hug. Then he totally loses it on Tian Quan. "Are you psycho or something? Tricking a little kid into offing someone? What is this, some kind of twisted cult?" After that, Ziwei whips around to Hong Tu and demands, "Hong Tu, what the hell is going on?" Hong Tu just stares at him for a hot sec before finally saying, "Oh, right, I forgot my master has amnesia. This kid isn't killing anyone, she's saving them. Ziwei is just totally floored and asks, "What are you even talking about?" Hong-tu explains slowly, "Don't you remember you told me way back when that their bodies were all messed up by the curse and we'd have to give them new bodies later?" Hearing this, Ziwei grabs her by the shoulders like hard. He yells right in her face, "That sounds like some major BS. Isn't that the crap cults are always selling?" Just hearing her say that, Ziwei starts putting it all together. Hong-tu has to be the kid who survived, and this whole fire sore plague was probably the OG Ziwei's fault. Getting new bodies for real. If he hadn't already seen all that wild consciousness and system stuff, he might have actually fallen for their garbage. He figured it was some messed up demonic trick they were using to brainwash everybody. They target kids because they're like super easy to brainwash. But was all this drama really just to get one loyal little follower? Ziwei smelled a rat. Something was totally sus. While he was trying to piece it all together, a sudden noise outside makes everyone jump. Tian-quan lets out this nasty laugh and goes, well, looks like we've got a little spy. But, come on, we all know she totally wanted them to overhear. And the spy was none other than Tian-chu. She was just walking by and accidentally heard this insane, world-ending secret. Tian-chu slaps a hand over her mouth, looking absolutely terrified. The Imperial Preceptor is in with the Demon Sect, and so is Ziwei. Hong-tu is that kid from way back when, and the Demon Sect started this whole fire-sore plague. But how the heck did they even do that? With that thought, Tian-chu whips around to bolt. She's got to go warn everybody. But she barely gets 2 steps before Tian-quan's low voice echoes, "And where do you think you're going, Saintess of the Myriad Antiquities Pavilion?" Tian-chu freezes solid. She snaps her head around, totally panicking. Before she could even blink, she got zapped by this gnarly, dark energy. It wrapped her up so tight she couldn't move an inch. But like not even 3 seconds later, boom, Tian-chu's body just explodes with this insane light, and she busts free. Seeing this, Tian-quan was low-key impressed, like, "Oh, for real, the little pest from the Myriad Antiquities Pavilion actually has some moves. Sucks to be you, though." She just lets that hang in the air, and then bam! That dark energy smacks Tian-chu again, making her spit up a whole mouthful of blood. She just goes totally limp and hits the deck, but you can tell Tian-chu is still defiant, biting her lip hard. "No freaking way, I gotta get a message out like right now," she's thinking. She sends out this tiny little spider, but it barely gets 2 inches before a boot just asterisk squish. Asterisk flattens it. And guess who's standing there? The psycho herself, Tian-quan, just looming over her. Feeling totally screwed, Tian-chu just yells, "Who even are you guys? Why are you doing this? You cooked up this plague. Aren't you scared of getting busted?" Tian-quan just lets out a little chuckle and a smirk. "Oh, sweetie, you've got it all twisted, Saintess." And right then she whips this little gadget out of her pocket, mashes a button, and a recording starts playing. And get this, it's some seriously chopped up audio of Tian-chu and Tian-yu's voices. Tian-quan gets this evil grin and goes, "So, I was the one who said we should move all the sick people, remember? But you two from the Myriad Antiquities Pavilion threw a fit about it. Now that the plague is popping off right here, whose little scheme does that sound like to you?" Seeing that little device, Ziwei is absolutely bugging. Like, is that a freaking voice recorder? They got tech like that to frame people back in this era. But Tian-quan has no clue what's going on in his head. She just laughs and keeps going. "You guys from the Myriad Antiquities Pavilion secretly planted. There's some secret sauce in the Black Swan Forest to get everyone sick. Y'all should totally get the chop for that." Hearing this, Tian-chu just loses it, screaming, "What are you even saying?" But Tian-quan completely blanks her. She just turns to Ziwei and purrs, "Senior brother." But, dude, the second she says it, her whole vibe flips. Her face gets all dark and her voice drops like ice cold. "Playing dress-up as my senior brother. Having a good time." Whoa. Ziwei is shook and like automatically backs up a step. She just clicks her tongue all sassy. "You're the one who dropped off that package from the Black Swan Forest to the Myriad Antiquities Pavilion. That's like public knowledge, right? I don't know what rock you crawled out from under, but whatever." And then she's all, the asterisk, real asterisk. Demon Lord Ziwei's location is a total mystery. "Look, the demonic sect needs a new boss right now. So here's the deal, you're going to keep playing, pretend do exactly what I say and take out the Saintess. Then I'll asterisk act asterisk like I'm helping you bounce." After hearing this messed up plan, Ziwei's face got super serious. This chick was seriously trying to drag him into her drama. And that voice recorder? Where'd she even get that? Was it something that martial god Batian left behind? Or, wait, could the demonic sect be linked up with the system? As Ziwei's brain was spinning, Tian-chu just cried out, "Li Ziwei, did you really do all this? I can't believe it." She's basically begging him to deny it, but he says nothing. He just steps right in front of her, ready to throw down with Tian-quan. Ziwei straight up gives her the finger, totally ready for a fight. He scoffs. I don't need your stupid Demon Lord title. You think I'm going to be your little puppet dream on you, psycho. Then Ziwei spins around to Hong Tu and barks an order. Hong Tu, drop her. But Hong Tu is just frozen. Completely zoned out, not moving a muscle. Tian Quan just strolls up behind her with this nasty smirk. Oh, Hong Tu, sweetie. For such a loyal little puppy, you can't even tell who your real master is. Bro, the second she said that, Rosie just vanished, like poof gone. Ziv was losing his mind, screaming, "Where'd she go?" And with a clear path, Tiana just casually strolled up to Ziv. She hit him with this nasty smirk like, all right, you're still kinda useful, so I guess I'll let you live. For now. Plus, you look like a real pain to deal with, and honestly I ain't got the time. But this Saintess chick from the Eternal Pavilion. Yeah, Autumn's gotta go, like today. But, dude, before Tiana could even finish her sentence, little Naya just bolts out of nowhere and shanks her right in the stomach, for real. Nia's like shaking all over, mumbling, Big Brother told me, I have to end you. He wants to get Autumn and Manager Li too. Big Brother, he's a bad guy. Yo, Tiana just glares down at this little kid and her face gets dark, like storm cloud dark. The second Zeev saw that look, he started panicking hardcore. Oh, this is not good. But before my guy could even twitch, the next thing that happened sent him into a full-on meltdown. Boom! Naya gets blasted away by Tiana's crazy dark energy. Autumn's watching this whole thing scared out of her mind, but she's completely frozen. Zeev scrambles over to Nia, like scooping her up in his arms. Blood's already coming from her mouth, and she's whispering, her voice all shaky. Manager Li, I almost got you. I'm a bad kid, aren't I? Zeev just shakes his head, all like, No, you're not. You're a good kid. And Nia just looks up at him so innocently and asks, For real, I'm a good kid. And right then, out of nowhere, Yi, who somehow got into Nameless Town, comes sprinting towards them, screaming her head off. This is Bad Ziv, the Grand Tutor, is part of the Crescent Moon cult. But then she sees the scene. And she just freezes solid. Even Florence and Jace, trailing right behind her, were completely shook. Ziv's holding Nia's limp body, and dude, he's radiating this insane, murderous vibe. The second Tiana spots Yi, her whole face just falls. She's like, what the heck? Where did these Iron Guard clowns even pop up from? Before she can even process it, this golden thread zips right at her. She barely dodges it. Ziv leaps in front of Yi and her squad screaming, Get Autumn out of here now. Tiana, realizing her whole plan is completely wrecked, just loses it. You useless pieces of trash. Can't you do one simple thing I ask? And as she's screaming, she unleashes this huge blast of demonic energy right at them. Ziv dives in front of the crew, taking the full force of the blast. Oof. Then he looks over at Susie and yells, Susie, get them out of here. Susie pauses for like a millisecond, but then nods. Got it. With that, she grabs Florence's hand to book it. Says, come on, we gotta go. But Florence is just standing there, stiff as a board, and the blood splattered on her face. It looked like it was making her weirdly amped up or something. That's when Yi chimes in, this whole situation is beyond messed up. We need to bounce, now. Susie looks up at her kinda hesitating and starts to say something. But sis, before she can even get the word out, Florence cuts her off cold. Susie, you go. Susie's about to argue back. You can tell she doesn't want to leave, but Florence just screams, go now. So with no other choice, Susie dips with Yi and the rest of them. They literally didn't stop running till they hit the woods right outside Nameless Town. Yi just shoots Autumn a look and is like, okay, what the absolute heck was that? Evan looks over at Autumn, all worried, yo, you good? If you got messed up, how am I supposed to face the matriarch? Autumn's biting her lips so hard it's probably bleeding and her voice is all shaky. Nia, she's gone. And I'm afraid Ziv is part of the demon cult too. The second she says that, the whole vibe just dies. Everyone's face goes super serious. Yi is the first to jump in like, no way, how is that even possible, Autumn? That's not funny. But Autumn just bites her lip and says, the Grand Tutor, he's from the demon cult. And just now the Grand Tutor called Ziv his senior brother. That black ginseng. It was spiked with Blightwing, you know, the crap that causes that nasty festering plague, and Ziv is the one who gave it to me. She takes a breath, then turns to Evan. Hey, you remember that village way up in the mountains, the one we checked out like 10 years ago? The one that got hit by that festering plague and only one little girl survived? Evan gives a slow nod. Yeah, I remember that. And Autumn just keeps going. Rosie was that little girl. That psycho Grand Tutor totally tricked her into taking out the other villagers just so he could turn her into his personal puppet. Man, we really should have looked into that more back then. Autumn goes quiet for a sec and then she drops this bomb. Zev's amnesia might be real, I guess, but now I'm starting to think he's actually Demon Lord Ziv. the one who disappeared a few months back. Susie immediately shuts that down. Absolutely not, no way. Evan, though he's totally buying it. He just scoffs. See, I told you that dude was shady. But Susie is not having it firing right back. Autumn Master is not a bad guy. Autumn wasn't backing down. But all the evidence is right there. It all points straight to him. The Iron Guard, the Eternal Pavilion, the Unfettered Sect, even the frickin' Royals down in D.C. It's so obvious he came after all of us on purpose. Hearing that Yi kinda gently pushes back, actually, the Iron Guard went to him first. But Autumn just snaps, "You stay out of this, Yi. And what about Florence back there? That was like so not normal. Does she even know how to fight?" Susie just slowly shakes her head. "My sister never learned any of that stuff. She just like worked out with Master sometimes." Autumn's face gets all scrunched up when she hears that. She mutters to herself, "Okay, that's even weirder. A normal person shouldn't be that strong. Maybe she's been with the demon cult this whole time." And the more Yi listens, the more she feels like this is all wrong. She jumps in. "But what if we're looking at this all wrong? Manager Li literally just saved our asses back there. And isn't he supposed to have amnesia? None of this is adding up." Autumn thinks about it for a minute, then goes, "He must have some kind of beef with the Grand Tutor. No idea what, though. All I know is, if he really is Demon Lord Ziv, then Demon Lord Shaw the one who got hit with that curse. Yeah, that curse is probably broken by now." And even though she didn't want to believe it, she had this sinking feeling in her gut that Ziv really might be Demon Lord Ziv. Meanwhile, back in Nameless Town, Tiana's ripped off her mask and is just raging. "Fine, I can't believe you had the freaking Iron Guard on speed dial as your backup. Seriously, asterisk? This asterisk is your big master plan. Who the heck even are you?" Vince snapped back, totally ticked off. "Yeah, right in your dreams, you psycho, you're actually delusional for real." "Who am I? I'm your daddy." The second those words left his mouth, he lunged, throwing a punch straight for Tiana. But get this, she didn't even flinch, just stood there all chill, waiting for it. And just like that, Vince popped up right in her face, but Tiana just blasted him with a palm strike that sent him flying. Bro got hurt, but his body just like patched itself up instantly. He scowled and mumbled, "Man, this chick is nuts. My healing factor is insane, and all but dang, that still freaking hurt." The moment he said it, Vince threw another fist. This time, Tiana actually had a little trouble blocking it. His power was way crazier than before. Next thing you know, she's wrapping Vince up tight with her spooky dark energy. She's frowning, thinking to herself, asterisk, what kind of power is this dude even using? My dark magic can't lock down someone who's ready for it. Those little pests from before must have ratted me out. She was so overplaying games with Vince. Even with his healing powers, it was going to be a pain to take him out. So Tiana was like, "All right, bet," and decided to go first and rip him into like 100 pieces. Vince saw her rushing to him and just slammed his eyes shut. He wanted to throw down, but was totally paralyzed. But after a sec, he realized nothing hurt. He cracked one eye open to see what was good. And what do you know? Belle was standing right there totally blocking for him and going head-to-head with Tiana. She just goes all icy. "Yo, did you forget about me? You still got one more person to deal with." Belle was suddenly covered in this wild dark aura, and her eyes were screaming, "I'm gonna end you a complete 180 from her usual sweet vibe." Then Belle just clenched her fist and poof, the dark magic holding Vince just vanished. Vince, standing behind her, was finally free. He yelled out, totally shocked, "Babe, you..." But before he could even finish, his eyes blew wide open in terror. 'Cause Vince realized some serious demonic energy was swirling around Belle. While he was still trying to get his head around it, Belle's voice cut through cold as ice. "The first time we met, I got a super bad vibe from you. Do I know you from somewhere?" Hearing that, Tiana couldn't help but crack a smirk. She sneered like my master told me about some celestial maiden. If we'd ever met, I would have already snatched you up and served you to him on a silver platter. The second she was done talking, Tiana blasted out another wave of dark energy. She squinted, watching as a massive explosion just erupted. The legendary celestial maiden. Is that seriously all you got? Thinking that, Tiana just laughed, totally dissing her. And here I thought she'd be a challenge. If I knew she was this weak, I would have gone easy. Man, how am I going to explain this to my master? But right then, a low voice drips out of the smoke. Have you never heard of the #1 rule in every story? It's called the nothing bad ever happens in the smoke law. As soon as he said it, Vince and Belle strolled out of the smoke. Except now, the look in Belle's eyes was getting even more terrifying. Tiana saw them and just started shaking like on instinct before she could even process what was going on. In a flash, Belle was right up in her face. Tiana was totally blindsided and got snatched up by the throat. She was gasping for air, a legit spark of panic flaring up inside her. How is this even possible? She couldn't use any of her juice. It was all getting sucked away by Belle. But right then, Tiana spotted this nasty sore popping up on Belle's face. She instantly started cackling. "Ha! You caught the nasty rot plague too. The second she said it, Belle started hacking and totally let go of Tiana. Belle stumbled and just crumpled to the ground. Vince dove in to catch her screaming in a total panic. "Babe, since when did you—" Belle didn't say anything, just started scratching herself like crazy. Seeing that, Tiana let out a little chuckle and was like, "Looks like we can still make a deal." But when she tried to get up, she realized she was totally drained. Biting her lip, Tiana had to talk from her spot on the floor. "So, funny story, I have this secret stuff that can cure that gross disease, but I'm the only one who knows the trick. How about we both just chill and call it a truce?" Vince heard that and raised an eyebrow like, "For real? Secret medicine?" Tiana nodded, whipping out a syringe and saying, "All chipper, you bet. This is exclusive to our little demonic crew, and trust me, we've got a ton of other cool toys." Vince just narrowed his eyes at her and said deadpan, "Wow, you're just so awesome." The instant he finished, a flash of a blade zipped across Tiana's neck and boom, she was out of here. Vince looked down at her, scoffed, and then snatched the syringe from her hand. He pouted and was like, "Don't you know the rules? Villains always die because they talk too much. Trying to act all tough when you're about to check out." Just then, Belle's shaky voice called out Vince. Vince scrambled over to her, saying urgently, "Hang on, babe, stop scratching. I knew there was a cure. Ever since I found out Julie was that little kid who somehow made it out back then, I put it all together." He paused for a beat, and then get this, Vince jammed the syringe right into his own arm. His body freaked out immediately. He bit his lip trying to tank the pain, but he couldn't stop shaking. Belle saw him and just screamed, totally terrified, "Vince, what is wrong with you?" Vince just winced and forced a smile, saying, "Hurts like a mother. I knew that chick was shady. This thing's a dud. It's straight up poison." Belle heard that and freaked out. Poison Vince, cool as a cucumber, just replied, "She was probably trying to play us. Sucks for her it didn't work. It's all good, though. There's another rule, the really good loot is always on them." The moment he said that, he hopped over to Tiana's body on the floor. Yep, Vince was about to go loot the body, and right away he started rummaging through her stuff. And wouldn't you know it, he finds a token from the demonic cult. He kind of frowns and mutters to himself, like, wait, this chick had a token on her too. Zane thinks for a sec, then he's like, "Aight, let's see what this is about." And just like that, poof, this huge pile of stuff just materializes in front of him. Zane takes one look and his jaw hits the floor. It's all modern tech, and some of it looks straight up sci-fi. After his brain reboots from the shock, Zane grabs a syringe from the pile. "This has got to be the cure for that gnarly plague," he thinks. But you know Zane, he's a super careful dude, so he decides to test it for poison one more time. Unlike the last time he injects it, and nothing. His body's totally chill with it. So, confirming it's legit, he looks over at Belle and says, "All right, beautiful, I'm going to give you the shot. Give me your arm." Belle gets all bashful and gently pulls down her sleeve. Zane's just chill about it and goes to give her the shot, telling her first, "This won't hurt a bit, promise." After he's done, he hands her a piece of cloth and is like, "Just to press down on this for a little, then you're good." After getting Belle all fixed up, Zane looks over at Nia on the other side, and his face just drops. He walks over and gently picks up the little girl's body. Without saying a word, he lays her down next to her grandma, who was already gone. Zane just lets out this heavy sigh, feeling like he's Loki, the reason they died. And the demonic cult having all this modern tech, yeah, they're definitely plugged into the system. But the big question was, where the heck asterisk is asterisk the system? Why hasn't it made a peep? Tia said he was just faking being the Violet Demon Lord. As all this is swirling in his head, Zane reaches into his inventory and pulls out a cloak, throwing it on. Then he grabs another jacket and drapes it over Belle's shoulders. Belle looks up at him and asks, "Zane, what's the plan? Should we go find Miss Ha and everyone?" Zane just shakes his head. "Nah, not yet. Until we figure out what's really going on, we gotta stay off the grid for a bit. If I'm not the real Violet Demon Lord, then who the hell am I?" So, right after that, Zane and Belle head over to where the sick people are crashing. He walks up to one of the patients and says softly, "Hey, wake up." The guy's eyes pop open, and when he sees who it is, he's totally shocked. "Your manager Lee." Zane gives a little nod, hands the dude a whole bunch of syringes, and says, "This is the stuff that can cure your people's nasty plague. I'm going to show you how to use it. But I gotta bounce, so you're going to be in charge of giving the shots to all the sick villagers." The guy was a little thrown for sure, but he locked in and learned everything Zane showed him. Once that was done, Zane and Belle dipped. The man just watched them go so grateful that he literally bowed down to the ground. Manager Lee is seriously the savior of our nameless town, and meanwhile, Zane had already found a spot for them to crash. He let out this huge sigh like, "Babe, I'm so sorry you had to go through that madness." Belle just gave a little nod like, "It's cool." Honestly, just being with Zane chilled her out. She was totally bugging about what just happened to her. Like she was ready to go full-on beast mode and wreck everything. Why was she acting like that Belle's mind was a total blank? While she was spacing out, Zane snapped her out of it. "Yo, beautiful." Belle snapped right back, "Yeah." Zane gave her this little smirk and was like, "Hey, remember back at Serenity Temple? What did that master dude tell you? You down to share?" Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the freaking heavenly ranking troll system pops up and bam! The supposedly dead Naya's eyes fly open. She shot straight up, looking totally lost for a sec before her face got all serious. She scowled, muttering, "Who the hell am I?" The system instantly chimed in. "Location nameless town. You are currently inhabiting the body of a young girl also named Nia, who, expired from the gnarly plague sweeping this village." So basically, some rando just hijacked Naya's body post-mortem. The new Naya glanced at the protective charm in her hand and let out a wicked little smirk. "A little kid, huh? Interesting. This look is going to be the perfect cover, no cap." The second that thought crossed her mind, she yeeted the amulet. Just then, her eyes locked onto a body just lying in the yard. She bolted outside to get a better look, because for some reason the woman looked super familiar. When she got up close, Nia was like, "Wait a sec. It's Tia. But how did she kick the bucket while she was trying to wrap her head around that a sound rustled from some bushes nearby?" Nia's face scrunched up as she looked over, and who else but Ruby freaking steps out. See, after wrestling with it forever, Ruby had finally decided to come back and confront Zane about this whole plague situation and his, Demon Lord secret identity. But instead, she runs face first into the newly revived Nia, who's already acting all high and mighty. In a stone-cold voice, she goes, "Ruby, explain to me how Tia died. Now." Ruby was completely clueless and just stood there totally silent. This seriously ticked Nia off, who pushed again. "Ruby, this lord is asking you a question. Are you deaf or just dumb?" Ruby's eyebrows shot up when she heard that title. Like, what? But before she could even process it, a blast of demonic energy came flying at her. The attacker, Nia. The little girl just scoffed, "Idiot." And right on cue, the system popped up with a notification. "Alert host of the demonic cult token. It appears the soul currently piloting Naya's body is none other than the long-lost Violet Demon Lord." With that little news bomb from the system, the Violet Demon Lord casually tossed Ruby aside, but he wasn't finished with her yet, clenching his fist tight. That demonic energy squeezed Ruby's body like a vice, making her grit her teeth, trying not to scream. The Violet Demon Lord just snorted, muttering under his breath, "So damn annoying." And just like that, the system pinged again with another thought bubble. Okay, so it's normal for her to recognize people based on the demonic cult token. But this is weird. The host should be giving off the token's vibe, so she shouldn't be acting this hostile. But the Violet Demon Lord could not care less. He was too busy frantically patting himself down, looking for something. After a full-on search, he came up with nothing. He totally freaked, yelling, "The demonic cult token! It's gone!" Hearing that, the system was like, "Wait, what? How is that even possible?" Okay, so, get this back in the day. The host was totally cornered and went asterisk boom asterisk, but not before he passed on his last orders, and according to the game plan, the cult's command token was supposed to land right in the Violet Demon Lord's hands, no cap. The system starts freaking out, running a diagnostic or whatever, because, look, the script was supposed to be super simple. Violet Demon Lord gets jumped, passes the token, and then goes out with a bang. And when he went kaboom, he was supposed to take all the haters with him, making it look like he just vanished or got taken out. Then the cult's command token would magically find its way to the new identity the system cooked up for our boy, the Violet Demon Lord. Right. As the OG body's lights went out, the host's mind was supposed to slide right in. Boom, new identity, and he could dip out, go ghost, and keep plotting from the shadows. But then, this random dude Victor just rolls up and completely wrecks the whole plan. The Violet Demon Lord hears this, and his face gets darker than my soul on a Monday. The system is sweating like digital bullets and is all, looks like we got some random glitch that messed everything up. Fixing the bug is going to take a hot minute, I'm on it. Promise. But the Violet Demon Lord just scoffs like, "Bro, I don't speak your nerd language." So the system dumbs it down, saying it was just a tiny oopsie and the host needs to chill. But my guy is still giving it the side eye, all "you for real," and the system's just like dead ass. The Violet Demon Lord is still looking mad sus and goes, "So that means Skylar has my token." The system is all slow and laggy like Skylar's. Deletion is still loading, but hey, for the token, you can just cop a new one. Then it asks, "So does the boss man need to link Ruby's brain to this new token?" And he's like, "Duh, what do you think?" But the system just hits him with the cold facts, reminding him her consciousness was already split off. Yo, if we keep going with this split, it's probably going to fry her brain for good. Hearing this, the Violet Demon Lord just shrugs like, whatever, as long as she still works. And with that green light, the system starts yanking the consciousness right out of Ruby. A minute later, Ruby's eyes flutter open. She looks at the Violet Demon Lord, her voice all shaky, and whispers, "You're my master." And dude, her eyes are just filled with like major heart emojis for him. The Violet Demon Lord gives her this disgusted look and is like, "You, fix your own leg, weirdo." And Ruby in this super cutesy voice goes, "Yes, master." Then she just starts popping her own leg back into place. Wild. She gets it done like super fast. Ruby looks over at him, all smiles, and chirps, "Master Ruby's all fixed, but he just straight up ghosts her and turns back to the system like, "I'd another part of the plan went sideways. What's the sitch?" The system answers all slow again. "Dude, crunching the numbers takes time. You gotta be patient host. I mean, like it said before, it's got this whole world on lock, so what's the big deal? Plus, they're basically ride or dies. You know, they go down together." The Violet Demon Lord just scoffs at that. "You better not be messing with me." And right then, bam! A shout just rips through the sky. "Yo, Violet Demon Lord, and that witch Skylar, get your butts out here and face the music." He shot a look up, and what do you know? A whole crew of people just popped up in the sky out of thin air. The main dude is yelling his head off. "Jax from the Three Origins sect is in the house. Since you're here, why not just come out and give up?" Meanwhile, in some woods near Nameless Town, the other crew is still beefing about whether Victor is actually the Violet Demon Lord. They were also trying to figure out what to do with all the zombified people. Then he says all serious, "After I held off those demon cult cronies, I hit up my dad. The homies from the three great sects are all here now." Autumn's squad managed to bounce before it got dark. They were still going at it, arguing like crazy late at night when the three great sects crew showed up. Jax is like, "Okay, you're telling me the National Preceptor's in the demon cult. And honestly, I can kinda see it. I mean, the dude doesn't exactly scream, 'good guy,' but you're trying to sell me that Manager Li is the freaking head honcho of the demon cult. Get out of here, I'm not buying that for a second." Even though everyone was trying to shut her up, she was just screaming her lungs out like a total psycho. If the National Preceptor can be a demon cult leftover, then why can't I be some runaway princess from Beverly Hills? Why can't Manager Li just be a normal nice dude? But Autumn was still sticking to her guns. She's all confident like, even if he's not the final boss, he's for sure got ties to the demon cult. She brought up how Victor's memory loss is probably legit, but he's the one who was like, "Nah, I don't need the Demon Lord title." So either he's the Demon Lord with a case of amnesia, or he's just a puppet for someone else who's using the Demon Lord's name to do stuff. But then Autumn admitted she was just spitballing. Man, if only the matriarch was here. She's got this crazy power where she can read people's minds. But just as she said it, it's like a light bulb went off and she yelled, "OMG, wait! The matriarch has already peeped Victor Li's memories. If Victor was actually the Violet Demon Lord, why would the matriarch keep that on the down low? She even became his friend. That means there's way more to this dude's story than we thought." The second she said that, Sue jumps in like, "Seriously something that huge and you're just remembering it now." Little Champ, though, was totally hyped. "See, I told you guys my master and Big Sis aren't the bad guys." He calmed down a bit and got serious. "Okay, so what's the play now? The National Preceptor is a demon cult goon, and I already sent out the alert that the Demon Lord showed up. If the demon cult is behind this whole plague thing, then they gotta have the antidote. Victor Li shut Skylar down, so we gotta find him ASAP and get his help." And right on cue, they hear this massive shout echoing through the woods. Sue's like, what was that noise? They look over and spot this bird just chilling in a super old tree nearby. And they totally recognize it. It's the bird that belongs to the head dude of the Three Origins sect. Before they can even move, this thing just takes off squawking its little head off. Manager Li is the demon cult's top dog. Victor Li is the Violet Demon Lord. Victor Li's story is super complicated. Jinx heard that and was legit ready to turn this bird into a chicken nugget on the spot. Sky jumped in and tried to chill her out like, "Whoa, easy there, that's supposedly the pet of the Trinity sect's big boss." But she just scoffed like, "Duh, I know. That's exactly why I want to take it out." Seeing this, he yelled, "Autumn, go get the lady of the house stat. My dad told me the leader of the Trinity sect is all muscle, no brain." The dude just loves starting drama. So they split up real quick to get a handle on the chaos while that little white bird just kept flapping away, running its beak the whole time. Real quick, it hit its destination landing right on some guy's shoulder, and who else would it be but Vance, the master of the Trinity sect. After listening to his precious pet's squawking, Vance frowned and muttered, "So, that's the deal. This Violet Demon Lord is even using a fake name, but who cares what he's calling himself? What's that got to do with me?" With that thought, he roared, "Demon Lord Leo Violet, that celestial demoness chick whatever, get your sorry selves out here and face me." The woman next to Vance was Nancy Lee, the head honcho of the Elysian Palace. She heard this, and her brow furrowed like she was deep in thought. The master of the nomad sect, Wyatt, also felt like that name Leo sounded crazy familiar. While they were spacing out, Vance kept on screaming, "What are you, a bunch of rats just gonna hide in your holes? I'm a full-blown martial emperor now. I'm not the same chump I was back in the day. Get out here and throw down with me, let's see what you got now." At the same time, the Violet Demon Lord heard that name and angrily gritted his teeth. "Didn't you tell me you had this whole thing on lock? Bringing that clown who's always trying to scrap with me is one thing. But where did this Leo dude even pop up from? He's even jacking my title. How could I not be pissed?" The system quickly replied. "According to the OG plan, this person named Leo is the new identity I cooked up especially for you so you could get close to the Celestial Maiden and recruit her sister as your right-hand woman. After running a scan, the system has detected a major glitch, reason unknown. Based on the data I pulled, Celeste got taken out by Zeke." When the Violet Demon Lord heard those words from the system, his face just got stormier and stormier, man. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You totally played me." Ruby, standing right next to him, saw his dark expression and quickly called out, "Master." Hearing her voice, the Violet Demon Lord immediately whipped his head around. He'd totally forgotten wasn't Ruby still right here. With that thought, he straight up ordered the system, "Scan her memories for me, I need to know what the hell went down." But the system was like, But she went through a consciousness split, and doing that multiple times can lead to memory loss. In her current state, her memories can't be read unless you can get your hands on the original Demon Sect token. The Violet Demon Lord heard this and angrily snapped, "Something this important and you didn't think to give me a heads up before?" The system replied, sounding all hurt. "When I tried to remind you before host, you said it was no big deal." Biting his lip hard, the Violet Demon Lord asked, all sketchy, "So, this Leo guy, where's he at now?" The system gave a robot answer that because of the glitch it couldn't pinpoint his location, and the more the Violet Demon Lord heard, the more furious he got. He screamed like a maniac, "Then what the heck are you even good for?" Meanwhile, over at the crib where Zeke was crashing. After hearing Belle's story, Zeke was like, whoa, in total shock. No joke, that old monk from Philly was the real deal. He said everyone's got their own fate, like wealth and fortune are written in the stars. Everything's set in stone, but now a wild card has shown up, and just by rolling with Zeke, she can change her OG destiny. So, what was Belle's original destiny? And why can she just flip the script by hanging with me? While Zeke was tripping on that, Belle hesitantly said, "Did you hear that I think someone was just shouting? I'm pretty sure they said your name." Zeke had been totally dodging this topic like, "Can we please not go there?" back when Zeke got yeeted into this world in a hurry. He must have gotten the wrong character sheet right. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he'd screwed up big time. He wanted to just respawn and ask the GMs what the deal was, but he was scared of using up all his extra lives. The more he thought, the more he felt this whole gig was a total bust. With all this modern tech, you can tell at a glance it was made by that shady system. So, why is this Demon Sect token filled with nothing but cultivation moves? Would it kill them to throw some high-tech gear in here? Zeke started to tear up thinking about this. Don't tell me that system is with the real asterisk Demon Lord, and he's the actual protagonist, so what am I, the freaking Joker from a Gotham City deck? But just then, Zeke's brain suddenly went bing, and it seemed like he finally cracked the code. Maybe Zeke is related to the Demon Lord, but he isn't the asterisk Demon Lord. He can't use the techniques, but he's built like a tank. He's holding the Demon Lord's personal keycard just laying low in some small-time town. Thinking about this, a wild idea just popped into his head. He wasn't the #1 Demon Lord of the martial world, but his arch-nemesis. Wait, what? After a super long, awkward silence, Zeke felt like that had to be it. That's why Ruby mistook him for the Violet Demon Lord back then. It was all because of the Demon Sect token. While he was lost in his own head, Belle suddenly called out Zeke. Zeke immediately snapped out of it and asked with a frown, "Yo, gorgeous, what's up?" Belle gently shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just saw you suddenly look all pale and got a little worried." Hearing this, Zeke was kinda touched. A thought hit him, and he then asked curiously, "By the way, are you feeling any better? Have you ever messed with demonic arts before I asked that master dude back then?" But I got crickets. I'm still totally clueless on how this whole Celestial Maiden constitution of yours actually works. Your sudden dark side transformation probably has something to do with it. At this moment, Belle replied in a super quiet voice. "Yo, I've never even taken a karate class, so I have no clue what just happened back there." She went on, "Now that I think about it, I've been feeling super sketched out for a while, and my brain keeps wanting to do some messed up stuff. Especially when that big shot from DC was around, that vibe was off the charts. Yo, the first time they met, she legit almost iced Levi, and then she got this wild urge to clap the freaking Emperor, and Levi's just listening to all this thinking to himself, whoa, hold up, so this gorgeous babe is actually a psycho who wants to murk the king." Seeing him just staring, Belle keeps rambling, "I swear I wasn't always like this. It's just, lately I've been bugging out and today was just a total whoopsie. She's basically like, she has zero clue what Levi's beef is with the Crimson Moon cult, and she doesn't even know what's up with her own head. But honestly, Belle could not care less about all that drama. She just wants them to be safe, you know. Levi just soaks it all in for a sec before finally dropping a "thanks, beautiful," which totally throws Belle for a loop. He hits her with a little wink and a grin. "No, for real, thanks for saving my bacon back there. And don't even get me started on how much of a total badass you were. And you know, thanks for thinking I'm actually worth a damn." Belle hears this and just brushes it off like, whatever it was, seriously nothing. Levi stays quiet, but his brain is going a mile a minute like her whole dark side vibe has gotta be from that demonic juju. That Grandmaster chick is a whole different story from Ruby. She's like rocking the permanent red-eye filter. But Belle was totally chill when she was hanging with the squad from the Azure Mountain sect. So like, is this stuff dose-dependent or something? But whatever dwelling on it now is pointless since Levi already blew the whole thing up anyway. Snapping back to reality, he gets all serious and goes, "Crap, I forgot to grab those wanted posters Summer gave me. I guess I gotta dip back to the motel." Meanwhile, out in some random spot like nowhere, Arizona, this dude Brandon is still screaming his lungs out. "Crimson Moon cult, get out here and face me, you cowards." Chloe, standing right next to him, is totally over it and is like, he's been screaming for like a solid hour. Sean just nods, trying to talk him off the ledge. "Bro, Brandon, why don't you just take a chill pill? We'll send a few guys in to scope it out first." But Brandon just shoots him down, getting all up in his face like, "Do you even get what a challenge is? If this so-called demon lord has any spine, he'd show up and throw down. You guys never got messed with by the cult, so what are you trying to do? Tip him off." That completely spooks Sean, and he immediately claps back, "Brandon, don't even go there. How would I know the cult would just give us a pass?" So, yeah, in the end, the three great sects totally failed to summon the so-called demon lord, Levi. Epic fail. When they finally roll into town, the locals playing dumb just point to where they last saw the Grandmaster. But they totally covered for Levi keeping his escape route on the down low because they're just not buying that he's a bad dude. Finally, somebody snaps and speaks up like, "You've been yelling all day that Manager Levi is some demon lord, but what kind of demon lord gives out free meds to everyone?" That comment made Brandon's face turn redder than a fire truck. Chloe, though she keeps her mouth shut. She's thinking this whole plague thing in the village feels off, not like a normal sickness. She's got a hunch Levi's involved, but just as she's piecing it together, something catches her eye. The three of them roll up to Naya's old place and, bam, find Theo's body just laying on the floor. At the same time, Ruby is hauling the real demon lord, who's now possessing Naya's body and booking it out of town. As she's hustling, she asks, "Master, where are we headed?" The demon lord just grinds his teeth and snarls, "Where do you think we're going to find that useless punk? He even jacked the cult's token right off Theo's corpse." A little while later, at some random roach motel, Brandon and the crew are taking a breather. Sean breaks the silence. "Well, that demon chick is toast." Chloe takes a sip of her tea and adds cool as a cucumber, and that Levi guy, he dipped too. The more Brandon hears, the more he steams, and he just explodes. "That lowlife, I thought we were going to have a legit showdown, but we trekked all the way out here for squat. He actually ghosted us, he's so dead." Then he slams the table and starts pounding his chest like a total ape. Chloe just calmly sets her teacup down and says, "His Majesty specifically said to bring them in alive. Now, one is DEAD, and the other's gone AWOL. How exactly are we supposed to spin this?" Brandon just scoffs, "Yeah, whatever. You go tell old man Wyatt to explain it to the big boss." Sean totally freaks. "Why me?" Brandon just shrugs, "Because I said so." With literally no other choice, Sean just has to eat it. "Fine, whatever. I'll report back to the head honcho. You guys deal with the townies, and then you know the drill plaster those wanted posters everywhere like yesterday." So, the very next day, some dude runs out into the middle of a busy downtown street and starts slapping wanted posters on everything that doesn't move. Naturally, people start swarming, trying to get a look at who messed up bad enough to get their face plastered everywhere. And when they see the pic, someone in the crowd recognizes the face and straight up yells, "Yo, isn't that the guy who won the huge martial arts tournament?" And by total coincidence, Kim is just walking by at that exact moment and hears all the commotion. And he can't help but get a bad feeling. The winner of the tournament, isn't that my master? He shoves through the crowd to get a closer look. The second Kim lays eyes on that poster, he gets so pissed he just grinds his teeth and yanks it right off the wall. Kim screams out, totally losing it. "Are you kidding me? This is my master." And sure enough, the wanted poster is for Levi, and they even had the nerve to slap the nickname Levi the Demon Lord right on it. Just then, another voice pipes up from behind him. "No freaking way isn't that the guy," which makes Kim whip around and he sees Zane walking toward him. But these two have absolutely no idea who the other one is. The only thing connecting them is that they both know Levi. Meanwhile, over at the White House, the Emperor is staring at the person in front of him and pleading, "Cassie, get up." But Princess Cassie just stubbornly shakes her head. No. The Emperor lets out this massive frustrated sigh. Kneeling here isn't how a princess is supposed to act. I know you still admire that, Manager Levi. But now we know who he really is. But before he can even finish, Cassie just cuts him right off. He could never be the Demon Lord. The Emperor, seeing how dead set she is just completely stumped. He sighs again and says, "This whole mess with the Grandmaster, it's on me for getting played. I have no idea why I trusted him so much. I just saw this awesome teacher and never even bothered to run a background check. Now it's looking like if the Grandmaster is really with the Crimson Moon cult, he must have pulled some seriously sketchy stuff." So Princess Jazz is like squinting at her dad, the Emperor, and she's all hesitant, mumbling, "But, Dad, what about Manager Li?" But before she can even get the words out, he gives her this asterisk look. Asterisk, you know the one, and totally cuts her off. Oh, look, the royal advisor is toast, and for real, he was mixed up with the Lunar Demon sect. The leftovers from the sect are all saying the Demon Lord is back. On top of that, the three factions are spreading that rumor like wildfire. It doesn't even matter if Victor is the real Demon Lord or not. We just need to grab asterisk Demon Lord to stop everyone from freaking out. If he's innocent, whatever, I'll hook him up later when this all dies down. Hearing that Jazz was totally lost, like, what are you even talking about? But she barely gets the words out before the Emperor just bellows, "Guards! The ninth princess is totally stressed out. Take her back so she can chill." And bam, these handmaidens just pop up out of nowhere. They're all polite, like, "Your Highness, this way, please." But Jazz is just death staring her dad, realizing, OMG, he's grounding me. She knew if she couldn't change his mind, it was all up to Eli and Autumn now. Dude just wants to put Princess Jazz on lockdown. But good luck with that. Anyway, cut to Victor and Belle. They've hitched a ride back to Riverside Town and are hopping out of the carriage. Victor slips the driver a fat wad of cash and the dude's eyes practically pop out of his head. Then Victor and Belle dip into town. He takes this huge breath of fresh air and is like, "Ah, finally, dude, I've missed my super speed so bad." Just then, this piece of paper flies out of nowhere and slaps him right in the kisser. Victor peels it off his face, smirking, and goes, "Whoa, they work fast. It's only been, a few days. The whole world is plastered with wanted posters of me, but for real, who drew this? It's like offensively ugly." And with that, my man just crumples it up and strolls into town like he owns the place. The second he gets back to the Serenity Inn, Victor starts tearing the place apart looking for something. But after like a whole day of searching, he finds Zip. He just collapses on the floor all dramatic and whimpers, "Where in the world did I put it?" Right then, Belle walks over and is like, "Vic, what are you even looking for?" Victor gives her this super tragic look and says, "I'm looking for that list Miss Summer gave me. I found it in that token from the lady who checked out. It's got a list of all the undercover spies. He's trying to see if the Ironclad Guild has already found them out. If their covers haven't been blown yet. So, Victor could use this to, get some inside info." Hearing this, Belle just nods like, "Ooh, I get it now." Then she stops for a sec and you can practically see the light bulb go on over her head. "Hey, one time when I was cleaning I found this rolled up paper thing in the corner. I stuck it in your study, Vic. Is that maybe what you're looking for?" The second she says that, Victor's face just lights up like a Christmas tree. That's gotta be it. Our girl Belle is still the GOAT. So right after that, the two of them start creeping back to Victor's room looking all shady like they're about to pull off a heist or something. After casing the joint and seeing no one, Victor and Belle slip inside to search. Victor can't help himself. He's like, "I'm low-key. Surprised no one's staking this place out." But dude, the words are barely out of his mouth when this deep voice booms from the shadows. "Who are you?" Victor shrieks like a banshee and just instinctively yeets a slap at the voice. The shadowy figure goes absolutely flying. Next thing you know, there's this massive crash that echoes through the room, kicking up a whole dust cloud. And the person who got decked was Kim. He's just sprawled on the floor, dazed, but he's still mumbling something. This familiar power. Bet it's my awesome and all-powerful master." Once Victor gets a good look at his face, he makes the most cringe expression ever. "Kim, bro, what are you doing here?" So, after all that chaos, they get the 411. Victor pulls off his cloak and is like, "So, let me guess. You saw the wanted poster and came here to wait for me." Kim just nods. "Yep. Master, what's the deal? How'd you get promoted to Demon Lord all of a sudden?" Victor just sighs, totally defeated. It's a whole thing, but long story short, I'm not the Demon Lord. Yet, as soon as he says it, Kim's face just totally drops. He looks so bummed out. Victor was completely speechless. After this super awkward silence, he's finally like, "I'm not the Demon Lord, but this mess is kinda my fault. I messed up by not seeing it sooner. I just really hope I'm not too late to fix it." Kim was so confused by that. What's that supposed to mean? No way does my master have like some epic beef with the real Demon Lord. The more Kim thought about it, the more hyped he got. Could this be it? The legendary enemies to rivals arc? An epic showdown for the ages? While my dude is off in his own little anime plot, Victor's already back to searching for the list. A second later, he's like, yes, their covers are still good. He spots one of the spies on the list, some jacked dude over at the Velvet Dahlia. With that, Victor strolls over and claps Kim on the shoulder. He leans in and whispers, my dude, I have a super important mission for you. Kim jumps like a foot in the air, but then gets all pumped up. Bet, don't worry, master. Just say the word, I guarantee I'll get it done, no cap. Victor hears this and gives him a satisfied nod. Right, that's what I like to hear. I trust you. Your mission is to hit up the Velvet Dahlia and figure out a way to bring their main act back here. So, a little bit later at the Velvet Dahlia, this so-called star performer is just lounging behind a see-through curtain. She purrs, you're my VIP for tonight. And guess who's across from her? Our boy Kim. He's like biting his lip, staring at the silhouette behind the curtain, giving himself a major pep talk. Okay, dude, stay focused. Thirst is temporary, but the mission is eternal. I'm here on business. I will asterisk, not asterisk, get distracted by a pretty face. And with that, Kim, straight up, marches over there. He rips the curtain open, snatches the star performer's hand, and says in his most serious voice, you're coming with me. Don't make a scene or this is going to get ugly. After he said that, Kevin's whole vibe got serious. But then, he pictured himself rolling up to the Oasis Motel with this absolute smoke show and getting major props from Zeke. His eyes lit up and he was like, game on. With that in his head, Kevin puffed out his chest and yelled, all right, you're coming with me nice and easy, let's bounce. For the second he said it, the dime piece in front of him just smirked, and in a split second, the woman's body straight up transformed into this jacked-up beast with muscles on muscles and guns the size of my head. Kevin just stared totally frozen solid, couldn't even get a word out. Seeing him completely shook. The belle sauntered over and snatched Kevin up laughing all cheerful. Yo, handsome, what was that? You want to take me for a little trip? That's going to cost you like a whole lot extra. Kevin was locked in a death grip he couldn't even wiggle. He stuttered, it's just cash, right? I got you. Just then, a huge crash from the roof made the belle look up totally startled. Before she could even blink, something just plummeted down. When the dust cleared, who is it? But Tank, he was just sprawled out on the floor, grumbling, ugh, this roof is straight trash. But after saying that, he finally realized he had company. So now, it's just 3 sets of eyes all locked on each other, a total freeze-frame moment. Kevin recognized him instantly and barked, the hell are you doing here? Meanwhile, back at Zeke's crib, he and Bella were still posted up waiting for Kevin. They waited till it was pitch black and still no Kevin. Zeke mumbled to himself, where's that little punk? This incense is about to go out and I'm literally stuck here. Just then, a shout from outside. Yo, boss, I'm back. The racket totally woke Bella up from her nap. When she cracked her eyes open, she saw Kevin strolling in with 2 other randos. The belle from the Crimson Orchid let out a low whistle. Whoa, this spot is dope. No wonder somebody dropped serious bank to spring me. So, which high roller wants a piece of this? But when she saw the person sitting in front of her, she just froze like she'd seen a ghost. Yeah, that silhouette in the dark. She definitely knew who that was. Zeke's just chilling, staring them down, not saying a single word. The belle was totally bugging, shaking, and stuttering. You're... They said the Demon Lord was back, new name, new face. It's gotta be him. That crazy, powerful demonic vibe, plus that look in Zeke's eyes, it all hit her like a ton of bricks. Bam! She's on her knees. Her face totally lit up with pure joy. She put her hands together all proper-like and declared, it is you, Shade 11 reporting for duty, my Demon Lord. Hearing this, Tank, who was standing right there, was absolutely losing his mind. So this dude really is the legendary Demon Lord. While he was having a full-on meltdown, Zeke just pointed at him and goes, and who's this clown? Tank scrambled to introduce himself. We met at the tournament tryouts, you wrecked me and my whole crew in like one move. Remember, you even schooled me on how to be a legit bad guy. Zeke finally remembered and nodded. Oh, right, you. Then he looked over at Kevin and ordered, get him out of here, I gotta talk to this one. Kevin didn't even hesitate, just yanked Tank right out of the room. But the second they were outside, Kevin whipped around and snapped, you know my boss, and what the hell, man, why were you following me? Tank just chuckled and shot back, dude, it's not following. In the biz, we call it, quote, tailing, dot. Quote, quote. Kevin got even more ticked off hearing that. And you're proud of that, spit it out. What do you really want? Tank just raised an eyebrow and smirked. Chill, man, no big conspiracy. I already bounced on my old crew. Just looking for a new boss to roll with. The second I saw that legend, I knew he had that major boss energy. Kevin heard that and it clicked. Oh, hell no. This dude was trying to poach his boss. Meanwhile, back in the room, 11 was having a total panic attack. Something went down with Celeste, and now the Demon Lord was on her case. He's not going to take it out on her, is he? Oh, God. In that moment, Zeke's voice was ice cold. I'm not even going to get into your whole situation right now. Your name is Shade 11. 11 immediately pressed her forehead to the floor and replied, Yes, my Demon Lord. You're the one who gave me the name Shade 11 way back when... Zeke went quiet for a sec, just thinking. After a beat, he said, That name kind of makes you sound like a disposable pawn, doesn't it? 11 was literally shaking on the floor. Oh, she got it now. She was a tool for the Demon Lord, and what good is a broken tool? At that thought, she started banging her head on the floor a few more times, and said, totally desperate, My lord, even though I haven't seen you in forever, I've always been 100% loyal. Then she just started rattling off her entire resume, but Zeke had zero time for her rambling, and just cut her off with a wave of his hand. Yeah, get to the point. Where are we with that little project Celeste gave you? His face was dead serious, and it was totally freaking 11 out. He was hoping to squeeze some actual intel out of her. At the bare minimum, he had to figure out what the OG Demon Lord was cooking up behind the scenes. Hearing his question, 11 was ecstatic. The Demon Lord was letting her off the hook. Thinking she was in the clear, she immediately launched into her report. So, based on Lady Celeste's orders, the ritual donation should basically be ready, but we hit a little snag and we're short on volunteers. We're going to need a bit more time. Zeke's brow furrowed a little as he asked, How many sacrifices have you guys prepped so far? 11 knew better than to lie and just spilled, We need about 1,000 people, but we're still short 100. The Ironclad Guild has been all over us lately. So, like Lady Celeste was all, I got the last 100 people, no biggie. But the more Zeke heard, the darker his face got. Like 1,000 people for a sacrifice, yo, that is seriously messed up. This Demon Lord dude wasn't just some demon boss, he was the head of some psycho cult. Seeing him just go dead silent, 11 started to freak out. OMG, is he mad at me? Thinking that, she immediately started begging, My Lord Demon, please chill out. Zion finally spoke up all slow and deliberate. You can bounce, get the current offerings ready for me. I'll swing by and check 'em out myself tomorrow. 11 felt like he just dodged a massive bullet and scrambled to say, You got it, boss. But before my guy could even bounce, Zion hit him with, Yo, hold up, I got one more thing to tell you myself. He whips out this demonic sect token and gets all serious. So, word on the street is someone's been running around pretending to be me. Memorize what this thing looks like. If some poser tries to roll up with my token and my name, you know what to do, right? Say less. 11 immediately nodded, got the message, and bounced from the room. The second he stepped out, he spots these two dudes just lurking, looking hella sus. He was speechless. At the same time, deep in some forest, another dude is just staring at Zion's wanted poster so that's the demonic Lord Zion. He practically spat the words out. Leo, from Melon Creek. Dude pulled some strings with his Connect in the Skynet to get posted up there. I'm about to see what this guy is really all about. Next morning, at some random house in Melon Creek, Ruby's carrying demonic Lord Zion and just hops in through a window. She puts him down on the bed and whispers, Master, I'll go grab the person now. The second she's done talking, poof, Ruby just vanishes. Now, it's just demonic Lord Zion, all alone. He asks in this ice-cold voice, You sure this spot is legit? The system immediately claps back, Dude, this is the Tipsy Tulip. It's where your little bestie junior sister sent that spy before, and this whole joint belongs to Dark 11. Your boy's turf is also the turf of that underground kingpin. This room belongs to Dark 11, so it's 100% safe. It's all under demonic Lord Zion's control, you know? But hearing this, he just scoffs and is like, You better not be playing me this time. Just then, a shout rips through the air from outside. Who is this little punk demonic? Lord Zion just casually glances over. And then he sees this absolute unit of a man 8 feet tall and built like a truck get straight up yeeted onto the ground. And the dude is still complaining, OMG, can't you go a little easier on me or something? The one who threw him was Ruby, obviously. She's got the guy pinned with her foot and says all cold, Master. He says the person you're looking for ain't here. The dude just scoffs back. You're really gonna step on me. You think I'm just gonna fold. Don't even underestimate me, I'll have you know I'm kinda into this. This whole vibe just made demonic Lord Zion lose it. He roared, That's enough. And right after that, he whips out the demonic sect token and says, All icy, are you blind, you fool? Take a good long look, what do you think is in my hand? Hearing this, the beefy dude glances over and then just starts going off on him. Well, you little wannabe punk. You've got some serious guts daring to cosplay as the great demonic lord. Those words made Zion just completely freeze. The guy had already slipped out from under Ruby's foot and was walking over pointing a finger right at him. What did I tell you? Before the boss bounced, he literally warned us some clown would try to impersonate the demonic lord. He just kept running his mouth, and Zion was getting seriously ticked off. He ordered through gritted teeth, "Ruby, make him shut up." "You got it." Ruby gave a little nod, walked over, and just bonked the guy on the head, which shut his trap real quick. But demonic Lord Zion was not satisfied and complained, "Ruby, I meant for you to unalive asterisk him." Ruby was a little stunned for a sec, then quickly drew her sword. She said, all apologetic, "My bad, I totally misread that." But she felt like something was off. She could vaguely remember that time Zeke told her she didn't need to just off people. But, weirdly enough, the memory was super hazy. She couldn't clearly remember who it was, but she wasn't about to defy demonic Lord Zion. She took the buff guy out, with one slash's blood painting her sword red. Only then did she say, "Master, it's been handled." Demonic Lord Zion gave a slight nod and said, "Go outside, and don't you dare come back in without my permission." Ruby immediately nodded and said, "I'm out." Finally, it was just demonic Lord Zion left in the room. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, explain this to me. Didn't you say this was my boy's turf?" He called me a fake. The system quickly replied, "Host, please calm down. I'm currently scanning this dude's memories." Super fast, the system reported back in a robot voice. "Okay, based on these memories, it was Leo who found Dark 11 first. He then used the demonic sect token to get Dark 11 to trust him. And after that, he pretty much jacked all of your authority." Hearing this, demonic Lord Zion went absolutely ballistic. He screamed like a maniac, "It's him again!" Demonic Lord Zion still couldn't get over it, just muttering Leo's name in pure rage. After a long, tense moment, he finally exploded, "Damn it, you better tell me what the hell is going on with this county and make it make sense." The system was basically sweating bullets and said awkwardly, I can't find the specific details. That Leo guy is outside of my control. Even the people around him have broken free from my original settings." This pushed demonic Lord Zion right over the edge. He screamed wildly, "What did you just tell me? Didn't you say you're the one who controls this world? That as long as I do what you ask, I can become a frickin' god?" Ruby, who was just outside, heard all of his crazy shouting. She got a little worried and pushed the door open to peek inside, calling out softly, "Master." But before she could even finish, something smacked her right in the head. Demonic Lord Zion glared at her and said coldly, "Did I give you permission to come in? Get the hell out of my sight." Seeing him, that terrifyingly mad Ruby was instantly scared stiff. She just stood there in silence for a second, then finally turned to leave her back looking kinda lonely. Back in the room, the system was basically giving him a reality check. Host freaking out right now is literally pointless. This whole situation has already gone completely off the rails. Right now, our only move is to try and get this train wreck back on track. Biting his lip so hard it could bleed. Demonic Lord Zion snarled, "After everything that's happened, how the hell am I supposed to trust you again?" The system was all like real slow. "Yo, we're kinda stuck together on this one, host. You ain't got another choice." The Crimson Lord totally lost it hearing that and just started barking orders. "Then find me a new body. What the heck am I supposed to do stuck in some girl's body?" But the system was just ice cold, like switching bodies takes time to find one and there's a cooldown. "Don't trip host once you're all synced up. You'll be able to use all of 11's shady powers whenever you feel like it. Looks like she's already dragged Leo off, and they're probably headed to that ritual altar thingy southwest of here, maybe near the Grand Canyon. Since Leo's got the Crimson Cult Medallion, he can just stroll right through the magical blockades the Crimson Lord put up." The system basically told him to haul it over there because some super valuable treasure is hidden there. Meanwhile, 11 had already led Leo and his crew deep into some seriously creepy cave system. Tank, who was lagging behind, whispered, "Bro, where the heck are we even going? This place is creepy AF. Master, you don't think your little demon lord buddy is going to sell us out to some shady lab in Nevada, do you?" Vince heard that and pretty much lost his mind. Didn't this fool beg to be the master's bodyguard just to suck up? If you're going to be a total chicken, why'd you even show up? With that thought, Vince just snapped. If you're so scared, then beat it. All those muscles and calling yourself Tank are a total waste. And stop calling my master a demon lord. Hearing that Tank shot back, all ticked off, "Who said I was scared? This is called being careful, something your master taught me, you remember that?" Just then 11, who was leading the way, stopped cold. She said slowly, "My lord, we're here." Leo was totally bugging when he heard that. "What's up there? What do you mean, we're here?" The more he thought about it, the more his brain short-circuited until he finally just blurted out, "My grandkids' wouldn't be able to find my grave to pay their respects if I kicked the bucket in this dump." But 11 just trotted over to a corner, pointed at the ground, and said with a huge smile, "My lord, right here." Leo just stared at the trap door like completely speechless. 11 smiled and added, My Lord Polaris and I used to come here all the time. The secret entrance needs the Crimson Cult medallion to open, so I'm afraid we're going to have to bother you." Leo heard her and was just thinking, do all these sketchy cults have a thing for setting up shop in the boonies? He then pulled out the Crimson Cult medallion, leaving Vince and Tank completely shook. But Leo could not care less. He just casually slapped the medallion onto the symbol on the trapdoor, thinking it was probably some kind of magic seal. But right then, the Crimson Cult medallion suddenly went beep, beep. Then this robot voice was like, "Unlock successful. Welcome home." Leo was totally floored, like for a secret evil lair, this was some seriously next-level tech. Right after that, 11 led Leo and the other two down into the bunker. As they walked, Leo couldn't help but think, man, these Crimson Cult people are basically gophers hiding everything underground. You don't think this whole place is going to suddenly cave in on us, right? He was starting to get a little antsy. While he was worrying, 11 spoke up again. "My lord, you'll need to use your medallion to open this door too." Leo gave a little nod and placed the medallion right where she was pointing. He couldn't help but sigh. You guys have the cash for a high-tech smart lock system, but you can't bother to build a place that's actually stable. A second later, a door just materialized right in front of Leo. It slowly swung open, but when Leo saw what was inside, his eyes went wide and his whole face just dropped. Meanwhile, back outside the bunker, some shadowy figure just popped up out of thin air. He muttered to himself, all smug, "A genius like me finding the Crimson Lord's hideout this easily. Man, this is a huge score. Guildmaster Harrison and the 3 great guilds are definitely going to hook me up with a fat reward." This dude was totally spacing out, dreaming about how he was going to be famous and maybe even get Ivy to finally notice him. "All right, I def can't handle this solo. Better call for backup first." But before he could even pull out his phone, a loud voice yelled from behind, "Hey, you freeze!" making the guy jump like 10 feet in the air. It was Ivy and her little sidekick buddy. Ivy pointed right at him and was like, "Dax, what do you think you're doing?" Dax's eyes totally lit up, seeing her. "To catch the Crimson Lord, duh. What are you doing out in the boonies?" Ivy just scoffed. "While you were being a creep in the bushes waiting for Leo, I was being a creep in the bushes right behind you." Instead of getting pissed, Dax looked totally stoked. "Oh, so that's what was up? Ivy, my dear, were you following me? It's been a whole year, you must have missed me, right?" "In your dreams," Ivy shot back instantly. "I was here looking for Leo, and then he just disappeared." Dax frowned, muttering, "Leo?" Then it's like a light bulb went off, and he quickly asked, "Wait, the Leo you're talking about? It's not the Crimson Lord. Leo, is it?" Ivy just nodded casually. "Yep, that's the one." When she confirmed it, Dax started shaking and mumbling to himself. "You? And the Demon Lord?" Ivy asked, totally confused. "What is up with you? I thought my dad sent you here." Dax answered slowly. "I only came because I saw the wanted poster from the 3 great guilds." As he said that, it looked like a light bulb went off in his head. Dax leaned in closer to Ivy, secretly checking her out, and then glanced over at little Buddy standing beside her. It looked like he'd just uncovered some world-ending secret. Ivy, totally clueless about Dax's insane train of thought, just said coldly, "Leo isn't the Crimson Lord. I need to find him and figure out what's going on. My dad said we have to handle this on the down low. Are you even listening to me?" But Dax wasn't reacting at all. He hadn't heard a single word she'd said. Inside, his brain was screaming, "I was only gone for 1 year. How does Ivy already have a kid?" Thinking this, Dax bit his lip hard. "It doesn't matter. Even if Ivy had a kid with another guy, I still love her." He took a deep breath and then said with a super serious voice, "I'm sorry, Ivy. I can accept that you have a child with another man, but I can't just stand by and watch you walk down this dark path." His words left Ivy totally confused for a second, but then it clicked and she realized what he was getting at. She totally lost it and smacked Darren right across the face, screaming, "What is actually wrong with you?" Meanwhile, down in the creepy dark cellar, Ziv's crew laid eyes on this massive furnace sitting smack in the middle of the room. Ziv scoped it out for a sec and put 2 and 2 together. This was where they prepped the sacrifices. So, logically, this big old furnace had to be a key piece of the ritual. Thinking that, he called out, "Shadow 11, you stay posted outside." "Brute Kevin, get your butts over here." Shadow 11 immediately did as he was told and bounced. Kevin, on the other hand, practically sprinted up to him, all hyped up. Master, you got a job for me." "Huh, huh, huh." Ziv pointed at the furnace and said, "Ait, you too. See if you can haul this thing. That's why I brought along our new meathead Brute for some extra muscle." Kevin and Brute instantly charged for it, practically shoving each other out of the way to get to it first. Kevin straight-up hip-checked Brute out of the way with this huge grin. "Back off, dude. I'm the one helping the master." This was finally his big chance to be the teacher's pet. But, like 2 steps in, he stepped on something. Kevin's face went ghost white. He'd totally set off some kind of janky trap. He stammered, Master, I think I messed up." Ziv gave him a suspicious look. What did you do? Before he could even get an answer, the whole ground started shaking like a massive earthquake and everyone started freaking out. Belle totally lost her footing and went flying into the wall behind her. As she was scrambling back up, she saw something. She screamed, "Ziv, look out! A door just opened up behind you!" Ziv shot a look over his shoulder and grumbled, "Seriously, another secret door? Why do I have a super bad feeling about this?" With that thought, he walked towards the door anyway. The second he stepped inside, this foul stench just punched him in the face. Ziv slapped a hand over his nose, gagging. "Whoa, damn, it reeks. What is that smell?" Just then, Belle ran up all curious. "Ziv, what's in there?" But when she peeked her head in to see, she yanked it back like she'd been zapped. The scene inside was pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. There were so many people chained up and they were just chewing on dead rats. And they were all just kids. It was so messed up you couldn't even stand to look. The more Ziv saw, the more his blood boiled. He seriously wanted to find whoever did this and end them. So, these kids and those demon cultivators who went totally psycho, they were all just bait. Oh, snap. Ziv, figuring this out, walks up to this little girl and goes all soft like, "Yo, shorty, what's your name?" "Nah, don't eat that stuff anymore. I got you, I'll hook you all up with some real food." Then he shoots a look at Kevin and is like, "Yo, get me those emergency snacks you packed like yesterday." Kevin's just standing there completely zoned out, mind blown. He finally blinked and brought the grub and water over to Ziv. Ziv grabs it, hands the water to the little girl, and says super gently, "Here, take a little sip first. Nice and slow. Okay." Okay, so Shadow 11 is still lurking outside, and just trying to bounce with all these kids would look hella sus. He's gotta cook up a plan to get him out ASAP, while Ziv's big braining at a rock just straight up falls from the ceiling and asterisk bonks asterisk him on the head. Ziv jumps, looks up, and... Yo! The whole ceiling is crumbling down. He's majorly cheesed off, muttering, "You cannot be serious, is this whole freaking joint about to come down on us?" Meanwhile, topside Yi and Darren are having a major stare down. Darren's all cold, like, "Yi, for real. I can't just stand here and watch you go down this dark path, dude. Don't even trip. Once the Demon Lord is toast, I'll look out for you and the kid." Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Yi gets so ticked she shoves her sword in his face and screams, "Get the heck out of my sight. Have you even heard a single thing I've been saying?" This clown followed Ziv all the way out here, so he's gotta be somewhere close. She's gotta get a message to him like stat. It hits her, she's out of options. This is her only play. Without a second thought, she throws her head back and just screams at the sky, "Ziv, run!" Bro, everything just went dead quiet. Darren is just standing there completely shook like he can't believe she just did that. When he finally gets his jaw off the floor, he yells totally buggin', "Yi, are you for real protecting that dude?" But the second he says it, Lil Champ starts screaming her head off too. "Master Big Sis, you guys gotta dip." The little kid's scream just rips through the whole forest, making Yi clap her hands over her ears. After that one massive yell, Lil Champ just keels over, but she's still gasping for air, trying to scream again. "Big Sis, Master." But before she can even get the words out, she just freezes. The ground literally just split wide open. Yi and Darren are freaking out, but it's too late to do squat. All three of them just plummet right into this massive crack in the earth. At the exact same time, the cave below is just total chaos. Ziv's just staring completely lost, muttering, "What in the world is going on? Sounds like something big just dropped in from upstairs." He barely even finishes that thought when something starts rustling in the debris. It's Lil Champ wobbling to her feet. Ziv sees her and is like, "Lil Champ, what are you even doing here?" But she doesn't say a word, just books it straight for him. Only then does she finally look up and spill, "I came with Big Sis Xia. You guys gotta get out of here like right now. Some so-called good guys are coming to snatch you." Hearing that, Ziv just curses under his breath. "Aw, crap. Good guys coming for me. You know what, this is actually perfect timing because I had no clue what to do with all these little tykes." Thinking that, Ziv asks, "So where's Miss Xia?" Lil Champ just points right at the huge pile of rocks and says, dead serious, "Big Sis Xia is under all that." Ziv is just stunned. "All right, bet. I guess I'll just wait for them to come too before we figure out this whole kid situation." With that, he turns to Lil Champ and says, "Yo, perfect timing. See if you can hoist this thing for me." Lil Champ was like, "Bet," and started powering up. She's gritting her teeth trying to lift this massive alchemy furnace that's like 8 times bigger than her. Ziv's watching this go down, nodding like a proud mama. She's thinking, yes, that's my star pupil. With her stats, one little furnace is a piece of cake. But right then, Lil Champ pipes up looking totally stressed. Master, I don't think I can move this thing." Bro, Vince's jaw hit the floor. He's like, "Wait, what? Even my little champ can't lift it." Vince just stares at this giant cauldron and you can see the gears turning in his head. "Ain't no way. My little champ is supposed to be my S-tier fighter." Then, out of nowhere, Vince has a total light bulb moment. Hold up, isn't this just like that classic movie scene, the whole blood-binding ritual thingy? Oh, I totally know this playbook. Thinking he's slick, Vince chomps on his own finger, but not a single drop of blood. The cut heals up instantly. Vince just freezes like, bruh, this healing factor is way too OP. Guess it's not always a W. So, what does he do? He whips out a knife and without even blinking slices his own palm open. Vince slaps his hand on the cauldron, secretly praying it does something like ASAP. Because if this thing doesn't react soon, his hand is going to patch itself up. But the cauldron is just sitting there, giving him nothing. Total ghost. Just when Vince is getting all confused, the thing suddenly starts to rumble. He's all like, it's working. But then, Vince realizes something is seriously wrong. His godly right hand is completely stuck. He squints at the cauldron like, yo, is this thing draining my life juice? And isn't it draining me a little too fast? As that thought hits him, total panic flashes across Vince's face. Oh, crap, my healing factor can't keep up with this. A few hours later, Vince wakes up in a dungeon. He just stares at the ceiling for a solid minute, totally zoned out, before finally sitting up and rubbing his pounding head. He mumbles to himself, why is it that every single time I black out I wake up in a jail cell, like for real? Before he can even figure out what's what, Yuki pops out of a corner, bawling his eyes out. Master! He gives Vince a death grip hug and just starts word vomiting. You just passed out cold, and then all these dudes from the Iron Fist rolled up, you scared me half to death. Vince looks him dead in the eye, all serious, and asks, where's Gorgeous, where's that bruiser dude, and where's my cauldron? Yuki just shakes his head, saying, I don't know, man, that cauldron just poofed into thin air, and Miss Gwen and everyone else got split up and dragged away. Just then, they hear footsteps. Vince glances over, and who strolls in but Dax? He's got this super punchable smug grin on his face and goes, well, well, Demon Lord Vince, you're finally awake. Don't even think about bailing. We went through a lot of trouble for you this time. The big bosses from the 3 great clans are all posted outside. You've done so much messed up stuff, he says, accusing Vince of going after kids. Luckily, I'm quick on my feet and got here just in time to stop you. Vince hears this and just scoffs, muttering, yeah, in time, my butt. If it wasn't for you, those kids would have been goners. Thinking this, Vince just sighs, totally defeated. Whatever, man, I'm caught. No point in talking to you. Oh, where's your Chief Hudson? I want to talk to him. Dax just lets out this cold little laugh like, wow, you've got some nerve. I see you still don't get the mess you're in. He goes on about how while Vince was out cold, he had his guys totally sever his meridians. So now, even a Demon Lord is completely useless. With your energy channels wrecked, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Vince's face immediately goes pale with panic. Severed my meridians, huh? So thorough. Classic Iron Fists. But, plot twist, it looks like he's already healed up. Even the gash on his palm is gone. For anyone else, though, they would have been drained down to a husk. Speaking of which, where the heck did Vince's precious cauldron even go? As he's wondering about it, there's a sudden asterisk poof asterisk right in front of him, and a tiny little mini cauldron just appears in his hand. Vince just frowns like, where the heck did this little toy come from? But he's not the only one who sees it. Dax spots the cauldron and starts screaming his head off. Guards, hidden weapon. He's got a hidden weapon. Drop the thing in your hand right now. Vince just stares at this dude who's acting like a total psycho and is completely speechless. He's thinking, can we get this guy a new script? He's completely lost it. Right after that, Dax calls his goons in. He orders them to tie Vince and Yuki up super tight. Feeling like Vince is zero threat now, Dax points a finger at him and taunts, I guess I underestimated you. Whatever other tricks you got up your sleeve, go ahead. Bring 'em on. Vince's face is totally deadpan. This punk's legs are shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, but he's still running his mouth. Dax, meanwhile, is completely oblivious, still acting all smug like he's hot stuff. Just then, his eyes land on the mini cauldron on the floor. Dax bends down to get a better look, thinking, wait, isn't this the kind of thing those alchemist nerds use? With that thought, he tries to pick it up, but the thing won't budge. He can't lift it no matter how hard he tries. All of a sudden, a voice calls out from outside. Dax, what are you doing now? His eyes totally light up. He gets this huge, happy smile and says, babe, that Demon Lord just pulled a hidden weapon out of thin air. It totally freaked me out. As he says this, Dax runs over and gives the person a huge hug, gushing, but don't you worry your pretty little head. Everything's handled, 'cause your man Dax is on the case. Except, the person he's hugging is actually Chief Hudson. The Chief's voice is ice cold as he says, get off me. The second Dax recognizes the voice, he starts shaking like a chihuahua in a snowstorm. He lets go instantly, bows his head, and squeaks out, Chief. Chief Hudson completely ignores him, frowning as he asks, where is Vince Lee? Dax puffs out his chest all proud and says, oh, you mean that Demon Lord I gave the special order to have his meridians wrecked. He's totally powerless now. The second he hears Meridian's completely wrecked, Chief Hudson's face just freezes over. He shoves Dax out of the way in a total panic, yelling, "I have to go check on my bro, Vince." When Chief Hudson finally gets a look at him, Vince is tied up like a human pretzel. And for a split second, the Chief actually lets out a sigh of relief. He's thinking, "Phew, looks like my bro Vince is doing all right." But then his face changes like, "All right, my butt. He's tied up like a Christmas ham. How is that okay?" Chief Hudson, scrambled over to untie Vince, totally freaking out, like, "Bro, Vince, don't be pissed, man. Your boy Hudson's got you." Then he felt like he was moving in slow-mo, whipped his head around to Dax and screamed, "Yo, what are you doing just standing there like a lump? Get over here and help, dude." Dax's brain literally short-circuited. Like, who am I? Where am I? What in the actual heck is happening? The Chief Hudson he looked up to was straight up kissing Vince's boots. Wait, is he trying to cover for the Demon Lord too? Just the thought of it made Derek's entire world implode. No freaking way. This is so twisted. Do the cats from the 3-Sex even have a clue about this insanity? My dude couldn't compute, like his brain was just buffering, trying to figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, outside the Ironclad Sect's main gate, Chloe stared down the person in front of her and smirked. Well, well, look what the cat dragged in. Didn't think you'd actually show your face. Heard nabbing the Demon Lord was a cakewalk this time. I'm guessing it was all thanks to those little poison pets you sicked on him, right? Tiana heard that and shut it down instantly. That wasn't me, but yeah, Chloe was not buying that for a second. She leaned in and whispered, "My lady, you're being way too modest. If your poison bugs hadn't totally nerfed the Demon Lord's stats, you think the Ironclad Sect clowns could have even touched him?" Tiana just hit her with a death stare that could freeze fire. Her voice was pure ice as she said, "I already told you it wasn't me. Are you people dense or something? I made it crystal freaking clear that the bugs could only lock down like 70% of his power, and they still had the nerve to go after Victor. What's even crazier is that he just let them catch him. Ugh, I really hope he doesn't think I set him up." With that thought, Tiana snapped back to reality. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to brass tacks, the real reason I came. I'm here to take someone with me. Any of you got a problem with that?" The second she said it, you could have heard a pin drop. Everyone from the 3 great sects just stood there with their jaws on the floor, totally shook. Chloe was the first one to snap out of it. She kinda hesitated, asking, "Why do you want to take him?" But before she could even finish, Finn jumped in all up in Tiana's face. "Do you have any clue who he is? What gives you the right to just waltz in and take him?" Chloe just watched from the back as this dude ran his mouth. She was speechless. Like, who does this guy think he is talking to the matriarch like that? She was pretty sure this idiot traded his brain cells for his martial emperor power level. Meanwhile, Simon in the back was just like, "Nope, that's all Finn. I ain't part of this." And, yup, just as you'd expect, Tiana's whole vibe went dark. Dude, even the emperor has to show the matriarch some respect. How did this chump get so bold? She shot a look at Finn that could kill her annoyance, practically screaming off her. Finn instantly shriveled up like a raisin. He started stuttering, his voice all shaky. Don't you look at me like that. That Demon Lord is a massive threat. Obviously the 3 great sects and the Ironclad Sect have to deal with him together. If you just take him and it all goes sideways, who's going to take the blame, huh?" Hearing this, Tiana just let out a little smirk. She practically laughed in his face. "You guys, you want to handle Manager Li. A whole crew of you that couldn't even take down one Demon Lord are now having fantasies. Go ahead, I dare you. Lay one finger on him." But Finn wasn't backing down, just snorted and was all like, "Yeah, right. Oh look, I'm already being generous just letting you hang around. Don't think for a second I'm afraid to throw down." Tiana just stared him down for a solid 10 seconds, then this slow, wicked grin spread across her face as she said, "Then let's go. Works for me." The words were barely out of her mouth before she teleported right into Finn's personal space. Tiana let out a chilling laugh. Perfect. I've been itching for a little workout anyway. This insane wave of energy, like enough to literally move mountains, just exploded in her hand. Finn didn't even have time to blink before he was launched into orbit. Seeing this, Chloe and Simon were just frozen, completely stunned. Then it hit them and they started to majorly freak out. Finn got yeeted with a single slap. And the craziest part, it was from someone who supposedly doesn't even fight. Dude's a full-blown martial emperor, and he got absolutely decked by Tiana just like that. And she looked so chill about it, like she just swatted a fly, which was honestly terrifying. Right then, Ivy came running out hearing all the noise and was like, "Yo, what's going on? What was that huge crash?" Tiana slowly lowered her hand. And she just says all casual, "Oh, nothing. Just a little friendly spar with the master of the 3 Origins sect." She barely got the words out when another voice cut in. "Not bad, but your form's a little sloppy. A 2-handed strike is the textbook move, you know." Tiana whipped around at the sound of the voice and saw it was Victor. He gave her a little wave and a grin. "Hey, long time no see. You came all this way just for little old me." Tiana answered without missing a beat. "You know it. The one and only honorary guest of our Eternal Pavilion gets set up. You bet your butt I'm showing up. Manager Lee, come on, let's go chill. We can let Secmaster Heston clean up this little disaster. You guys arrested someone based on a freaking rumor when you all know deep down what's really going on. As she said it, Tiana shot a look over at Chloe and Simon that made them both start shaking in their boots, too terrified to even breathe. A little bit later in the guest room, Ivy rushed in to tell Victor, "Hey, Miss Olivia and Trevor are being kept somewhere else. I'll go get them. You guys chat, I'll be right back." And just like that, she shut the door and was gone. Victor finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, someone he could actually trust was here. With that demonic sect token on him, he could have screamed that he was framed 10,000 times and not a single soul would have believed him. Tiana looked at Victor. Her eyes narrowed and gave him a small smile. "Manager Lee, I heard about that whole mess with the Imperial Preceptor. Autumn totally got the wrong idea, and I'm sorry for what she put you through. You must have pretended to be the Demon Lord because you figured something out, right?" When Victor heard that man, he got so choked up he actually started tearing up. Tiana was totally thrown like, "Whoa, dude, why are you crying?" Victor took a deep breath, pulled out that alchemy furnace he found, and started to explain. "Yeah, I found a few things. You poison masters always say all poisons have a common thread, right? So, you recognize this?" The second Tiana saw the furnace, she gasped, totally shocked. "Isn't this, for an alchemist manager Lee, where in the world did you find this, and why does it look so crazy familiar?" The longer she stared at it, the more it tickled her brain, but she just couldn't put her finger on where she'd seen it. Thinking maybe touching it would help, Tiana reached out to grab it. But then, something absolutely wild happened. She's straining, but it won't budge, not even a little. Her hand actually starts shaking from trying so hard. Victor sees this and just blurts out, "Whoa, you can't lift it either." Tiana's just getting more and more shook the longer she stares at it. Victor squints, checking out the thing in his hand. He's got a gut feeling this thing is a legit treasure. An alchemist. Huh? With that in his head, he asks her, "Yo, you wouldn't happen to know where I can find an alchemist, would you?" We need a real pro, a heavy hitter." Tiana snaps back instantly. Duh. Ever heard of Medicine King Valley way out in West Texas? When I was a little kid, I actually got to meet someone from there. And I don't know how, but the word on the street is they've got some alchemist who's like a few 100 years old." Hearing this, Kevin scrunches up his face. "I'd bet. Take Bella and Lil Homie and go scope it out." That sounds like one of those classic crews from every kung fu movie ever. While he's thinking, this totally panicked voice yells out, "Kevin, are you okay?" It's Bella, bursting in from outside and just tackling him with a hug, totally sobbing. Then, Bella starts looking him over all frantically, asking, "They said something about wanting to mess you up." Kevin just gently wipes her tears away, trying to calm her down. "Hey, don't cry. You know I bounce back quick. I've got that healing thing going on." "Are you okay?" Bella just shakes her head. "Miss Summer got me out. I don't know about everyone else." Right on cue, Yayi walks in with Lil Homie. She's got this big, happy smile on her face. "Don't even worry, Kevin Miss Nguyen is fine. Zane had to pull Richie away for something, and this little dude said he had to see you first." Kevin nods, all grateful. "You seriously think of everything, don't you? But by the way, did you guys see anyone else there? Besides us, I mean." Yayi gives a little nod. "Yeah, besides your crew. We saved over 300 kids and got them all settled. But nope, nobody else." "Why do you ask?" Kevin just slaps on a fake smile and goes, "Oh, no reason. So that number 11 dude just bounced on his own. Huh, dude's quick on his feet." Yayi gets all serious then. "With the matriarch here, she can at least keep you from ending up in the clink. My dad's in talks with the 3 great clans right now pulling the 'You're my nephew' card to get you moved over to the Eternal Pavilion." As she's saying this, she suddenly gives Kevin this look of pure, like, wow. "I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda lost, but this is all part of your big brain master plan, isn't it, Kevin?" Her saying that totally blindsided him. But he just plays it smooth laughs and goes, "You already know. Everything is going exactly as planned, so we're hitting up the Eternal Pavilion next, right?" Meanwhile, Kim wrapped up his thing and got the signal to roll out. The very next day, in a carriage cruising along the edge of the woods, the 2 drivers were just running their mouths, spilling all the tea about having to chauffeur the Demon Lord Kevin to the Eternal Pavilion. Tiffany, who was right there in the car, heard every single word but was totally unbothered. She glances at the dude sitting across from her and is like, "Yo, relax, I'm not gonna eat you." The guy looked exactly like Kevin, but psych, it was actually Kim in a disguise. He stutters out, "Who's buggin'?" "Man, this chick is terrifying," he thought, but hey, it's for the boss, so I guess I gotta just deal with it. Meanwhile, the real Kevin was already out of there flying off with Lil Homie. A few hours later, they touched down on this cliff. Peeping the view from up high, Kevin was like, "Whoa, so this is the infamous Medicine King Valley. No wonder they say it's totally off the grid, completely dodging all the drama, which means they probably have zero clue who I am." Then he pointed to a village tucked away deep in the valley and was like, "Yo, looks like a village down there. Let's hit that place up first." Eight. So Kevin and his crew, all three of them, roll into Peach Blossom Village inside the Medicine King Valley. The people there were living the ultimate chill life. Some were grabbing veggies from the woods, others were doing embroidery, basically living that whole cottagecore vibe everyone's obsessed with. Kevin's just taking in the scenery and can't help but sigh like, damn, this place is legit, the real deal Shangri-La, everyone's just vibing so peacefully. With that thought, he strolls over to a lady doing some embroidery and says, real soft, "Excuse me, I was hoping to ask you something." Hearing him, the woman looks up. Kevin slowly asks, "Is this like Peach Blossom Village? We're trying to find the alchemist. You guys got a place to crash around here." But the second the girl saw the three of them, she totally freaked and started screaming her head off. "Outsiders, get out of here. You're not welcome here, you bunch of scammers. Are you trying to play us again?" Hearing this, Kevin was just standing there completely shook like what the heck didn't the matriarch say the folks in Peach Blossom Village were super friendly and welcoming, and were supposed to be extra nice to people looking for medicine. He quickly tried to chill him out. "Hey, relax, we're not here to cause any trouble," but they just kept screaming at his crew to bounce. Just then, some old dude leaning on a cane hobbles over. He says all calm, "Youngsters, you must have had a guide to get here, but let me tell you right now, Peach Blossom Village ain't about that stranger life. So, y'all got a dip. Now." And, just like that, Kevin's squad got booted without a single clue why. Kevin sighed, totally bummed. What's the deal? What could have possibly gone down here to make them so salty with outsiders? At that exact moment, they heard a rustle behind them. The three of them whipped around and saw this little kid walking out of the woods only for him to trip on something and totally eat it face-planting right on the ground. Kevin walked over to the little dude and asked quietly, "Hey, little man, can I ask you something?" The boy heard him and peeked up. He gave the kid a smile and asked, "So, have any sketchy people been rolling through the village lately? Did something happen?" The kid eyed them with major suspicion and mumbled, "You think I'm stupid or something? I can tell you're a bad guy too, so you can just forget it. Whatever you're selling won't work this time, and I am not going with you." Kevin heard this and frowned, thinking to himself, wait, is this kid saying that before? So, wait, some rando just showed up and walked off with all the village kids. No way, it's that creepy kid-snatching cult. That's way too much of a coincidence, right? While they were chatting, Lil Homie swooped in and picked up a weed off the ground. Then he strolled up to the little dude with a grin. "Yo, little man, for real? We're not the bad guys. Could you just spill the tea on what went down in the village?" The little kid took the flower and his cheeks got all red. After, like a super long, awkward stare down, the kid finally goes, "Alright, fine, I'll let it slide. You're just a little dude." And then bam, he starts spilling all the tea about what's been popping off in the village. Apparently, a few months ago, some sketchy rando rolled into town, bragging about being from some crazy powerful clan and promising to teach everyone how to throw down. This kid had to stay and watch his grandpa, so he passed. But this rando, he bounced with a whole crew of other kids swearing he'd send a letter every single month. But, yo, it's been ages and not a single postcard, nothing. The whole village started freaking out and went searching for this so-called clan, but they found zip, zero, nada. They figured out his whole story was a lie, and the dude was basically a professional kid snatcher. So all the dads and older bros in the village banded together to go find him, and before they dipped, they made a major rule: no strangers allowed. Period. And hearing that, a light bulb just went off in Zeev's head. He's like, "Oh, that is why this place is a total ghost town of young dudes." Then, out of nowhere, a voice from behind pipes up, "Y'all are seriously still here." The little kid hears it and bolts over all hyped up yelling, "Grandpa." And what do you know, it's the old dude from before. He's giving them the major side-eye and just deadpans, "The kid's not wrong. All the guys who can fight are gone, and now the Crow clan is scoping this place out. You guys gotta bounce, like right now." But then, plot twist, the old man and his grandkid totally take the three of them back to their crib. After getting the full rundown, Zeev's like super skeptical, "The Crow clan? Never heard of 'em." The old guy just sighs, all dramatic, and is like, "Dude, the Crow clan rolls through here, literally, every single day. I heard their head honcho is super sick, but the master alchemist is basically on house arrest in the Apothecary Valley." He just shakes his head at that, mumbling, "Ooh, let's not even go there. Anyway, you said before you might know where those kids are." Damien gives a nod, and Ziv whips out this sealed letter and slaps it on the table. He's all chill, like, "Yeah, no cap. The matriarch of the Eternal Pavilion sent me. This letter's from her, told me to give it to the master of Apothecary Valley. And the kids, man, that's a whole saga." So Ziv starts breaking down the whole insane story for the old dude, and when he's done, the grandpa literally jumps out of his chair totally bugging, screaming, "Oh my gosh, that's what's been going on out there. That Demon Lord guy is a total psycho pulling a stunt that messed up." And, hearing all this shade being thrown, Ziv starts feeling kinda awkward, you know. But the old guy chills out real quick, just hangs his head and lets out this huge sigh. Ziv jumps in, trying to chill him out. Whoa, whoa, take a breath, Pops. The old man takes a sip of tea and says all quiet, I've been in this village my whole life. Most people here have never even seen the next town over. He goes on about how he just wanted the kids to see what's out there, you know? That's why he let that guy take them. But the more he talks, the more the old dude starts physically shaking. His voice is all shaky and breaking as he's like, this is all on me. I just really hope some of the kids you saved are from here. Ziv sees how wrecked he is, walks over and gives his shoulder a pat like, hey, don't sweat it. I'll help you find them. If you're cool with it, I can get someone to bring the kids we found over here so you can see if you recognize anyone. Hearing that, the old man gets this super guilty look and says, man, I am so sorry about how everyone here acted. Oh, please, you gotta forgive them. They're just super stressed out. Having no other way to say thanks, the old man is like, look, since you were sent by the big boss at the Eternal Pavilion, you're totally welcome here. But then, he drops a warning. Yo, there's this gnarly poison fog in the Apothecary Valley. And without this special jade antidote thing, you've got 0 chance of getting in. Ziv hears this and is like, I'd bet, so where do I cop this jade antidote? The old man just lays it out flat. Every 7 days, the Apothecary Valley sends out a master alchemist to make house calls. You can hit them up, then you might be able to score the jade antidote. So, they chop it up for a little longer, before finally heading outside. Belle and her sis hear them coming and look over. Ziv flashes this big old grin at her. Hey, beautiful miss me, it's all good. Everything's handled. The village chief is hooking us up with a spot to crash. The alchemist dude pops out of the valley in 2 days, so I guess we're kicking it here for a minute. The chief jumps in like, yeah, we got tons of empty places in the village, follow me. Meanwhile, in some house deep inside, the Apothecary Valley. This lady is having a major coughing fit. Her attendant is all worried. You've been coughing way more your health is. But the lady just shakes her head with a smile. I'm fine, really. What's that you're holding? The attendant totally jumps when she asks, taking a sec to remember she was supposed to deliver a letter. She snaps back to it and goes, oh, you remember the Eternal Pavilion? This letter is from their matriarch. The woman snatches the letter and gets all nostalgic. The last time I saw that girl, she was just a little tyke. She was so shy she wouldn't even talk to me. Kinda random she's hitting me up now, huh? But after she reads the letter, the old woman's eyes go wide like she's totally shook. Then this little smirk creeps onto her face. Well, this just got interesting. And so for the next couple of days, Ziv and the squad just chilled in Peach Creek Village. Everyone there was just going about their normal, low-key lives. Ziv, not wanting to be a total freeloader, offers to help out around the village. The lady who was sewing earlier hears him and turns around. There's Ziv holding a shovel and he gives her this little wave. And just like that, the vibe got so whooper awkward. The woman is totally speechless, but then she remembers how she treated him before and quickly bows her head to say sorry. I had no idea who you were. My bad. If I was out of line, please forgive me. Ziv sees this and is instantly like, nah, you're good. It's no biggie. Then the woman just starts tearing up, telling him, to be real with you. My son left with that guy too, and we haven't heard a thing. I have no idea if he's one of the kids you saved, but I had to thank you. Ziv just goes dead silent, hearing that his hand's balling up into fists like he's trying to hold it all in. Man, if Leo hadn't blown up his spot and revealed who he really was, he'd probably still be stuck playing the part of the big bad demon lord. But, nah, Vince had to snap out of it. He couldn't get stuck on that thought. Who knows? Maybe this whole identity crisis was the exact curveball that totally wrecked the demon lord's plans. And taking out those sneaky cultists from the Greenwood Order earlier, that was just a total lucky break, too. As soon as he meets the alchemist and figures out what this cauldron is all about, he'll be one step closer to the truth. Thinking about it got him hyped, so he went to get some work done, but just then, someone from behind called out to Vince with some fire news. It was Belle, and Bo, sprinting over Belle, was cheesing hard. The alchemist is here, the village chief sent me to come grab you. Meanwhile, over at the demon cult's secret hideout, 11 was just staring at the pile of rubble in front of her, completely lost. How in the heck did this place just straight up collapse and a whole squad from the Iron Guard just had to show up too? Not only that, but the demon lord is totally MIA now and all those sacrificial offerings just poofed. She was so busy trying to dip out the demon lord is 100% not gonna let her slide for this. While 11 was having her little pity party, a stone-cold voice suddenly hit her from behind. You idiot! 11 whipped around and saw Ruby walking over carrying the Violet Demon Lord who was still rocking Nina's body. Seeing the absolute mess of a base, the Violet Demon Lord knew he was late to the party again. With that thought, he immediately barked an order. Ruby, go find the item. Ruby gave a slight nod and was on it, then gently set the mini Demon Lord down. 11 saw Ruby and got all suspicious like, Yo, what's your deal? Aren't you supposed to be the Demon Lord's right-hand woman? Where'd this little kid even come from? Why are you dragging her around? The Violet Demon Lord heard this and was kinda stunned to silent, not even sure what to say, but 11 just kept on running her mouth. Don't tell me this is another one of the Demon Lord's brilliant plans. I was sitting here wondering why Ruby was trailing some little kid, like could she actually be betraying the Demon Lord? But while she was yapping, some gnarly demonic energy started swirling in the Violet Demon Lord's hand. Seeing this, 11 immediately freaked out and screamed, "What are you?" But before she could finish her sentence, her body was completely swallowed by the demonic energy. A blood-curdling scream echoed like crazy. The Violet Demon Lord couldn't have cared less. He coldly ordered his system, "Show me what went down here." The system shot back, "Please wait, reading memories." Just then, Ruby came back and reported in a low voice, "Master, the item is not here." The Violet Demon Lord just gave a chill little nod, acting like he already knew. If it's not here, then that dude must have snagged it. He just couldn't figure out how Vince managed to pull it off. But he was dead sure he'd figure it all out soon enough. Psych. The Violet Demon Lord was about to be seriously disappointed. After finishing its scan, the system hit him with this answer. Host, because Shadow 11 was apparently playing bouncer at the door. She has zero idea what actually happened inside. The Violet Demon Lord heard this and absolutely lost it, screaming, "Are you kidding me? How many freaking times is this going to happen?" At the same time, back in Cherry Creek Village, the folks from Healer's Valley had arrived at the chief's house. The chief spoke all respectfully. "I really didn't expect you to get here so fast, my bad, for not greeting you at the village entrance." Then the chief looked over at Vince and said with a smile, "Manager Lee, just 1 second." But right then, the master of Healer's Valley spoke up super chill, "No need to wait," which left the village chief looking totally lost. She pointed right at Vince and said casually, "You've got to be Manager Lee, right? I need to have a private chat with you." Right after that, Vince followed the Valley Master into the house. The handmaiden walking next to the Valley Master was secretly peeping Vince, feeling like his stare was way too intense, which was making her a little antsy. Inside the house, the Valley Master got straight to it. "Have a seat." Vince gave a little nod and sat down while secretly checking them out. He couldn't tell their gender from their voice, but judging by their build, they were probably a dude. While he was mulling it over, the Valley Master spoke up. "Manager Lee, I saw the letter from the head honcho of the Timeless Emporium you've come looking for." But before they could even finish, a panicked scream came from outside. "This is bad. The Crow clan is here." Vince and the Valley Master both whipped their heads toward the door, and before they could even figure out what was happening, the door was kicked clean off its hinges. A fierce-looking woman stomped in and said coldly, "I heard our precious little alchemist decided to show up early." And what a crazy coincidence, huh? The alchemist is here just when we decided to drop by for a little visit. Vince and the Valley Master saw things were about to get real ugly and rushed outside. Immediately, Vince saw that Belle had been snatched by them. The woman was grinning from ear to ear as she spoke. "What's even luckier is that we ran into a pretty little thing who really caught my eye." Saying that, she reached out and pinched Belle's cheek, flashing a creepy, flirty smile. "The boss's illness can't be cured anyway. So, getting him a wife to bring some good luck isn't a bad plan, and I'm sure the boss will absolutely love a fresh young thing like this one." Vince frowned, thinking to himself, "Are you for real? These are the guys from the Crow clan?" Belle was suddenly a hostage. "And where's Bo? I could probably take these guys and get her back, but I'm worried about everyone else's safety." Just then, the Valley Master spoke up, her voice ice cold. "Let her go." The woman from the Crow clan heard this and just snorted. "You say, let her go, so I should just let her go. Wouldn't that make me look like a total chump? I heard your Valley Master is a living saint. So, if you want me to release this girl, tell her to come trade places herself." "Fine." The Valley Master sighed when she heard that, then reached up and took off her veil. She introduced herself like it was no big deal. "I am the living saint you were talking about, the Valley Master. Now, can you let the girl go?" Yo, the second she saw her face, the other chick was hyped like she just hit the jackpot. What a lucky day for real. She just starts cackling like, "I'd bet. You're coming with us, so letting your friend bounce is no biggie. Now let's go, no funny business." But then, the boss lady hits him with a "hold up," and you could totally see the other girl thinking she was about to flake. The chick got all tight, gritting her teeth like, "What now? You think I'm gonna let him go asterisk first asterisk? Are you dumb? Hell nah. You come with me, asterisk then asterisk, I'll let him walk." But that wasn't it. The boss lady just shakes her head and points right at Vince. "I'll roll with you, and you can let my boy go later, whatever. But I need asterisk him asterisk to come with me." Hearing that, Vince literally froze up, looking confused as hell. "So, me." The boss lady was super chill about it, like, isn't your boy still their hostage?" Vince was like, "Okay, fair point." So he asks, "Aight, so where's Junior at?" Phoebe jumps in, "Oh, so when he was messing around with that kid, they kinda accidentally drank some stuff that put him to sleep. He's still knocked out cold." Vince was just shook. Our heavy hitter is literally taking a nap right now. The boss lady saw him just standing there. So she strolls over to the exterminator's squad and is like, look, I don't know how bad your big boss is, but I should probably dip back and grab my med kit. What's the move? Hearing this, the main chick literally slams down her basket of weeds, scoffs, and goes, aren't there a ton of herbs right here? You trying to play me for a fool? The boss lady just glances at the pile and says, all cool, this stuff is for like a sniffle or a tummy ache. It ain't gonna cut it. After thinking for a hot second, the girl from the exterminators is like, asterisk, tick, asterisk, fine. I'll trust you this one time. I still got your dude on lock, so it's like 15 minutes good. We'll be right here. The boss lady just gives a chill nod and is like, no sweat. We'll be back in a hot minute. Vince hustles to keep up thinking that in 15 minutes, Junior should be back online. They only get a few steps before the boss lady's like, oh, wait. She hands Vince a pill and says, my bad, forgot to mention, Apothecary Valley is full of this gnarly, toxic fog. This is an antidote. Seeing him just standing there looking like a deer in headlights, she added, dude, it's not poison. Just pop it and roll with me for a sec. I gotta tell you something. And FYI, the exterminators aren't actually villains, so your boy is safe. Aight. So, a little later, deep in Apothecary Valley, the boss lady and Vince pull up to this little cot. Vince is side-eyeing her hard like, so, what's the real tea? What did you need to tell me? The boss lady just chuckled, damn, so aggressive. Especially since I heard you trekked all the way out here just for little old me. Vince was floored like, how did you even? But before he could finish, the boss lady cuts him off. I got a letter from the Timeless Pavilion. The letter mentioned Manager Li and a whole bunch of other juicy gossip. Vince finally nods like it's all clicking. He's like, oh, no wonder. The way you were acting around me was mad sus. Then he gets all serious again. You said the exterminators aren't bad guys, but I heard from the mayor they've been messing with the people in Cherry Creek Village. The boss lady just nods slow. Yeah, I know all about it. The folks in Cherry Creek Village have been going through it for real. And this whole snatching up healers thing today wasn't the first time. The exterminators used to have a different name they rebranded later. Like 2 years back, their big boss went on a trip and when he got back, he was messed up super sick. His crew had to carry him all the way to Cherry Creek Village trying to find a healer. But the second they hit Cherry Creek Village, the big boss's condition went from bad to way worse, like instantly. They tried a few more times, but anytime they got near Cherry Creek Village or Apothecary Valley, his sickness would just go crazy. So, they switched up their whole game plan and started trying to lure healers asterisk out asterisk of the valley to check on him. Vince hears this and is like, okay, but why can't the Apothecary Valley people just go out there and help the dude? But the boss lady just shakes her head and sighs. We can't leave. Turns out everyone in Apothecary Valley got hit with some kind of crazy, incurable, deadly poison. She's like, we can only survive inside this toxic fog. The best we can do is a quick run to Cherry Creek Village every now and then. The second she said that, Vince started bugging out. How is that even possible? You just made a deal with that bandit chick. But the boss lady just smirks. Well, that's where you come in, ain't it? Vince just grabs his head, totally frustrated. Okay, we're this deep, can we just drop the riddles already? The boss lady just stares him down and says real soft, a medicinal vibe. You got this medicinal vibe on you. She says she smelled it the second she met him. She's like, you must have taken the pill that legendary dude left behind. Vince is completely lost, just mumbling to himself, medicinal vibe? A pill. That legendary dude. But then it hits him. He gasps, the legendary dude you're talking about, you don't mean... The boss lady just nods. That's the one, the legend who's not from around here. Who else could it be but the war god Titan? And bam, here we go again with the goat making an appearance. Asterisk flashback noises to a few decades ago. As y'all can see, he's getting absolutely wrecked by the system. So Titan's gotta haul this basket of rocks for training, or whatever the system said, but my man ain't even a few steps in and he's about to faceplant. He's grumbling, training my ass, I'm just trying to find a spot to knock out. But right after Titan says that the system just goes ghost, total radio silence, which kinda spooks him. Then this girl walks up with this long flowy white hair. Her eyes are all sparkly and she looks at Titan all worried like, hey, you good? This girl was so drop-dead gorgeous that Titan was just shook. Bro literally thought he was kicking the bucket and seeing an angel. Vince can't handle the story anymore and just cuts in. Whoa, hold up. Is that asterisk you asterisk? The boss lady just shakes her head and explains real slow. Nah, fam, that's my grandma. The title of Chief of Apothecary Valley is supposed to go from father to son, never to daughters. She was the OG chief. Hearing that, Vince totally bugged out. Whoa, so you're actually a ya. But before he could even finish, the boss lady cut him off sharp. A girl. Vince snapped his mouth shut so fast it probably clicked. Whew, that was a close one, dude. I almost thought you were one of the bros. The boss lady just rolled her eyes and kept going with her story. Anyway, way back when this legendary dude just collapsed right at the entrance to our village and my grandma was the one who found him. They said he was just muttering the same thing over and over. The system is gone. I'm finally free. Xavier heard that and his brain went into overdrive like, wait, so the system really did poof. Is this place like a dead zone for it or something? While he was totally spiraling, the matriarch started talking again, saying she learned all about the other world from that legendary guy. He said that in his world this place was called a hidden paradise, which is totally why we ended up calling it Blossomville. So, what happened next? Xavier was getting more shook by the second. He just blurted out, hold up, if this place can block the system, why did Leo have to, log out permanently? Couldn't he have just laid low here? The matriarch answered, all slow and dramatic, before I get to that, can I get a little bit of your blood? Xavier just gave a little nod. Yeah, sure, but you better be quick. My healing factor is totally insane. The matriarch was like, got it, and then whipped out a needle and pricked his finger. A single drop of fresh blood immediately welled up and she caught it in this tiny little alchemy pot. Only after that did she continue her story. Okay, so what happened next is the whole reason the people of the Valley of Remedies are trapped here. That legendary guy, he stayed in Blossomville for a super long time. He even set up a clinic and taught us how to grow herbs to sell to the outside world. But here's the messed up part. The people of Blossomville have never lived past the age of 25, and my great-grandma was no different. The good times totally didn't last. My great-grandma got super sick and Leo couldn't do a single thing to help her. He just said he'd figure something out and then he bounced. According to the old stories, when Leo finally showed up again, he'd brought back some kind of crazy, powerful treasure with him. He buried it deep under the Valley of Remedies, and it created this poisonous fog that protects our home. This fog is totally deadly to outsiders, but for the people of the Valley of Remedies, it's a miracle cure that lets us live way longer. But the second we leave the fog, we get weak like instantly. That's the real tea on why none of us can ever leave. Xavier went dead silent just trying to process all that. To bring back a treasure like that, after being gone for a minute. He must have made a trade for it using the system. His whole story was basically controlled by the system, so there's zero chance it didn't know about this deal. Blossomville is supposed to be a restricted area for the system. But it still let Leo trade for the item. Did they, cut some kind of deal? While Xavier was lost in his own head, a sudden boom just rocked the room and smoke and dust went everywhere. Then he heard the matriarch let out this huge sigh of relief. All done! Xavier freaked out and yelled, What do you mean, all done? Didn't you just blow up the freaking pot? The matriarch just shook her head and laughed. Dude, don't sweat the small stuff. With this pill, I can go hang in the outside world for a little while. Xavier was giving the pill in her hand major side-eye and asked, You sure that thing actually works? She just nodded, and the matriarch replied all chill. Duh, of course it works. Did you seriously have no clue how special your blood is? Xavier shot back all aggressive. No clue. Weren't you just in the middle of telling me your great-grandma's tragic love story? What's so special about my blood? Does it cure everything or something? As he said that, something clicked in Xavier's brain. She said I smell like medicine. Could it be because I ate that thing? The matriarch spoke all calmly. Of course, there's no way I'd ever mistake something left behind by that legendary dude. Years ago, he left a secret book of alchemy recipes. It was packed with formulas for pills the world. One of those recipes was for a pill that smelled almost exactly like the fog in our valley. It was said to be able to bring people back from the dead. It's called the Ultimate Revitalization Pill, but the ingredients listed in the recipe are stupidly rare. At this point, the matriarch couldn't help but sigh. The fact that you actually managed to get your hands on something like that is seriously unreal. Oh, right. You must be just like him. From another world, right? But, as she said it, she saw Xavier's whole vibe just tank. She asked a little hesitant, You don't seem too happy about that, huh? Xavier just shook his head with a bitter laugh. Nah, I'm not unhappy. I just suddenly feel like giving up on life. Turns out this whole time I'm just some random NPC, a total nobody. At first, I thought my house getting wrecked was just a coincidence. Saving Scarlet was a coincidence, and getting the demonic cult's token was also a coincidence. If I'm just a side character, then how the heck did the token end up with me? I really can't wrap my head around it. The more I think about it, the more bummed out I get. Xavier quickly tried to hype himself up. No, the martial arts I brought with me still work. I can still see demonic energy and I'm living a pretty good life now. I even ate a super OP pill. Even if the original owner of this body was a side character. Now that I'm in control, this body is definitely not going to be a side character anymore. Everything happens for a reason, right? Maybe I was brought here to change how things turn out. If I take down the Demon Lord, wouldn't that make me even cooler than the so-called #1 hero? The more Xavier thought about it, the more pumped he got. He even slammed his foot on the table, which made the matriarch chuckle. I heard that legendary guy was also super moody all the time. You two are really alike. Just then, Xavier had a light bulb moment. He quickly spoke up. If you know Leo, then we're on the same team. So, I'm not going to hide this anymore. Check this out. Do you recognize this? As soon as he finished talking, Xavier slapped the cauldron he got from the demonic cult on the table. The matriarch recognized it instantly as the blood cauldron. Xavier saw her face and was like, "Yo, you know what this is?" The matriarch's vibe went dark. "Yeah, I know." "How'd you even get this thing?" But Xavier just blew her off, all hyped. "Dude, forget how I got it. Just spill what's this thing do already." The matriarch paused for like forever, then finally dropped the bomb, the blood cauldron. And yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like, a freaking weapon that uses blood to cook up pills. I heard it's something the big shot immortals use to like mess with souls, but using this thing is no joke, the rules are insane. The main ingredient has to be fresh blood from someone who's, still kicking. If Zeev hadn't gone all Leroy Jenkins with that power-up pill and woken this thing up, he'd be toast. For real. With how much blood it needs, he would have been unalived over 1,000 times by now. Hearing that Zeev totally freaked, "Whoa, hold up, is it really that serious?" The Valley Master let out another massive sigh. "Look, according to the ancient scrolls, you're a straight-up reckless maniac. But, hey, since you woke up the furnace, there's gotta be a fresh pill baked inside." Ziv, still kinda sus, peeked inside the furnace and bam, there's the sick purple pill. His eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He looked over at the Valley Master like, "So, can I eat this into my mouth? Any, weird side effects?" The Valley Master just gently shook her head and replied, "Nah, no side effects, you're good to go. But listen, that's a pill straight from the blood furnace, it's usually crazy valuable." Only she barely got the words out before Ziv had already scarfed it down. The Valley Master was just stunned, like, "Wow, you really just inhaled that. Normally that's the kind of thing people pass down for generations." After a beat, Zeev just pouted, I don't feel any different. This is lame." The Valley Master sighed. "That's because the pill was made from your asterisk blood dummy. It's like you just drank your own life force smoothie." But right as she said that, Zeev's eyes went wide. A crazy wave of demonic energy just exploded from his hand. Wait, isn't this that demon cult's nasty vibe? Why is it coming from me? But before he could even wrap his head around it, his skull felt like it was going to split open. The Valley Master saw him and screamed, "Dude, what's happening to you?" But Zeev couldn't even talk. His eyes were rolling back as he started to black out. His last thought was pure salt. I literally asked this time. She's the one who said no side effects, total scam. Meanwhile, over at the Peace Motel in Melonville, the big bad demon Lord Ziv had touched down and his system was totally in damage control mode. "Host, my guy, you gotta chill for just a little bit. Look, we're kinda stuck right now. This body is way too flimsy. For the whole fusion thing to stick, we just need more time." But while Demon Lord Ziv was processing this, a voice suddenly snapped him out of it from behind. Yeah." The voice made him whip around, totally shook. It was Chen Chu. Seeing her, the girl's body started shaking as he stammered, "No freaking way. Weren't you—" And right on cue, the system hit him with a notification. Intel confirms this is Meng Tian Chu, the saintess from the Eternal Pavilion. Oh, and P.S., she literally watched this body die. Good luck with that host. Hearing this, the Violet Demon Lord's face just dropped. He was screaming into his head, "You useless piece of code. You're really gonna make me do something, this cringe." But for the mission, he flipped a switch and put on a tiny kid voice calling out for Big Sis Tian Chu as his eyes started to get all watery. Tian Chu was completely floored by this. She dropped down, scooped up Arya's little body in a hug, and asked, all worried, "Arya, what are you doing here?" The Violet Demon Lord put on the performance of a lifetime and wailed, "Arya fainted, and when I woke up I was just... Here, some lady with white hair told me I was a goner, and she said Boss Li was around, so I came to find him." Tian Chu's brain immediately clicked the white-haired lady had to be Hong Shu. But, hold on, she thought didn't Hong Shu and Ziwei have a massive fight? Pushing that aside, Tian Chu plastered on a smile and said, "Hey, Arya boss, Li isn't here at the moment, but how about I take you to go find him? K. He's kinda sick though, so it might be a few days before you can see him." Hearing this, the Violet Demon Lord had a wicked little smirk in his head. Sicko, that's just perfect. But he snapped right back into character. He started full-on sobbing and shaking, clinging to Tian Chu and crying out, "Okay, Big Sis Tian Chu, Arya is so scared." Tian Chu just hugged him tighter, thinking to herself, "All right, I'll just take him back to the Eternal Pavilion for now. We can deal with all this drama when Ziwei shows up." Cut to the Demon Slayer's HQ in downtown LA, where Ziwei was slowly coming to. The whole scene felt way too familiar, so he didn't even freak out. He just figured, well, guess I'm back in the slammer. But then, Biao Liang's voice cut through the haze. "Ah, Wei, you're up." Ziwei shot up, totally surprised. Wait, so I'm not in jail? He thought, then asked her kinda confused. Hey, gorgeous, what's the rundown? Piao Liang broke it down for him. You totally blacked out. The Valley Master was worried the Demon Slayers would get ticked off waiting, so she had someone haul you out here. She's busy healing their big boss right now, and I was just posted up waiting for you to wake up. Ziwei gave a little nod, then stared down at his hands. Right before he passed out, he could have sworn he saw some of that nasty demonic energy. Was I just tripping? But just then, a super pissed-off scream exploded from right outside. What the hell did you just say? The yell made both Ziwei and his friend jump. Turns out it was the chick and she had the Valley Master grabbed by the collar totally in her face. What do you mean you can't fix him? Aren't you guys from the Medicine King Valley supposed to be like miracle workers who can fix anything? The Valley Master just coughed a couple times and said, real slow, you said it, not me. Medicine King Valley cures asterisk illnesses asterisk on the spot. But your boss's problem? That's straight up backlash from his own powers. The woman heard that and just snapped back, what's the freaking difference? Seeing things were about to pop off. Ziwei jumped in to play referee. Whoa, why are we fighting? Let her go. Let's just talk it out. The woman let go, but she was still seeing red. Damn it, this is all because of that stupid demon cult if it wasn't for those losers. Ziwei's face scrunched up when he heard that. The demon cult is mixed up in this again, he thought, and snuck a look at the dude laid out on the medical bed. But before he could even make sense of it all, a voice just appeared inside his head. Are you kidding me? A total scrub like this is even allowed to touch demonic powers. Ziwei's eyebrows practically flew off his face. Who's talking? He couldn't see Jack, but this super sassy voice just kept yapping. Just to peep this train wreck, it's so sad. Bro, looks like he won't even make it past 2 days. Ziwei side-eyed everyone, but nobody else was bugging out. Yup, this voice was all in his head. Then that same voice hits up a Levi. You look basic, but interesting. Bet you've had some good eats before. Levi totally jumped all confused, like, what the hell are you, and how are you in my brain? The voice shot right back. Dude, you woke me up and you don't know who I am. Levi heard that and freaked out like, no way, this vibe. It's not from that blood furnace, is it? Since the cat was out of the bag, the voice went on. You got it, genius. I'm the freaking legend, the goat, whose name makes everyone shake in their boots. A soul fragment of the Violet Demon Lord. Levi was even more shook after hearing that. A piece of that Demon Lord's soul. The Violet Demon Lord's soul fragment was like, yeah, that dummy fell for the system's whole scam, and locked a piece of me in that blood furnace. I deadass thought I'd wake up and he'd be a god or something. Levi was instantly hyped, so the system asterisk was asterisk with the main Demon Lord. The Violet Demon Lord asked all curious, yo, you know about that thing? Before Levi could even say anything, the dude on the bed coughed up blood, which totally set off the boss's girl. I thought you said you were going to get him stable. Why does he look even worse now? What are you spacing out for? Get on it and figure out how to save him. The guy on the bed was now covered in this thick, nasty cloud of demonic energy. The doc saw it and was sweating bullets, totally clueless. Right then, the Violet Demon Lord's soul piece just sneered. Ha, I gave him 2 days, but looks like he won't even last a few hours. Levi frowned and asked, is there any way to save him? The soul piece was like instantly, duh, with the celestial chick here, it's a cakewalk. Just tell her to put her hand on that dude's forehead. Levi paused, giving him the side-eye. Is this gonna mess with Belle's health at all? The Violet Demon Lord's soul straight up scoffed. Are you for real underestimating a Celestial's build? Come on, man. Levi bought it and turned to Belle. Belle, your hand. Belle just looked at him all like, huh, what about my hand? Levi didn't explain, just grabbed her hand and plopped it on the forehead of the Demon Slayer Guild's boss. In like a millisecond, all that demonic energy just zoomed into Belle's hand. Levi's eyes got huge. Whoa, it's actually getting sucked in. He quickly asked, Belle, you feeling anything weird? Belle just shook her head. Nope. What's up? Just then, the boss on the bed's eyes shot open and he let out a little groan, making everyone jump. He was trembling, mumbling, Am I still alive? Meanwhile, back at the Nomad Clan's crib in Arizona, Chase is just trying to chill with a book when some dude busts in all panicked like, Yo, Chief, the Third Elder's been trying to kick your door down for like a whole hour. Chase just sighed. I know. Just let him go at it. I'll wait for him here. But the guy was all hesitant. But, boss, a bunch of the disciples are complaining that the Third Elder is being crazy loud and messing with their meditation vibe. Hearing that, Chase looked totally defeated. He slapped his book down on the table, sighed again, and said, All right, fine. I'll go have a chat with the Third Elder. But before he could even take a step, the drunken master straight up obliterates the door and stomps in already screaming, Damn, your door is tough. I'm gone for like 5 minutes, and you team up with those 2 clowns to beef with Levi Lee. Did you lose all your brain cells or what? The drunken master was fuming, staring daggers at Chase and telling him to go apologize like right now. Chase looked totally scared, stammering, "Third Elder, I think we can, talk about this." Too bad the drunken master wasn't hearing any of it. He snatched Chase by the collar and started yanking him. "Less talky, more walkie. That kid's at the Eternity Tower, right? The tower is practically next door in Vegas. Let's bounce." Chase figured being nice was a total fail, so he just yelled, "Third Elder, let go of me." And, surprised the drunken master actually did, just staring at him super intensely. Chase started talking fast. "Look, I know you think he's the man, but we can't just roll up in there. We're already on thin ice for supposedly working with the demon cult, and now you want to run over there. Are you trying to get us unalived?" But the drunken master was totally tuning him out. He just pouted and said, "Oh, whatever. Didn't that chick from the Eternity Tower go demand him back? Why can't we?" Chase yelled back, totally frustrated. "How is that even the same thing? The Eternity Tower is some top-tier organization that even the president is sketch about, and now that lady can suddenly throw down. She sent the leader of the Trinity clan flying with one slap." The more the drunken master heard, the more pissed he got. He snorted and snapped, "Are you dense? Use that big brain of yours for a second. The only reason that woman can fight now is 'cause he taught her." Without another word, he grabbed Chase again and started dragging him out. "Let's go. We're gonna go say sorry to him now. A new technique, he promised me a copy, and I'm not missing out on that." Chase was still fighting it, but the drunken master was a total hothead. He was so mad he was grinding his teeth and just asterisk bonk bonk asterisk gave Chase 2 massive lumps on his dome. Then, the drunken master, happy as a clam, just starts dragging a dazed Chase out the door. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Over at the Eternity Tower, Autumn was back with the Violet Demon Lord tagging along. Seeing him, one of the tower members was immediately like, "Lady Autumn, the kid behind you is—" Autumn gave a little nod and said, "Sorry to dump on you guys again. Her name is Annie. She's just a poor kid, so please look after her. I gotta go have a word with the matriarch." The Violet Demon Lord put on his best scaredy-cat face, hiding behind her without saying a peep. The attendant saw his totally harmless look, nodded, and smiled. "For sure. Don't you worry, Lady Autumn. I heard the head honcho of the Nomad clan is here. The matriarch is posted up in the penthouse conference room waiting for you." "I'd bet. I'm on my way," Autumn replied, casually giving the Violet Demon Lord a little pat on the head before she left. The literal second she was gone, the Demon Lord's whole vibe flipped. Meanwhile, Kim, still disguised as Levi, was knocked out so cold he was drooling. He was so out of it he didn't even notice someone walk in. The Violet Demon Lord just stared daggers at the sleeping dude in front of him, but the system was all like, "Nah, that ain't Ziv." The Violet Demon Lord gritted his teeth and cursed. "Looks like I totally underestimated him. Fine, I'll leave him alone. For now." After saying that, he just dipped out of the room. At the same time, Bao, who was in the room, saw the whole thing go down with the Violet Demon Lord. He thought to himself, all confused, what's a little kid doing creeping around in here in the middle of the night? But before he could even process it, bam, the Violet Demon Lord popped up right behind him. And just like that, Bao got KO'd on the spot by the demonic energy. The Violet Demon Lord watched Bao drop his eyes, looking ice cold. The system popped up a warning, "Host a sudden death is gonna look mad sus." The Violet Demon Lord casually shot back, "I know, I'm leaving him with one last breath, aren't I?" "Twin talisman." The system asked, all confused, "Host, what's the play with the twin talisman?" The Violet Demon Lord said coldly, "You really expect me to run around digging for dirt in this little kid's body? Who even knows what other crazy tricks that Leo Ziv dude has up his sleeve? To avoid blowing my cover, I can't touch Kim for now, right?" The system finally got it like, "Ooh, I get it now," and then it coughed up the twin talisman. The Violet Demon Lord slapped that thing right onto Bao's body without a second thought, and the talisman just poofed into thin air. Just then, Bao started to wake up all groggy. He scratched his head, totally confused. That's so weird, how'd I end up on the floor? But no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. Bao finally just sighed and said, "Whatever, man. I still gotta find that little punk." Then he quickly hustled inside. Meanwhile, the Violet Demon Lord was just posted up outside. When Bao went in, he saw Kim sleeping like a rock, so he angrily smacked him and snapped, "Wake up! How can you possibly be sleeping at a time like this?" Kim, who was dead asleep, got a rude awakening with a smack to the face. He sat up, totally pissed, and shot back, "Yo, why'd you hit me? I'm wearing my master's face, you know." Bao just narrowed his eyes at him and said coolly, "And master taking those 2 girls with you is way too dangerous. I'm not feeling it. I want to go back them up, you feel me?" Kim just scoffed and pouted with total disgust. "Hell put, with just you." Yo, that totally set Bao off. He snapped like, "You got a problem. What's with that look?" Kim just chills, flops back on the bed, and is all casual like, "They dipped to the Medicine King Valley boss. You need a special pass to get in there." My senpai is a straight-up beast. She could totally one-slap the head honcho of the ironclad sect, no sweat. Bao hears this and is convinced he's talking about Bella, just sighing like, whoa, for real. One slap and he's toast. Dude, that girl looks like a total pushover, but she's got that kind of power. It's like Kim read his mind because he jumped in like, nah, bruh, you're way off. The one you're thinking of is Miss Gwen. The shorty, walking next to the boss. That's my crazy strong senpai. Bao was shook like, wait, it was that kid. So we're just gonna sit here and chill. He just shrugged like he couldn't care less. Kim's just like, what else we gonna do if I bounce the 3 great sects are gonna come for that lady, you know? Meanwhile, the Violet Demon Lord was eavesdropping outside and heard the whole thing. And boom, the system hits him with another notification. Ayo host, the medicine in King Valley is like a special zone totally off my grid. With how things are, I'd say it's a hard pass on going there. And the Violet Demon Lord just stood there thinking it over for a sec. Then he's like, I'd bet. I'm not going, but I'll send someone in my place. And just like that, he summons Ruby. Poof. She appears out of thin air. The Violet Demon Lord gives her the ice-cold order go spring kale from the joint. Tell him to take a little field trip to the Medicine King Valley, and while he's at it, grab something for me. Ruby wouldn't dare say no, she just nods and poofs out. A bit later, deep in the ironclad sect's grimy dungeon, there's this seriously terrifying-looking dude all chained up. The guard does a quick patrol, sees the guy is playing nice, and heads off to switch shifts. But bam! Right then, the dude slowly cracks open his creepy glazed-over eyes and stares down the guard. 'Cause he totally spotted Ruby materializing right behind them. Not even a whisper. Ruby just zips. And both guards are toast. Just like that, she sent him packing to the afterlife. Ruby just reaches over and snags the keys right off the guard's belt. She unlocks the cell, strolls in, and says, "All cool, the boss has a job for you." Then, Ruby whips out a sketch and keeps going, head to the Medicine King Valley, find this guy, drag him back, and then snag something for the boss. Hearing this, Kale gets this totally wicked grin on his face. Meanwhile, over in Peach Blossom Village, Bella can tell Ziv is about to dip, and she's like, Ziv, please, you gotta take Rory with you. Ziv just gently shakes his head, saying, nah, I'd be even more stressed leaving you here by yourself. Junior's gotta stay and be your bodyguard. You just focus on patching up that VIP. I'll swing back for you guys in a bit. The chick from the Demon Crows overheard and got all serious, promising, don't even trip. From now on, you're fam to the Demon Crows. I'll make sure these 2 kids are safe. You need anything, you just hit me up. The head honcho of the Medicine King Valley heard all that and was like, word, nodding along. Zav gives her a little side-eye and says all chipper, hey, I hooked you up with a ton of my blood, so now you can bounce from this valley whenever you feel like it. Once I'm done with my stuff, you can totally go out and stretch your legs. The Valley Master just kinda shakes her head and goes, thanks for the hookup, Shopkeeper Lee, but I'm still gonna stick around here and finish my mission. I'm waiting for that one lord to come back. And hey, Shopkeeper Lee, I hope you find your own spot in this crazy world too. Zeev's eyes went wide when he heard that. Damn, that was deep. Then he just grinned and was like, bet, I'll get right on that. So check it inside Kale's body. There's this inner core he got from the system way back when. And with that thing, his power to just wreck stuff is like even crazier than Ruby's. The ghost of the Violet Demon Lord just had to chime in and give Zeev the 411. Bro, you are way too weak right now. Seriously, besides being a punching bag, you got nothing. But if you can snatch that inner core, I can probably cook something up to help you out. Ziv just scrunched up his face like, and why would you help me? He let out this little smirk and was like, that dude locked me in a furnace for years, man. I can't stand him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know? You've never heard that one. Ziv just gave him a side-eye and shot back, I've heard it, but where did a ghost like you pick that up? The Violet Demon Lord's soul fragment just pouted and said, look, long story short, you need power, and I'm the guy who can help you get it. Besides, our main goal is to take down the same dude anyway. We can totally scratch each other's backs and both win. After hearing that, Zeev just scoffed, yeah, right. A sketchy ghost like you is a walking red flag. Then he asked all cold-like, that Titan guy is an absolute unit. I get it, but I can totally handle him myself. Hearing this, the Violet Demon Lord's soul fragment got all hyped like, dude, don't even sweat it, you got me in your corner, right? Meanwhile, in a whole other part of the world, on the road to the Valley of Remedies, a horse was absolutely booking it, and the person riding it, none other than our girl, Sky. She pulled up in front of an inn and let out a massive sigh. Ugh, riding for hundreds of miles. I'm totally beat. In the letter Sky got from Ethan, he said Ziv was heading this way. She was kinda wondering if she just happened to bump into him. The old folks back at the palace probably still have no idea she even bounced. This was Sky's very last disguise potion, and she was seriously hoping nobody would recognize her. Just then, a clerk from the inn popped outside. He asked all chipper, hey there, miss, you looking for a place to crash? Sky gave a little nod. Yeah, he's all yours. Then she strolled into the inn, looked at the keeper and said, I need a room upstairs and hook me up with a tub of hot water. The innkeeper beamed and was like, Yeah, you got it, miss. I'll get that set up for you ASAP. A little bit later, up in her room at the inn, Sky was just dead on her feet from that crazy long ride. She made a beeline straight for the bathroom. Sky just melted into the hot water, finally feeling human again. Come to think of it, she hadn't even been to Zeev's place yet. Once all this chaos was over, she was definitely going to have to go crash there for a while. As Sky was just vibing, her eyes started to get super heavy, and she straight up, dozed off in the bathtub. It wasn't until she heard these ungodly screams from outside that she shot up wide awake. Sky scrambled out of the tub, and as she stepped out, she saw the clerk a total mess and covered in red running in like a madman screaming about someone going on a rampage. Sky just stared at him, totally confused, asking, What's wrong? What is going on? Outside the inn, the whole place looked like a scene from a horror movie with people just down everywhere. The guy behind all this was Titan. He was chasing this girl, and seeing him just taking people out like it was a game, the girl was absolutely terrified and bawling her eyes out. But she only got a few steps before she tripped and hit the deck, and boom, Titan was already on her. The girl just screamed in pure terror, No! Somebody please help me! She was scooting backward on the ground, shaking like a leaf as she looked up at Titan. Just then, someone bamfed in right in front of her, followed by this super clear, strong voice. Go find a place to hide now. The girl heard it and looked up so relieved, only to see the epic silhouette of a woman standing there sword ready. The same awesome voice spoke again. I got this, just go hide somewhere safe. The girl felt like she'd just been saved and scrambled up and bolted. The person who showed up was Sky. She sized up Titan and knew right away something was seriously off with this dude. Just then, Titan suddenly spoke. I was just having some fun. You nosy little brat. The second he finished talking, he threw a palm strike right at Sky. Sky wasn't about to get caught slipping and dodged it real quick. Then she swung at Titan with her sword, but what totally blew her mind was that she couldn't even put a scratch on him. His body was like it was made of solid rock. Even her sword just bounced right off. While Sky was still trying to process this, Titan's crazy eyes locked onto her sword. Without even thinking, he just reached out, grabbed the blade, and straight up crushed it into dust. Sky was completely freaked out. Titan just sneered, Little girl, that weak sauce ain't gonna work on me. Sky's brow furrowed, her mind racing. Okay, so brute force is a no-go. Guess I gotta get creative. With that thought, a whip glowing with spiritual energy just appeared in her hand. Sky immediately used it to tie Titan up. Just when she thought she had him, he let out this creepy little smirk and didn't say a word. Titan just flexed a little, and the whip just shattered into 100 pieces. At the same time, he used that momentum to yank Sky, who was still holding the whip, right towards him. Without wasting a single second, Titan slammed a fist right into her gut, sending her flying and spitting up blood as she hit the ground hard. Titan just looked down at her, his eyes dripping with contempt. Sky glanced around, trying to come up with a plan. This place is in the middle of nowhere. Did the ironclad sect guys even make it back to report? Is anyone even coming for Ziv? And also, where the heck did this psycho come from? How many people has he messed up? How many towns has he hit? If he gets away, so many more people are going to get hurt. At that exact moment, just outside of town, Ziv's head was peeking out from the edge of the forest. He had walked forever and was literally about to faceplant from being so tired. The second he saw the town up ahead, Ziv was like, Yes, finally a town. A comfy bed and a hot bath, here I come, baby. Right after that, he started running towards the town, all excited. But as soon as he got to the gate, Ziv stopped dead in his tracks because what he saw was the ground just stained red, with bodies all over the place. What in the world happened here? Ziv looked all around him. There were people down everywhere. He yelled out, completely panicked, Whoa, hold up, bandits. This is a straight-up bloodbath. Aren't the ironclad sect dudes supposed to be on top of this? But as he said it, the light bulb went off for Ziv. Oh, shoot, wait a sec. If the ironclad sect rolls up, they're totally gonna spot me and haul my butt back, aren't they? So, boom, my guy's having a full-on crisis in his head like, do I help or do I dip? And while Ziv was still tripping, this massive kaboom in the distance nearly made him jump out of his skin. Back in town, Jade just got rocked by Tyrone again, and now she's just laid out in the wreckage, a total mess. Pain was so insane she couldn't stop herself from hacking up a lungful of blood. Yikes. But Tyrone wasn't even close to done with her. He snatched her up by the neck quick. He let out this chilling laugh like, this is so lame. Some random chick thinks she can kill my vibe, I just got sprung and I'm not even warmed up yet. Jade bit her lip like hard, thinking, is this dude really this messed up just for kicks? She knew she couldn't let Tyrone walk or way more people were going to get hurt. Even if it meant she was going down, she had to take him with her. With that in her head, the power inside Jade just went nuclear like she was about to go supernova. But right then, a random rock just flies out of nowhere and asterisk bam, asterisk smacks Tyrone square in the face. Jade felt someone show up and whipped her head around. Yo, the damage was like a 1, but the disrespect was a solid 100. Even Tyrone turned to see who threw it. The guy who showed up was Leo, and he's yelling all tough, "Yo, my guy, let the girl go. You got beef, you come at me." The second Jade saw him, she yelled out, "Leo Miller." Hearing that name, it clicked for Tyrone instantly this was his target. Immediately, he just chucked Jade to the side and started walking toward Leo, letting out this ice-cold laugh. Guess squashing this little bug will have to wait a minute. The master's orders were clear. Bring back Leo Miller alive. The second he finished that thought, Tyrone launched himself forward, scaring the absolute crap out of Leo, who just booked it. So he really was asterisk here for you, huh? As Leo was sprinting for his life, the Crimson Demon's spirit pops up laughing. Well, look at you, what a lucky break running into him all the way out here. After hearing that, Leo snapped back furious. Lucky my butt. Leo was just running blind, not even looking, and of course it wasn't long before he slammed right into a wall. He instantly freaked out, almost dropping an F-bomb. It was a dead end. Leo flattened himself against the wall, watching Tyrone slowly close in. He bit his lip, thinking, I've seen this on TV like a million times, right? It's just a wall jump piece of cake. I can totally do this. And with that genius idea, Leo got low prepping to make the jump. But dude's vertical was like the height of a soda can. Forget a 7-foot wall, he probably couldn't even clear an 8-year-old. Leo shakily raised his hand to size up the wall, and then he just felt like bawling. Welp, it's over. I'm so boned. The Crimson Demon's spirit saw the whole thing and just cackled. That little hop you just did looked like a hippo trying to get airborne. Which obviously just made Leo even more ticked off. Right then, Tyrone cracked this evil grin. Capture alive just means I can't asterisk kill asterisk him. Everything else is fair game, right? Leo started sweating buckets. Bro, you do not look like you're planning on a gentle capture. I'm a goner for real this time. And just like that, Tyrone snatched Leo by the throat and hoisted him into the air. Leo was thinking, dude, you're supposed to take me alive. I'm about to get my lights put out dying like this is so freaking lame. Watching him squirm around Tyrone just smirked, his voice dripping poison. Struggling is pointless. This isn't even fun. I can't believe the boss sent me all the way to Chicago just to deal with a scrub like you. The second he said that, he smashed Leo's body into the wall so hard that cracks spiderwebbed out behind him. But he wasn't finished. Next, Tyrone grabbed Leo by the leg, and without saying a word, just started slamming him into the ground over and over like a rag doll. In like a second, Leo was just a bloody pulp, and that's when the Crimson Demon's spirit showed up again, like, yo, you're not just gonna let him use you as a mop forever, are you? Leo coughed, muttering a curse. What do you know? Playing possum is a totally valid strategy, okay? But the Crimson Demon's spirit sounded genuinely shocked. When you set me free, you obviously soaked up some of my power. You seriously don't know how to use it. Those words were like a lightning bolt for Leo. He shot right up, totally stoked, and yelled, I can use Demon Clan Jutsu. Oh, I am so back in the game. How do I do it? Teach me, teach me. So the Crimson Demon started explaining how to use the demonic arts. But after listening for a sec, Leo literally didn't get a single word. He frowned and mumbled, man, this is a real teachable moment. But before he could even finish the sentence, he got decked in the face, sending his body flipping like 80 times across the alley. Leo crashed hard into the wall, his mouth just filled with blood. He was shaking as he mumbled, okay, a dude's gotta know his limits. I'm just gonna go back to playing dead. Besides, his orders are from the Demon Lord to capture me, so this is the perfect opportunity to meet the big guy, right? Hearing this, the Crimson Demon just snorted, totally unimpressed. You can't even handle one of his flunkies. What makes you think you can take on the main boss? That hit Leo like another ton of bricks, and the spirit kept going. Have you even stopped to think about it? Why did Tyrone just randomly pop up asterisk here, asterisk of all places? Leo actually thought for a sec before it clicked. The Demon Lord knows my location. This guy is after Phoenix Pharmacy. The Crimson Demon's spirit said all chill. Maybe, but you just keep playing dead. You're not getting the big picture, are you? The reason the Demon Clan is so OP isn't just their spooky magic. The whole system controls anyone with any kind of worth. You're turning them into his personal action figures. A celestial maiden, someone like Seraphina, has a body that can literally sponge up any power on Earth. At that point, all he's got to do is toss her into a blood furnace and use the, asterisk juice asterisk from 1,000 people to help cook up a divine pill. And if that pill gets made, that dude might actually level up to God mode. And speaking of him, his whole revenge boner is seriously off the charts, which is why all this chaos is going down. All your precious students and those few buddies of yours, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all going to get sucked into this mess. The second Leo heard that, he flashed back to Annie dying in his arms, and he just roared, "No way, I will not let that happen." And right then, bam! This crazy surge of demonic energy just erupts from his hand. Leo's whole vibe flipped in a split second. There was no way in hell he was letting anyone else die because of him. Seeing that Leo was still standing totally fine, Kale couldn't help but let out a smirk. Damn, you can actually take a punch. You're way more fun than I expected, but for real, that look in your eyes is making me sick. Zeke just grinds his teeth and glares at him, yelling, "Shut your mouth and eat this," before throwing a mean right hook. But it literally did nothing, and Zeke's like muttering under his breath, "Crap, this dude's built like a brick wall." Meanwhile, Kale was also completely shook. Zeke's whole aura did a 180, and this super familiar vibe was seriously messing with his head. While Kale was still trying to process what was happening, Zeke was already all up in his grill. He shot Zeke a death glare and demanded, "Why the hell do you have the boss's vibe on you?" Zeke just scoffed back, "None of your freaking business. You think you're hot stuff? I'd bet. Time to whip out my pay-to-win gear." The second he said that, he pulls out this magic bag just stuffed with battle drip. And in a flash, Zeke was kitted out from head to toe. He let out a cocky laugh. "I'm dripping in god-tier loot, and these guns are fully loaded. You really think I'm scared of you?" Kale just gave him a look and snorted like he was looking at trash. "You're seriously banking on that pile of junk, bro. Your stupidity is actually kind of funny." And just like that, it was time for round 2, Zeke versus Kale. Let's go. Kale came charging in like a wild animal. But this time, Zeke was just standing there cool as a cucumber, totally not bothered. Kale's fist connected in like a split second, but the moment it hit Zeke's armor, kaboom, it just blew up, leaving Zeke without a single scratch. Kale's jaw literally hit the floor when he saw that. It wasn't just the armor doing the work. This dude could straight up tank a hit like that with his own body. Zeke just raised an eyebrow, totally looking down on him. "Seriously? Is that all you've got, my turn, punk?" He barely got the words out before Zeke launched a heavy hitter. Kale scrambled like crazy to block it. Zeke just smirked and was like, "So, my magic attacks can't bust through your defense, huh? Aight, let's see how you handle this." The instant he stopped talking, the venom-laced knuckles just materialized on his fists. Without even hesitating, Zeke slammed him right into Kale's gut, and dude blood just started spraying everywhere. Kale's eyes were literally popping out of his head. No freaking way. How's this even possible? Nobody's ever laid a scratch on me except for the master. Meanwhile, Zeke was getting totally amped like, "Oh, snap! So juicing up my sword with demon energy is the cheat code to wrecking this dude. Oh, if that's how we're playing, I've got the perfect toy for you." Thinking that Zeke whips out this insane 130-foot-long broadsword from his pouch. He just raises an eyebrow and smirks like, "Okay, yeah, I think I'm starting to vibe with this." "Dude, the only reason I'm even standing here is because my stats are completely maxed out. And today, you're all getting front row seats to the Zeke show." And boom. Just like that, he rushes Kale with that monster sword. Kale whips around trying to block. But right then, something super funky started happening to his body. Kale's eyes went wide like, "Wait, did Zeke's last hit secretly slip me some poison?" He totally starts tripping and touches the cut on his face. Was this all part of Zeke's master plan? While Kale was still totally bugging out, Zeke just teleports behind him and drops in a super chill voice. "Any last words? Is what you probably thought I was going to say, right?" Kale barely had a sec to look back before Zeke's massive sword came crashing down. Zeke just lets out this icy laugh. "Ha ha, for real, only a total noob gives their enemy time for a big final speech. I've seen enough movies to know that gives them like a 99% chance to make a comeback. Nah, you gotta take him out quick. That's the only way to lock in the W." Just then, Skylar comes running over from way off. Her eyes are literally sparkling like she's looking at her hero as she gushes. "I saw everything. You're absolutely unreal, Zeke. You totally faked him out pretending to be clueless just to make him let his guard down. Then, you faked an attack to distract him so you could poison him, and bam, you finished him off with a crazy fast strike to seal the deal. You're like the perfect combo of brains and muscle, a total legend." But right as she's hyping him up, Zeke suddenly stumbles and just collapses. Dude passed out cold, sending Skylar into a complete and total freakout. A little while later, out in the woods near Austin, Skylar, who's in a new fit by the way, is desperately trying to wake Zeke up. He finally starts to stir. Seeing him awake, Skylar is like beyond relieved. "Zeke, you're finally awake." Zeke's totally startled to see her and just blurts out, "Hey, beautiful, ninth princess, what are you doing here? Where are we? Did you see some badass warrior chick around?" "What went down back in town?" Skylar looks at him all shy and quietly explains, "So, the person who was hunting for that secret treasure with you and Master Shaw before, that was actually me. I used a disguise potion to change my face and, well, everything." Zeke nods at finally clicking. "Oh, so that's what was up. So why'd you track me down out here? Skylar answers right away. To find you, duh, the Saintess sent a messenger bird. She said she knew you were on your way to Phoenix Valley, so I totally snuck out of the palace. I was scared we'd get caught and dragged back, so I got you out of town first. Zeke nods, getting it. What about everyone back in town? Skylar explains slowly. Before we bounced, I got some backup. I hit up the city guard and the dudes from the Ironclad sect, so they should be handling all the injured folks. As she says this, you can tell she's getting a little choked up. If you hadn't shown up right then, I was actually about to use a secret royal technique to take that dude down with me. Hearing that, Zeke can't help but crack a little smile. This girl is something else. She acts like she hates the whole princess thing, but she was totally ready to go out in a blaze of glory to protect her people. While he's just thinking about that, Skylar pulls something out. She says slowly, "Oh, right, Zeke, this is for you." When she was getting him out of there earlier, she spotted something weird on that big guy's body. It looked like some kind of golden core was forming in his dantian. Giselle had never seen anything like it, so she gave it to him along with a key she swiped off the guy's body. The second he sees them, the spirit of the Violet Demon Lord pops up smirking and going, "Hey there, kiddo. Yo, be super careful, that's the inner core I was telling you about. And this key, huh?" Zeke frowned. "You know this key?" The spirit was just like, "Duh. I can't believe that moron gave this key to Atlas. It looks like he was totally convinced Atlas could take you out. After all this time, that dude is still the same arrogant jerk. This key, it opens a secret room. Sot. And it's packed with all kinds of insane loot. He can lead you straight to it." Hearing that, Zeke's eyes totally lit up. Talk about hitting the jackpot out of nowhere with that. Zeke spoke up, super grateful. "Thanks a million, princess. These two things are a massive help, but I gotta bounce." Giselle was shocked, like, "You're not even gonna chill for a second, I'm coming with you." Zeke just shook his head and said flat out, "That giant dude was from the demon cult. Chief Harrison from the city precinct is probably already on his way. It's way too dangerous for you to roll with me. You should stay here, princess, and help the injured. Besides, you guys said you didn't have any beef, so you don't need to tick off the emperor because of me. You'll just get a huge lecture." Giselle shot back totally defiant. "This isn't just about the demon cult. Even if it was some other random person being framed, I wouldn't just sit on my hands and do nothing." She said the emperor is supposed to be chosen by the heavens, so there's got to be some reason for what he does. But for her, protecting the people is the right move, period. And even though Zeke is crazy strong, he's still one of her people. Her words totally blew Zeke away, and he couldn't help but hype her up. "Hey, beautiful. You're a seriously awesome princess and a legit hero too. But you should still stay here, princess. I've got a super important mission for you." Giselle was like, "What mission?" Zeke answered all chill, "Just to pass a message to Chief Harrison for me. The Demon Lord has some kind of wild artifact, and he's a total pain to deal with. Plus, the dude can shapeshift. You've got to keep your eyes peeled for anyone suspicious nearby." Giselle nodded seriously. "Got it. Consider the mission handled." Meanwhile, back at the Eternity Pavilion, Lady Thea was just sitting on her throne, completely shook watching all this drama go down. Elder Wyatt was all up in Arya's grill screaming, "You little brat pulling this crap in the tournament. You're from the Eternity Pavilion." But Arya was not having it, and clapped back, "You blind old geezer, you're an elder from the Unfettered Sect, man." They were going at it louder than a Black Friday stampede at a Miami Walmart. Master Sophie just shot his elder a look and was like, "My bad, matriarch. Our third elder is just a total hothead." Lady Thea, looking just as helpless, shot back, "Nah, it's all good. Hope you can forgive us too, Sectmaster." Arya has like zero chill, you know. Anyway, someone else was rolling up to the main hall of the Eternity Pavilion. It was Chief Harrison, and this dude looked seriously pissed. He was just muttering to himself, "I am so screwed." The second he burst into the main hall, Chief Harrison just screamed in a total panic, "Matriarch, I need a massive favor." But, right after he totally realized the vibe in the room was whack. It was a straight-up circus in there. But, hold up, my man was on a mission. Snapping out of it, Harrison was like, "Matriarch, I gotta borrow some of your poison goo worms." Thea just sighed. "And what, pray tell, do you need my Eternity Pavilion's goo worms for?" Harrison reported all frantic. "That psycho creep from the demon called Atlas, he's out. I don't know how he busted loose, but he iced the patrol chief. The word on the street is he's booking it south toward Miami." The moment he said that, Master Sophie lost his mind. "You said what that psycho is on the loose?" Before Harrison could even get a word in, Sophie was grabbing his head and screaming, "We just got done with that whole Grand Preceptor mess, and now another demon cult nutjob is running free. Can a guy get a freaking break?" Arya, totally confused, muttered, "Isn't it like normal for one or two guys to escape?" Elder Wyatt just snorted, "You clueless little punk. You got all this attitude, but you don't even know who Atlas is. That dude is one of the Demon Lord's top goons, a complete maniac. He's got insane strength and is seriously unhinged." Even as a kid, he was into some real sick stuff, starting fires, hurting animals, the whole 9 yards. After he joined the demon cult, he was totally in his happy place. We don't even know what kind of twisted powers he uses, but his methods make him almost impossible to even scratch. Harrison nodded. The elder's right. Now that he's out, I'm at the end of my rope. I had no choice but to come beg you for help, matriarch. Thea just replied, all cool, taking out the demon cult is kinda what we do here at the Eternity Pavilion. Arya, you're going with Chief Harrison. And hey, try to talk to your elders with a little more respect, cool. Arya immediately nodded, taking her orders like a pro. Elder Wyatt jumped in too. I'll go with him. Didn't you guys just say Zeke was also headed south? I'll tag along. Who knows, I might just bump into him. Hearing that, Arya couldn't help but let out a massive scoff. He shot her a dirty look and sneered, Little girl, aren't you supposed to be some big-shot martial artist? You even know the first thing about using goo worms. Thea just watched them bicker and finally let out a huge sigh of relief. After all that drama, it turns out the unfettered sect are on our side. They stormed in here looking so intense I deadass thought they were about to start a war. And speaking of which, I'm getting a feeling that Zeke guy is the real deal. I mean, even the third elder of the unfettered sect gives him that much respect. But he just dips, and now this Atlas psycho is already out. That's a little too convenient, don't you think? Like super sus. After all the commotion, Harrison, Arya, and Elder Wyatt were all hauling it south. Just then, Arya totally spotted something. She pointed to a town up ahead and yelled, Chief Harrison, look over there. The three of them bolted into town and walked into a scene straight out of a horror movie. Harrison checked the bodies, and after a long, heavy pause, he said, These weren't made by any weapons. These people were literally beaten to death. Venerable Sky, who was with them, couldn't help but scream, 3 entire villages, not a single person left alive. It had to be that monster. Harrison just glanced at the two of them. He suggested, There's still one small town down south. Let's get a move on. A minute later, at the very last town in the south, Harrison's crew showed up only to see something they really, really wished they hadn't. A corpse, totally drained of blood, was just hanging from a rooftop like some sick piece of art for everyone to see. And, of course, the body belonged to Tyrone. Harrison just looked up. He sighed. So, are we too late or just in time? Meanwhile, Zeke had already bounced from that town, happily saying as he zipped along, Man, using this super speed to get around is so clutch. This is the real perk of being a master. The soul of the Purple Demon Lord piped up again. We're here. This is the place. Hearing that, Zeke cheered, Yes, we're finally here. But when he looked down, he couldn't help but mutter, Wait a sec. Why does this place look so familiar? And just like that, Zeke started digging. After a bit, he finally hit the door to a secret room. He grumbled, totally annoyed. I am so over this digging tunnels and building secret lairs. Is that like a national pastime in this world or something? The Violet Demon Lord's soul just gave him a cold look, pouted, and asked, Why don't you just use your demonic powers to blast the freaking ground open? Zeke flinched awkwardly, scratching his nose. Using demonic power just to dig? That's like total overkill. Hearing this, the soul just scoffed at him. You just didn't think of it, did you, lame? Zeke didn't answer. He was too busy thinking, It's a small world. Isn't this the exact spot where I first got dropped into this world? I've come full circle right back to square one. Lost in his thoughts, he opened the chamber door and, boom, a basement. Down below was a boatload of stuffed comic books, action figures, and the Holy Grail, a modern-day computer. No way. This has to be Baxter's room. Zeke looked all around the room, totally in awe. It's a real computer, and a Malibu beach house setup. He must have gotten this from the system, right freaking genius. The more Zeke thought about it, the more hyped he got. He reached over to boot up the computer, but nada, it was totally dead. He scowled, mumbling, Come on, if this thing's from the system, there's gotta be a trick to turn it on. Then, bam, the Purple Demon Lord's soul just pops up like, The hell you doing? Zeke shot back real quick, just, scoping out the loot. And what do you know, he finds a freaking sailor uniform. He was like, Dang, old man, you were into some wild stuff, huh? Then, Zeke just went back to digging around. Then he spots this thing, like, hidden away in a corner. He's squinting at it, muttering, The heck is this? Never seen anything like it. Some kind of future tech. Curiosity got the best of him, so Zeke just reached out and grabbed it. The second he touched it, the thing starts beeping like crazy. He lit up, all hyped. Yes, it's still got juice. Man, this high-tech gear is straight up wild. Just then, the gadget in Zeke's hand starts glowing with this faint blue light. And boom, in a flash, a hologram of this dude Baxter pops up. He gets right up in Zeke's grill points and sneers, Hey, pal, I can tell just by looking at you you're a down-on-your-luck sucker just like me. Zeke's eyes bugged out watching this hologram stroll around. He's totally losing it, like, oh my god, what is even happening? First the ghost of a demon lord, and now the spirit of some martial arts god. Is the universe telling me to start my own Ghostbusters or what? Baxter heard that and just scoffed. Yeah, cute little fantasy you got there. Maybe keep it in your head next time. Ever seen Resident Evil Know the Red Queen? I'm basically that, but, cooler. Okay, I'm not asterisk that asterisk advanced. Baxter admitted, cutting right to the chase. Just think of me as a ghost, basically. We're both from the same world, after all. Zeke saw his face get all grim and muttered, Whoa, dude, why so serious all of a sudden? Baxter just ignored him and launched into his origin story. It all started when I got yeeted into this world as a baby, but Zeke had zero patience for the long version and cut him off. Whoa, that's way too far back, bro. Just give me the cliff notes already. Baxter actually pouted for a sec, then got dead serious. That system, it wants to nuke this entire world. You think I was just going to let that happen? Hell, no. If the world goes poof, my wife, the woman I was supposed to spend my whole life with, she'd be gone too, man. Hearing that, the Purple Demon Lord's ghost just had to sigh. So, this dude had a system too, huh? I thought I was the special one, but hold up. Destroying the world. The system conveniently left that part out. Zeke just stared at the two ghosts, saying awkwardly, So, out of everyone in the room, I'm the only one who didn't get a system. I guess that makes me the real main character, huh? His comment earned him a synchronized death stare from the two power ghosts, and just like that, the basement turned into a support group for dudes who got totally played by the system. So, when Baxter got isekai'd, some suit from the administration bureau told him, Congratulations. Because you're a lazy bum, we feel you're incapable of experiencing the joys of life. So, we're giving you a special opportunity to be reborn. Basically, the only reason he got zapped here was because he checked some box for the consciousness management department. So, if you think about it, after a normal person kicks the bucket, their soul is supposed to go back to the source, right? But because of that trash system, ever since Baxter's era, when people in this dimension die, their souls can't make it back to the management department anymore. That hit Zeke like a ton of bricks. He blurted out, Wait, what did you just say, souls, you mean? If souls can't get back to the main office, that means no one's getting reincarnated. Something that major is happening and the management people aren't freaking out. But then, he remembered the face on that one lady employee and just sighed, Okay, yeah, never mind. Those workers looked like they couldn't care less. At this point, the Purple Demon Lord's ghost jumped in. He had no clue what they were on about, but was like, Look, the system told me this way back when I was just a young punk, I just captured some dudes from the righteous crew and was, persuading them when this system thing just showed up. I frowned at it all suspicious like, the hell are you supposed to be? The system announced all high and mighty, I am the administrator of this world. All of creation is under my command. You may call me System. The Purple Demon Lord was completely lost, asking, A system? What in the world is that? I never heard of it. The system got all smug and was like, Of course a low-tier being like you wouldn't have, but me, I know everything about you asterisk. And with that, it flashed this crystal-clear profile of the Purple Demon Lord, which even had his birth name, Zhao Two Dog. He totally lost it, screaming, Enough, we do not speak that name. Just get to the point. What do you want from me? The system just casually replied, Don't you want to be the baddest dude around? Maybe even reach the next level. The Purple Demon Lord's power is too big for this world. You need to leave this low-tier dimension. You can reach a whole new peak, man. That's why I picked you. The Purple Demon Lord listened, then frowned and muttered to himself, A new peak? What's that even supposed to mean? The system replied cool as a cucumber, a being on a higher plane than mortals, obviously becoming a god. Now, that asterisk got the Purple Demon Lord's attention. He smirked. Not a bad deal. The feeling of being a god looking down on everyone. Having the whole world bow down to me. Gotta feel pretty epic. Seeing he was hooked, the system chuckled. But hey, becoming a god ain't that easy. You gotta pass a bunch of tests first. The Purple Demon Lord frowned. Tests like what? The system paused for a sec, then said, Well, for example, becoming a god requires a lot of sacrifices. Right then, the dude under the Demon Lord's boot pipes up, I give up. The Bian Yun sect is like, We'll serve a new master. Just please have mercy and let these kids go. But the second he finished, he got straight up murked in one swipe, which had the two disciples outside literally peeing their pants in fear. Damien the Demon Lord just licks the blood off his hand with this psycho smirk. Aren't they just like offerings? These little nobodies are useless alive anyway, so getting sacrificed for my glow-up to godhood is basically a promotion for them. Yo, after getting the whole lowdown, Zach just had to let out a sigh. Like an ancient high-tech hustle. We're talking a next-level major league scam here. And for real, this whole system thing is a straight-up cult, and its brainwashing game is so basic. But even without it, that Demon Lord dude is shady AF. You got one psycho and one sociopath. Talk about a match made in hell. Right. Then Titan just sighs all dramatic. Bro, I'm like a CEO trying to fix this busted company, but I'm locked into this lifetime contract I can't bounce from. I've been on this grind for like my entire existence. Zach hears this and is like, hold up. Dude, you've been grinding for ages. You gotta have some sick loot stashed away, right? Like a ridiculously OP laser sword or a plasma cannon. The kind that just one-taps any baddie. 'Cause with that kind of heat, who needs martial arts, am I right? But Titan just scoffs like, in your dreams, kid. It's pointless even if you clap the other guy. The system's offline from the admin, so if the host gets got, it just goes into sleep mode. But as he's saying it, something clicks. He freaks. Wait a minute. How did I space on this? The system lost touch with HQ ages ago. So, my guy, how the heck did you even get yeeted into this world? Meanwhile, over at the Eternal Pavilion, Damien the Demon Lord is just chilling on his throne getting the 411 from Ruby. After he hears her out, he's like, "Pfft. Those annoying little bugs are a hassle, but they're useless without an inn. The fist is probably already rolling up on Apothecary's Valley. They ain't gonna make it in time." Still, he got this weird nagging feeling, he thinks for a sec, then orders, "You, go scope out the situation." Ruby's all hesitant, whispering, "But master, I want to stay here and be your bodyguard. What if you're here at the Eternal Pavilion all alone and something goes down?" But bam, before she can even finish, he just smacks her right across the face. Damien looks down at her ice cold and goes, "Don't make me repeat myself." Ruby's holding her face, which is totally stinging, and she squeaks out, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Mr. Harrison's getting the rundown from one of Officer Kwan's boys. He listens and gets this deep frown, mumbling, "A chick dressed up as some masked hero for real." The dude snaps back, "We got her. Says she needs to talk to you face to face, Chief. Right this way." So Mr. Harrison and his squad follow the guy. The second they walk into the main hall, this super chipper voice yells out, "Uncle Harrison, it's been forever." Mr. Harrison legit almost jumps out of his boots and nearly lets an F-bomb fly. This person yanks down their hood. All smiles like, "Uncle Harrison, it's me, Jesse." Mr. Harrison is wiping sweat off his forehead, totally confused. "Princess, what are you even doing here? You're not going to tell me that masked hero was—" And Jesse just jumps right in owning it. "Yeah, the hero was me, but I didn't off that dude. Zach told me to hang here and wait for you." "A message from my boy, Zach," Mr. Harrison blurts out automatically, but then the gears start turning. He gets all intense. "Zach was here. Where'd he go? The fist getting iced. Was that Zach?" Jesse just gives a chill nod and says super casually, "Yup. Good thing Zach rolled up right when he did. He dropped that guy with one hit, and then he just dipped." Hearing this, Mr. Harrison was absolutely shook. Wrecking the fist in one move. That's my boy Zach, man. While his brain was still rebooting, Jesse whips out this blade to flex. Before Zach bounced, he saw I had nothing to defend myself with, so he let me borrow this. Mr. Harrison totally recognizes that sword and just gets hit with this massive wave of pride. Zach used the exact sword he gave him to take out the fist, so it's like he helped too, While they're chatting, Master Tipsy cuts in looking around like, "Where's Zach?" "Man, what a waste of a trip," he grumbles. "All right, little lady, what's the big secret you had to tell Chief Harrison?" Jessie's face gets dead serious and she goes, "Zach said the Demon Lord has some freaky artifact that makes him like impossible to beat. He can totally change how he looks, so you gotta watch out for anyone shady. If you spot anything sus, do not, I repeat, do not make a move." Mr. Harrison's just frowning, lost in thought before he finally says something. "I'm heading to DC personally to give the president the heads up. The Moonlight Festival is right around the corner and we can't have any more drama. Did Zach say anything else?" But while they were talking, they were totally oblivious to a few roof tiles getting silently shifted right above them. And boom, Ruby was posted up right there eavesdropping on their whole convo. Meanwhile, back in Titan's secret hideout after hearing Zach's whole deal, he gets super hyped and yells, "Dude, this is a classic glitch in the Matrix." That system probably never thought its screening process had a back door, letting some random unlucky dude like you just pop into existence here. He just keeps going on, but Zach is like completely zoned out. But Titan wasn't quitting. He keeps explaining, "Look, there's a major info gap between you and it. The system is stuck on its preloaded script, but you're the one who can go off script, feel me?" This time, Zach nods. "Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down." Titan gets this satisfied grin. "You already popped that ultimate power-up pill. You're linked to the Demon Lord's soul piece, and you got me spilling all the tea on where the system came from. Just grind a few more levels and you can totally wreck 'em both." Zach squints at him all skeptical like, "Yeah, that sounds awesome, but clapping the Demon Lord is one thing and taking down the system is a whole nother beast." Even if I do manage to smoke the Demon Lord, the system just takes a nap, right? That question totally killed Titan's vibe. He looks all defeated, turns around, and starts to walk off. Whatever, man. I'm already a ghost. My silver-haired wife has probably been gone for a few hundred years herself. The world going up in flames ain't my problem. Zack frowns, watching Titan dip. He knows exactly who the old dude's talking about and yells, "But yo, your silver-haired wife's family is still out there waiting for you." Batian's head snaps around so fast he probably got whiplash. He's in total shock. "What did you just say?" He's staring at Zack, panicking and muttering, "No way. How's that even possible?" While Zack just gives him a casual shrug. Ziwei's just chillin' like, "I already know your whole deal, bro. That spot can block the system. You totally could have just hid out forever to save him, so what kind of shady deal did you cut with the system?" That shut Batian up real fast. After this super long awkward pause, he finally sighs, "She was crazy sick back then. I couldn't just sit there and watch her fade away. You know, I had to get her out and basically beg the all-powerful system for help." The catch Batian could never get close to that place again. He wanted to go back, but the system had like a million ways to block him. She left him a whole new generation, and she's still waiting for him. Then, my dude gets all serious again. "I'll figure out a way to handle the system. Just make sure you take me with you when you bounce. The juice in this thing will last for ages." Hearing that, Ziwei couldn't help but laugh. Bro is the king of simps for real. The second his wife gets mentioned, he does a total 180. After that, Ziwei snags the orb back and poof, Batian is gone. Our boy finally breathes a sigh of relief. "Before I can take on the system, I gotta deal with the Demon Lord first. That system is so OP, man. If it just pulls out a heater, what am I even supposed to do?" he said. Then Ziwei glances at the soul of the Ziwei Demon Lord and speaks up. "Yo, Piao, my dude." Besides, his crazy demon powers was the Demon Lord hoarding a bunch of sick rare treasures? Piao scrunches his face up asking, "Such as?" Ziwei thinks for a sec, then goes, "You know, like AR's cannons, that kind of vibe." Piao hears this and completely loses his mind, screaming, "I've never used cheap shot toys like guns and blades. I clawed my way to the top of the celestial rankings with these hands, bro. Thinking I'd use that kind of garbage is a massive insult." Ziwei is just standing there listening to this dude's meltdown, completely speechless. Man, what a classic final boss move, getting all bent out of shape over the most random crap. But, low-key, that was kinda a relief. With that in mind, Ziwei digs into his pocket and whips out the inner core he got from Tian Quan. He's frowning, deep in thought, like, "Welp, I guess it's time to snack on this thing." Piao just chimes in from the side, super casual, still on the fence about eating it. "With your build, even if there's some kickback, it ain't gonna take you out. If you don't eat it, you're just gonna be stuck channeling some weak sauce energy that couldn't hurt a fly." ZY sighs, "But what if I'm sketched out by the side effects? I just think it's kinda nasty, you know. This thing was marinating inside someone else for who knows how long. And about the kickback, isn't it? Just like your meridians explode, your core gets trashed, and you go totally psycho. Every time I heal up, the part that got messed up gets way stronger anyway." Thinking about it that way, he figured the kickback was basically a free level up. So he pops that sucker right in his mouth. Seeing this, Piao gets this super smug, punchable grin on his face. He smirks and goes, "So naive. The kickback from this core ain't just about wrecking your body. Your soul and body get like a total system reboot at the same time. If you can take it, it's like you're reborn from the ashes phoenix style. But if you can't, this body is all mine." After swallowing the core, Ziwei kinda hears Bella's voice in his ear. He groggily wakes up and rubs his eyes. He mumbles, "Yo, keep it down, would ya? Where did an old-timer like you even learn modern slang?" My head is absolutely pounding. This kickback is no joke. But the Bella in front of him is in normal clothes and just gives him a look. What kickback? A kickback from pulling an all-nighter. You were up all night grinding on that report again, weren't you? I told you to get some sleep. You're gonna work yourself into an early grave at this rate. Seeing her, Ziwei completely freezes his face, just goes blank. "Bella, my beautiful goddess, why are you dressed like that? Where did this kickback send me? It's another illusion. Wait, hold up, did I actually time travel back to my own era?" Seeing him just spouting nonsense, Bella is just speechless. She just reaches out and yanks Ziwei's ear, making him scream. She huffs, "Yeah, it's supposed to hurt. Who are you calling an illusion, huh?" Then Bella puffs out her cheeks, totally pissed. "Oh, what is wrong with you? You literally passed out mid-sentence. Weren't we supposed to grab some food after work? Are you coming or what?" Ziwei is completely bugging out, so he sprints up to the roof. He's just standing there alone. The wind is so insane it feels like it could blow him all the way to Jersey. He'd felt real pain in his dreams a ton of times before. Ziwei figured he couldn't be played. If he, bit the dust, he'd just wake up. But what if this isn't a dream? If the whole other world thing was the illusion, then taking a leap off this building would either end him for real or mess him up bad. Right then, Autumn and Bella bust through the door. Seeing Ziwei on the ledge, Bella absolutely freaks and screams, "Li Ziwei, what are you doing?" Hearing her, Ziwei turns and stammers, My beautiful saintess." But before he can even finish, he loses his balance and his whole body just flops over the edge. Ziwei felt like he had the worst luck on the planet. Is he gone now? Or did he finally wake up? Luckily, while he was totally out of it, Autumn and Bella managed to grab his arm and yank him back. With both of them pulling, they finally drag Ziwei back over the edge. He's just sprawled on the floor, panting like crazy. Holy crap, that scared the ever-living daylights out of me. Then he looks at the cut on his hand and realizes it hasn't healed. Just as Ziwei is zoning out, Autumn hauls off and smacks him right across the face. She goes off, "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you insane? You got some kind of death wish, trying to make the whole company go viral for the wrong reasons. I told you to follow the hot tea, not become the hot tea for our company." Worried Ziwei wasn't okay, Autumn and Bella rush him to the hospital. After the ER doc hears the story, he hesitates for a second, then asks, "So, let me get this straight. The patient tried to end his subscription to life because he thought he was in a dream." The two of them just nod. The doc continues, "Well, I'm not seeing anything physically wrong on his charts. Yo, my dude's probably just mega stressed from everything lately. Just pop him in the next room, we'll hook him up to an IV." But Autumn's face scrunched up, not buying it for a second. "Oh wait, so nothing's actually wrong with me, it's really just work stress." While they were just standing there totally clueless, 2V pipes up all awkwardly, Hey, any chance you guys know my phone password?" This left Fu Luong totally floored, and even the doc was frozen solid. After a sec, he's like, "Yo, this dude's not just seeing things, he's got major amnesia, and his brain might be a little scrambled too. Get him to the next room stat." The second they were out of the doc's office, the enthuse just lost it and complained, "Dude, are you for real? Are you actually okay or what?" 2V just kinda scratched his head all awkward and chuckled, "Nah, I'm good for real. Just talking in my sleep. I'll buy you guys some bomb food in a couple days to make up for it." Tien Thu just huffed and started walking off. "Fine, whatever. Just hit us up if something goes down." Fu Luong bounced after her. 2V just stood there watching them go, and then boom, he was totally lost in his head. A little while later, 2V was on autopilot heading back to his place. Staring at this spinning top in front of him, he started trying to piece it all together. The whole demon vibe and a few poof gone. That crazy shape-shifting elixir wore off. And now, Fu Luong and Tien Thu are his co-workers. Like, are they just ghosts from his memory or something? Or maybe after he crossed over, he met the real versions of them just based on his old memories. A space thief. Seriously. Man, this is a total mind-bender. While 2V was deep in thought, this middle-aged couple burst in freaking out and yelling, "Oh my god, Avin Nguyen told us you were in the hospital yesterday and lost your memory. Do you even know who we are?" 2V just blanked like he'd never seen them before. But, I mean, logically they had to be his parents, right? Thinking that, he immediately tried to calm them down. "Mom, Dad, chill, I'm fine. It's all a big misunderstanding, I was just talking in my sleep." Hearing that, they finally took a breath. 2V's mom gave him that loving scolding, "You know, you're a grown man now and you still can't look after yourself. I went out and got some ribs for you, I'm gonna make you some soup to get your strength back." Right as she finished, the door swings open. It's Hong Tu and Y, decked out in modern clothes and carrying food. 2Vi's mom just beamed, Hey, you made it." "Tu, honey, why on earth did you buy goat heads?" Just then, Hong Tu catches 2V staring at her. She gets all giddy inside, thinking, "Whoa, Senior's looking at me extra intense today." A second later, Hong Tu walks right up to 2V, hands him a bag, and is like, "Senior, I heard you were in the hospital yesterday, so I brought you some stuff to get you back on your feet. Here." "Oh, thanks, you totally didn't have to do that," 2V said, super grateful as he took it. "Man, even Hong Tu is here. So, what's up with everyone else?" Cut to the next day in the CEO's office, some lady who's a dead ringer for Thien Toan is buried in paperwork. After a minute, she looks up and says, "Your time off is approved, Quack. Go crash for a few days. Try not to kick the bucket here at the office." 2V is just staring at her and you can tell he is not feeling the vibe. Thien Toan just shoots him this icy glare. "If you don't get out of here, watch your back on the way home. I'm not trying to pay for your funeral." So, what does 2V do? He and a whole crew of girls go out to party. And just like that, a whole chill day goes by, and they even bumped into a few familiar faces. In this new world, it seemed like everyone's relationships were still the same. Tiu Soai was still Fu Luong's little sis. They just showed up in different ways, you know? 2V's just eating, thinking to himself, "Yeah, just as I thought. Usually at night, everything seems normal. A few months back, there was that car crash. So get this, after being in a coma for like half a month, he wakes up and actually makes peace with the dude who caused the crash. He gets sprung from the hospital, cashes that compensation check, and goes right back to the 9-to-5 grind. Everything seemed totally legit, and all his socials were popping again like nothing ever happened. But, for real, why did Kevin have this super sus feeling like something was majorly off? He couldn't remember a single thing from before he got isekai'd. Just then, a car horn blares outside, making Kevin nearly jump out of his skin. It was this car with busted brakes, and the driver was just laying on the horn trying to warn everybody on the street. But nah, the car swerves and barrels straight for where Zeke was just chilling. The driver's face went white as a sheet, totally bugging out. Zeke was just frozen like a deer, and headlights couldn't even move. And just like that, bam, a nasty crash goes down. Right before passing out, Zeke was ticked, yelling, "Son of a biscuit, am I some kind of car magnet or what?" It's like every car in the city just had to take a swing at him. This kid, Zeke, always thought he was built different, you know? Like, ever since he was a little dude, he was convinced he was going to be a superhero. All the way through high school, Zeke was clinging to that dream, even telling people he was basically Batman because he had no parents. Yeah, his classmates and teachers thought he was a total weirdo, but pretty quick Zeke had a reality check that he couldn't be Batman. I mean, come on, Batman's a billionaire CEO and my guy's just a corporate paper pusher. Seeing all this, Zeke jolted awake, realizing the whole thing was just a messed up nightmare. He rubbed his head, thinking, that was terrifying, like way too real, but he knew something still felt super off. Meanwhile, back in Cherry Creek, after Zeke bounced, Phoebe was just spacing out all day long. She was so out of it, she wasn't even watching her embroidery and straight up poked her finger. A lady from the Crow clan saw her and was like, "Yo, why are you so out of it?" When Phoebe didn't answer, the lady started teasing her. "Let me guess you're missing your man, aren't you?" Hearing that, Phoebe immediately clapped back, "Zeke and I are not like that." But you could totally see her trying not to smile. The other woman just laughed and said, "He's not your man, but you miss him bet. If you like him, you gotta shoot your shot. Isn't he like super protective of you? If I were you, I'd lock that down, no cap." The more she talked, the more Phoebe's face turned into a tomato. She got all shy, explaining, "It's not like that Zeke saved me, I'm just grateful for real. I'm just worried something's gonna happen to him even though I can't do a thing to help." The other woman was not buying it, pouting like, "Yeah, whatever you say, you miss him. If you miss the dude, then go find him." Phoebe just shook her head and sighed, "I don't want to cause any more drama for Zeke." Hearing that, the woman scoffed, all annoyed. "So, wishy-washy. Look, in a little bit the Moonbloom Festival is happening in Denver, and it's boring just sitting around here anyway. Grab your little sister and let's go see what's up." She just kept running her mouth, not even seeing Phoebe over here blushing like crazy from her words and being all, "I told you he's not my man." The woman just raised an eyebrow at Phoebe and asked, "So, you rollin' or not?" Phoebe thought about it for a hot second and then nodded. "I'm in." The woman couldn't help but let out a little chuckle. "All right, it's a long trip, so we'll dip in a couple of days." At that, Phoebe finally looked happy again. She wasn't asking for much, just for Zeke to be safe and sound, living his best stress-free life, hoping that wherever he went was where he wanted to be and that all his dreams would come true. And at that exact second, inside Zeke's head, the two people who were supposed to be his parents had shown up at the hospital, just nagging him nonstop with these crazy, sincere looks on their faces. A sec later, a doctor who was a dead ringer for Vincent walks in and starts talking. "The patient only has some scrapes and bruises, but I'd recommend he chill for a few more days." But as soon as he got the words out, someone shoved him aside and burst into the room. It was Ruby, and she was bawling her eyes out. "Zeke, you scared the crap out of me." Even Autumn and Phoebe were there. Looking at him laid up in the bed, Autumn chimed in, all annoyed. "I'm seriously impressed. I can't tell if you're lucky or just straight up cursed." Phoebe, standing right next to them, added, all worried, "Zeke, your luck has been seriously bad lately. Maybe you need to go sage your apartment or something. Your whole situation has everyone trippin'." Zeke just listened quietly while they all had their say, giving zero reaction. That moment totally snapped him back to reality. How could any of this be real? Zeke had a gut feeling like, why does this all feel so fake? Before he got isekai'd, if his life had been this sweet, he would have been thinking about it every single day. And get this, Zeke was raised by his grandma and has absolutely no memory of his parents. And even if he did have parents, there's no way they would have given him a gift like that. With that thought, Zeke immediately said, "I got a dip." Ruby heard him and was all confused, like, "Zeke, what are you even talking about? Where are you going?" Zeke didn't answer, just walked right over to the window. An illusion. This perfect, maybe he should just stay forever. Psych. He was so over this whole act. Seeing what he was about to do, everyone in the room freaked out and rushed to stop him. But Zeke didn't even give them the time of day. Hesitation is defeat, my dude. If he thought about it for one more second, he'd be letting down every single novel and movie he's ever obsessed over. Besides, all those gorgeous ladies are waiting for him to come back and save the world. Right then and there, Zeke decisively took the plunge and the whole illusion shattered because of it. He snapped out of his daze real quick, checked himself over, then said all cheerful, "A genius like me, I knew that was all fake." Just then, Phantom's voice cut in. "You're awake." Zeke shot him a death glare, and after a long, awkward pause, he finally snapped, "Was that your messed up little game?" Phantom just stared at him for a second, then mumbled, all confused, "That's wild. How'd you even wake up?" The Oracle needed the system's help. Wouldn't it be way better to just vibe in the perfect illusion? Life is such a drag, why would you even want to wake up from that? Zeke just glared at him and scoffed. "You think I'm some kind of idiot?" Shrugging like it was no big deal, Phantom pouted and said, "Dude, tons of people would gladly get lost in that fantasy even knowing it's all fake." Zeke just stared him down and said with ice in his voice, "Well, we're stuck in this together now." "Yo, you better not pull another stunt like that." Phantom just sighed like, "All right, fine, I swear it won't happen again." Yeah, right. Like Zeke would ever buy that. This dude was sus as hell, and Zeke knew he had to find a way to take him out for good. Phantom saw Zeke looking all pissed off and tried to play it cool. "Dude, don't be so uptight. Want to go practice your moves or something?" And just like that, Zeke actually followed him out. He said, all icy, "Yo, your basics are straight up garbage. Didn't you whip up some of your own moves? Try mashing that demonic vibe with your skills." Kevin heard him and was like frowning and muttering, "Mash 'em up, huh?" "Aight, bet." He sucked in a deep breath, totally getting in the zone. Kevin stomped his foot down, planting it like an anchor, and started channeling all that crazy energy into his hands. A second later, he blasted out a palm strike and crickets. Literally nothing in front of him even budged. Kevin piped up all awkwardly, well, guess that was a total bust." Just then, Balthazar popped up and said, "Hey, maybe you like warp the air a tiny bit. Enough to maybe, I don't know, squish a bad guy to death." But right as he finished that sentence, this insane noise from the other side made them both whip their heads around. All of a sudden, a bunch of loud cracking sounds just exploded. All the ancient trees in front of them just snapped in half at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, every single tree ahead was completely wiped off the map by Kevin's attack. Seeing this, both Kevin and Balthazar's eyes went wide and their jaws hit the floor like they were totally shook. But Spectre, he was super chill, just praised him like, "Not bad, way better than I pictured." Kevin stared at his own hands, completely baffled, and asked like he couldn't believe it, "Wait, did **I** really do that?" Balthazar, once he could breathe again, started hyping him up too. "Holy crap, kid. I wasn't pulling off moves like that back in my day." And, you know, Kevin, he got this super smug grin on his face, then started striking poses like he was doing the Dragon's Wrath Palm and even the 1-inch Zen Punch. He was cycling through every single move he knew, looking like the cockiest dude on the planet. In a flash, he'd completely wrecked the whole forest. After flexing for a good long while, Kevin smirked and let out this massive roar. "I'm not the same dude I used to be. I'm a freaking god of war reborn. My fists are itching for a brawl and it's about to pop off. Wait a sec. Yo, why's my back so chilly?" Little did he know the whole back of his shirt was shredded to pieces. Seeing this, Balthazar was like, dude, you should probably dip back to your room and change first." "Oh, yeah, and don't forget to snag all that sweet loot in your room." At the same time, someone else appeared in the woods. It was Ruby. She was scoping out the area for a hot minute, muttering to herself because her master's aura felt all kinds of wrong. But Ruby just shook it off, thinking, nah, can't be. Besides, she had this annoying feeling that she'd forgotten something super important. Meanwhile, back at the Royal Palace in D.C., the Emperor's just chilling reading some reports when an attendant rolls in to announce, "Your Majesty, Minister Harmon is here and wants to see you." The Emperor gave a little nod and was like, "Let him in." A moment later, in walks Minister Harmon. Seeing how haggard he looked, the Emperor asked with some concern, "Dude, you look totally wiped. What's wrong?" Minister Harmon sighed and replied, "To be real with you, Your Majesty, these leftover Eclipse cult losers have been a massive headache lately. One day, this clown is starting fires, the next day, another one is trying to make a run for it." But the Emperor could not have cared less about all that. He asked, looking all suspicious, "You let that manager Li dude walk, didn't you?" Those words made Minister Harmon freeze up solid like a deer in headlights. The Emperor just looked at him totally calm and said all nonchalant, "Come on, man, we go way back. You can drop the formal act. I've got my own migraines to deal with." Nina hit me up. She was like, "That Kevin Lee guy is so not the Demon Lord, and P.S. he jacked my disguise potion and bounced from the palace." Minister Harmon stalled for a hot second before answering. "I've already seen Nina. She actually ran into some of the Eclipse cult members who were escaping. She was saved by her big bro, Kevin. She got a little banged up, but it's nothing major. Now she's rolling with the Drunken Sage's crew heading to the Eternal Pavilion." He also added that even though she's a total troublemaker, she didn't bring any shame to the royal family. She was even about to use a self-destruct move to hold off the Titan. Seriously, you gotta respect it. Hearing this, the Emperor's whole face changed and he broke into this proud smile. Well, duh, I mean, you gotta consider who her dad is. Over on their side, Nina was just walking along when she suddenly sneezed twice. She scratched her nose and grumbled, "Ugh, who's out here talking smack about me?" Right then, Sky piped up, "You know we have this special bug that's like amazing for curing colds." Nina immediately felt a chill run down her spine and shook her head. No, thanks, I'm gonna pass on that." While the two of them were talking, someone else showed up. Autumn asked, looking kinda confused. "Sky, why aren't you guys with the drunken sage heading over to the matriarch's place?" Sky replied, all casual. "The princess has never been to the Eternal Pavilion, so we're giving her the grand tour." Nina nodded along in agreement. "The Eternal Pavilion is so sick, you guys are really living it up. I actually ran into Manager Li and he told me—" But before she could finish, her eyes locked onto something else the Demon Lord disguised as Danny, standing right next to Autumn. She asked the Saintess, all curious, "And this little guy is—" Autumn immediately knelt down, patted the Demon Lord on the shoulder and asked, "Danny, do you remember this big sister?" Hearing that name totally threw Nina for a loop and she just zoned out. But wait, that kid was definitely taken out by the Grand Tutor back in the day. The Demon Lord just stood there dead silent, not saying a single word. Nina thought for a second, then walked over to him and asked in a super gentle voice, "Danny, do you remember me? You even gave me a lucky charm once. It's so awesome to see you again. How in the world did you end up here?" The Demon Lord didn't answer, but the system hit him with a notification. "The current 9th princess. It appears she has a connection with Kevin Lee." Hearing that, his whole expression did a 180. He slapped on this adorable smile and said, "Big sis Nina, of course Danny remembers you. Danny was led out of the village by the white-haired lady and then Sister Autumn brought me here." Nina immediately got lost in her thoughts. So, Ruby saved him. Don't Autumn and the others think this is super sketchy, but she kept that on the down low. She took the Demon Lord's hand and said slowly, "I'm just so glad you're okay. The bracelet I gave you seems to be gone, though. I'll get you another one some other time." The Demon Lord could feel that Nina's words were super sus. What bracelet? This chick was totally testing him. Shouldn't she just be happy this little brat is still kicking ass for that bracelet? The Demon Lord only remembered it after the system pinged him with a reminder. He bumped into Hong too, but he was over it in a second. Like, why bother being careful? After all, these little ants weren't going to last much longer since 2V Ma Tan had already merged with this body by 92%. Over on the flip side, in the Emperor's private office, he heard what Hafu said and was totally bugging like, "Wait, hold up, you're telling me this Demon Lord can just shapeshift whenever he wants?" Damn, Mac just nodded, and Hafu went off. "You're damn right. Right now they're in stealth mode while we're just sitting ducks. That demon could be anyone standing right next to us. The moon sacrifice has got to be cancelled." But, the Emperor, cool as a cucumber, just said, "The moon sacrifice is happening, period. Otherwise, what's the story we tell the people?" Hafu looked at him like he'd grown a second head, freaking out. "Bro, if the Violet Demon Lord and his crew decide to crash the party, what are we supposed to tell the people then?" The Emperor just shook his head a little, let out a heavy sigh, and was like, "Look, we've thrown this party for 5 years straight. If we bail now, people are going to get suspicious and that demon cult will totally use it to stir up trouble. It's better to go all out, make it a huge deal, might even bait the Demon Lord into showing his face." Hafu was getting more and more stressed, totally not feeling the vibe. "Your Majesty, are you even hearing yourself right now? Bait them out. And then what we can't throw down with them, we'd get wrecked." The Emperor went dead silent, paced around a bit, and after a minute he sighed and said, "We've been homies forever, you know. I was never cut out for this Emperor gig." Hafu was totally thrown, jumping in to hype him up. "Your Majesty, don't even talk like that for real." But the Emperor just shook his head super calm and said, "I let Li Tufi take the heat, and now Jiuku is pissed. If the public finds out, they're gonna come for my head." Hafu was not having it shooting back. That kid's still wet behind the ears, of course he doesn't get how deep this mess is. The Emperor just shrugged it off and kept going. "If we could just, ice the Demon Lord, we wouldn't have all these problems." Hafu was stunned. Like, how did we get back on this topic? While his brain was still buffering, the Emperor handed him a scroll. He said it all casual. "Hear my will. Keep it somewhere safe." Hafu looked at that thing like it was a bomb. He panicked, shouting, "You're still young and kicking. What are you doing writing a will?" The Emperor just chuckled. "As the head honcho, I can't just sit on my hands, right? I've got a little plan cooking that might just be enough to take out that Violet Demon Lord for good." Meanwhile, over at the Eternal Pavilion, Vince was just vegging out, complaining non-stop about how bored he was. Just then, bam! The door to his room flies open. Taurus strolls in and says, Yo, the Moon Festival is coming up. That old Emperor dude sent an invite. We got a dip to the capital. You trying to roll with us? Vince heard this and just scoffed. Hell no, I've got a super important mission, you guys. Taurus gave him the biggest eye roll and said flatly, yeah, about that. The Emperor already knows you're a total fake, which immediately sent Vince into a panic about getting his head lopped off. Taurus totally read his mind and quickly calmed him down. It's cool, man. He's not coming after you or anything. The three great sects probably got the memo by now, too, right? You can drop the act. But the dude barely finished his sentence when something zipped past him like a flash of lightning. In a split second, Vince had bolted to the door, ripped off his mask, and was screaming with joy, "Finally, I can see the sun again." So deep in some random woods, an old man was just vibing in front of his house sipping tea. All of a sudden, he felt someone creeping up. He looked over and saw this gloomy hooded figure, and my guy broke out in a cold sweat for real. But, thank God, the person was just asking for directions. The old man let out a huge sigh of relief, like, oh, they're just lost. Kid, you gotta ditch the creepy getup you're giving off major fugitive vibes. I almost thought you were on the run from the law. The guy just plopped down next to the old man looking totally spaced out. That's when Aura just poofed into existence and started nagging him. You're a growing boy and you dare to take a 5-minute break? And surprise, it's Zeke. He snapped back all fired up. What you think I can just fly everywhere? The snacks are gone, man. Don't I need to refuel? Aura was still not having it, scoffing. Maybe you should look in the mirror for the real source of your problems. Have you even been training seriously while you've been slacking off? You mess around, now you'll be paying for it when you're old. I'm only telling you this because I care. Zeke was getting so freaking annoyed listening to this nonstop lecture. This dude is so loud. Anyway, the Moon Festival, the biggest block party of the entire year, had the streets absolutely packed and lit up like crazy. The main event, the grand celebration, was going down in the capital city. It's where the Emperor leads everyone in a massive prayer for peace and good fortune for the whole country. That thing the old guy was making is called a firework rack. You basically hide little barrels of gunpowder inside, and once you light it, the whole thing goes off. The paper dragon on the rack starts dancing as the fireworks explode, creating this mind-blowing scene that leaves everyone totally speechless. Hearing this, Aura muttered from the sidelines, "The Moon Festival, huh? I wonder if these people will even get to party like this next year." Zeke, who was mid-bite, was so over his cryptic crap and snapped, "Just spit it out already." Aura just said calmly, "Nobody knows that guy better than I do. He's definitely waiting for the perfect moment to make a huge comeback. The Moon Festival brings everyone to one spot. There's no way he's going to pass up a stage like this." Zeke, who was right in the middle of a bite, literally did a spit take when he heard that. He was picturing the Demon Lord making some dramatic entrance, but with all the corny special effects from his demon energy that only Zeke could see, it was just hilarious. Thinking about it, he looked at the old man and said, "Sir, I'm not going to eat your food for free. Let me help you out. Back where I'm from, we're all about fireworks. We've got all these new styles you ain't got here. They can even make pictures and words in the sky. It's seriously unreal." The old man was looking kind of skeptical hearing Zeke's sales pitch, but the kid swore he could pull it off. The Demon Lord wants a glorious entrance, huh? Well, Zeke was dead set on stealing his thunder and giving him a little surprise of his own. With that thought, Zeke flashed a wicked grin. Time flew, and in half a month crews from all over the map started pouring into the capital to get ready for the grand celebration. That included the Eternal Pavilion. Vince tagged along for the kicks, and Autumn even brought the Violet Demon Lord, who was disguised as Nina. Belle and Handsome from Peach Blossom Village were also on their way to the capital. The demon-slaying sis saw she was looking kind of stressed and was like, "Hey, don't sweat it, we're almost there." Up at the city gate, it was a total mob scene. The guards were doing super strict checks trying to keep any drama from popping off. And the second Zeke rolls up this soldier is all, "Let me see your pass." But, lucky for him, the old dude steps in like, "Yo, this kid's with me." Then he flashes his own pass at the guard. The guard sees the pass and is like, "Aight, you're good," and even gets all hyped calling someone over to help them. As Zeke follows the old man in, he's thinking, he said purple means you're a martial master, right? Which is a step down from martial king and martial saint. Man, I never really paid attention to this whole ranking thing. So he's like a mid-level fighter. I couldn't even tell before because I was such a total noob. No wonder this is the capital. This place is crawling with martial artists and everyone's got a pass like that. Just then, the old guy up ahead calls out, "Hey, kid, appreciate the escort. I know this city like the back of my hand, let me give you the grand tour." But when he turns around to look, poof, nobody there. In like a split second, Zeke had already bounced up to some high rooftop in the city. Aura's all curious like, why did we just bolt up here? Zeke just plays it cool, ever since I dipped from Lord Draco's little hideout. I've had this weird feeling that someone's been tailing me. As he says it, he glances over. The vibe was definitely coming from that way, And yup, sure enough, Zeke spots this figure in a black cloak just standing in the middle of the street. And they looked low-key familiar. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Belle and her crew had also made it into the crazy busy capital. The demon-slaying sis leans in right next to Belle's ear and says with this huge grin, "Come on, let's go on a shopping spree, get some fire new outfits, and make a certain someone totally regret everything." At the same time, the crew from the Eternal Pavilion shows up. Skylar just groans, "Ugh, dragging a kid around is a total drag. I'm literally gonna die in this carriage." Autumn, who's walking next to her, just laughs. "You barely ever ride in one, quit your whining." Hearing that, Skylar lets out a relieved sigh. "You're right. It's not like we're some broke kids who can't even learn how to fight or something. My butt is seriously about to turn to steel from sitting in this carriage." Tian Thu just shoots her a death glare, then turns to Ziwei Mazun and asks, "Yo, the girl's gotta go run some errands. You wanna roll with us?" Ziwei Mazun tried to act all cute, shaking her head like, "Nah, you guys are busy, I got this." But the second she said it, Tuijeok literally leaped up. "I'll stay, I'll babysit." And Tian Vu just yanked her away like a rag doll. "And not a chance. The big boss gave me a direct order to hand-deliver her to His Majesty, so your whining is pointless." Just then, Tang Bu pipes up, "Yo, you guys can bounce. I'll keep an eye on her." Vu Kim gave him some serious side-eye and was like, You can handle a kid." Tang Bu just grinned. "Dude, I'm like the kid whisperer, it's settled. Go handle your business." Vu Kim was still looking mad skeptical, but he just nodded. "Aight, fine. She's your problem now. I got stuff to do, I'll be back." "Bet. Leave her to me, don't even trip." Tang Bu shot back, but nobody peeped. His eyes were glowing red like he was totally being mind-controlled or something. After everyone dipped, Nai and NHA slipped back to her room because this whole fusion thing was almost complete. Then, boom, the system screen pops up again. The host checks it and sees Hong Tu is in the area. Ziwei Mazun couldn't help but scowl. Then he snorted, "Ugh, are you kidding me?" First Tian Towan gets his cover blown, then Tian Quyen gets taken out, and now Hong Tu is straight up ghosting me. It's been half a month with 0 updates. What a bunch of useless clowns. And you, he seethed, bragging about how great you are and you can't even keep your little pet on a leash Hong Tu's dead weight. Guess I gotta handle this myself. Meanwhile, Hong Tu was totally bugging out, sensing 2 different vibes from her master, and had no clue which one to follow. After spacing out for a hot minute, Hong Tu finally just bolted towards the stronger aura. The second she bounced, Tu Vai rushed over. He spotted a single white hair on the ground and just froze. He was like, "No way, that's gotta be Hong Tu's. But where'd she go?" And while he's looking around, a few just pops out of nowhere cackling. "LOL, that dude is basically on top of us. He must have caught your vibe. This is hilarious." Tu Vai just frowned, asking, "Is that like your actual form?" But before he could even get an answer, he saw a figure sprinting away in the distance. So he immediately takes off after her. Hong Tu's running like a maniac, but then she hears someone yell her name and she just stops dead in her tracks. She's on a rooftop and she slowly turns around. It was Tu Vi finally catching his breath. He said, "All chill, so it really is you." He smirked, dropping his cloak and stepping closer. "So, you're the one who's been stalking me, huh? Why you been creeping without saying, 'What's up?' You just vanished on me for real." But before he could finish, Hong Tu stared at him deadpan and asked, "Who are you?" This left Tu Vi totally shook like his brain just blue-screened. Hong Tu was just squinting at him super suspicious. She said in a low voice, "You've got my master's energy all over you, but you ain't him." She admitted she'd been watching him for a while. He seemed familiar, but her brain was drawing a total blank. Hearing that Tu Vi's brow furrowed up. What the heck's going on? She lose her mind. A few jumped in. "Nah, bro, it's the system's fault. You think it snatched her soul. You call that thing a consciousness." It finally clicked for Tu Vi. "Oh, so that's why Hong Tu went MIA. She went back to that demon lord. That jerk totally wiped her memory." While they were both deep in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Hong Tu." They both whipped around to see Ziwei Mazun just appear. He raised an eyebrow with this creepy smile. "I had a feeling you were lurking around here and decided not to check in. Looks like you two are having a real moment. So glad you could finally meet face to face." And the one who brought him, freakin' Tang Bu. On the other side of town, Master Nu Kong also rolled into the capital, saw Pure Luong, and immediately greeted her. "Miss, we meet again. Peace be with you." Phoebe beamed at her and said warmly, "Long time no see. Hope you've been good, master." The girl from the Nightshade Crows was totally shocked. "Wait, you guys know each other?" "Oh, MG. This is the master I was telling you about. He hasn't been around for years. It's super rare to catch him. I can't believe you're friends." Master Wu Wei just stared at them both, asking doubtfully, "So, are you two here for a good luck charm?" Hold up. The girl laughed, all excited. Master, I'll take 3 of those charms, 1 for each of us. Thank you, Master. Wu Wei gave a little nod, then looked over at Phoebe and asked, As for you, my dear, you don't need 1 of these. Phoebe hesitated for a second before saying, Master, but you told me to stick by his side, remember? But before she could even finish her sentence, a massive explosion rocked the city in the distance and the whole sky just lit up like crazy. The little kids who'd never seen anything like it were totally stunned while the adults just cheered, thinking it was some epic fireworks show. The fiery lights in the sky just kept on blazing with these deep rumbles echoing everywhere. Phoebe's crew was super hyped too, their eyes glued to the show. At that exact same time, as up on a rooftop, the Violet Demon Lord was just chilling on Zane's arm, giving Ruby the death stare. He sneered, Ruby, snap out of it, take out this pest, and maybe I'll forgive you this time. Ruby totally hesitated when she heard that, just freezing up for way too long. Her not doing anything immediately ticked off the Violet Demon Lord. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Ungrateful little mutt. On a lit moon festival night like this, you think I'm just gonna watch from the cheap seats. Down below, Dexter was next to Eve, happily suggesting, Hey, Eve, after patrol's over, let's go check out the lanterns. But Eve was staring hard at the sky. Her eyes narrowed like something was mad sus. At the same time, the crowd started noticing a figure in the middle of the fiery light show and began whispering, Who is that dude? Is this part of the act? On the roof, Vio squinted at the guy across from him, his voice pure ice. The Violet Demon Lord. The Demon Lord just gave him a creepy little smile, then started gathering up his nasty demonic energy. The Demon Sect Command token just appeared in his hand. From a distance, Eve recognized it instantly. She screamed, It's the Demon Sect Command token. Everyone on my signal get a message to the Sect Master and get these civilians out of here now. Dexter totally bolted to get the crowd out of there. But at the same time, Eve clocked a seriously sketchy-looking crew. Up on the roof, Vio was looking straight up murderous. He was just standing there dead silent, clenching his fists so tight his knuckles were white. The last civvy was clear some dude spots Vio and screams at the top of his lungs, It's the Violet Demon Lord. But as soon as he said it, the dudes behind him just asterisk whoosh asterisk right past him. And my guy was shook, like bam. In a split second, the whole rooftop is swarmed by this crew. There were even people behind Vio. He was bugging, couldn't believe this many Demon Sect goons were just chilling in the capital. At the same time, a couple of Demon Sect followers are just standing there looking dumbfounded like, what is even happening right now? They only showed up because they felt the vibes from the Demon Sect Command token. But on one side, you got Vio, the dude with a massive price on his head, and then there's this other chump holding a kid, but his whole vibe is screaming, I'm the real Demon Lord. They were totally frozen, not sure who to bow to. Since they couldn't figure out who was who, they looked over at Ruby, who was standing next to Vio. Just then, the Phantom pops up out of nowhere and is like, Dude, I can't even. This new meat suit you picked, it's tragic. This girl's all scrawny and weak-looking. What's the plan? Huh, you gonna try and get the enemy to feel sorry for you? Can it? Vio just snaps, and then he grinds out through his teeth. That freaking mutt actually picked asterisk that asterisk kid. And right then, Zane, doing exactly what the Violet Demon Lord said, hoists the Demon Sect Command token up for everyone to see. The Violet Demon Lord gives this little flick of his wrist and orders all icy, Ruby, get over here, now. Ruby's shaking like a leaf, but in the end she just nods and does what he says. Yes, Master. With Ruby on his team, the Violet Demon Lord gets this super punchable smug look on his face. He straight up screams, All right, listen up my peeps, take out this poser who's trying to steal my drip. And just like that, all the Demon Sect followers mobbed around him. Meanwhile, General Harrison and Princess Jasmine, once they got the 411, booked it over to the Emperor. The Emperor's just staring down at the chaos below and says real quiet, You two roll out with the crew from the 3 great sects, and keep the people safe. I got this Demon Lord. Hearing that Jasmine is totally freaking out, Dad, are you kidding me? This is not the time for jokes. All my siblings are already safe and sound out of here, besides how in the world are you asterisk gonna take him on? The Emperor reaches out, pats her on the head, and lets out this huge sigh. Look, by taking one for the team to save the world, I'm going to go down in history as a legendary king. Jasmine's jaw just drops. Wait, you're going to use asterisk the asterisk secret technique. The Emperor cracks this sad smile and says, It's the royal family's trump card for a reason I might not have the juice to finish him, but I can for sure mess him up bad. With all those other heavy hitters on the scene, there's no way he's getting away. Princess Jasmine was still wigging out and tried to talk him down. Dad, please stop being all dark and edgy. But before she could even get the words out, her dad just shakes his head and says, Don't even try. I've made up my mind. I'm taking that demon punk down with me. But, literally, The second he says that asterisk whack asterisk something just clocks him right on the head. When they got a better look, the Emperor had been pancaked onto the floor by some random person. Seeing this, General Harrison and Jasmine were absolutely losing their minds. Down on the streets, everyone had cleared out like ASAP, because the Demon Sect crew started jumping Vio. But Vio, he wasn't even sweating it, just coolly taking them out one by one. And there were a asterisk-ton asterisk of them. He'd drop one and another would just pop up to take his place. Vio couldn't slack off for a second, just decking them one after another. He slams one dude's face into the roof so hard it's lights out. Some other guy sees this, grits his teeth, and just charges in. But before he could even make a move, he gets a fist sandwich delivered straight to his face. But Vio wasn't done. He snags the dude by the ankle and just asterisk yeets asterisk him into the horizon. The dude went flying like a busted kite. Xavier's in the middle of a scrap and is like all confused. Yo, hold on a sec, don't I have one of those demon cult tokens too? Ash just shrugs, totally unbothered. Sucks to be you, my guy. That other dude's aura is just way more legit than yours. Yeah, right. Everyone and their mom knows Scarlet only listens to the big boss, the Demon Lord himself. Down below, downtown LA was pure chaos. People were bugging out trying to escape with screams just bouncing off the buildings. This monk dude just rolls up to the two smoking hot Bell sisters like, yo, don't even trip, ladies. Just get behind me. As he's talking, he starts powering up his chai, throwing up this crazy energy shield for everyone. Meanwhile, Mr. Hayes sees it's all going sideways and is like, aight, I'm going in. Ninth Princess, you got the king's back. And just like that, he dips bolting down to the street. He even busts out his 9-bend, heart-protecting formation, while the monk over here is dropping his own ultimate move. And get this, the drunken Master Titan ain't just gonna chill and watch the show. He takes a huge swig from his flask, and dude instantly gets swole, like way more ripped. He throws his head back and yells, yo, kid, I got you. And for every one of those remnant moon demon cult freaks that popped up, one went down. Tian's over there slinging dark energy, muttering to himself, what the actual heck is going on? How did that little punk suddenly become the Demon Lord? Up on the roof, Xavier was in a massive throwdown with the Violet Demon Lord Scarlet and a whole squad of their cult goons. He'd drop one and another would just hop right in. Xavier peeks over at the three of them and clocks that something's way off with Brandon dude's gotta be a puppet for the Demon Lord. Xavier knows the play, cut off the head of the snake, so he just goes for it, lunging with his claws aimed right at the guy. At the same time, the big shots from the Three Elements sect and the Paradise Palace were MIA. They were all chilling over at the Eternal Pavilion. Since they weren't at their own cribs, they totally missed the memo about the fake Demon Lord, so they were plotting to sneak in and see what this new dude was made of. Down on the jam-packed streets of NYC, the Iron Guard crew was still hustling to get everyone clear. Then, out of nowhere, something comes booking it through the air. It totally obliterates a nearby gazebo and everyone just freaks out. When they get a closer look, they see Brandon just laying there in the mess, and then Xavier lands after jumping down from the roof. Ash chimes in all quiet-like from the side. It's the system's twin charm. My guy's a total puppet right now. Xavier just gives a little nod and hits back with, I know, dude. Didn't I already lay him out and toss him? Then he just kind of glances over his shoulder. He gives the Violet Demon Lord a look and asks, all icy, so are we doing this or what? The Violet Demon Lord just stays quiet, waiting for the system to finish its thing. Just then, the system's spamming notifications finally figuring out that Xavier is like not from around here. Hearing that, the Violet Demon Lord gets this nasty smirk and goes, hey, the system did mention other worlds, so you're the alien, huh? No wonder you can just waltz in here and ignore all the rules. You wrecked my cult like it was nothing, jacked my demon blood furnace, and even snatched up that leftover piece of my soul. Everyone on the ground heard the Violet Demon Lord's voice booming and looked up. They were all giving him the side-eye, super cautious. Even people all the way from Medicine King Valley knew this dude was bad news, so everyone was on edge. Belle looked like she saw a ghost, just muttering to herself. Xavier and Nina. The Violet Demon Lord was getting super hyped talking all this trash and laughing like a total psycho. Tremble, you weak little humans, today. I will absolutely... But before he could even finish, he ate a fist. And who threw the punch? Xavier, duh. Scarlet was completely shook. The move was so fast the demon cult cronies couldn't even blink. They just stood there with their jaws on the floor while their boss got decked. Xavier just scoffs. You've been running your mouth forever. You really think the world just stops for your little villain monologue? The Violet Demon Lord ate a nasty knuckle sandwich right to the face. But right then, the system dings. Fusion level at 100%. Suddenly, Nina's body gets swallowed by this dark energy and her arms and legs start puffing up. Xavier's a little thrown like, whoa, what's this? Did I punch him so hard he's mutating or something? Ash just kinda chuckles and goes, aight, let me school you real quick. Every time he bodyjacks someone, the soul and the new bod don't sync up instantly, so there's always this window where he's basically a weakling. Once the soul and body are totally fused, he's back at full power. Then he can either dip and hide out or just scrap this body and start over. And from the looks of it right now, the Violet Demon Lord is about to go full-on monster mode and change back to his real form. Xavier hears this and loses it, yelling, "He can do that! Why didn't you give me a heads up?" As everyone just stared, completely stunned, the Violet Demon Lord started his transformation. Just then, his deep voice booms out again. "Yes, this is it. I can feel my power coming back. I'm finally free from this pathetic meat suit." And right at that moment, the Violet Demon Lord just throws his head back and cackles, "Take a good long look, this is the real me." He was so busy hyping himself up he didn't even notice he was totally in his birthday suit. Raven, the Demon Slayer chick, slaps a hand over Belle's eyes real quick. Belle immediately covers little Chad's eyes like, "Nope, too much, you can't see this." Derek over here does the same thing, blocking the kid's view. In a flash, the Violet Demon Lord's transformation is done and suddenly fireworks start popping off in the sky, making a picture. He sees it, smirks, and goes, "Twin dragons soaring in the clouds." Now, that's a masterpiece. Only a show this epic is fit for someone like me. Finally, the system had enough and just had to chime in. Host. There are like two things I'm not sure I should bring up." The Violet Demon Lord just scoffs, "Spit it out." The system pauses for a sec before going on. "Okay, first, that's actually a diss. It basically means you're a moron. And in this dimension, I'm the only one who can translate that for you. Those fireworks all for you, host. And the second thing is," it kept explaining to the Demon Lord, that he was standing there completely naked in front of all of New York City. Hearing this from the system, the Violet Demon Lord grinds his teeth and growls, "How dare you embarrass me like this? You are so gonna pay for this." The second those words left his mouth, he slams his fist down and the ground just explodes. Z dodges out of the way, raises an eyebrow, and smirks. "Guess you didn't like the little surprise I whipped up for you, huh? Aight? Then let me show you the main event." The second those words left his mouth, a black orb just materializes in his hand. Z doesn't even blink, just fires it straight at the Demon Lord. The dude wasn't sleeping on it, though, and dodged it real quick. He was tripping that Z actually jacked the inner core right out of Qian Quan's body. Just then, Kim comes flying up onto the roof from down below with little Xiao Soai right beside him. He's yelling, all big and bad, "Master, your boy's here to back you up." But the instant he lands, Z just grabs Kim by his whole dumb face. He tosses him aside like a piece of trash and scoffs, "Do you even know your own weight class get lost like right now?" So, that just left Xiao Soai. Z gives her a quick shout. The little one gets it and nods, making this hand sign in front of her, her eyes getting all serious as she starts focusing her power. And bam! This giant Buddha thing just appears out of nowhere. One palm strike from Xiao Soai kicks up a massive dust cloud. Z then whips out a sword. And this ain't just any sword, this is the Supreme Sword. I'm talking the legendary family heirloom, the Supreme Sword. One slice from this bad boy, and it's game over. While the Demon Lord was in the middle of his power-up, Z rushes in for the finishing blow. But right then, another huge explosion goes off, kicking up dust and totally blinding Z. When the smoke finally starts to settle, you can start to see this figure with really pale skin. Wait, it's a girl. The Demon Lord turned into a chick. Z sees this and just completely short-circuits like, what in the actual heck is this? You could have turned into literally anything and you pick a such asterisk. This asterisk little lady. Form. After the transformation, the Demon Lord is just squealing with delight. Apparently, it's some system function. By burning a crap ton of points when he's at max power, he can temporarily morph into his deadliest form. But Z finally snaps back to reality and just yells, "Is this system completely insane? Get out of here. What's this chick gonna do? Give me a dirty look. Plus, she's rocking a whole 36D cup like for real. Who knew the final boss was gonna be pure fan service bait?" And with that, he just went all in, rushing forward. This crazy demonic energy just started swirling around his sword, and at that exact moment, Z shouts the command. "Xiao Soai, let's hit him with the pincer attack." And just like that, he was all up in the Demon Lord's grill. He just scoffed like, "You think a new fit means I won't throw hands? You're toast, little dude." Meanwhile, Hong's on the ground, totally bugging out, watching this whole mess when out of nowhere, she hears a voice behind her. And who is it? Piao Liang, of all people. She strolls up, all chill, and whispers, "So you're beefing with Z now, huh?" Hong gives her the meanest side-eye and hits her with the, "And who are you supposed to be?" Hong's thinking, "Ugh, it's that weird deja vu vibe again. I want to hate her guts, but I just can't bring myself to throw down." At the same time, Piao Liang's over there like, "Did she seriously forget me? What even went down after I bounced?" While Piao Liang's spacing out, Hong just deadpans, "Get lost. I'm not interested in a catfight with you." But Piao Liang, she doesn't say a word, just stands there like a statue. She's still thinking, "Hold up, something sus. Hong's gotta remember me, otherwise she would have come at me already. Seeing her not even move, Hong whips out her blade and warns her, "If you don't get out of my face, things are about to get real ugly." Piao Liang is just staring her down, totally focused. Zay once told her that chick could suck up demonic energy, and even if you can't see it, you know her opponent is going to be using it. Hong's like, "Alright, words are cheap," and just goes for it. But Piao Liang not even flinching. She's gotta shut this down. She can't let Hong cause any more drama for Z and Xiao Souai. 8. Back to the main event, Z is totally wailing on the Demon Lord, putting him on the ropes. The big baddie takes 2 steps back and bam, runs right into a surprise attack from Xiao Souai. Xiao Souai comes flying down with this epic palm strike, but the dude just catches it. Barehanded. The Demon Lord just scoffs like, "You really thought that would work?" and then just yeets Xiao Souai across the field. Luckily, Xia swoops in for the clutch catch. He looks down at the little squirt and is all, "Yo, you good?" She tries to say, "My master." But before she can even get the words out, his eyes dart over to the other fight. Over there, Z is getting totally rocked by the Demon Lord. But my boy ain't no quitter. He takes a step back to power up, then launches forward like a freaking rocket. Kaboom. Explosions everywhere, dust and rocks flying like crazy. And, whoa, the Demon Lord leveled up his form again, and this time it's even nastier than the last one. Z sees it and just yells, "Dude, why do you keep changing your fit?" While Z is still shook, the Demon Lord strikes. The nasty energy in his hand is like a tidal wave just slamming into Z, and just like that, his whole arm is gone. Gone. Xia and Xiao Souai are absolutely losing their minds. Even Piao Liang, who was about to throw down, just freezes up. You can see the worry in her eyes. And right then, the Demon Lord snatches Z by the neck and just hoists him up into the air. He's got this nasty grin and goes, "Enjoying the show, are we?" Ever since Z rolled up, this guy's day has been totally ruined. Z is biting his lip, thinking to himself, "Man, this dude is cracked. So this is the power of the #1 guy in the whole place. This hurts like a mother. Just end it already, bro." But then, plot twist. The Demon Lord's eyes go wide with shock. Because Z's arm is literally growing back. He's like, he can regenerate no way. Without even thinking, he blasts Z with even more of that gnarly energy. The Demon Lord is screaming like a total psycho. "Well, let's see what's faster, your little healing trick or my freaking fire." Seeing this, the crowd is just dead silent, looking terrified. Even the ref up on the high platform is watching this whole train wreck go down. She screams out, "Manager Li," all worried. Yvonne is bugging out too, about to jump in, but Derek holds her back. Inside all that smoke, the Violet Demon Lord still has Violet in a chokehold. He doesn't let go until the kid's body just poofs into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, this creepy cult coin thingy clatters to the ground. Then the system pops up with a notification. "Host!" The Violet Demon Lord is so over it. What now? You turned me into a chick earlier, and we still haven't settled the score on that one." The system just does a little digital cough and says all casually, "Yeah, that was a total whoopsie. Besides, the last patch was ages ago. That's not the point." "Host, I gotta give you a heads up about something." The Violet Demon Lord just stays quiet listening. The system starts explaining so based on the data I'm seeing, you're Violet's whole Wolverine healing factor thing. It's probably from the Omniperfect Bodhi pill. That stuff can literally bring people back from the dead and supercharges a busted-up body, and all that demonic juice he's got, that's from the golden core that was inside Skylar's body. Demonic energy totally messes with your head, and the golden core basically cranks up whatever you want most. This also means that your attacks not only can't finish Violet off, but they're actually making him stronger, and they might even be messing with who he is. The second he hears this, the Violet Demon Lord's face just sours up completely. At that exact moment, a shape starts to form in the dust cloud right in front of him. That face, it's totally Violet. Except, he's in his birthday suit, buck naked. Violet just stands there completely zoned out for a sec, then he looks down and mutters, "Wait, why am I naked too?" Then it's like a light bulb goes off. He bends down super fast and starts searching, and yup, he finds his little magic pouch. He immediately dumps the whole thing out, and a crap ton of stuff just spills all over the place. The Violet Demon Lord's eyes just about pop out of his head. In 2 seconds, that little pile of junk is now a literal mountain of stuff. The system sees it too and shoots him a warning. "Host, most of that stuff belonged to the last guy." The stuff he was hoarding in his secret room. Looks like taking him down back then was a massive L for the Skylar sect. The Violet Demon Lord just scoffs and curses. How the heck was I supposed to know he had some ghost hitchhiker in his body back then? And that the little soul hitchhiker would turn on me and team up with him. While the big bad is still processing all this, Violet has already found and thrown on some pants. Seeing his chance while the dude's distracted, the Violet Demon Lord makes his move and lunges forward. His first move was to totally wreck the kid's stash of loot, and bam, this demonic energy just swallowed the whole area. Boom. A massive wave of demonic power just exploded. Bro, that power was seriously nuts. It was spreading out, making a beeline straight for Pia and Ruby. Violet saw this, zipped over in a flash, and literally had them both slung over his shoulders in like a split second. This got Ruby screaming her head off like, "Let me go." But yeah, Violet wasn't having any of that. He gave her a quick little karate chop to the neck, and boom, she was out cold. Then he just leapt over to some pavilion in the distance, carrying both of them. He passed Ruby off to Jax to babysit. After a super quick, "Here's the plan," Violet just vanished. He jumped right back into the mix, disappearing into that swirling demonic chaos. The second the Violet Demon Lord saw him, he went absolutely feral and charged. My dude roared, "I am so not losing this." He barely got the words out before a hand just clamped right over his face. Then Violet just brutally slammed the Demon Lord face first into the ground. The Violet Demon Lord's eyes were bugging out as he glared at him, grinding his teeth like crazy. "I'm supposed to be the baddest dude in this world." Violet was meant to be a nobody, just a stepping stone, but instead he totally jacked the destiny that was supposed to be his. So, the Demon Lord's like, "Yo, why are you getting in my way?" And Violet just shrugs and hits him with, "You're probably not going to believe this, but this is all one big misunderstanding. But since I'm involved, I can't just bounce, you know." The Demon Lord's eyes went wide like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "A misunderstanding? What kind of bull are you feeding me?" He screamed, totally refusing to buy it. "You planned this whole thing out perfectly. It has to be to stop me from becoming a god." Seeing him flip out, Violet just sighed like he was so over it. "See, I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Also," he said to the Demon Lord, "stop dreaming about being a god, my guy. The system is just playing you." The Violet Demon Lord totally lost it, yelling, "You're saying the system is playing me? How is that even possible? Don't even try to mess with my head." The second he said that, he threw a punch that sent Violet's body crashing right into the wall behind him. But Violet was back on his feet in a second, totally fine, which made the Demon Lord click his tongue all annoyed. He grumbled, "System, how do I take this guy out without actually breaking his body?" The system shot back instantly. "There are items that can hypnotize him and also stuff that'll make him hallucinate. It's just, you're broke. You already used up all your points." The Violet Demon Lord was just stunned silent after hearing that. Seeing him just standing there, Violet got confused, like, why'd this dude just stop fighting? With his power level right now, he knew he wasn't strong enough to beat the world's final boss, but the fate of this whole dimension was riding on this. No matter what this guy had to go down today. If the Violet Demon Lord wasn't going to make a move, then fine, he would. With that thought, he started powering up his demonic energy again. In a heartbeat, Violet's aura got crazy terrifying. The system immediately shot out a warning. "Host, stop. If you attack him now, you'll just make him stronger." The Demon Lord gritted his teeth and snapped, "You think I need you to tell me that? I'm not the one hitting him." But whatever it looked like, Violet over here was completely lost to the demonic sauce. From the sidelines, Autumn saw this and started to panic, and Lord Skywah was just crying out to the sky, "Oh my god, this whole thing is insane. Violet's aura is just getting stronger and stronger." Xavier watched for a second and then was like, "Wait. An immortal body you can't destroy. Don't tell me this is the special technique Vibro has been grinding on." And just like that, this dude Tyrone pops out of nowhere and is all like, "Whoa, is Violet seriously beating himself up like this?" Xavier and Sean are just staring completely zoned out, but then it totally clicks for Xavier who this guy is. Blake's spirit was literally screaming like, "Yo, Mr. Hudson, I'm trying to telepathically tell you to shut up. Don't lose your cool. You feel me? Grab me already? What if I roll away or something?" Mr. Hudson legit jumped completely clueless like, "Pick up, pick what up?" He whips his head around, spots the glowing orb and snatches it. It takes him a hot sec, but then he's like, "Whoa, no way, this is the spirit of the martial god Master Blake himself." So, then he gets all curious again, asking, "Master Blake, you and Zach, you guys know each other?" Blake's just super chill about it, like, "Yeah, that's my boy." Hearing that, Mr. Hudson, who's totally feeling their vibe, starts fanboying even harder. Dude was so hyped he screamed, "I'm tight with the martial god. My life is officially complete. I can die happy." Blake was just speechless. He deadpans like, "Bro, what are you even spazzing about now?" Mr. Hudson finally realized he was doing way too much. He gives a little cough to get serious and goes, "My bad, almost forgot the main event. Look, your spirit's been locked away for a minute, so you're out of the loop, but that Demon Lord is not right in the head. The moves he's pulling are seriously messed up." He kept going, saying that even with Zach's OP protection skills, it'd be a long shot to block the Demon Lord's dark magic. But Blake just calmly dropped some knowledge. "Nah, that's Zach using a self-destruct type demonic art. This dark energy, it's gotta be coming from the system too. Zach's basically juicing himself up by taking damage and then healing. It's like a messed up power cycle. Taking down the Demon Lord is a done deal. It's just going to take a sec, but the only way he can pull off this move is by tapping into that demonic power. I heard messing with those dark arts makes you go completely off the rails, and on top of that, Zack is in constant crazy pain. We should be stressing about the real problem, like what's the plan after the Demon Lord is a goner? Who's going to be the one to put Zack down when he completely loses it? Right on cue, Zack gets this absolutely evil grin and just throws his head back with a massive scream. The Violet Demon Lord saw that and was like instantly shook. Before the dude could even blink, a wave of dark energy just slammed into him. Zack teleported on him out of nowhere and landed a heavy kick. And just like that, 2 of the Demon Lord's ribs were straight up toast. The Demon Lord's body just smashed into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. He stumbles up out of the crater. He just made his voice all shaky like, "No freaking way, this guy's power level is completely off the charts now." And then, yeah, he just starts screaming, "System, get your butt over here and help your master out." But he kept yelling and got nothing but crickets. He completely loses it, screaming, "System, system. Aren't I supposed to be the freaking chosen one?" Still, nothing. The Violet Demon Lord is just seething, glaring at Zack. "You seriously think you can take me down? As long as the system is around, I can just hit the reset button and come back." But the second those words left his mouth, a blast of dark energy zips right past his face. Zack just scoffs, totally ignoring the ear-splitting scream from the super salty Demon Lord who's just yelling his head off. "I'll just keep respawning over and over, and if I can't get you, I'll go after everyone you've ever cared about." But then he just... kaboom! Exploded right there in front of Zack. Seeing this, Mr. Hudson can't help but mumble, Did the Demon Lord just go pop?" At the same time, all the little demonic cult minions in the middle of the fight just froze solid. Then they all dipped, screaming, "The boss is toast! What are we even doing here?" "All right, we're outie." Seeing her chance, she leads the ironclad sect to cut him off at the pass. She scoffs, "Oh, you're not going anywhere, don't even think about it." Meanwhile, the other high-level fighters were in the middle of the battle, just completely floored by the sudden plot twist with zero clue what was even happening. Theo's watching everyone whispering and just mutters to himself, totally confused. Wait, is he really that OP? Right then, Autumn spots something and yells out, "Wait, hold up, something's way off with Zack." The instant the Violet Demon Lord kicked the bucket, the system started non-stop pinging some other system. Looks like it's scrambling to find a new host. Which is super weird, because logically a subsystem like this shouldn't even be around after the main one is gone, especially since Zack's own mind has been calling the shots this whole time. Did he do this on purpose? While they're all talking, Zack's body starts cackling like a total psycho. Finally, I get to feel what it's like to have a body again. But at the same time, deep down in Zack's subconscious, he's just staring at this screen in front of him and asks, "So, you're the legendary celestial system, huh?" Before the system can even get a word in, Zack's all hyped like, "So this is what a system looks like. No wonder it freaks everybody out." Totally triggered by his comment, it suddenly glitches out and poof, turns into this tiny little avatar. Zack just gives it a thumbs up. "Whoa, you can change forms too. That's next level, dude. Totally sick." The system screeches, totally ticked off. "You did this on purpose. You pulled this stunt just to stop me from finding a new host." Zack just smirks and fires back. "Hey, what can I say? I got some pro tips from the one and only Master Blake." The system just scoffs. "You're just some rando spirit that got yeeted into this world. Why are you even trying to start beef with me?" Zack gives it a hard look, and instead of answering, he throws a question right back at it. "Yeah, I actually do have a question for you. Why'd you have to cause all this drama?" The system looks away and gets all pouty. "You wouldn't understand. It's all part of a master plan that you little mortals could never possibly comprehend." Hearing that Zack was just done, he angrily flips at the bird and snaps, "You've got the brain power of a Chad and you're still trying to pull this high and mighty act." The system just stares at his finger like it's never seen one before. It totally looked like it wanted to throw hands, but after a super long pause, it finally goes, "You're not half bad, I guess." It doesn't matter if we're talking about Zack's old world or this one, they're all just lines of code being managed by them. All these dimensions are basically just one big, well-oiled machine that they control. They give each world its own little management team to make sure everything runs all smooth and according to plan. Zack was trying to keep up but was like completely lost, so he just scrunched up his face and hit him with another question. And dude, the system totally freaked out again and just started raging. "Yo, what kind of reaction is that? The world you're living in is fake. Shouldn't you be like super bummed about that mad as hell and want to just flip the whole script?" Levi just pouted and clapped back, "A little sad maybe, but do I look like the kind of dude who can change the whole game? People are always saying the world is just one giant video game and we're all just NPCs. But the feels..." Levi had that warm and fuzzy vibe of being with someone important, or even being ticked off and sad. For a human, all those feelings are 100% real. The Oracle just scoffed, totally not buying it. You should just roll with me. Your body's been hijacked by that leftover soul, and without my help, you're going to be trapped in here for good. Levi didn't even flinch at the threat and just calmly hit back, according to the OG plan. I'm supposed to borrow your juice to get my body back, but psych, the chosen one of this world is literally right here. Meanwhile, on the outside, Jasmine was on top of a skyscraper totally losing her mind over Levi. But Levi's body was now being puppeted by the Violet Demon, who was just blasting out evil energy and attacking everyone without a second thought. Everything around him was getting wrecked, and in a flash the downtown streets were covered in that creepy, dark aura. The Violet Demon was laughing like a total maniac. This body, just overflowing with power, is seriously intoxicating. Seeing this, Jasmine's whole face went dead serious. She glanced over at Chloe, all worried. "Miss Chloe, I think Levi is..." But when she saw Chloe's face, Jasmine got even more freaked. Chloe didn't look like she was doing any better. After hesitating for a hot minute, Chloe looked down at the Violet Demon below and whispered, "That's not Levi." Jasmine heard her and was bugging, "I don't get it." Chloe's expression was stone cold as she whispered, "I can feel the demon's vibe mixed in with Levi's." Jasmine frowned, screaming on the inside. The demon's vibe, so what's the play now? But Chloe didn't even answer. Seeing this, Jasmine kept yelling her name. But before she could even process it, Chloe had already yeeted herself off the platform, making Jasmine scream in a total panic. Miss Chloe, what are you doing? Oh crap, Levi told me to look after you." And boom, Chloe landed smack in the middle of all that demonic energy. Seeing this, Mr. Harrison yelled out in shock, "Miss Chloe," and was about to dive in to help, but Master Blake stopped him. "Hold up." Mr. Harrison shot back all frantic. "Master, just like you said, something's obviously way off with Levi right now, and with Miss Chloe rushing in like that, I'm scared she's going to get seriously hurt." Master Blake just replied calmly, "Anyone else who rushes in would be absolute toast. But this one is the Heavenly Maiden, the chosen one. They talk about the child of destiny. Someone like her shows up in every world after a while, and the system's entire existence is basically to be her support. But the Oracle messed with the world's data, turning the Heavenly Maiden into its puppet. Levi showing up, though, broke the whole balance, so the Heavenly Maiden isn't getting messed with by the system anymore. That leftover soul runs on demonic energy. That energy comes from the system, and the system serves the Heavenly Maiden. Now that she's making a move, Levi's actually in way less trouble. And just like he said when Chloe got close to the Violet Demon, she started hoovering up all of his dark energy. Even though Chloe couldn't literally see the demonic energy, she knew that nasty aura belonged to the demon, so she was sure she could shut it down. Even if it was just a little, she had to help Levi. Autumn and Rain were watching from the side, totally biting their nails, terrified something was going to happen to Chloe. But thank God it wasn't long before the demonic energy on Levi's body was completely gone. His body went totally limp and just collapsed into Chloe's arms. She was startled for a sec, but then totally lit up, yelling, "It worked!" Seeing that the situation was handled, Dr. Iris rushed over with her crew. Dr. Iris asked, all anxious, "Miss Chloe, are you hurt?" Chloe just shook her head a little and said, "I'm fine." After checking on Levi for a second, she said, "Levi just passed out. He'll be good once he wakes up." Then she glanced at the glowing ghost thing next to Mr. Harrison and asked, super curious, "Dad, and who's this?" Before he could answer, Master Blake jumped in, the legendary god of war. Hearing this, Dr. Iris's jaw just dropped. Because downtown was a complete disaster zone after the demon fight, the Moon Festival had to be called off. By the time the two big-shot masters heard about it all, the runaway demon cultists had already been caught. And after being in a coma for over half a month, Levi finally woke up. And, get this, a system menu had popped up right beside him. The system's robot voice slowly buzzed in his ear. "Levi has been bound to the user identity of the #1 demon lord of the martial world, Levi." Hearing this, Levi seriously just wanted to close his eyes and go back to sleep, hoping it was all just a crazy dream. But the system snapped back, all annoyed. "Hello, stop playing dead. Weren't you the one who force-linked with me?" Having second thoughts now, are we. Levi finally just accepted his fate, sighed, and said, "Nah, don't get it twisted. I'm just a little overwhelmed that I've actually become #1 in the world." Just then, he noticed someone was next to him. It was Chloe, still totally knocked out. But before he could even call her name, the sound of a shattering bowl suddenly echoed through the room. Jasmine walked in from outside, saw him, and screamed, "Levi, you're awake!" Levi gave a little nod, then asked curiously, "Hey, shorty, how long was I out for?" At the same time, the noise also groggily woke Chloe up. Levi smiled at her and said, "Hey, beautiful, you worked hard." Immediately, Chloe just threw herself into Levi's arms and started bawling. "You're finally awake." Levi just patted her head, all comforting, "Hey, don't cry." And that's when Jasmine dropped the bomb. After you went into that coma, Miss Chloe literally watched over you for over half a month, which totally blew Levi's mind. Bro, the second he was awake, the news went viral. First, the Hudsons heard, then the whole crew from the Eternal Pavilion. Even the drunken Master Tiansun got the ping. Kim freaking sprinted over, and dude, you could hear him yelling from a block away. Dude was a hot mess. Ugly, crying all over Ziv's feet. Bro, I was so freaking stressed waiting for you to wake up, and get this Kim's assistant jumps in all dramatic like, "Sir, you don't even know the half of it." The boss man was a total wreck because you wouldn't wake up. He even had a legit golden statue of you made Ziv was praying to it day and night for you to get better. Ziv was just shook, like completely speechless. Then it hit him, he shoves Kim's face away and is like, "Yo, where's Ruby?" And talk about timing. Pia walks in right, then hears him and goes, "Ruby's still out. She's been in a coma since, you know." Ziv didn't even wait. He just bolted straight to Ruby's room. Hudson Sr. gave him the lowdown. All those other cult weirdos are locked up tight now, but Ruby, that's a whole different story. Figured that's your call, Ziv, my dude. Speaking of which. And then he remembered something and was like, "Oh, right, this is that crazy powerful dude's spirit energy thingy. It's all yours now." Then he just hands this glowing orb to Ziv. Ziv just scowled, staring at Ruby on the bed, totally zoning out. He was thinking like maybe Dragon Lord Tien knows how to fix whatever's wrong with Ruby, and right on cue, the stupid system pops up. Ziv just gives it the nastiest side-eye like, "Okay, what do you want?" And what do you know? This robot voice just chimes in, "Does the host wish to awaken Ruby?" Ziv sees the pop-up and just leaves it on read. He had to go talk to Hudson Sr. and everyone, but like, how is he supposed to explain this whole system thing without sounding insane? While he's trying to figure out his life, the system just keeps spamming him. Following the recent update, the host has initiated a mission reset. Cooperation with the new mission parameters is requested. A refusal to cooperate will result in punishment by electric shock. Ziv was so over it, he just kept ignoring it. He looks over at Hudson Sr. and starts, "Yo, Mr. H, I gotta tell you some." But before he could finish zap, his whole body lit up, shocking the ever-loving heck out of him. Ziv's just on the floor spasming like he's breakdancing, and Hudson Sr. is totally bugging out. He runs over to help him up all panicked like, "Bro, what is happening to you?" So Hudson Sr. gets Tiana to come check him out. After a sec, she gets this confused look and is like, "His vitals are all good. From a doctor's point of view, there's literally nothing wrong with him." Then she throws out there that maybe some kind of cursed bug is messing with him from the inside. Then Tiana just sighs totally, beating herself up over it. "This is all on me. My medical skills are straight up garbage. I can't even find where this cursed bug is, much less figure out how to stop it." This completely blew Ziv's mind. Wait, for real. There's an actual cursed bug in me. And then lightbulb moment. Ziv stumbles to his feet, bites his lip, and goes, "Yeah, that's it. That stupid bug is totally messing with my head." The funny thing is, he thought he had a cursed bug before and even got Tiana to check, but back then there was zilch. A second later, Ziv summons Dragon Lord Tian to help sell his story. The dude just materializes out of thin air in front of everyone, grins, and says, "He's right. I've run into this type of cursed bug before. It jacks with the host's mind, and if you fight back, it unleashes a whole world of hurt like your soul is being torn in two." Then he looks at the whole crew and asks, "You guys feeling me?" Everyone was so starstruck just seeing him that their jaws were on the floor and they totally forgot how to nod. Only Pia managed to keep it together and actually speak. Excuse me, sir, but how do we get this thing out of him?" Dragon Lord Tian just shakes his head. "You don't. Unless he, kicks the bucket. But for one, Ziv here doesn't want to die, and for two, the guy literally can't." Oh, so before he could even finish, Ziv jumped in. "So, we gotta use a special workaround." After all that, Tiana kinda shyly raises her hand. I have a question. Why are we having this super serious meeting in the men's bathroom?" And yeah. No, Cap, they were literally having a war council in the bathroom. Ziv, cool as a cucumber, answers, "Excellent question. It's because this bug has this weird thing about personal space, so it can't listen in on our plan in here." He explained that the bug basically goes to sleep the second it enters Medicine King Valley, so that's where they gotta go. But if the bug figures out their plan, it'll for sure try to stop them. She nodded, finally getting it. "Okay, so we have to sneak you to Medicine King Valley without the bug getting wise to it." But then her face got all worried again. "But the bug's only going to be snoozing for a little bit. If we can't get it out for good, does that mean you're going to be trapped in Medicine King Valley forever?" Ziv just shook his head and smiled. "Don't even sweat it, the big guy, and I already have a plan for that. We gotta book it, and I'm going to need all your help." Then he gave them the whole rundown. "Okay, so based on the intel from the Demon Lord's files, we've pinpointed the cult's real-deal headquarters. The Demon Lord's leftover spirit says there's something stashed in the cult's secret room that he got from the system. T-Quan once popped a golden pill that creates a super strong illusion, and it'll take the system a while to snap Ziv out of it. That little window is all we need to get him to Medicine King Valley while he's tripping. Once he's there, just give Dragon Lord Tien to the head honcho of the valley. They'll know what to do from there. Meanwhile, back at Admin HQ, some poor office worker was slaving away buried in overtime for the man. Just then, someone rolls up to her desk. "Hey, you're the one handling the Skyrank dimension." "Yeah." The girl just about had a full-on meltdown, totally freaking out, like, "I know that dimension is a dumpster fire. I'm working on a fix right now, I swear." The other person was just kind of stunned silent by her freakout, and slowly said, "Whoa, take a chill pill. I'm not here to get on your case. There's a consciousness here saying it's from that dimension." And who was it? Our boy, Ziv. The second the office lady saw him, she completely froze and almost let a cuss word fly. But then Ziv just dropped the whole insane story on her. The employee's brow furrowed and she mumbled to herself, "So, you're saying the system is now hardwired to you?" "Okay, I'm sending the report now. Just gotta pinpoint the location, then I'll pull the system back," she said, typing like a maniac, then let out a massive sigh of relief. "Done, dude. You totally saved my skin. I was about to get canned for this." Xavier just shook his head like, "Nah, dude, don't even trip." Then the staff lady chimed in again. "Once the higher-ups sign off on it, we'll deal with all the souls the system yoinked and hook 'em up with some compensation. Don't sweat it, I got her." Xavier then kind of threw out there, "So, you guys have a whole system for this kind of thing, right? Like good people get reborn into some cushy life and the bad ones gotta come back and deal with the struggle. Boss." The staffer was like, "Yeah, pretty much, but it's way more complicated than that." He hit her with a look and pressed, "So does that mean souls like us and even those systems? Are we all just a bunch of code being played with?" She kind of paused for a beat before finally saying, "Honestly, who even knows? For all I know, I could just be a line of code myself. But even if I'm just data, this whole struggle feels 100% real to me." She then told him he'd hooked her up big time and asked if he wanted to pull a ticket for a new life in a whole other world. "Or you could just wait till we clean up this whole mess in the heavenly ranking dimension and head back there." Xavier didn't even blink. "I'm going back to the heavenly ranking dimension. I don't give a crap what my status is." The staffer gave him the most baffled look. "You're telling me you don't want to check out a new world? You could be like the richest dude on the planet or something." Xavier just smirked and shook his head. "The old me would have been all over that, but not anymore. Plus, I got someone waiting for me back there." Flash forward 5 years, we're back at the Peace Inn in Yuhang Town. Even without Xavier, Belle was holding down the fort and running the show, and her girl Ivy would always come through to hang out. She saw Belle doing some embroidery and was like, "Belle, you're still on that." Belle just nodded. "Yeah, just about finished, then I'll have Autumn help me run it over to Medicine King Valley." "Yo, chill, there's no rush." Ivy just let out this awkward laugh. Belle was whipping up a new good luck charm for Xavier like every 2 days. For real, the dude was about to be swimming in him. Just then, all this chaos popped off outside. It totally freaked them both out, and they looked outside only to see some random dude standing on a table screaming at the top of his lungs, "Yo, where's the manager? Get out here." One of Kim's crew saw him and was bugging out trying to get him to chill. Excuse me, sir. Can you get your feet off the table?" But the guy just scoffed. "Nah, I'm cool. What you gonna do something about it, huh?" The second he said that, the Peace Inn's top muscle Ace stepped up and straight up tossed the guy out on his butt. Ace was jacked now. She stood at the door with her hands on her hips and was like, "My master always said, don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. But if you do, I'm gonna wreck you." Kim came running up just in time and started gassing her up, get him girl wreck his stuff. And right at that moment, Ziwei rolls up and yells, "Wow, another clown who doesn't know who he's messing with, my master's almost out of his juice from last time, and since we were training nearby, I figured I'd swing him by for a refill." And the master, she's talking about none other than the drunken master Tianzun. The old man was literally getting a piggyback ride, just vibing and sipping his wine, mumbling to himself, "Man, if I knew having students was this sweet a gig, I would have scooped up a whole army of them decades ago." Yua just straight up ignored him and booked it over to Belle, handing her something. "Oh, right. We hit up the Eternal Pavilion on our way here. The head lady there told me to give you this." Belle took the letter, and as she read it, her eyes got huge. "No freaking way, Ruby's awake." Ivy heard that and immediately rushed over to see what the tea was. Ivy's like, "Tisk, so that little Hellraiser is finally up. I gotta go give her a piece of my mind." But Kim was all confused. "All right, so she's awake, big deal. Why send a letter? Why not just pull up?" Belle started to explain. "The letter says that after Ruby woke up, she was dying to go check on Xavier. Autumn went with her, so they're thinking it'll be like 4 or 5 days till they get back here." But she barely even finished her sentence when this figure just appeared in the doorway. And this low voice cuts in, "Why would it take that long? Zipping him back with super speed is way faster than some horse and carriage ride." It was Xavier. He was back Zephyr. The other dude with him just smirked. I mean, my man's got the fastest feet in the whole martial world. You surprised or something? Belle's eyes were like bugging out of her head staring at Xavier, and in the next second she just